Storage of the Mind. In a parallel world, on February 22, 2020, Blue Star, Dragon Nation, Imperial Capital, VIP room of the Imperial Hospital. At the head of the bed hangs a patient information board. Wang Xiao, age 30, a man with graying temples, deep-set wrinkles, a slender frame, a melancholy expression, and murky eyes lies upon the hospital bed. He bears no semblance of a 30-year-old. He resembles an elderly man in his twilight years, having traversed a decade since my arrival in this world. I, Wang Xiao, have amassed a fortune of billions, recently wed a beautiful wife, and was poised to savor a life of happiness, only to find myself on the brink of demise. Wang Xiao's attention shifts to the upper right corner of his vision, where a blurred sequence of numbers sharpens into clarity. 2 hours 35 minutes 45 seconds. 2 hours 35 minutes 44 seconds. 2 hours 35 minutes 43 seconds. The countdown continues to tick away, and a bitter smile emerges upon Wang Xiao's face, his wrinkles contorting into a grimace that is more sorrowful than joyful. Only 2 hours left? He stretches forth a skeletal finger to press the call button. Before long, his private assistant rushes in with several doctors, their expressions laced with urgency. "Boss, are you in pain again?" "No, please, bring my wife." His hoarse voice, akin to a damaged bellows, starkly contrasts the fervor and longing in his words. Startling assistant Xiao Jin, "Sir, your wife is waiting in the family lounge downstairs." "Oh? How does she know I wish to see her?" "She said you would definitely want her today, so she arrived at the hospital early this morning." Wang Xiao's face registers astonishment. Could it be that my beautiful wife shares a deep connection with me? Amidst his surprise, he feels a surge of vitality. "Hurry and bring her up. I have something of great importance to convey." "Of course, sir." With that, Xiao Jin swiftly exits the room, while the doctors commence their routine examinations. Wang Xiao lies motionless, allowing the doctors to attend to him, his thoughts wandering to the vision of that white-clad figure, and he finds the pain in his body somewhat alleviated, his mind becoming more lively. Wang Xiao's first encounter with his wife, Bai Qingcheng, occurred on a rainy night. She was taking shelter from the rain at a bus stop, and it was merely a fleeting glance at her that captivated him. Bai Qingcheng, aged 18, a legal beauty, with cascading shoulder-length white hair and large, dark eyes that flickered with a hint of crimson light, perhaps a reflection from the bus stop's advertisement. Her pure visage bore traces of youthful innocence, her porcelain-like skin delicate to the touch, while the cool breeze of the rainy night made her rosy lips quiver slightly, enhancing their allure. The only flaw, perhaps, was her modest bust. Could it be an A-cup, or perhaps a B? Yet, is that not the charm of such youthful beauty? As Wang Xiao experienced an overwhelming visual impact, an intense sense of familiarity washed over him. He felt as though he had encountered this white-haired beauty before. However, he soon dismissed this feeling as one of life's three great illusions, casting it aside. Who could possibly resist a white-haired beauty? Surely, no one could turn away from such an enchanting figure, could they? In a moment of impulsive courage, the socially anxious Wang Xiao boldly exclaimed, "Miss, did you forget your umbrella? Hee, are you going to lend me something, uncle?" "Who's calling me uncle? I am in the prime of my youth." Giggling, "Uncle, are you still going to lend me the umbrella?" "Of course. My name is Wang Xiao." "Thank you, uncle. I am Bai Qingcheng." What followed was a quintessential plot of a whirlwind romance novel. Wang Xiao never anticipated finding such a perfect match, referring to the white-haired lowly. Within less than a month, they hastily obtained their marriage certificate. On their wedding night, having indulged in too much alcohol at the banquet, Wang Xiao succumbed to the effects, collapsing onto the bed. That night, he was oblivious to everything, faintly recalling Bai Qingcheng's anxious voice saying, "Oh no, why is there so much blood?" The following morning, feeling utterly drained, Wang Xiao was startled to see a blushing Bai Qingcheng and a hint of crimson on the sheets. He gasped. Was it that easy? Overcome with excitement, he felt blood rush to his head, and a nosebleed began to flow. In his exhilaration, Wang Xiao failed to notice Bai Qingcheng's peculiar gaze. In his eyes, she was completely his now. Having a legally recognized white-haired lowly as a wife was the pinnacle of his aspirations. Now, with merely 2.5 hours remaining, thoughts of Bai Qingcheng filled him with bittersweet regret. No need for an examination, just leave for now. Wang Xiao began to usher people out. The doctors exchanged glances, sighed, and exited the room. Once everyone had departed, Wang Xiao murmured to himself. System. Instantly, a prompt appeared before him. System activating, please wait. Accompanied by a classic Windows loading icon in blue. Indeed, like many predecessors who had traversed realms, Wang Xiao had awakened a system, yet it had remained in a loading state for a decade. I'm nearly at death's door, and you're still loading? Just terminate. With a thought, he closed the prompt, and the countdown timer reappeared in the upper right corner. 2 hours, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. This countdown was quite useful as its name implies. When it reaches 0, it signifies his demise. The countdown was linked to Wang Xiao's life state. Apart from the natural passage of time, any sudden danger threatening his life would alter the timer. For instance, when ill or injured, the countdown would decrease, but upon recovery it would reset. Similarly, if he encountered a mud truck while crossing the street or stumbled upon an uncovered manhole, the countdown would swiftly diminish, accompanied by a flashing red warning. Only once he avoided danger could the timer revert to its original value. Since arriving in this world, Wang Xiao had felt that there were malicious individuals plotting against him, with accidents occurring frequently. These included, but were not limited to, a mud truck barreling toward him, slipping on a banana peel, being struck by falling debris, and an explosion involving a sewage truck. Had it not been for the death countdown's warnings, allowing him to sidestep crises and turn misfortune into fortune, Wang Xiao might not have survived these 10 years. Accidents ceased entirely upon meeting Bai Qingqing, and no further warnings appeared thereafter. After the wedding night, Wang Xiao's body suddenly exhibited unusual symptoms. With the death countdown flashing ominously once again, it turned out he had caught a cold. Yet his condition seemed far more severe than that of a mere cold. Upon reaching the hospital in the capital, the doctors were astounded. After all, it was their first encounter with a patient whose organs began to fail entirely merely 2 days after contracting a cold. After reluctantly declaring the treatment futile, Wang Xiao was left in shock, recalling the death countdown that had saved him countless times before. Checking the countdown, he discovered only 15 days remained. Wang Xiao felt as if struck by lightning under the dual assault of mental and physical anguish. The once muscular man who stood over 6 feet tall had transformed into a frail, emaciated figure resembling an elderly man, with less than 2 hours of life left. He found some solace, yet regret loomed larger in his heart, the sorrow of not being able to spend his life with his adorable white-haired, lowly wife. Knock, knock, knock. His reverie was interrupted by a series of knocks at the door, and a petite figure clad in white swiftly entered the room. Bai Qingqing was dressed in a smart suit, her lower half adorned with a knee-length fitted skirt. Her white hair was tied up in a high ponytail, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses, her face accentuated with light makeup. She was the quintessential office lady. Of course, one had to I'll go fetch a doctor to continue your examination. She stood up, ready to leave. Wait. Wang Xiao's heart raced as he glanced at the countdown to death. 6 hours, 49 minutes, 38 seconds. I'm dying, could you stay and talk with me a bit longer? At his words, Bai Qingqing paused, her back to Wang Xiao, her body trembling slightly as she replied with a quivering voice. What? Could you repeat that? Stay and talk with me? No, the previous sentence. I'm dying. Bai Qingqing, still facing away from Wang Xiao, shuddered again, her entire form beginning to tremble violently, her elegantly styled high ponytail swaying in rhythm. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Wang Xiao felt a knot tighten in his chest and hastily reassured her. You don't need to worry too much, Ha! Qingqing? Ha ha ha. Are you all right? Bai Qingqing turned around, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped. The freshly wiped light black tear streaks now transformed into deep black, as dark tears cascaded down her face. Her lips curling into an excited arc, her smile gradually becoming unsettling. Cuckoo. Ha ha ha. This scene terrified Wang Xiao, confined to his sickbed, unable to move, forced to witness this horrifying spectacle. At last, cuckoo, at long last. As Bai Qingqing spoke, she raised her hand and opened a virtual panel in the air before Wang Xiao's astonished eyes, delicately inscribing symbols with her slender fingers. Finally, it's time to die. A mysterious wave emanated from the luminous screen in front of her, spreading throughout the hospital room. You are. The latter part of his inquiry, what the hell, was left unvoiced. Oh dear, why do you suddenly not recognize me, old man? Bai Qingqing adopted a familiar tone that Wang Xiao knew all too well. In a swift motion, she appeared before him, her delicate fingers reaching towards his mouth and nose, seemingly intent on suffocating him, yet her palm hovered just above the tip of his nose, never making contact. Wang Xiao, seeing her hand so close, despite losing his sense of smell, felt he could still perceive the fragrance lingering on her hand. It was Bai Qingqing's body scent. Oh my, how delightful it smells. It must also be soft. Unfortunately, he had been intoxicated that night of their wedding. His heart raced. The countdown to death dwindled rapidly. 6 hours, 5 hours, down to 3 hours, when suddenly Bai Qingqing withdrew her hand from before him. Oh dear, I can't let you die at my hands directly, otherwise my mission will be unfulfilled. Wang Xiao inhaled the lingering fragrance of the girl before him too forcefully, triggering a violent cough that stained the pristine white sheets with dark red blood. The countdown plummeted again, dwindling to a mere 5 minutes. With great effort, he raised his gaze to Bai Qingqing's hand. Why? The latter part, take your hand away, remained unspoken. Oh, am I not being clear enough? Naturally, I want your life. Evidently, Bai Qingqing had misinterpreted Wang Xiao's meaning. A sinister expression emerged on the small face as Bai Qingqing leaned closer to Wang Xiao. In his delight, Wang Xiao finally caught sight of the content displayed on Bai Qingqing's virtual panel, which unmistakably revealed in the characters of Huaxia. System task: natural accidental death of Wang Xiao. Task objective: ensure the accidental or natural demise of entrepreneur Wang Xiao from Longua. Current life value 5. Task reward: awakening of the slaughter system. Time remaining 45 days. Failed attempts 11,451. Successful attempts 0. My goodness! It's a system. Shock and disbelief washed over Wang Xiao's face. Have I encountered a fellow traveler? 10 years, a full decade. Do you have any idea how this young lady has endured these years? Bai Qingqing pulled out a tissue, wiping away the horrifying black tear streaks from her face, her gaze locking onto Wang Xiao's. Before you even had the chance to act, you're already on the brink of death. What a delightful surprise. As life rapidly slipped away, Wang Xiao found himself at a loss for words, though he coughed blood incessantly. His eyes remained fixed on Bai Qingqing's face, his expression frozen in shock. My goodness, those are crimson eyes. The black tears ceased to flow, revealing Bai Qingqing's enchanting eyes, now a mesmerizing shade of red, not the dark crimson of blood, but rather akin to radiant rubies, shining brilliantly in the dimly lit hospital room. The allure of a white-haired, legally enchanting girl was already captivating, but with the addition of those red eyes, how could one resist? Wang Xiao's face broke into a foolish grin reminiscent of a love-struck fool, though he was on the verge of death and hardly appeared to be smiling. Noticing Wang Xiao's expression, Bai Qingqing halted her maniacal laughter, her gaze piercing through him. Cuckoo, have you finally begun to resent me? It seems I am here to unleash the pent-up frustrations of a decade, savoring the sweetness of your despair. Surely, you don't believe I am truly your wife? On our wedding night, it was you who bled. Cuckoo. Though it stung slightly, it paled in comparison to the striking impact of the white-haired, reedied girl. Wang Xiao's heart raced with excitement, his blood circulation accelerating rapidly. Yet he coughed up more blood as the countdown to his demise approached its end. If only I could start over. This was Wang Xiao's final utterance. Wang Xiao passed away at the tender age of 30. Chapter 2. The Rebirth System? No tipos. 1005. What is this? If only I could start over. Do you wish to emulate Li Bai? Staring at the lifeless body of Wang Xiao, who lay on the bed, blood oozing from his mouth, Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, circling the hospital bed and examining it closely. Beep. The target is detected as not dead. Task completion rate at 99. An unknown invasion detected. Repairing. Beep. The target is confirmed deceased. Task completion rate at 100. Beep. Task completed. The killing system has been successfully activated. System rating S. The host is being assigned new beginner guidance tasks. 1-3. Waiting time 24 hours. Upon hearing the task was completed, Bai Qingqing let out a long sigh of relief. Since her arrival in this world at the age of 18, a decade had passed, during which she had exhaustively schemed to design Wang Xiao's untimely demise. Yet, he seemed to possess some uncanny luck, always managing to escape death by the narrowest of margins. Their chance encounter and hasty marriage was a desperate act as the deadline for her task loomed. Who could have anticipated that just after their wedding, Wang Xiao would fall ill and pass away in a daze? The only hint of foreshadowing was the excessive nosebleed on their wedding night. The initial task to activate the system had failed after 10 years of meticulous planning, ultimately culminating in the target's inexplicable death. This was somewhat of a disgrace to the legion of time travelers. As she entered the bathroom and gazed at her stunning reflection, Bai Qingcheng felt a tinge of nostalgia. The transformation she had undergone through the system had altered not only her appearance but also her features from her previous life. Her eyes and hair had taken on peculiarities, a consequence of her numerous failures. Yet, in her eyes, this was not a punishment. After all, every girl cherishes beauty. Moreover, she must have contemplated something, as her cheeks flushed and a radiant smile broke forth. She raised a hand to pat her cheek, concealing the charming smile that Wang Xiao had never seen, as her crimson pupils gradually reverted to black. The peculiar aura in the hospital room dissipated. After tidying her appearance, she squeezed a couple of drops of eye medication into her eyes, steeling herself, and then cried out with all her might, "Doctor! Hurry! Doctor, my husband!" In the dimly lit space, Wang Xiao awakened, glancing down at his semi-transparent form, clearly reduced to just a soul. Am I alive or dead? Why didn't that girl inform me earlier that she had white hair and red eyes? So all the misfortunes of the past decade were orchestrated by Qingcheng. I initially thought she was after my wealth, but it seems she coveted my body instead. His self-talk grew increasingly absurd. At that moment, a playful female voice echoed in Wang Xiao's mind. Beep. Host S death detected. The rebirth system has been successfully activated. System rating? The rebirth system offers you the finest experience of interdimensional travel. Beep. The beginner gift package has been dispatched. Please check. A system? It only activates upon death? Is this how they resolve things now? Death? Are the systems of today so lax? And there are typos too. Beep. Host, this system is not in error. The phenomenon of life and death is within its capabilities. The system will evaluate your life and demise, bestowing resurrection rewards. Resurrection? You just mentioned resurrection, right? Wang Xiao was instantly exhilarated, recalling the invincible systems in novels where characters began with 1,000,000 lives. My goodness! Ding! Please refrain from whimsical thoughts. Resurrection is merely a figment of fantasy. Ah, then what functions do you possess? Ding! This system can analyze the cause of death, consume resurrection attempts, and propose targeted resurrection plans, ensuring that you do not succumb so easily next time. Not succumb so easily? Does that mean I will still die? How reliable is this plan? Ding! Life scores and death scores can amplify the chances of resurrection. The higher the score, the more favorable the rewards within the resurrection plan. Ding! As this is your first death, a life and death assessment can be initiated. Would you care to try? Come on, give it a go. The tone of the last two statements seemed suspicious. Could there be a trick involved? Regardless, it is free, and a little exploitation brings joy. Thus, I shall attempt the life and death assessment. Ding! Conducting life and death assessment. Ding! Life evaluation. 120 points. Life achievements. Trillion assets. 50. Great philanthropist. 100. Early demise. 100. Unyielding to death. 100. Grand sorcerer. 30. Wang Xiao stroked his chin, reflecting on Bai Qingcheng's words and her system tasks. It seems Bai Qingcheng truly donated her inheritance. This hurdle can be considered barely cleared. Wang Xiao nodded. After failing to kill me 1,000 times. Heh, this girl is truly inept. Wang Xiao selectively disregarded the death countdown. However, while the preceding aspects were understandable, what on earth is a grand sorcerer? Is being a sorcerer a deduction? Upon seeing this, he was utterly perplexed. Ding! To clarify, options beneficial to life can earn points, while detrimental ones incur deductions. Ding! As for the grand sorcerer, it is widely recognized to refer to someone who, at the age of 30, has never tasted the pleasures of intimacy. Stop! Move on to the next item. Wang Zhao's face darkened, recalling Bai Qingcheng's words before his demise, which now seemed to confirm his worst fears, leaving him visibly distressed. Ding! Death evaluation. 40 points. Causes of death. Acute embarrassment, environmental maladaptation, excessive blood loss, foreign virus infection. A total of 36 factors. Expand to view details. Ding! The fundamental cause of death. Acute embarrassment. What? I, Wang, am worth 1 trillion. Have traversed myriad blossoms without a single petal touching me. How could I suffer from acute embarrassment? I have spent my life in opposition to gambling and drugs. Ding. On the wedding night, the host was overwhelmed with excitement yet anxiety. Excessive drinking impaired liver function, causing a surge of blood pressure and uncontrollable nosebleeds, leading to excessive blood loss and a weakened immune system. Coupled with long-term maladaptation to the environment, the host contracted a foreign virus. Blue Star technology was unable to save Earthlings. Ding. Just before death, the host experienced intense stimulation, unable to suppress the overwhelming embarrassment, resulting in a surge of blood, exacerbating the already weakened body, leading to death from excessive blood loss. So it boils down to dying from acute embarrassment. But that was the girl with white hair and red eyes. Who could resist? Wang Xiao was rendered speechless. After traversing through a decade, I have persistently struggled to adapt, only to discover that even in another realm, one can experience such challenges. I had never encountered this notion in novels before. In truth, Bai Qingqing's decade-long endeavor to eliminate me is somewhat comprehensible. After all, as fellow transmigrators, activating our systems is essential for thriving in this foreign world. My demise this time was due to an unexpected urgency, seemingly unrelated to her, yet one could argue that it inadvertently assisted in activating my system. Should I express gratitude to her? Upon this realization, Wang Xiao abruptly slapped himself. No. Why am I beginning to self-congratulate? Setting aside the facts, does Bai Qingqing bear no responsibility for my untimely end? Understanding does not equate to acceptance. Even though she has always evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within me, particularly with that visage, it does not deter me from ultimately capturing her and transforming her into my exclusive lowly. Hehehe. The very first task upon my revival shall be to compel her to sing conquer. Indeed, that is the plan. Speaking of which, Bai Qingqing also possesses a system. I must first claim my rewards and cultivate my abilities before pursuing her. When fellow villagers meet, it is only natural to strike from behind. Hehehe. Just as Wang Zhao's thoughts spiraled into endless musings, the system notification chimed. Ding. Insufficient resurrection attempts detected. Unable to acquire resurrection reward information. Ding. Would you like to activate the novice gift package to receive beginner rewards? Activate. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Resurrection Reward Critical Hit to the highest level 1. S-Class Skill. Danger. 1. Resurrection 3. Click to view details. Wang Xiao sequentially opened the details. Name. Resurrection Reward Critical Hit. Category. Reward Enhancement. Level. Supreme. Description. A top-tier reward bestowed from beyond, amplifying resurrection rewards. Upon enhancement, the strongest rewards from countless realms can be obtained. Good heavens! The strongest rewards from countless realms. This system indeed delivers tangible benefits. Wang Xiao was elated. I shall first examine this resurrection reward. If it grants me a divine body or a sacred physique, wouldn't that render me invincible from the very start? Name. Danger. Category. Skill. Level. S. Description. An advanced version of the death countdown. By evading 10,000 disasters utilizing this countdown, one can receive warnings against all dangers below the extraordinary level. Danger levels are categorized as yellow, red, purple, black, with increasing severity. The countdown has vanished, and an S-Class item has arrived. I'll make do with it, Wang Xiao scoffed. System. Name. Resurrection. Category. Rule item. Description. This allows for revival. I find this resurrection quite appealing, simple and straightforward. After claiming my rewards, Wang Xiao rubbed his hands together, chuckling. Having completed the acquisition of novice rewards, I shall now inspect this resurrection reward. Ding. Consumed 1 resurrection attempt. Life and death assessment completed. Life score, 120. Death score, 40. Obtained critical hit multiplier, 160. Detected primary cause of death. Unexpected urgency arranging resurrection plan. Rewards being granted. This I recognize. It is the ancient kidney physique. Wang Xiaoya felt an increasing excitement, ultimately interrupting to answer directly, incorporating even the most advanced critical damage amplification. He could hardly contain his eagerness to confront the little girl. By Qingqing. Beep. Does the host confirm the use of the critical damage amplification? This revival plan is. I understand now. It's a rush to the grave. The revival scheme must undoubtedly be the ancient divine kidney. Wang Xiaoya, confident from his countless readings in his previous life, interrupted again. Hurry up with the revival. If this drags on any longer, I shall be cremated, and that little girl by Qingqing will have fled. Beep. Since it is the host's request, then be quick about it. Beep. Utilizing revival reward critical damage, advanced. 1. Base multiplier. 160 has been stacked. This revival reward triggers a substantial critical hit. A trillion-fold critical hit activated. The revival scheme of eternal governance is initiated. This reward's transformational amplification is of reincarnation nature. Reviving starts. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. What is this? A transformation? Is it not the ancient divine kidney? Wait, I want to return this. 3, 2, 1. Wishing the host a joyful revival. In Geneva, return. A brilliant light flickered, and Wang Xiaoya's soul vanished from its place, leaving only the echo of the system's announcements in the space. Hee. The host of this system must be a beautiful lady. Only females can. The playful voice of the life and death system faded away, leaving behind a desolate and dim space. Chapter 3. The Essence of Wisdom, the Cycle of Rebirth. Wang Xiaoxiao. On February 29, 2020, in the capital of Long Country, a renowned entrepreneur, Wang Xiao, passed away due to illness, marking the 7th day since his death. 7 days prior, during a private discussion with his wife, by Qingqing, he suddenly coughed up blood and, despite efforts to save him, succumbed to his ailment. According to his will, the Wang Group was bequeathed entirely to his wife, by Qingqing. In a swift turn of events, conspiracy theorists online, alongside self-proclaimed justice advocates, accused by Qingqing of having orchestrated her husband's death in a bid for his fortune. However, the very next day, she remarkably donated the entirety of her husband's vast inheritance, amounting to billions, to the government of Long Country for charitable purposes. Following this act of benevolence, Bai Qingqing vanished from public view, with sources claiming she had retreated into seclusion, overwhelmed by grief. At the capital's funeral home, under a heavy atmosphere, as Wang Zhao's coffin was about to be placed into the cremation furnace, an unexpected disturbance occurred. The coffin began to shake violently, even bouncing up and down, causing alarm among the funeral home staff and accompanying employees of the Wang Group. Oh no! Has the boss risen from the dead? Don't come looking for me. I've been diligent in my 10 years on the job, never slacking off. Why are you still standing there? Quickly, pull the boss back out. What if he is still alive? The scene erupted into chaos, filled with screams, people fleeing, and others capturing the moment on camera. The coffin's vigorous movements did not last long. It seemed to reach a critical point before a thunderous explosion erupted, sending the lid soaring high into the air, plunging the surroundings into further disarray. Oh no! The boss's coffin couldn't withstand it. This is bad. The body has truly exploded. Who was just talking nonsense? Did you provoke the boss, Luer? Damn it. Quickly contact the wife. Tell her the boss has exploded. No, the coffin has exploded. Amidst the turmoil, smoke billowed from the explosion site, and a streak of light shot upwards, unnoticed by the crowd, heading towards the adjacent district of the capital university town. Moments later, in a rental room within the capital university town, a graceful young woman abruptly sat up, exclaiming, "Geneva, refund me." Her voice, a delightful blend of frustration, astonishment, and a hint of morning grogginess, resonated like a melodious bell, laced with a captivating languor. How could I have woken up so abruptly? How could I hear her voice just after rising? She murmured to herself, stretching her arms high above her head, showcasing her enviable figure. Beep, host. You did not wake up abruptly. The procedure was a success, and you have now become a lovely young girl. A playful voice echoed in her mind, jolting Wang Xiao into a state of disbelief. She instinctively felt her chest, recognizing a weight that obscured her view of her toes. Instinctively, she reached down, only to grasp at emptiness. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes as despair engulfed her. It's all gone. Everything is gone. No longer could she be referred to as he, but rather she. Curling up in the corner of the bed, her shoulders trembled as tears streamed down her face. She tightly embraced a pillow, burying her exquisite visage within it. After nearly 10 minutes of weeping, the young woman gradually ceased her sobbing, finding a semblance of quietude. Beep. Do not be disheartened, dear host. Being a girl can indeed be quite delightful, don't you think? As Wang Xiao appeared to regain her composure, the system's comforting voice emerged, chattering for a while, yet Wang Xiao remained unresponsive. Ding. Host. Host. This is bad. Not receiving a reply, the system hastily retreated into the void. Ding. Host death detected. Would you like to initiate the life and death assessment? The emotionless mechanical voice of the AI echoed through the emptiness, as Wang Xiao stood bewildered in the void. What is happening? How did I die again? Ding. System core returning. Hosting concluded. Host, how on earth did you manage to suffocate yourself? What? How could I possibly suffocate myself? Ha ha ha. What an absurd way to die. Wang Xiao awkwardly scratched her head. In truth, she had been curled up in despair, clutching her plush toy, and at the moment of her demise, everything became clear to her. In her previous life, she was a devoted otaku who favored playing female characters in games, so her acceptance of transforming into a beautiful girl was quite high. Ding. Oh, dear host, you truly do not learn from your lessons, your mind filled with frivolities, wasting yet another chance at resurrection. I warn you, do not slander my name. I, Wang, have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. Wang Xiao proclaimed earnestly, shifting the topic. Well, losing a life isn't such a tragedy. Let us proceed with the life and death assessment. I shall be more cautious next time, indeed. Ding. Sigh, it is better for the host to cherish life. Ding. Commencing life and death assessment. Ding. Life evaluation. 100 points. Life achievements. Died upon landing. 100. Perpetrator of the Busta murder case. 10. Victim of the Busta murder case. 10. Ding. Death evaluation. 1 point. Cause of death. Asphyxiation. Observing her dismally low life evaluation and those peculiar achievements, Wang Xiao felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, she would dare again. Ding. Consumed 1 resurrection opportunity. Life and death assessment completed. Life score, 100. Death score, 1. Critical hit multiplier, 99. Detected primary cause of death. Asphyxiation. Arranging resurrection plan to extend breath-holding time. Reward, 10 minutes of breath-holding time. Negative critical hit detected. Additional penalty. All attributes reduced by 50. Would you like to activate the resurrection plan? Upon hearing the system's report, Wang Xiao's expression stiffened. So there are negative critical hits as well. It seems that the life and death scores are indeed significant. One cannot live too carelessly, nor can one die frivolously. Reduced attributes? Does the system provide me with an information panel too? Rather than activating her resurrection immediately, Wang Xiao carefully examined the system within the void. Ding. Of course. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Ding. You never asked. Furthermore, please refrain from that incessant dinging. It is quite startling, she sighed, rubbing her forehead. Turning off the notification, she opened her information panel. All right. Information panel activated. The name, Wang Xiao. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 20. Fate, supreme body. Level, reincarnation body. S grade. Power, 2. Average for adult population on Blue Star. 6. Penalty halved. Speed, 3. Average for adult population on Blue Star. 6. Penalty halved. Constitution, 4. Average for adult population on Blue Star. 6. Penalty halved. Mental strength, 10. Average for adult population on Blue Star. 6. Penalty halved. Charm, 99. Maximum on Blue Star. Note: Supreme beauty of all realms, sealed. Penalty halved is ineffective. Skill, danger, S grade. Hold breath for 10 minutes. E grade. Item. Resurrection X1. Evaluation level. E. A stunning beauty, known as Little Kai G. Even chickens dare to bully her. Goodness, a reincarnation body? Supreme beauty of all realms? So this is where the critical hits stem from. Yet, despite being a reincarnation body, why am I still merely Little Kai G? I promptly opened the details of the reincarnation body. Name, reincarnation body. Category, fate. Level, S. Description, a fate that adapts to the cycle of life and death. 1. Protects the true self during the traversal through time and space, immune to the erosion of the mundane realms. 2. Mitigates the trauma to the soul from the cycle of life and death. 3. Upon death, the body retreats into the reincarnation space, unaffected by external changes. 4. To be developed. What a remarkable reincarnation body. No wonder it feels less agonizing when I nearly suffocate. Immunity to erosion? Perhaps akin to immunity to diseases. Mundane levels? Does that imply there are higher levels of erosion? Wang Xiao glanced down at himself, noticing the weight that obscured his toes. So this is the reincarnation space, where the body has returned alongside the soul. Wang Xiao felt rather content with the reincarnation body. Its functionality was maximized, yet it lacked enhancements to direct power. Perhaps still awaiting development? Satisfied, he nodded and shifted his gaze to another fate. Name, Supreme Truth Body. Category, fate. Level, description, the fate of the most beautiful girl in all realms, the pinnacle of beauty across universes, returning to the true self of the soul, irrespective of cultivation, status, race, or gender. Your visage embodies the supreme truth. Sealed. What an audacious description. The fewer the words, the mightier the ability. It lives up to its reputation as a supreme critical enhancement. But why is it sealed? Response to the host. Because the Blue Star Realm is insufficient to contain the true form of the Supreme Truth Body. Forcibly unsealing it would lead to the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The system will adjust the seal according to the realm's level, and in the future, when the host has the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm, they will behold their supreme visage. Such exaggeration? Then it is best left sealed. Wang Xiao was taken aback, his attention shifting to the term true self. In truth, Wang Xiao was not always the appearance he bore now. A decade prior, upon traversing into this realm, his visage underwent a tremendous transformation. The once delicate and androgynous face of a youthful beauty had been forcefully reshaped into the chiseled, rugged features of a man. It was akin to undergoing a comprehensive transformation in South Korea, to the extent that even his own mother would fail to recognize him. Consequently, he had chosen to change his name. After all, it seemed rather inappropriate for a billionaire male CEO to be named Wang Xiao, so he opted for the phonetically similar Xiao. Now returning to my true self, transformed into a beautiful maiden, I wonder what I would look like, especially if it resembles my past life's appearance. He drooling over the thought. Regrettably, there are no mirrors in this space. I must take a look at my unparalleled beauty once I step outside. By the way, I am now the foremost beauty among the realms, so it's rather inappropriate to call me little. I am anything but small, kikik. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Xiaoming clapped his hands, deciding on the name Xiao, adding a reduplicative syllable to render it more akin to a beautiful young lady. From now on, I shall be known as Wang Xiaoxiao. Name change successful. Xiaoxiao is indeed a fitting name for the host. Isn't it? I am quite adept at naming. Clearly Wang Xiaoxiao is quite pleased with her new name. Though, host, are you prepared to initiate the resurrection plan? Do not call me host. Refer to me as Sister Xiaoxiao. Understood, host. No problem. Host. Are you polite? All right then, dear Sister Xiaoxiao. Shall we commence the resurrection plan? Additionally, I must reiterate the importance of cherishing life. Though the system can resurrect, once the attempts are exhausted, should you perish again, you will be eternally lost in the cycle of reincarnation, and this system will likewise collapse. That poses a dilemma. How to live a life well, and then die even better? With two life fates, I find no enhancement to my abilities, compounded by the fact that my original attributes have been halved due to punishment. Thus, Resurrection offers no sense of security. Could the system provide me with some tasks? I fear that without strengthening myself, I might inadvertently meet my demise once more. No tasks available, dear Sister Xiao Xiao. This system does not resemble certain unscrupulous systems that self-destruct without tasks. We prioritize free exploration. Please explore at your own discretion. You rascal! All right then, let us proceed step by step. For now, I have a life to fall back on. Once resurrected, I shall conduct some research. After meticulously reviewing the system records and confirming that nothing had been overlooked, Wang Xiaoxiao summoned the system. System, commence resurrection. Resurrection initiated. Countdown begins. 10 seconds until resurrection. Wishing Sister Xiaoxiao a pleasant revival. With a flash of light, Wang Xiaoxiao vanished from the cycle of reincarnation. Chapter 4. The True Appearance of Xiaoxiao. Confrontation with Bai Qingqing. In the university town of the imperial capital, Wang Xiaoxiao opened her eyes once more in her rented room. Hooray! I'm back! She sprang from her bed, unable to contain her excitement, and dashed towards the full-length mirror placed in the room. Gazing at the reflection of the girl within, her mouth instantly formed an astonished O. The young woman was tall and statuesque, embodying the ideal height of a goddess at 170 centimeters. Her skin was as fair as snow, radiating health rather than illness, with rosy hues adorning her cheeks. She possessed a voluptuous 36D bust, a slender waist, and a pert backside, perfectly forming an alluring S-curve. Her long legs were the epitome of perfection, neither too thick nor too thin, effortlessly flaunting both black and white stockings. Her delicate feet resembled exquisite jade carvings, tempting one to admire them. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her waist, not entirely straight, as the tips curled softly, exhibiting a gradual transition to a natural sky blue, deepening into black as it ascended, approximately 80% black, imbuing the girl with both vivacity and grace. Her enchanting eyes, a bright shade of light blue, reflected a faint pink halo under the room's illumination. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this pink glow emanated not from the light, but from a phosphorescence inherent within her captivating gaze, making her blue eyes resemble jade with hidden depths, highlighting Wang Xiaoxiao's lively spirit while shrouding her in an air of mystery. Her delicate nose and cherry lips bore the contours of Wang Xiaoxiao's past life. Yet upon this visage, they appeared divinely beautiful, as if in accordance with the celestial order. Currently, Wang Xiaoxiao was clad in a long t-shirt that extended past her knees, boldly emblazoned with the uppercase letters LSP Wang Xiaoxiao. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she was momentarily transfixed, finally swallowing hard and stammering, "Goodness! Am I really this beautiful? Truly, I resemble the essence of wisdom. How do you find it, Sister Xiaoxiao? Are you satisfied?" "Absolutely satisfied," she exclaimed, while her delicate hands instinctively began to caress her flawless cheeks and pinch her alluring curves. Ahem, it is but a natural reaction for the protagonist in a transformation narrative. Indeed, have you had your fill of admiring yourself, Sister Xiaoxiao? Have you not realized that this room has an owner? I estimate they will return shortly. What? This room isn't mine? In transformation tales, shouldn't the system directly arrange the protagonist's identity, residence, and gender correction certificates? Sister Xiaoxiao, we are not adhering to traditional transformation narratives here. The rules of such tales do not apply, and I am your system, not your caretaker. All right, I cannot deny the validity of your reasoning. Wang Xiaoxiao shifted her focus from her reflection and began to scrutinize her surroundings. The room, while not devoid of furnishings, could only be described as exceedingly minimalist. It contained a desk, a bookshelf, a bed, and a full-length mirror, lacking even a wardrobe. Peering out towards the balcony, it appeared equally barren, and the floor seemed rather low. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted as her gaze was drawn to a glimmering object atop the bookshelf. Upon closer inspection, she gasped in astonishment. It was a gleaming dagger, clearly sharpened. Wang Xiaoxiao's heart raced. Who would hide such a weapon in their bookshelf? Could it belong to a dangerous fugitive? What if the room's owner saw her exquisite beauty and harbored ill intentions? After all, she was still a petite girl. Glancing down at her exposed, fair legs sent a shiver down her spine. Though she had transformed into a girl, her preferences remained unchanged. Disregarding her apprehensions, Wang Xiaoxiao tiptoed to retrieve the dagger, intending to leave it at the door once she safely exited the room. Just as she pulled the door open, she collided unexpectedly with someone outside. "I didn't mean to intrude into your room. Do you believe me?" she asked, hastily concealing the dagger behind her. Her eyes lowered, her black bangs partially obscuring her vision. She feigned innocence, glancing at the floor with a shy demeanor that would evoke sympathy in anyone. A delicate smile graced her stunning face, though her seasoned demeanor masked any signs of awkwardness. The person outside stood momentarily stunned, seemingly captivated by her beauty. Observing this, Wang Xiaoxiao decided to abandon her act of innocence, lifting her gaze to confront the individual, eager to take the initiative. However, she was taken aback upon recognizing the figure before her. With white hair and red eyes, standing at 155 centimeters, the girl possessed an innocent and adorable visage, also clad in an oversized t-shirt emblazoned with the words "I am not." Yet, unlike Wang Xiaoxiao, she could not embody the essence of those words. To her dismay, it was none other than Bai Qingqing. Initially, she had intended to dominate and train her into a devoted little girl. Yet now, as she had transformed into a petite girl herself, would she instead be at risk of becoming Bai Qingqing's devoted older sister? The two girls, blue-eyed and red-eyed, found themselves frozen in an awkward standoff. As 30 seconds elapsed, the red-eyed girl refocused her gaze, and without hesitation, drew a crimson blade from the void, slicing diagonally towards the blue-eyed girl. The speed was so swift that Wang Xiaoxiao could barely perceive the flash of red heading her way. Danger! Wang Xiaoxiao remained vigilant, appearing as stunned as Bai Qingqing, yet she was quietly assessing her escape route while awaiting the warning of danger. As Bai Qingqing's focus returned and her hand began to draw the blade, a crimson warning flashed ominously, sending chills down Wang Xiaoxiao's spine. Reacting swiftly, she retreated just in time to evade the strike. Although she narrowly avoided the blow, a lock of her blue-tinted hair was severed. That audacious Bai Qingqing, bold enough to attack after just a few days of absence. Most importantly, she had dared to damage her beautiful hair. Just wait. 30 years of retribution await. This thought lingered only in Wang Xiaoxiao's heart, for who was she but a mere kaiji? Alas, her waist ached slightly. Could it be that she had narrowly avoided a blade? Dodging that strike left her with a lingering fear, as the malicious intent had been directed squarely at her most prominent assets. This little vixen, if she could not possess it, she would surely destroy it. Anxiety surged within her, yet Wang Xiaoxiao maintained a facade of composure, even daring to mock. "Oh dear, little sister, what a swift blade! Such malevolence cast towards your elder sister, yet your malice lacks sufficient fervor. Look at this, sister." As she spoke, she flaunted her alluring figure, her mockery palpable. Bai Qingqing pouted, a murderous glint appearing in her beautiful crimson eyes, her delicate face paling, and her petite frame trembling with rage, akin to a kitten poised to pounce. Warning! The alert resurfaced, this time a soft pink hue, lacking the previous intensity, and the sense of impending doom was less pronounced. A charming smile graced her lips. She was clearly agitated. Just as Wang Xiaoxiao anticipated, Bai Qingqing's second strike lacked the stunning speed, power, and coordination of the first, yet its precision was unparalleled, aimed directly at Wang Xiaoxiao's transgressions. This strike was horizontal, and due to their height difference, there was no escape for the defending Wang Xiaoxiao. She could only reverse her grip on the dagger and brace it against her chest, the clash of their weapons producing a jarring metallic sound. Wang Xiaoxiao retreated several steps to dissipate the force, stepping back onto the balcony, concealing her trembling right hand behind her. "My dear sister, you certainly have a fiery temperament. Did a relative come to visit?" With words that could startle, and with a fleeting thought, Wang Xiaoxiao playfully taunted again. All right, sister must return to report now. I shall come to play with you again next time." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing's expression turned grave. Momentarily distracted, she refrained from striking again. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Xiaoxiao executed a roll and leaped from the balcony, escaping deftly. It was only then that Bai Qingqing regained her senses, rushing to the balcony railing to peer down. But the blue-eyed maiden's figure had vanished completely. Had Zhang San's gang found her residence so swiftly? It seemed she could not linger here any longer. Once inside, Bai Qingcheng sheathed her katana, her gaze falling upon a stray lock of blue, slightly curled hair on the floor. Gritting her teeth, she seethed, "That detestable blue-haired girl. Next time I shall make you pay." Chapter 5. Absorbing the power of life. Condensing the spirit of existence. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao crouched upon the balcony of Bai Qingcheng's residence, clutching her delicate, fair legs, too apprehensive to make a sound. Suddenly, a sneeze escaped her, nearly startling her into a fright. This shouldn't be happening. Am I not a reincarnation body? Can I still sneeze? She extended her index finger to dab at her nose, wondering if Bai Qingcheng was chastising her. It was only then that the ominous yellow warning above her head finally vanished, leaving her with a sense of relief as she let out a long sigh and patted her chest. Fortunately, she was clever. Otherwise, she might have met her demise. Bai Qingcheng appeared rather gullible, easily deceived. What kind of assassin dresses like me? The conspicuous LSP on Wang Xiaoxiao's attire was striking, yet she pondered when Bai Qingcheng might finally catch on to the ruse. Ouch, that hurt. Extending her right hand, she noted the split in her palm, oozing blood, with bruises adorning her hand. A dull ache also emanated from her waist where she had dodged, as well as from her rear after misstepping while leaping to the balcony below. As the tension in her nerves relaxed, the myriad of injuries left Wang Xiaoxiao grimacing in pain, tears welling in her eyes. It turned out that the reincarnation body only dulled the sensation of fatal wounds. The non-lethal injuries were still excruciating. Why must I be a mere Xiaojiji? While Bai Qingcheng seemed to be undertaking system tasks to grow stronger, even acquiring such a handsome blade, my system appears to be languidly laissez-faire. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for escaping from the clutches of the killing system's host. Achieving the title of Killing Fugitive reward, Power of Life 1. You little rascal avoiding mentioning names, are you? I nearly bit the dust. Sister Xiaoxiao, your quick wit, coupled with Qingcheng's stunning beauty, left the killing host bewildered, rendering the system's assistance unnecessary. A lack of tasks for the system merely underscores the excellence of its host. Cease flattering me. While you're slacking off, hurry and present that power information for me to examine. All right, Sister Xiaoxiao. Please take a look. Name: Power of Life. Type: Spiritual Energy. Level: Extraordinary. Description: a fragment of spiritual energy originating from the ancient trees of the spirit realm, capable of nurturing the body and accelerating recovery from injuries, suitable for absorption by reincarnation bodies. What a marvelous treasure! Wang Xiaoxiao was elated. This reckless endeavor was indeed worthwhile. Naturally, she had no intention of absorbing it just yet, as she was still beneath Bai Qingcheng's balcony. If Bai Qingcheng caught on, wouldn't she wield her blade and pursue her relentlessly? Time to make an exit. I must ensure my survival. It is imperative that I live well and prepare for the next move. With this thought, a mischievous smile curved at the corners of Wang Xiaoxiao's lips. Meanwhile, Bai Qingcheng had vacated the premises, preparing to relocate to a new stronghold. The more she reflected on the behavior of the black-haired woman, the more she found it disconcerting. What kind of assassin dons a knee-length t-shirt exposing her long legs? Moreover, the outfit seemed to match her own, resembling a couple's attire, simply absurd. Even the Zhongsan gang, aware of my prowess, should not have dispatched such a weakling. At the moment when the blades of the two opponents clashed, Bai Qingcheng sensed that her adversary was merely a weakling. However, she could not fathom how that woman had anticipated her offensive move. Perhaps it was due to her provocation that she had let her guard down. Damn that sharp-tongued, blue-haired girl for daring to toy with her. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became, stamping her petite foot in indignation. Next time, if she didn't teach that girl a lesson, she wouldn't be worthy of the Bai surname. Ding! A new beginner's guide task has been detected. 3-3. Objective: the underground casino of the Tiandu Grand Hotel in the northern district of the imperial capital. Owner: Huang Defa. Click to view details. Another task had arisen, and it suited her perfectly as she planned to relocate to the northern district. The matter concerning the blue-haired girl could wait for another day. On March 1, 2020, in the northern district of the imperial capital, at the Sky Pavilion penthouse, it was reported that a day prior, Mr. Wang Xiao, a prominent entrepreneur from Longwa, had passed away. On the 7th day following his death, just before his cremation, his coffin exploded, and his remains mysteriously vanished. Allegedly, Mr. Wang's body was stolen by the Yi family group of the imperial capital in an act of unscrupulous business competition. Authorities are conducting a thorough investigation and urge citizens to remain calm and not to believe in internet rumors. In the spacious living room of the Sky Pavilion, the smart television broadcasted the evening news. It seemed that the body of the girl now inhabiting her was merely a remodeling of her original self. How close she had come to being sent to the crematorium to be turned to ashes. A silvery voice echoed in the room, tinged with a sense of dread. What a tragic fate for the Yi family, suddenly burdened with a great misfortune. Clearly, the newly appointed individuals in the group were quite capable, managing to cover up even the most scandalous events. However, upon reflection, it appeared that the Yi family was not entirely innocent either. Chairman Yi Luren had previously kidnapped several children of the Wang Group's board members in his younger years. One could only say, cheers to their misfortune. Yet, what did Wang Zhao's group have to do with her Wang Xiaoxiao? The stunningly beautiful Bai Qingcheng sat elegantly on a single sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, her long legs crossed, gently swaying the goblet in her left hand. It contained not some exquisite red wine but rather a bubbly soft drink, a source of simple joy. This was the essence of life. The girl took another sip of her delightful beverage, twirling the ends of her blue hair with her nimble fingers. The Sky Pavilion was one of the safety nets Wang Xiaoxiao had established for herself. As a shrewd individual worth billions, she always ensured she had a backup plan. Even if she were to meet her demise, she would not lament the loss of her assets. For nothing is more painful than leaving this world with unspent wealth. The Wang Group was bequeathed to Bai Qingqing as an inheritance, only for this spendthrift girl to donate it all. Nevertheless, Wang Xiaoxiao's contingency plans did not reside within the Wang Group. Indeed, they had been activated. The process of taking over was quite straightforward. The forces behind these assets were accountable solely to Wang Xiao himself. By locating the person in charge and using a secret passphrase, she assumed control over all the auxiliary enterprises and rebranded them as the Night Organization. Wang Xiaoxiao became the leader of this organization, dubbing herself Nightingale. As for the reason behind this name, according to her own words, it was simply because it sounded cool. Certainly, she had no interest in assuming control over the vast powers and becoming the leader. Instead, she returned the matters to her subordinates, merely utilizing her influence to establish her own identity, fabricating her life experiences from recent years, and continuing her leisurely existence. Upon arriving here, Wang Xiaoxiao finally relaxed, preparing to examine yesterday's gains. Specifically, to claim the gold coins dropped by Qingqing. Sister Xiaoxiao, to be precise, it's an achievement reward. If we are to speak of gold coins, it should actually refer to a strand of your hair being severed by her, resulting in some injury, came the teasing response. What are you laughing at? It's not my fault that your killing system lacks the same potency. If you could provide me with something worthwhile, I would swiftly retaliate. Be it divine artifacts or imperial treasures, I would be utterly unpicky. Cough cough. Congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for successfully claiming the reward. Vitality Essence. Wang Xiaoxiao. A radiant orb of bright light in a soft green hue materialized in the room, and merely the aura emanating from this orb caused the potted plants within to burgeon noticeably, alleviating her injuries significantly. Truly, the extraordinary grade of vitality essence was remarkable. Speaking of which, Blue Star should lack such essence, right? Indeed, Sister Xiaoxiao. Blue Star has not experienced a revival of vitality essence. The essence before you was derived from the ancient spirit tree of the life spirit realm. Impressive. Wang Xiaoxiao expressed her approval. So, how might one utilize this essence? Sister Xiaoxiao can consume it directly, which will prolong life and enhance all attributes. Alternatively, it can be absorbed and transformed by the reincarnation body, potentially unlocking new abilities, though there is also a risk of failure, leading to the essence's disintegration. Both methods can restore your injuries, but the choice lies solely with you, Sister Xiaoxiao. This system cannot decide for you. Is there even a choice? Without hesitation, Wang Xiaoxiao opted to feed it to the reincarnation body. After all, consuming the essence would only provide momentary pleasure, whereas acquiring new abilities would yield lasting benefits. And she had faith in the reincarnation body, How could a fate marked by reincarnation be anything but exceptional? The reincarnation body is absorbing the vitality essence. The green orb dove directly into Wang Xiaoxiao's chest, and a wave of delightful warmth spread throughout her being, akin to basking in the gentle rays of the sun, enveloping her in a comforting embrace of joy. Absorption complete. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao. You have acquired Spirit of Life. It has automatically fused. Woohoo! She was elated, springing up from the sofa, her mind racing as she scrutinized her own changes, even leaning forward to sniff herself. However, disappointment soon washed over her, for aside from the complete recovery of her injuries, she detected only a faint, pleasant fragrance, with no other alterations. Seemingly discerning Wang Xiaoxiao's thoughts, the system promptly interjected. Sister Xiaoxiao, the scenario you envisioned involving pores expelling waste will not occur. You are a transcendent being and will never excrete such impurities. Wang Xiaoxiao pouted, merely curious about what that sensation might feel like. Please, Sister Xiaoxiao, maintain some decorum. One must uphold the image of a beautiful young lady. The emphasis on Sister Xiaoxiao was pronounced. All right, just a jest. You truly lack a sense of humor. Wang Xiaoxiao would never admit that she merely wished to observe the peculiar phenomenon of pores. Allow me to witness the essence of life. Name: Essence of Life. Category: Fate Prototype. Level: Description: A prototype of fate nurtured from the vitality of life, enhancing life force and the speed of injury recovery. It can absorb the essence of life and feed back to the host. When the essence of life accumulates to its zenith, it will transform into a true fate. Splendid. This means it will be much harder for me to meet my demise. So, where might one procure this essence of life? Please explore on your own, dear Xiaoxiao. This system advocates for freedom. You rascal! Paimon. JPG. Yet, she felt powerless against this system, intangible and elusive. As for threatening the system with self-harm, such foolishness would never cross her mind. She twirled a strand of her blue hair around her finger, deep in thought. The essence of life is akin to the gold coins dropped by Qingqing.
By Qingqing.
A whimsical thought suddenly struck Wang Xiaoxiao. Since escaping by Qingqing's pursuit comes with rewards, could I not repeatedly leap before her to farm those rewards? Please refrain from such fanciful musings, dear Xiaoxiao. Achievement rewards are only granted upon first activation. The words she almost uttered were abruptly stifled. How infuriating that this system could anticipate her thoughts. Reflecting on the circumstances of her previous achievement, it seemed certain specific actions were required for the system to grant rewards outside the normal life and death calculations, such as her prior escape from Bai Qingqing. After leaving Bai Qingqing yesterday and re-establishing her position by forming the Night Organization, her subordinates had accomplished numerous tasks. Yet nearly a full day had passed without any achievements. It appeared that one of the conditions for obtaining achievements was her direct involvement. She needed to discover how to harness the essence of life. Remaining idle was not an option. Tomorrow she would venture out, transforming into a beautiful girl. She would relish the experience of a stunning young lady strutting down the street. Chapter 6. Transforming into a girl? How delightfully absurd. Turning off the system panel, Wang Xiaoxiao began to assess her injuries. Her right hand, slender waist, and, well, no more numbness or pain and thankfully no scars. Everything was perfect. With her wounds completely healed, it was time to wash up and rest. But wait, a bath? After evading the relentless pursuit of Bai Qingqing yesterday and being busy all day taking over responsibilities, treating herself to a relaxing soak seemed entirely reasonable, didn't it? A blissful smile graced her exquisite face, though it appeared somewhat incongruous. With her long, elegant legs, she bounced eagerly toward the bathroom. An hour later, the young woman emerged from the bath, satisfaction radiating from her. Her long hair still glistened with moisture, and her delicate figure was wrapped in a white V-neck bathrobe. Her skin, as pure as snow, glistened with droplets of water, and a faint blush adorned her charming face, captivating all who beheld her. In the past, she had been too busy to enjoy such luxuries. The thought of the massage bathtub brought back delightful memories. The wonders of biological research. Of course, I'm referring to legitimate biological studies. Let us not misconstrue that. As a girl who values cleanliness, one must bathe frequently, not for any ulterior motives but simply to relish the experience of a bathtub. Yes, indeed, that is precisely it. Just a gentle reminder to Sister Xiao Xiao, the ultimate being is pure and untainted, free of any blemish. Silence, someone retorted in exasperation. The following morning, Wang Xiaoxiao awoke with exuberance, eagerly selecting outfits in her dressing room. These garments had been meticulously procured through various channels, showcasing an array of haute couture and the pinnacle of renowned designers. Even her lingerie was sourced from the lace capital of the world, a Master-S final masterpiece, tailored to her precise measurements. This delighted Wang Xiaoxiao immensely, as she played with the exquisite pieces. Transforming into a girl? How wonderfully absurd! She had even discovered a new feature of the ultimate being, the ultimate space, capable of storing all manner of clothing, jewelry, cosmetics, and even handbags. With a simple command, it could facilitate a complete outfit change or a makeover, allowing her to mix and match garments and explore a variety of makeup styles, from natural looks to smoky eyes, and even edgy, avant-garde aesthetics. This was truly a boon for someone like Wang Xiaoxiao, who had little knowledge of makeup. What was even more astonishing was the speed of these two functions. Akin to the shape-shifting abilities of the X-Men's Mystique, completing outfit changes in an instant without the slightest risk of exposure. With a flick of her wrist, she stored all her clothes, bags, and cosmetics into the ultimate space, leaving her once crowded dressing room utterly vacant. The only regrettable aspect was the lack of hair color and eye color transformation features. However, this was of little concern, as Wang Xiaoxiao believed her blue eyes and black-blue gradient hair were already quite striking, rendering any changes unnecessary. She felt no need for modesty. Having become so beautiful, she should showcase her allure boldly. After all, being coy was not her style. After experimenting with various ensembles, office attire, schoolgirl outfits, nurse uniforms, and maid costumes, she finally remembered her primary purpose. How infuriating! Why am I so captivating? I nearly forgot my mission. A beauty miscalculates, indeed. After a brief moment of self-admiration, she ultimately selects a low-cut, sleeveless black sweater, a beige knee-length skirt, elegant black stockings, and brown chunky high-heeled boots. With a bare-faced makeup look, she carries a petite black handbag and adorns her left wrist with a black women's watch. Upon transforming her outfit with a mere touch, the reflection in the mirror reveals an intellectually poised young woman, her long hair cascading freely, with a few curls of blue delicately resting on her left shoulder. Wang Xiaoxiao even strikes a pose, her slender arms extended gracefully, hands clasped at her waist, and she beams at her reflection. Oh dear! I can no longer gaze into this mirror, or I shall never step outside today, she exclaims. Lightly patting her cheeks, she shakes her head, retrieves her sunglasses, and finally exits her abode. The Tiangu, a sky villa, is perched atop the prestigious Tianzi Hotel in the capital, a landmark that has piqued the interest of numerous dignitaries who have expressed desires to acquire it, only to be met with rejection, as it has long had an owner. This enigmatic proprietor has left the elite both intrigued and disappointed. Early one morning, the garage specific to Tiangu opens, and a midnight blue Pagani Huayra emerges, flamboyantly convertible and roaring like a beast as it speeds away. This spectacle incites a flurry of chatter among onlookers. Goodness, what did I just witness? Is that the Huayra? Absolutely, it's the Huayra. I work at the Tianzi Hotel, and that garage belongs exclusively to Tiangu. I think I saw a woman driving that car. She must be affluent. The crowd grows increasingly animated, for it is human nature to revel in the spectacle. Could that be the mysterious owner of Tiangu? Murmurs a petite figure, obscured by a black mask and hood, her features concealed. Ah, never mind. It has nothing to do with me. I shall continue my observations. Shaking her head, her gaze sharpens once more. However, the hair color of the person in the car cannot be, it is absolutely impossible. A girl with blue hair could not possibly be so brazen as to steal an ALSP outfit while driving a Huayra. Tightening her hood, the small figure departs from the crowd, heading toward the nearby Tiandu Hotel. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the unfounded accusations labeling her a petty thief, Wang Xiaoxiao revels in the exhilarating rush of the supercar, her dark blue hair dancing in the wind, her spirits soaring. Finally, She is set to experience the joy of shopping as a girl ought to. The mere thought fills her with excitement. But the current offerings in the exclusive space are limited in variety and quantity due to their bespoke nature. What to do? Naturally, it is time to indulge in a shopping spree. Wang Xiaoxiao selectively forgot the original purpose of her outing. Her mind consumed with the thought of adorning herself like a mannequin, her anticipation intensifying as the vehicle sped towards the International Trade Center in the capital. In the northern district of the capital, the midnight blue Pagani Huayra came to a halt at the entrance of the International Trade Center. A long leg emerged from the driver's seat, and she raised her delicate hand to smooth her wind-tousled hair, murmuring, "The Huayra is hardly suited for a beauty like me. I must find time to choose a new car. Welcome to the International Trade Center, Miss Wang. May I assist you with parking?" The parking attendant greeted her with warmth and courtesy, maintaining his professionalism in the presence of such a stunning beauty, albeit with a slight stutter betraying his awe. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction, handing over the car keys, which were a silver miniature replica of the Huayra-S design. The attendant, encountering a Pagani key for the first time, struggled to maintain his composure. Who would have imagined that the limited edition key from the entire Blue Star would take such a form? Yet, recognizing the significance of the exquisite vehicle, he quickly regained his poise, respectfully accepting the keys. Wang Xiaoxiao, keenly perceptive, noted the flicker of surprise on his face but maintained her elegant smile, reminding herself that as long as she was unperturbed, any awkwardness lay with others. Yes, selecting a new car must be prioritized. A red LaFerrari would do splendidly, she mused. With unwavering composure, she nodded and handed the keys to the attendant, striding away with grace. Truly, she embodied the essence of a prominent figure. So elegant. The attendant, not wishing to delay, swiftly drove the Huayra into the underground garage. Thus began her delightful shopping spree. With lively steps, Wang Xiaoxiao embarked on a grand sweep through the store, collecting an array of dresses, shoes, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and even practical attire such as swimsuits, diving suits, and climbing gear. Items she fancied were swiftly acquired and seamlessly stored in her personal spatial realm. 3 hours later, as noon approached, the shopping center began to bustle with more patrons. Has it really been 3 hours? I, with my petite frame, feel utterly unexhausted. Is this the secret behind a girl's boundless stamina while shopping? She pondered. It was only March, and the weather remained quite chilly, yet everyone else was bundled up while she wore a sleeveless outfit. How am I not feeling cold? Of course, that's because Sister Xiaoxiao possesses the reincarnation physique, impervious to both heat and cold. Additionally, she need not worry about weight management at all. Thus enlightened, she realized that a beauty must possess both warmth and grace. She could indulge in delicious treats without concern for weight gain. How delightful! At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao held a cup of bubble tea, savoring a generous sip, with 2 bags hanging casually from her arm. After all, having a personal spatial realm was somewhat extraordinary, so she needed to maintain a semblance of normalcy. As the crowd thickened, her stunning beauty instantly captivated the attention of passers-by. Though her eyes were concealed behind sunglasses, her tall, curvaceous figure, sophisticated attire, and graceful demeanor ensured she turned heads wherever she went. Is that a celebrity, so boldly strolling through the mall? Nonsense. Have you ever encountered a star who resembles a celestial being descended from the heavens? Such beauty, such grace in that young lady. I am utterly captivated and yearning for a connection. I implore a valiant soul to share her name and contact information. I would be eternally grateful. Naturally, Wang Xiaoxiao overheard the surrounding murmurs, a smug smile gracing her lips. Indeed, I exude confidence as a stunning young woman. Wow, Sister Xiaoxiao is truly becoming more accustomed to being a girl. That is only to be expected. You could never comprehend my obsession with the essence of beauty. Is a beautiful girl not a reflection of oneself? How delightful that would be. Cheers to Sister Xiaoxiao. As she continued her stroll, Wang Xiaoxiao arrived at a lavish boutique. Oh, a luxury store that only exists in novels, captivating countless suitors to bow in submission. Let us step inside and experience it. Though Wang Xiaoxiao could effortlessly purchase the entire store with a single bag from her vast wealth, that did not deter her desire to relish the experience of choosing a handbag like any other girl. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xiaoxiao entered the boutique. Chapter 7. The Dog's Counterattack System. I adore slapping faces. In the capital city, at the North District's Commercial International, within the luxurious store of Imashur, a woman heavily adorned with makeup spoke with a tone laced with disdain, mockery, and impatience. Chun Chun, did you not profess your love for me? Imashur has released its new collection this season, and I desire it now. Let us head to the store immediately. The woman, clad in a revealing jumpsuit that barely concealed her curves, drew the glances of several onlookers, revealing that she possessed some allure, though whether it was due to beauty or audacity remains unknown. In front of her stood a young man named Chen Chen, dressed in attire worth less than 100 yuan, sporting thick-rimmed glasses with bangs obscuring his eyes, though his visage appeared as grimy as if smeared with soot. Chen Chen, I spent my part-time earnings on the Pineapple 15 Pro Max Plus for you just days ago. Can we wait until next month? He implored. No, I will take on more jobs. Can we make it 2 weeks instead of next month? The impatience on the face of the alluring woman, Lu Qianzhu, became palpable as she retorted with a laugh. I knew you, a mere loser, lacked the means. The cards are on the table. I have found a new boyfriend. Huang Xiao has already promised to buy me the new items, so do not contact me again. A flamboyantly dressed man with bleached hair emerged from the crowd of onlookers. Is this your ex-boyfriend? Truly a loser, you've upgraded. No need for further conversation. Let us go. I shall reward you. Ah, darling, we're still out here. Huang Xiao grinned arrogantly, wrapping his arm around Lu Qianzhu as they entered the Imashur store. Outside, Chun Chun let out a wail, akin to a lament. Beep! Congratulations on awakening the dog's counterattack system. System level A. You have received a new player reward. 10 trillion dog coins. Dog coins can only be spent on women who meet aesthetic standards. When a woman's favorability reaches 90, counterattack success is achieved, yielding consumption rebates and numerous rewards. Wow! A system. Familiar with such concepts from various web novels, Chun Chun smirked. What is love? What companionship is the most enduring confession? All nonsense. I shall become a dog, traversing the world of beauties, reigning as the emperor among dogs. Beep! Detected a woman meeting aesthetic standards. Name, Lu Qianzhu, age, 22, height, 165 centimeters. Aesthetic value, 83, favorability, 10 green tea bimbo, looking down on others. Let us see who the true impoverished loser is. Chun Chen scoffed, following the embracing couple into the Imashur store. Inside the store, Wang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows, scrutinizing 2 nearly identical white handbags, muttering to herself, what is the difference between this spring's new model and last year's winter edition? How do girls distinguish them? After studying for a long time, I still cannot figure it out. Congratulations to Sister Xiao Xiao for encountering the host of the dog's counterattack system. Achieving the milestone. First encounter with a dog. Reward. Self-cultivation of a dog. 1 goodness. The sycophant system. This is essentially the so-called Sea King system, which frivolously spends vast fortunes. But what is this reward? Does the foremost beauty of the realms truly require such a trinket? As for the newly emerged system host, Wang Xiaoxiao was not the least bit surprised. After all, Bai Qingcheng was a fellow Earthling with a built-in system. It was hardly astonishing that there were other system hosts on Blue Star. In fact, it sparked a hint of anticipation, for the nature of those who seek amusement is ever so transparent. Wang Xiaoxiao held 2 bags, continuing to scrutinize them, though she shifted her position slightly to discreetly observe the 3 individuals who had just entered the store. A man with yellow hair embraced a flamboyant woman, followed closely by a bespectacled man clad in plain attire. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Xiaoxiao's imagination conjured a 1,000-word narrative of a sycophant's unrequited love and a femme fatale's treachery. Ah, the drama of a thin veil, a bull-headed man delivering a swift kick to a scoundrel of a woman. This was bound to be entertaining. Maintaining an impassive expression, Wang Xiaoxiao appeared engrossed in her study of the bags, her demeanor unyielding. The trio at the entrance entered the shop, and the man waved his hand grandly. Wrap up your spring collection. Charge it to my card. Ah, thank you, darling, Lu Qianzhou exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Associating with a wealthy man was indeed a different experience. Spending hundreds of thousands without batting an eye, unlike certain individuals who toiled for a year just to afford a Pineapple 15 Pro Max Plus worth $20,000. Why are you still following me? I told you to stop bothering me, Lu Qianzhou said disdainfully, noticing Chun Chun trailing behind. Is this shop owned by you? Can't I come in and buy 10 or 8 bags? Chun Chun retorted with a cold smirk. With you? You can't even afford the zipper on a bag, let alone 10 or 8. You don't deserve it, the man scoffed. It only dawned on Chen Chun upon entering the store that the sycophant funds were only available for women of certain beauty standards. Lu Qianzhou certainly qualified, but how could he continue to spend money on this public transport? Stuck in a dilemma, he could only observe the other patrons in hopes of finding a woman who met the criteria. Both sales clerks were merely mediocre, scoring around 70, until he noticed a tall, elegantly dressed girl adorned with sunglasses, her perfectly sculpted figure captivating. She was intently examining 2 white bags, her brow furrowed in concentration, while secretly indulging in the unfolding drama. A girl with long, dark blue hair. Ding! Detecting a woman of acceptable beauty. A name, Wang Xiaoxiao, age, 20, height, 170 centimeters, beauty? Affection. 0 goodness. 3 question marks for beauty. Chen Chun was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Was she truly so stunning? Splendid indeed. What's the matter? Are you shocked? Let me tell you to Huang Xiao, this money is but a drop in the ocean, Lu Qianzhou remarked, noticing Chun Chun frozen in place, layering on another round of mockery. If you can't afford it, you should just leave. For the sake of you being my ex-boyfriend, don't embarrass yourself further here. Before she could finish her scathing words, Chun Chun walked straight towards the girl observing the bags. Miss, are you torn between which one to purchase? In my humble opinion, both styles suit you perfectly. No need for hesitation. Allow me to decide. I'll treat you to every item in the store. Of course, it will be on my tab. Why has this situation turned against me? Wang Xiaoxiao wore an expression of bewilderment, lamenting her cursed charm. Observing the mischievous grin that the man could not conceal, she stepped back at lightning speed, distancing herself from him, and firmly declined. No, thank you. Do not mind me, Mississippi. Despite my appearance, I can afford any bag or pair of shoes in this store, even if it were the entirety of the capital's commercial hub. My intention was. The store attendant interjected. Please, sir, kindly put away your black card. This young lady does not require you to pay. Indeed, how dare you, a mere nobody, flaunt a fake card and pretend to be a wealthy heir? I, the young master, will cover all expenses for this lady. Huang, the flamboyant youth, had clearly noticed Wang Xiaoxiao and promptly dismissed the grim-faced Lu Qianzhou to approach her. Here comes another charlatan, Wang Xiaoxiao thought, exasperated. Hey, Huang, what girl could possibly afford to shop at AI Masher? Perhaps her sugar daddies are nearby. Likely more than one, Lu Qianzhou remarked with palpable jealousy. Yet her words were abruptly interrupted. A crisp slap resonated through the air, silencing the incessant chatter of the 2 men and the snide remarks of the cunning young woman. Lu Qianzhou's face turned to the side, a clear and beautiful imprint of a hand left on her cheek, her astonishment evident as she stood frozen, unable to comprehend that the bespectacled intellectual beauty before her had struck her without hesitation. My apologies, I couldn't help myself. I tend to be rather impulsive and can't tolerate slanderous remarks. Wang Xiaoxiao shook her right hand, as if the force of the slap had left her palm slightly numb, then continued, moreover, a girl's reputation is paramount. Spreading falsehoods is quite unacceptable. I truly apologize, gentlemen, for striking your girlfriend. I can cover her medical expenses. How does 150,000 sound? I believe that should suffice for the damage to her nose. People like Lu Qianzhou had never been coddled, neither in Wang Xiaoxiao's past nor present. She would not indulge them and would act decisively. What? A gentleman should not fight with a woman? Please, I am Wang Xiaoxiao, a woman of strength. It was then that Chun Chun and Huang finally grasped the situation. Chun Chun was the first to speak up. Miss, you misunderstand. This foolish woman was merely my ex-girlfriend. For 3 years, she consumed my resources without ever holding my hand. I have no ties to her. By the way, I can cover the expenses. No. That amount is too low. I will pay 5 million. Oh, how he still sought to flaunt his spending at my expense. Huang, appearing constipated, noticed the gathering crowd outside AI Mashur, many of whom had witnessed Lu Qianzhou's earlier antics, and, feeling the pressure of his pride, forced himself to say, "Miss, are you not being a bit ungracious towards me? Though she certainly deserves a slap, she is, after all, my woman." "Your woman? Who do you think you are?" "My father is the owner of the Tiandu Hotel." "Ah, you wretched person." Lu Qianzhou finally regained her senses, emitting a heart-wrenching scream as she lunged at Wang Xiaoxiao with clawing hands. A sizable chunk of plaster fell from the area where she had been struck. My word, how thick was that layer of porcelain powder? Sister Xiaoxiao even found the time to critique. "A light yellow, danger. Goodness, this vixen is even weaker than I am." Wang Xiaoxiao, with an air of nonchalance, deftly sidestepped Lu Qianzhou's grasp, raising her long leg to deliver a sharp knee strike to Lu Qianzhou's abdomen, causing the woman to collapse instantly, curling up like a large shrimp. Though Wang Xiaoxiao currently appeared as a frail maiden, it was still exceedingly effortless to subdue someone even weaker than herself. Huang Nyoto, witnessing the fall, devised a plan, feigning a face full of rage. "You're finished. Dare to strike my woman? Do you believe a single call from me could prevent you from leaving this establishment? You shall never survive in the capital again. Come here, apologize at once, and accompany me for the night, and this matter shall be considered settled. Don't go too far. We'll compensate you, just name your price. How about 10 million? If that doesn't satisfy you, we can offer you 20 million, but having a lady accompany you is absolutely out of the question." Chun Chun also jumped in, instinctively aligning himself with Wang Xiaoxiao's camp. Wang Xiaoxiao had grown weary of such cliché threats. She preferred the satisfaction of a slap in the face. Without uttering much, she clapped her hands, and a figure clad in black, with a high ponytail, materialized beside her. The onlookers were oblivious to her arrival, save for Wang Xiaoxiao, who looked up in exasperation at the ceiling, where a panel had been dislodged. "Miss, shall I take care of this?" "Ah yes, and that fellow's father, Huang Defa, should be dealt with as well. Rest assured, miss. I have been prepared since they spoke so insolently." "Excellent, I trust your judgment. Also, please restore the ceiling panel." Wang Xiaoxiao pointed to the overhead. "Understood, Mississippi. I shall attend to it at once." The woman in black leapt gracefully back into the ceiling, gently replacing the dislodged panel before vanishing into silence. The crowd stood in stunned amazement, and Lu Qianzhou, now lying on the floor, ceased her moans, writhing away to hide. At this point, it was evident to all that the exquisite young lady before them held an extraordinary identity. Even the previously arrogant Huang Nyoto dared not utter a word. A hush fell over the scene until Wang Xiaoxiao pointed at Huang Nyoto's phone in his pocket, a benevolent smile gracing her face, her voice ringing like a silvery chime, reminiscent of a devil's whisper. "You may anticipate your next call. It could well be fortuitous. I am not a villain, you see." No sooner had she finished speaking than Huang Nyoto's phone rang, and his hand trembled as he reached for his pocket. He opened the call, his shaking fingers inadvertently activating the speakerphone. "Hello? Is this Huang Nyoto? The Tiandu Grand Hotel has been found to engage in serious illegal activities, including gambling, fraud, human trafficking, and drug dealings. Huang Defa has already been arrested. We have just discovered a transaction involving you at the International Trade Fair. Please remain where you are for arrest and investigation. Do not attempt to resist. Resistance will be dealt with severely." The sounds emanating from the phone seemed to serve as the final judgment upon Huang Xiao, leaving him utterly stunned, his gaze vacant. He turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, his lips parting to speak, only to be swiftly tackled to the ground by a group of enthusiastic onlookers, restrained by a throng of men. "Fear not, young lady, he would not dare act recklessly," they reassured. "Indeed, we, the spectators, are not merely passive observers. We have all heard the officer's words. This fellow is undoubtedly a suspect. Ha ha ha, acts of heroism can earn extra credit. What a lucrative endeavor." Disregarding the peculiar exclamations, Wang Xiaoxiao earnestly removed her sunglasses, her eyes sparkling with mirth, as she slightly bowed in gratitude, saying, "I sincerely thank all the valiant individuals here." Her enchanting beauty left the crowd in awe, mouths agape, including Huang Nyoto, who ceased his struggles, transfixed by her presence. Noticing the collective astonishment, Wang Xiaoxiao donned her sunglasses once more, leaving behind the meticulously chosen bag she had deliberated over earlier, and with a fragrant breeze, she strode out of the establishment. The onlookers quietly parted to grant her passage, and as she walked away, she acknowledged a few bodyguards within the crowd with a nod. Wang Xiaoxiao, possessing an astute awareness, would not allow her life to hang in the balance so frivolously. Thus, even without the intervention of the eager crowd, Huang Nyoto would not have been able to incite any chaos. The moment she exited the shop, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Chapter 8. A trillion-licking dog? I just want a bit. Fairy, it seems a celestial being has descended. Oh, mother, I am in love. Lisi, declare that this young lady is my goddess. Someone brave, please tell me her name and contact information. I shall be eternally grateful to you and your ancestors. However, Wang Xiaoxiao left no true name, only a legendary moniker of the goddess. What? Where did she go? Chun finally realized that this young lady was extraordinary. A few million or even tens of millions might not sway her. Indeed, possessing a trillion, such sums as millions and billions have become trifling for him. Excellent. I relish a challenge. Moreover, the beauty of that lady. Oh, one can only wonder what she is like in bed. Chun resolved himself, glancing around and noticing that Lu Qian had already abandoned the handbag purchased for him by Huang Nyoto, fearful of being implicated. Yet, the video of her earlier insolence directed at the goddess had already spread online. She would likely find it hard to hold her head high in the future. This was a bull-headed person being outshone by a veil. Clerk, wrap up the most expensive bag in the store for me. Chun hastily produced his black gold card. Sir, I presume you wish to gift this to the young lady from earlier? Though it may be meddling, I personally advise against such a course. Enough chatter. I am now left with nothing but money. Let us settle the bill. But, quickly, finalize the transaction. If you do not wish to earn a commission, find someone else to assist me. Very well. The clerk ceased to argue. Who would refuse a commission that fell into their lap? Moreover, given that this international trade was owned by the young lady, rounding up would only serve to benefit her. Ding! The Imperial Capital Bank has credited 1.5 million yuan. The clerk swiftly prepared the bag, thanking him for his patronage and welcoming him to visit again. Chun felt the clerk look down upon him, assuming he could not afford his purchase, relishing the small act of defiance. However, he had completely misjudged the clerk. She had seen a similar unlimited black gold card in Wang Xiaoxiao's possession and would not mistake it. With the bag in hand, Chun departed the luxury store at lightning speed, pursuing the departing Wang Xiaoxiao. No wonder so many aspiring authors enjoy writing scenarios of slapping faces to inflate their word count. Experiencing it firsthand is indeed quite enjoyable. Not far from her exit, Wang Xiaoxiao wore a jubilant expression. After 10 years of traversing this world, today marked her first encounter with such a face-slapping moment, albeit at the expense of the licking dog system's host. So why do protagonists in web novels prefer to wait until the villain finishes their monologue before delivering a slap to the face? Wouldn't it be far more satisfying to interrupt their recitation directly? Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for delivering a heavy blow to the bull-headed person's arrogance, achieving the title of bull-headed slayer. Reward: Essence of Life 1. Goodness! She even received the essence of life. Wang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, never expecting that her moment of triumph would yield such a delightful reward, and these two foolish individuals had even gifted her gold coins. Wait, it seems I have discerned the path. This wave of ethereal beings known as the bull-headed men has liberated the lives tormented by deceitful individuals, ushering in a fresh beginning, thereby imbuing existence with profound significance. Indeed, my esteemed companion, am I not correct? Truly, the astute and brilliant Sister Xiaoxiao has swiftly discovered the proper means to unveil the essence of life. Naturally, for I am the astute and charming first beauty of the heavens. By the way, let us omit the first. This revelation has filled Wang Xiaoxiao with pride, her hands resting on her hips. Now that a strategy has emerged, the path to success becomes clear. By personally engaging in benevolent deeds, the meaning of life shall flourish. And the day when the essence of life transforms into destiny is not far off. Donations. Engaging in charitable projects to assist the children in remote areas, and contributing to orphanages and nursing homes. Upon contemplating orphanages, a shadow of melancholy suddenly clouded Wang Xiaoxiao's demeanor. Her previously bright spirits dimmed as if shrouded by a storm. "Miss, please wait for me," a voice called from behind, pulling Wang Xiaoxiao back to reality. Turning around, she beheld a figure clad in humble attire, complete with thick-framed glasses, a sycophantic host of the system. "Well, it seems he wishes to shower me with sycophantic gold. Does he? Wait, a fortune in sycophantic gold." A wicked smile crept across Wang Xiaoxiao's face, though she quickly composed herself, reverting to her graceful and intellectual demeanor. "What is it? How may I assist you?" Her tone was polite and elegant, yet imbued with a sense of detachment. "Miss, I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance during the incident with the short horse. Please accept this gift. Isn't that the very pair of exceptional individuals you brought before me? Assistance?" "Hardly." Noticing that Wang Xiaoxiao showed no intention of accepting the gift, and remained silent while gazing at him through her dark sunglasses, her smile radiated warmth, leaving Chun Chen utterly perplexed. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao also observed the bag in his hand. "My word, worth 150,000. Surely it was purchased with sycophantic gold?" Suddenly intrigued, Wang Xiaoxiao contemplated the potential consequences if the sycophantic gold had been spent but the gift remained unpresented. After all, women in tales of sycophantic wealth are typically those whose fortunes can be won through monetary means, and such a scenario of failure to present a gift had never occurred. Yet, beneath the exquisite exterior of a captivating beauty like Wang Xiaoxiao lies the spirit of an endearing otaku, a notion the author likely could not fathom. "Miss, I noticed you didn't purchase a bag earlier, so please accept it." "Thank you, but I have already acquired this particular design. The store is delivering it to my home." "Then are there other styles you desire? I could procure them for you." "No, I've purchased everything from this store. It will arrive tonight." Is there anything else you wish for from the International Trade Center? I can procure those as well." "No, what I mean is, the International Trade Center belongs to me." Suddenly, Chun Chen's countenance transformed, resembling a face smeared with 10 pounds of soot and having consumed 10 bowls of bean juice, contorted and darkened in despair. The young girl gazed with intrigue, swiftly appraising Chun Chen from head to toe. "Surely, this must amount to a staggering 1,500,000 directly attributed to him, right?" That expression was all too familiar to Wang Xiaoxiao, reminiscent of her previous life spent in Genshin Impact, where after half a year of accumulating entangled fates, she managed to draw Nahida only 21 times out of 600 attempts. As she smiled, that smile soon faded. Ding! Detection of the host engaging in the misappropriation of dog money. All expenditures from dog money will be recorded as host debt and will incur exorbitant interest. What the hell? Can't you see this woman is impervious to flattery? And she is excessively wealthy. How on earth can I win her over? Ding! Suggestion for the host. Consider changing targets. There are countless beauties in the world, and if you cannot grasp this flower of unparalleled beauty, then I refuse to believe that no woman loves money. If such a woman exists, it can only be due to insufficient funds. Ding! Then the system can only wish the host good luck. Keep it up. This is a superlative beauty with a rating of 3 question marks. Missing this opportunity may lead to regret. In fact, on the way here, Chun Chen had experimented using photos on his phone, finding that even many top-tier actresses and pop icons only boasted scores around 95. He had truly never encountered someone with such an enigmatic allure. Snapping back to reality, Chun Chen noticed Wang Xiaoxiao's expression had darkened, likely recalling some unpleasant thought. "How about I treat you to a meal? You can choose whatever you like, Mississippi. I feel it's only right to express my gratitude." Wang Xiaoxiao returned to her senses, thinking, "Ah, I see. Trying to mooch a meal, are we? I shall not comply. No, thank you. I'm currently on a diet and need to control my intake." Despite her calm demeanor, she privately conversed with her friend about dinner plans. "Sister Xiaoxiao, did I forget something important today?" "Friend. Sister Xiaoxiao, today is Crazy Thursday." "Sister Xiaoxiao. Oh, dinner is settled then. After all, I won tea gain weight. Chanshan wore an expression akin to having just received a generous gift. This woman was truly difficult to handle. No, I cannot concede. All right, miss. I'll be frank with you. I hail from the Hidden Chin family, and my family has tasked me with spending a substantial sum within a month. Failing to do so could impact my future prospects within the family. Chun Chun spoke these words with a casual air, yet deep down, he hoped Wang Xiaoxiao would not spend excessively, considering her already high consumption level. Only astronomical figures could sway her. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao felt speechless internally, thinking, do you even hear what you're saying? Wang Duoyu, right? What nonsense about a hidden family. I've toiled in this world for a decade. The Wang Group's publicly acknowledged assets are already among the elite in the capital, ranking within the top 50 in Longwa. What hidden family gives out 1 trillion in pocket money? I suggest you get real. Exactly, spouting nonsense. Sister Xiaoxiao, put him in his place. Wang Xiaoxiao, now in full actress mode, responded, really? The Hidden Chin family? Just how substantial is this sum you speak of? A flicker of astonishment, a hint of skepticism, and a trace of anticipation crossed her face. And it was precisely that glimmer of expectation that Chun Chun keenly observed, causing a surge of joy within him. He boldly patted his chest and declared, a considerable amount. There's nothing I can't provide if you can only imagine it. As she spoke, she confidently waved her black card, her face radiating assurance. With this sum of money, do I owe you anything? The skepticism was evident on Wang Xiaoxiao's delicate features. Of course not. I've already stated that this is a token of gratitude for you, dear lady. Feel free to request any amount. Well then, since you insist, to refuse would be to disregard your kindness, young Master Chun. Observing the lingering hesitation and vigilance on Wang Xiaoxiao's face, Chun Chun felt an exhilarating surge of joy. Indeed, no woman could resist the allure of wealth. Even a high-born lady like Wang Xiaoxiao was no exception. Wang Xiaoxiao clapped her hands once more, and a figure clad in black appeared suddenly, startling Chun Chun. Where did she emerge from this time? Only Wang Xiaoxiao, with an expression of exasperation, shifted her gaze from a nearby utility pole. Miss, here is the contract you requested. She promptly extracted a stack of paper documents from her bag. Here, take a look at the contract. I seek funds for the construction of schools and roads in remote areas, as well as for the renovation of orphanage facilities, expenses for orphan care and support for elderly homes, and for left-behind children, and for elderly left behind. Every item is detailed. Young Master Chun, please review it carefully. Faced with the thick bundle of contracts, Chun Chun felt overwhelmed. No need for that, dear lady. I trust your character. Just provide me with a figure. Are you truly not going to glance at it? I've written quite a detailed contract, Wang Xiaoxiao replied, her face displaying regret. In truth, she had not penned it herself. Half an hour prior, upon grasping the correct approach to the situation, she had relayed her ideas to her black-clad assistant and bodyguard, Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi immediately utilized her connections, reaching out to several companies and officials to draft this contract, leaving everything ready except for the payment to commence work. Originally, Wang Xiaoxiao intended to gradually extract a sum from Chen Chun, but she hadn't anticipated this overly eager suitor would present himself so readily. No need, just tell me how much, and I can provide it. Alright, it's not much, just 800 billion. Upon finishing her statement, a hint of shyness and guilt adorned her beautiful eyes, and a delicate blush graced her exquisite cheeks, almost as if they could yield droplets of water. Indeed, it is not much, merely 800 billion? Chen Chun was taken aback. Is that too much? I apologize for putting you in a difficult position, she said, attempting to retract the contract, her face displaying a mix of 5 parts regret, 4 parts apology, and 1 part disdain. Yet it was precisely this hint of disdain that Chun Chun keenly perceived. Recalling Wang Xiaoxiao's enchanting demeanor when she made her requests, he resolutely bit his lip and stomped his foot, steeling himself. One must not hesitate. If he could conquer this woman to a level of 90, the return on investment would be 800 billion. A staggering fortune. At that point, he could bask in 100 billion inheritance, accompanied by 3 breathtaking beauties. What a delightful prospect. Consider it done. I will invest in this project. Wang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this fellow to dare to go all in. She had initially planned to inflate the price before negotiating downwards, reeling in the big catch, yet unexpectedly he had harvested the crop in one fell swoop. Truly, he deserved the title of devoted suitor. Xiao Xiao, do pay attention to your expression management, and also the affinity level of the system. Wang Xiaoxiao was instantly brought back to reality, her charming face illuminated with delightful joy, captivating in its brilliance. As for the affinity level, Wang Xiaoxiao's mood shifted. Truly, my dear father, how proud I am of my eldest son. A gentle smile unconsciously graced her features, though Chun Chun was oblivious to it, lost in his own ecstatic euphoria. Wang Xiaoxiao's affinity level had finally increased. Ding! Wang Xiaoxiao's affinity level increased by 5. Current affinity level, 5. Although it was a mere 5, it marked a significant qualitative leap from nothing. This surge instilled an overwhelming confidence in Chun Chun. Wang Xiaoxiao was not an unyielding iceberg after all. Problems that could be resolved with money were no longer issues. Alright, miss, let us add each other on WeChat, and I shall transfer the funds directly. After signing the contract, Chun Chun resolved to press on with his advantage. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Wang Xiaoxiao take a POS machine from Xiaoqi, a clear indication of premeditation. Goodness, could I have been duped by Lao Lu? Noticing the odd expression on his face, Wang Xiaoxiao quickly clarified. This POS machine is for my shopping today. I brought it along to avoid running to the cashier. You wouldn't mock me for that, would you, young Master Chen? Wang Xiaoxiao's face flushed with embarrassment, her lack of acting evident in her genuine emotions. Overwhelmed with excitement, she had let her guard down. Yet, Chun Chen's expression remained unsettled. Wang Xiaoxiao, sensing the tension, flashed him an awkward smile, her kindness now tinged with a hint of affection. Ding! Wang Xiaoxiao's affinity level increased by 1. Current affinity level, 6. It was only upon hearing the system notification that the peculiar look on Chun Chen's face dissipated. Indeed, in this world only he possessed a system. As long as he kept silent, who could fathom that he held an astronomical wealth of 10 trillion dog-licking coins? Moreover, the 8 billion she mentioned was clearly documented. Undeniably not a ruse to ensnare him, Wang Xiaoxiao remained unaware of Chun Chen's internal musings, nor did she realize that he had already achieved a degree of self-conquest. A sense of unease began to settle in her mind. If his system could discern her own, could it be possible that he had approached her out of interest in her system, with his attraction merely an incidental benefit? No, she must take the initiative. Consequently, while keeping a vigilant eye on the alert of danger, Wang Xiaoxiao swiftly exchanged her bag for one of a similar color from the realm of wisdom, delicately unzipping it. Her hand reached inside, gradually retrieving a brick. The amiable Sister Xiaoxiao had no intention of taking a life. Incapacitating him and stowing him away as a personal ATM would suffice. He. Don't worry, miss, just swipe your card. Chun Chun snapped back to reality from his reverie of self-conquest, only to find the fair maiden smiling at him, her expression a blend of embarrassment and charm. It was this unguarded display of cuteness that sent his heart racing, encased in emotional cement. This woman was truly captivating. Accepting the POS machine, he decisively swiped his card. Ding! 8 trillion deposited from the Imperial Capital Bank. I must extend my gratitude to you, miss, for helping me achieve so many targets at once. How splendid! The funds have been received, and Wang Xiaoxiao instantly regained her composure, her face radiating an unmistakable joy, her charming visage even flushed with excitement.
Danger!
Having received no reaction, she slowly returned the brick she had concealed behind her back to her bag, seemingly reassured that the big boy had not realized he was being tricked. Young Master Chen, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude on behalf of the children in the mountainous regions and the orphans, as well as the elderly in the nursing homes for your assistance. With that, Wang Xiaoxiao swiftly bowed to Chen Chen, her resplendent smile complemented by her genuine sincerity. Men understand men best. May I inquire how one might withstand such a move? Unsurprisingly, Chun Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, and he swallowed hard before rambling, Ha. It's a trivial matter, just a drop in the ocean for me. Miss, feel free to reach out anytime, and of course, there is no need for any form of compensation. I simply enjoy being generous. Truly, he embodied the essence of a scion from a reclusive family, his generosity evident in his actions. At the opportune moment, Wang Xiaoxiao flattered him, and at that juncture, the midnight blue wind sun arrived at the roadside. Well, I am delighted to have met you today, young Master Chun, and thank you for your support of my endeavors. I have matters at home to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Having secured the funds, she prepared to make her escape. All right, miss, do attend to your affairs. I also have a project worth several billion to discuss, haha. Chun understood that one cannot indulge excessively at once, especially with someone as affluent and beautiful as Wang Xiaoxiao. By the way, miss, may I inquire about your name? In truth, he had already been informed of Wang Xiaoxiao's true name by the system, but he felt the need to follow the formality. As Wang Xiaoxiao took her place in the driver's seat of the Wind Sun, adjusting her sunglasses with a slight smile, the roar of the supercar's engine erupted like a beast, speeding away and leaving behind the enchanting sound of her youthful voice. Sister, my name is Bai Qingcheng. Goodbye. Chapter 9. By Qingcheng and the killing system, the Pagani Wind Sun has already sailed into the distance, and the sweet voice once again left Chun momentarily entranced. Wait a moment, Bai Qingcheng? Isn't her name supposed to be Wang Xiaoxiao according to the system? Perhaps it is a custom of the elite families. The wealthy always seem to revel in their peculiar traditions. The moment of doubt lasted barely half a second before the devoted admirer completed his self-advancement yet again. Nevertheless, Bai Qingcheng? What a splendid name. Indeed, she is both fair and enchanting. Chun was in high spirits. Having received the system just on the first day, he had already expended a large portion of his admiration currency. Such efficiency is bound to leave countless protagonists of lavish tales envious. Hehehe. I am truly benevolent. Look at how swiftly I am aiding my devoted admirer in spending. Countless protagonists of extravagant narratives must be green with envy. However, the expected returns on this investment are likely to remain unfulfilled for a lifetime. Hehehe. Today, Wang Xiaoxiao was absolutely delighted. The experiences of this devoted admirer could easily fill the pages of a new novel titled Trapped with a Trillion Assets. I labor under high-interest debt. Congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for investing 800 billion to construct schools in mountain villages, build roads, orphanages, and nursing homes, ensuring that more lives can be nurtured in youth and supported in old age. Achieving their light. Reward. Essence of life 10. Oh, 10 at once. And it's not even his own money. What a tremendous profit. Within the speeding wind sun, Wang Xiaoxiao's mood mirrored her flowing hair, soaring freely. What? Is it hypocritical to do good with someone else's money? Please, even if the admiration currency were not spent, what would the devoted admirer use it for? To shower it on streamers while playing poker? To buy flashy items to impress women? To harm countless virtuous maidens forced by life's circumstances? This beautiful maiden would never agree to that. Thinking of it this way, it indeed seems like a great deed, hehehe. Moreover, this money never belonged to him in the first place. He was just conned by the devoted admirer system, prompting little Chun to abandon vanity and return to practicality. Alas, this wretched benevolence of mine. Speaking of which, why is the system so fixated on me? That is 800 billion. If I am not mistaken, this must be most of his admiration currency, right? He. According to the devoted admirer's reversal system, Sister Xiaoxiao's beauty score is, while top-tier celebrities in Blue Star only score around 95. Well, that settles it. He is indeed coveting my form. How despicable. I am not wronged. Wang Xiaoxiao spat lightly, her face filled with disdain, completely forgetting that her previous two demises were also due to the allure of beauty. Surely, the devoted admirer still has plenty of admiration currency to glean. In the end, he is even attracted by Qingcheng, a fellow traveler from Earth. She must know how to navigate this situation. Hehehe. Meanwhile, at the Tiandu Grand Hotel, Bai Qingcheng, clad in a hood and mask, stood amidst the crowd, utterly bewildered as she observed police cars flashing red and blue lights surrounding the hotel, creating an impenetrable barrier. The caution tape was drawn, keeping the onlookers at bay, yet it could not suppress the enthusiasm of the eager crowd. What on earth happened at the Tiandu Grand Hotel to warrant such a scene? It has come to light that a serious illegal operation has been reported, and upon investigation, issues have indeed been uncovered. The underground of the Tiandu Grand Hotel has been operating a large casino, with alleged monetary involvement reaching a staggering 1 billion. This operation has also led to the rescue of numerous gamblers unable to repay their debts, who were unfortunately administered drugs and recently transported by ambulance. Additionally, there are several missing persons. Could they have been sold for their organs in the north? How unfortunate. I just renewed my 3-year membership at Tiandu yesterday. Geneva. I demand a refund. My condolences, brother. The Tiandu Grand Hotel is a renowned establishment, second only to the Tianzi Hotel in the capital, and the two have long been in a competitive rivalry. Given the magnitude of this incident, one cannot help but suspect the Tianzi Hotel's involvement behind the scenes. It would be hard to believe otherwise. Yet, the reality is that the Tiandu Grand Hotel has been plagued by issues for quite some time. Why did the Tianzi Hotel not report this sooner, and why at this particular moment? Bai Qingcheng spotted her target, Huang Defa, being escorted into a police vehicle amidst the crowd before she turned to leave. Upon returning to her residence, darkness had fallen. It was a narrow, dimly lit, and damp old rental unit, one of the few remaining in the northern district of the capital, characterized by its poor conditions. The incessant dripping of water and the crackling of aging electrical circuits were constant companions, yet it offered a degree of concealment and affordability. As Bai Qingcheng entered her room, she let out a long sigh and, in her sweet and youthful voice, uttered a single word: silence. A peculiar wave of energy enveloped the entire rental unit, instantly silencing the dripping water and the crackling electricity. If Wang Xiaoxiao were present, she would undoubtedly recognize that this wave was identical to the one released by Bai Qingcheng during her first fatal incident, perhaps even more potent by a fraction. Bai Qingcheng removed her hood, revealing her flawless, shoulder-length hair. She took off her mask, exposing her pure and adorable face, though at that moment, her cheeks were puffed, and her cherry lips were pursed in a charming display of displeasure. Her delicate brows knitted together, and her ruby-like eyes glimmered with a mix of exasperation, frustration, and a hint of regret. Unlike her mission persona, which was aloof and somewhat manic, Bai Qingcheng now resembled a typical young girl, exhibiting a range of emotions previously unseen by Wang Xiaoxiao. The voice of the killing system resonated in her mind. Ding! Target Huang Defa has been apprehended. Probability of capital punishment: 99. 99. Mission accomplished. Ding! All beginner guide tasks completed. Congratulations, host, on receiving the beginner guide gift package. Sigh. How infuriating. Although I am reluctant to admit it, I have hardly put in the effort for this beginner guide task. Frustrated, Bai Qingcheng stomped her little feet in exasperation. Have I truly completed the mission? Ding! Of course, little flower, based on the results, all 3 targets have indeed been eliminated. Ding! Little flower, let me provide you with an analysis. The first target, a local tyrant and lawless rogue from the capital university town, Zhangsan. Are you referring to that individual who was so mesmerized by my appearance that he crossed the street without heeding the traffic lights, only to be struck and killed by a dump truck? Can that be counted as my kill? Ding! Ahem, of course it counts. Xiaohua, did you not decisively eradicate that gang with your formidable prowess? That was the persistent trouble caused by Zhang San's gang. Their leader, oblivious to the traffic signals, blamed others for being too charming, while he constantly dispatched hapless minions to harass me, compelling me to take action. Ding! Xiaohua, you effortlessly dealt with those minions, didn't you? You even received several awards for bravery from the police, with the exception of that one woman. Outrageous. Which woman? Ding! The one you inadvertently injured, who was easily intimidated by a few words. Ha! You? Don't laugh. Wasn't she just stunned by the explosion of Wang Zhao's coffin? I simply couldn't think straight at that moment. Ding! Just admit you didn't manage to subdue her. That girl's perceptiveness and adaptability are exceptional. She is truly beautiful, the only one I've seen in this world who surpasses you in beauty. Even you, Xiaohua, couldn't handle her. Ha ha! That's only because the blue-haired girl's sharp tongue distracted me. It's not that she was so beautiful that I couldn't bring myself to be ruthless. Bai Qingcheng pouted, crossing her arms defiantly, turning her head aside. Ding! Ah, you incessant chatterbox of a system. I've told you countless times to stop that incessant dinging. It's infuriating. Why must a mere string of ellipses elicit a ding? Doesn't tea that highlight my existence? It makes your otherworldly journey a tad less dreary. Thankfully, you didn't tea activate during my decade-long assassination of Wang Xiao. Otherwise, I might have perished even before him. Killing system Wang Xiao. Are you being polite? By the way, speaking of your husband, Wang Xiao, he is quite an extraordinary character. It's a pity I missed the scenes of you designing his assassination over the 10 years. He consistently anticipated and evaded every attempt. He dodged 1,000 times. He is not my husband. Bai Qingqing's expression suddenly turned icy, her beautiful red eyes glinting with a hint of frost, causing the temperature of the entire rented space to plummet, clearly incensed. The killing system's sultry voice dwindled. I'm sorry, Xiaohua. Truly sorry. I didn't mean it. I know you're still searching for him. Sigh. The chilling atmosphere dissipated as Bai Qingqing sighed once more. All right. In this brief time spent with you, I've come to understand that you simply speak your mind. I knew you were the best, Xiaohua. Returning to the main topic, aside from Zhang San, the other two fellows seem entirely unrelated to me. Can that even be counted? Who says they are unrelated to you? The second target, Yi Lurin, was apprehended due to the Wang family's pressure to thoroughly investigate the crematorium explosion incident, which uncovered significant issues, leading to his impending execution. At that time, I had already donated the Wang family's assets. What does that have to do with me? Not to mention the third fellow, who just accepted the task yesterday and was reported today, barely having a moment to breathe before he was taken down. Is this beginner's guide task of yours even legitimate? Are you sure it's not some slacker system that devised this task? Cough, little flower, do not concern yourself with trivial details. Sigh. Had I known in my previous life that I should have perused more web literature with that fellow, I would not have ended up with such an unreliable system. A hint of regret manifested upon her delicate visage. By the way, little flower, would you like to open the guide task gift pack? The rewards this time are quite abundant. Claim the reward. Ding. No more dinging. Bai Qingqing exclaimed in exasperation, her cheeks puffing up once more, hands firmly on her hips. All right. Congratulations, little flower, on receiving the reward. A-class Fate Seedling. Spirit of Slaughter 1, designated kill 3, intent to kill 5, click to view details. Utilize and absorb everything. Bai Qingqing surrendered herself to the process of absorbing the rewards. She has always been receptive to system rewards that enhance her power. Spirit of Slaughter is merging. Intent to kill is being absorbed. Rewards have successfully merged. Although the task process was less than satisfactory, it seems this reward is indeed superior to Wang Zhao's last time. Of course, the beginner's guide task is an advanced version of the system activation task. However, compared to the activation task, the guide task feels more like drifting through the motions. Well, I cannot refute that. Let us take a look at the detailed information of this task's rewards. All right, little flower, please take a look. Name, Spirit of Slaughter type, Fate Seedling level. A description. A Fate Seedling nurtured based on the Slaughter King's spirit power from the Azura plane, enhancing combat capabilities, capable of absorbing the intent to kill and providing feedback to the host. When the intent to kill accumulates to its zenith, it can metamorphose into a Fate. Fate Seedling? Certainly sounds formidable. Bai Qingqing sensed the changes in her body. Her strength and coordination seemed to have significantly improved. What a treasure! Yes, indeed, my power has increased. Name, designated kill type, rule item description. Mark target, slaughter. Is this description a tad too perfunctory? I fail to comprehend. This is the content of the official version of the slaughter system after completing the beginner's task. From now on, this system will no longer assign tasks to Little Flower. You will need to independently mark targets with designated kill and complete the slaughters to receive rewards. Completing a kill will also allow you to score based on the target's qualities and your performance in the kill, thus enhancing the rewards. So the more formidable the opponent, the greater the rewards obtained. My first target must be someone exceptionally powerful. By the way, Little Flower, the system is now fully activated. You can also view your panel. Alright, typically, system literature features a panel, so let us unveil my panel. Name, Bai Qingqing race. Human gender, female age, 19 fate. The body, awakening. Spirit of Slaughter, transforming 59999 power. 17, average for adults on Blue Star. 6. Speed. 20. Average for adults on Blue Star. 6. Constitution. 10. Average for adults on Blue Star. 6. Mind. 10. Average for adults on Blue Star. 6. Charm. 89. Average for adults on Blue Star. 6. 1. Skill. Silence. S-Class. Items. Red Iron Greatsword. D-Class. 1. Designated Slaughter. 3. Flash Marriage. The President's Stunning Little Wife. Beginner's Guide to Assassination. 100,000 Ways to Create Accidents. Damaged Brake Pads. 12. Transparent Fishing Line. 99. Spark Generator. 6. Evaluation Level. D. A stunningly beautiful fragile girl assassin, killing one person every 10 steps. Indeed, I am formidable. Each attribute far surpasses that of an ordinary person. Fragile, an assassin requires no defense. As long as I strike swiftly enough, no one can harm me. What is this? Body? Upon reflection, is my transformation into a white-haired, red-eyed being due to this fate? Indeed, but how to completely awaken depends on your own exploration. Dear Flower, now that I can choose my targets, I sincerely hope to eliminate those deserving of death. In this thought, she couldn't help but recall Wang Xiao's rugged visage. Although his demise was baffling and seemingly unrelated to her, perhaps it was indeed the consequence of her decade-long clandestine affliction? As for what transpired after their encounter, their interactions resembled more of two dramatists delivering a performance rather than a romantic relationship. The narrative tropes of a romance novel were truly taken literally. Not metaphorically. I wonder why Wang Xiao was willing to marry her in haste. Contemplating this, Bai Qingcheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt, clasping her hands together in prayer, wishing for Wang Xiao to find happiness and peace in the afterlife. Chapter 10. The Night Stalker Organization. The White-Faced Owl. Ashu. Ashu. At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao, enveloped in the warm embrace of her hot tub, unexpectedly sneezed twice. She extended her slender right index finger to dab at her nose, pondering why this beginning felt so familiar. No, wait. System. Is your reincarnation mechanism truly reliable? How could I possibly sneeze while soaking in a bathtub? Sister Xiaoxiao, you are not ill, but could it be possible that someone is speaking of you? Who could it be? The sycophant? That shouldn't be the case. He ought to be preoccupied with showering affection upon the streamer or the campus belle. Am I right? Wang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows in deep contemplation. Could it be Bai Qingcheng? Why would that little girl, who has neglected her system tasks, be mentioning me? Speaking of which, I have yet to avenge those 2 slashes from last time. I haven't paid attention to the little white girl these past few days, so it's time to deal with her. A sinister smile graced her breathtaking visage, though it resembled more of a mischievous prankster than a true villain. With little inclination to continue her bath, she swiftly dried herself, utilized her rational space to don a fresh robe, and stuffed a piece of spicy chicken wing from Kai Feng into her mouth, calling upon her system. System, arrange the essence of life. It would be far more secure to stir up trouble this way. Absorbing the essence of life. 11. Absorption successful. Received essence of life feedback. Constitution 11. Speed 11. Spirit of life metamorphosis progress 11. Oh, something new has emerged. Let me check my personal panel. A name, Wang Xiaoxiao. Race, human. Gender, female. Your age, 20. Or fate, rational body. Level, reincarnation body, S level. Spirit of life, metamorphosing 119999. Strength, 2. Average for Blue Star adults. 6. Speed, 14. Average for Blue Star adults. 6. Constitution, 15. Average for Blue Star adults. 6. Mentality, 10. Average for Blue Star adults. 6. Charm, 99. Average for Blue Star adults. 6. 1. Skills, danger, S level. Hold breath for 10 minutes. E level. Rational space. Level. Items. Resurrection 1. Self-cultivation of a sycophant, excluding items in rational space. Evaluation level. D. Stunningly beautiful, resilient, swift-footed little Kaiji, yet unable to defeat even a chicken. The essence of life does not enhance my attack power. Swift and resilient, with the spirit of life accelerating recovery speed. Am I destined to become a tank? No. I refuse to transform from a beautiful girl into a hulking brute. Oh dear. Drama queen Xiao Xiao, how petty. Cough. Cough. Let us lighten the mood. In truth, she was quite content with being resilient and fast. After all, with the rational body, she had no fear of becoming overly muscular. For she could allocate all her points to defense and evasion to avoid death. Is it true that the spirit of life requires 9,999 essence to metamorphose? It seems there is a long journey ahead, and I must venture out more often. This matter indeed warrants attention. The essence of life must be directly acquired through personal effort, as delegating tasks to subordinates will not lead to unlocking achievements. Today, after reporting Huang Defa and rescuing so many, the system did not register any accomplishments. Perhaps only after perishing will the life and death settlement be revealed? One must indeed stir up matters, elevating the stakes of life and death, ultimately to perish in a grand spectacle. Perhaps at the hands of a formidable adversary who might dispatch me with a mere slap? Who knows, upon my resurrection, it might unfold like a tale from my past life, unraveling all in a veil of mystery? He he he. As for my dear sister Xiao Xiao's whimsical imagination, I have long since grown accustomed to it. Xiao Qi, please locate Bai Qingcheng and inform me of her recent activities, I commanded, directing my words towards a seemingly vacant corner. Suddenly, the wallpaper in that inconspicuous corner bulged, taking on a human shape, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Understood, miss. I shall attend to it at once. Half an hour later, I held a tablet in my hands, my brow furrowed in contemplation as I perused the information. Loitering suspiciously near the Tiandu Grand Hotel? Huang Defa has not been seen since his capture? Just from these two pieces of information, it was clear that her system mission target was none other than Huang Defa. Thus, I had inadvertently facilitated yet another task for her. First, I risked my life to assist her in activating her system, and now I was unwittingly aiding her in a grandiose confrontation scenario? This simply would not do. Who am I, Wang Xiaoxiao? I cannot allow her to reap all the benefits. Upon glancing at the next piece of intel, my exquisite features twisted into a frown, my beautiful eyes narrowing into a slit. Is this Bai Qingcheng girl out of her mind? What kind of genius directly searches for dark web assassin commissions on a search engine? If she doesn't get caught by the authorities and end up as a seamstress for 10 days or more, I'll change my surname to hers. With a face full of exasperation, I rubbed my temples. I had previously hoped she would exploit that simpering fool, but if she truly pursued it, she would likely be met with a swift retaliation. She had even claimed that once she surpassed me, she would turn me into her personal plush toy. At this rate, it seems she might become someone else's plush toy before I even get the chance. Absolutely not. Moreover, this increasingly intense sense of déjà vu, this naive individual, so oblivious to the ways of the internet, reminds me strikingly of someone from my past life. The memories of the deceased suddenly assaulted me. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts, I pondered anew. But why is she suddenly seeking an assassin commission? Is it due to a lack of funds? Or perhaps her killing system is as languid as my own lethargic system. Sister Xiao Xiao, this system is characterized by high degrees of freedom. It is not languid. She certainly wasn't this clueless during her wedding. Previously, she had embodied the role of a dutiful heroine in a modern sweet romance. Ah well, I shall assist her once more, but from now on, the petite lady must work for me. She can toil while transforming into a plush toy, hee. Ignoring the system's grumbling, I retrieved my notebook and began to operate, my slender fingers dancing swiftly across the pages, a speed that would evoke envy in countless keyboard wizards. In a dilapidated rental apartment, Bai Qingcheng, bewildered, browsed the internet. Why are all the search results directing me towards seamstress work? Could it be that such places are actually gathering spots for mysterious organizations? Perhaps I should scout the area first? When it comes to timing, her gaze suddenly sharpened, akin to a blade poised to unsheath. Bai Qingcheng, on the verge of departure, found herself startled by the pattern on the computer screen. A deep blue hexagram, encircled by the sun, moon, and stars, revolving around it like celestial bodies adoring a moon, its grandeur unmistakable. Much like the loading screen of a game, the hexagram swiftly vanished, revealing an interface resembling a chat dialog box. Nightingale. Chosen blade, do you wish to embody the darkness, merge with the night, and purge the dross of daylight? Bai Qingqing's DNA seemed to stir at such, well, dashing words, and she was utterly captivated. Surely, the tales from her past life on the silver screen were true. It must be an invitation from some clandestine assassin organization. White-faced owl. I willingly represent the night, to judge the shadows beneath the sunlight. This was the moniker Bai Qingqing had bestowed upon herself, inspired by a game she had once relished in her previous existence, and she found the idea of a code name to be quite glamorous. Meanwhile, Nightingale, also known as Wang Xiaoxiao, upon reading this declaration, felt even her robust demeanor falter, her toes curling tightly against the floor. Well, it appeared this individual was a fellow enthusiast. This opening line had merely been a whimsical jest, yet she was taken aback by the fervor of her compatriot. Nevertheless, to persuade a mere worker, Wang Xiaoxiao steeled herself to continue the exchange. Nightingale. The night admires your courage. The details of the trial have been sent to your email. Strive to realize your utmost potential in its execution. White-faced owl. Mission accomplished. As the imagery on the computer screen faded once more to the forum discussing sewing machines, it dawned upon her. The sewing machine must be a coded message. She had grasped it. Upon opening her email, she received the task information from Nightingale, and her expression shifted from shock to ire and finally to elation. Oh, the prestige of a bona fide assassin organization. The first mission was indeed formidable. Bai Qingqing beamed with excitement, declaring, at last, I shall embark on the true path of an assassin. Commence the slaughter directive. Chapter 11. The first assassination mission of the white-faced owl. On the following morning, Wang Xiaoxiao was particularly eager for the day's itinerary, as she was to accompany Bai Qingqing on an assassination mission, serving as a seasoned mentor in the shadows, guiding Bai Qingqing in eliminating today's target. Of course, while it was termed as guidance, in reality it was more of a supportive role, perhaps even leading to the emergence of some unexpected opportunities for survival. Initially, Wang Xiaoxiao had no intention of participating in such perilous endeavors, yet there was no choice. Without personal involvement, the system would not grant her any achievements. To facilitate her movements today, Wang Xiaoxiao styled her dark blue hair into a high ponytail secured at the back of her head, complemented by a pair of light brown sunglasses. She wore a black trench coat identical to that of Yan Shuangying, left unzipped to allow the hem to billow freely, revealing the alluring attire beneath. A cropped, low-cut white sports tank top that showcased her slender waist and the charming navel that adorned her abdomen. Below, she donned a pair of black, form-fitting leather pants that accentuated her long, graceful legs and the alluring curves of her figure. Sister Xiaoxiao, is this truly an appropriate outfit for an assassin? Do you even understand? The less you wear, the greater the impact. Sister Xiaoxiao, your attack power is merely 2. Stop the mockery. Bai Qingqing and I are destined to wreak havoc. With that, she hopped into a bulletproof Wuling Hongguang and sped towards the rendezvous point. In the capital, in the northern district, lies a street of bars, a breeding ground for gray industries. The Delong Zhuan bar reigns supreme, a veritable titan among its peers. More renowned than the bar itself is its origin story. 3 years ago, it forcefully established its presence, wielding substantial capital and ruthless methods to sweep away rivals on the bar street, now standing as a dominant force in the area. Boss Yang, why has this year's demand for supplies surged so much compared to last year? Is there some significant action underway? A timid man, slight of stature, inquired of the rotund figure adorned with a large gold chain, within the depths of the bar's private chamber. How many times must I repeat this? Do not call me Yang Wei. Address me by my code name, Long Wei. Are you incapable of understanding? Drag him out and have his ears cut off. Please, Boss Yang. I shall never dare again. Spare me this once. The diminutive man was already being dragged from the chamber when a scream echoed from beyond the door. The 3-year deadline has arrived. That esteemed individual will reclaim all that belongs to him, and our only task is to welcome his return. Ha ha ha. The corpulent man's face gleamed with fervor. Yet, he failed to notice the sudden, eerie silence that enveloped the surroundings. Even the cries of the diminutive man had ceased. The lights in the chamber abruptly extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Before Yang Wei could grasp the situation, a searing pain pierced his left chest. Reaching out, he felt the red blade that had pierced through him. Just as he attempted to cry out for help, a bag was thrust over his head, and with 3 swift strikes, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, the lights in the chamber flickered back to life. 2 figures emerged from the shadows, presumably 2 women. Both wore masks, revealing only their striking eyes. One pair of vivid red, the other a deep blue, glimmering brightly in the dimly lit chamber. "Is there a deeper significance behind the process of bagging and executing him?" inquired the petite figure. "It is to ensure his demise," replied the tall figure, wielding a brick while maintaining her relentless movements. "The foremost principle for an assassin is caution. One must not allow the target any chance of retaliation. But now that he is dead, why do you not cease?" the petite figure asked, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. "It is to prevent any possibility of resurrection. You must understand, there are many extraordinary techniques in this world. What if he possesses some form of false death or stealth? What if, upon our turning away, he springs up to ambush us?" The tall figure silently scoffed, contemplating whether to confess, "I merely desire your head." Target confirmed deceased. Shall we proceed with the kill assessment? Wonderful. Xiao Hua, you've completed your first objective so swiftly. The score is impressively high. Not yet. I wish to learn more from my esteemed blue-haired senior. Her gaze shifted to the tall figure still brandishing the brick, now taking notes diligently. These 2 figures were none other than Bai Qingcheng and Wang Xiaoxiao. An hour prior, in the Seoul CAF on the bustling street of bars, Bai Qingcheng's mouth formed an A-shape, her face a portrait of incredulity as she beheld the girl before her. A peculiar ensemble of a trench coat, cropped athletic top, and form-fitting leather pants. Yet, she had managed to exude an air of gallant charm, even hinting at an alluringly criminal allure. "It's you, the perverse, sharp-tongued blue-haired thief." The enigmatic trench-coated girl, Wang Xiaoxiao, nearly stumbled at the exclamation. "How dare you? Which woman are you referring to?" The beautiful girl was indignant. Her hair was a gradient of black and blue, predominantly black. How could she be labeled as merely blue-haired? "Ahem. Greetings. I am the Nightingale, your liaison and mentor. My previous visit to your residence was to assess your abilities through a brief encounter, and I am pleased to inform you that you have passed the organization's test. Now, I represent the organization to guide you in completing your first mission." Someone had seamlessly woven back the words that had previously deceived Bai Qingcheng. Once again, Bai Qingcheng was caught off guard. Having already discerned that the woman before her was not an enemy, she relaxed her icy demeanor associated with missions. Now, a slight itch in her mind suggested she was beginning to gain insight. "Very well, I trust you. In truth, the organization has been active since a decade ago." "Ah, you believed me so quickly? Is it too easy to deceive you? Hee. Perhaps I can initiate my plush ball plan ahead of schedule. Though you are weak, merely a pervert who has intruded in a knee-length t-shirt, and those too bothersome aspects. I am eager to proceed with this mission, so I shall grant you my trust for now." Bai Qingcheng even counted Wang Xiaoxiao's transgressions on her fingers, and in the end, she glared at a certain ample part of Wang Xiaoxiao's figure with a fierce look. "A pervert? Have you ever seen such a beautiful pervert as myself?" Wang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Having been resurrected twice in your home, I find myself quite helpless as well. And that day, wasn't it merely a display of my impressive assets? Why are you so fixated on it? I went easy on you that day, which is why you felt so weak. Someone was being obstinate." "Oh, is that true? I don't believe it." It seemed Bai Qingcheng held considerable confidence regarding combat, and her attempts at persuasion were in vain. "All right, let us not dwell on these details. Let us get back to the main topic and discuss the specifics of this mission." Someone was adept at steering the conversation. Oh, blue-haired senior, please enlighten us." Bai Qingcheng promptly pulled out a charming little pink notebook to jot down notes. Observing her adorable demeanor, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a strong sense of déjà vu, and her lips involuntarily curved into a captivating smile. "We do this first, then that, and finally this. Do you understand?" Oh, I understand, blue-haired senior. Let us set off at once." The blue-haired joke had become a bit excessive, hadn't it? Returning to the present, Wang Xiaoxiao had been striking the target with a brick for quite a while, her hands aching, yet no achievement notification from the system appeared. Was this creature still alive? It shouldn't be. Although my attack power is merely 2 points, I've been smashing for so long, and it had already been stabbed by Qingcheng. Suddenly recalling that Bai Qingcheng possessed a killing system, she turned to Bai Qingcheng and waved her hand. Xiao Bai, come here and check if this target has been eliminated. It has. Bai Qingcheng replied without hesitation. Wait, who told you to call me Xiao Bai? I am known as the white-faced owl. Oh, it seems she has already received a system notification. Then why haven't I received an achievement? Is merely eliminating him insufficient to resolve the issue? This bar truly harbored no good individuals. It was time to teach Bai Qingcheng the proper methods of assassination. Do you know what the next step is? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired again. To clean up the scene, promptly evacuate, and leave no traces behind. Wrong. Utterly mistaken. The deceptive persona of Wang Xiaoxiao reemerged. Cleaning up traces is merely a passive hope of not being discovered. A truly excellent assassin should never put themselves in a passive position. Well, that makes a lot of sense. So what should I do? Naturally, you must eliminate anyone who could discover the scene. At the very least, you should take out his accomplices. As she spoke, she produced a black LV bag as if performing a magic trick, from which she retrieved a dagger. Understood. Shall we charge out directly now? Hey! Bai Qingcheng eagerly drew her crimson blade, a chilling smile spreading across her cute face, reminiscent of a scene in the hospital that sent a shiver down Wang Xiaoxiao's spine. Wait, why am I afraid? I still have 1 life to spare, and she has failed to assassinate me over 10,000 times in the past decade. The only reason I perished was due to my desires for her. Why should she succeed now? As she regained her composure, a trace of ruthlessness emerged on Wang Xiaoxiao's exquisite face. No, you must first ensure that no one can escape. The central control room is conveniently located within this secret chamber. First, shut the door, then release the poison, and finally, slay the victims. A melodious yet chilling voice articulated the most brutal of intentions. Bai Qingcheng, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at grain. Chapter 12. A double kill. The misfortunate dragon whiskers. Why did the door suddenly close? Has the boss captured someone else's wife again? The boss truly has exquisite taste. Although we can only enjoy the broth, it is indeed nourishing. Yes, indeed. And the boss is always swift. What nonsense. The boss is merely considerate of his subordinates. Right, considerate of his subordinates. Speaking of which, why do I suddenly feel so drowsy? I do feel a bit tired. I think I shall take a short rest. Who are you? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. I haven't even had the chance to meet the boss's new woman. I do not wish to die. The scene descended into utter chaos, as both women possessed formidable systems, easily overpowering a group of ordinary thugs, especially since they had been sabotaged by someone. Although that someone remains a weakling, fearful of confrontation, it does not hinder her from taking advantage of the situation to ride on the coattails of the swordmaster's assistants. Half an hour later, the 2 women slipped through the back door of the dragon-turned bar into an armored Wuling Hongguang, their beautiful faces radiant with excitement. Bai Qingcheng was naturally elated, having learned a great deal from Wang Xiaoxiao, exclaiming that she had mastered it. This marked her genuine first successful assassination mission, and her inner excitement was undeniably overwhelming. As for Wang Xiaoxiao, congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for collaborating with the host to dismantle a large stronghold colluding with foreign forces. Achievement unlocked. The unsuccessful expedition. 1-4. Rewards. Essence of Life 5. A-class item. Invisibility mask X1. Woohoo! This is far more efficient than spending money on sycophants. Moreover, I received an A-class item, an invisibility mask. This will make assisting much easier. Oh! After reviewing the rewards, Wang Xiaoxiao noticed this achievement was different from previous ones. Oh! This achievement is quite intriguing. It is indeed phase-based, indicating there are a total of 4 strongholds related to this foreign force. Wang Xiaoxiao twirled her long hair thoughtfully. However, why is this foreign force hidden? Must we eliminate the remaining 3 to unlock it? I shall have Xiao Qi search for clues later. Taking out her phone, she swiftly composed a text message to Xiao Qi, then removed her mask and turned to the still exuberant Bai Qingqing. Sister Bai, have you learned true assassination? I've mastered it. Bai Qingqing nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Let us go, we must withdraw. The next mission will be notified to you soon. Next time, I shall teach you new techniques. The Wuling Hongguang roared to life and sped away. After dropping Bai Qingqing off at home, Wang Xiaoxiao had just parked her car at the Heavenly Pavilion. This familiarity, where does it stem from? That girl should still be on Earth, right? Could it be a parallel world as doppelganger? That seems unlikely. As she pondered, a voice emerged from beneath her freshly parked Wuling Hongguang. Sister, I found all 3 targets, one in the capital and the other 2 in the Magic City. When did you crawl under the car? Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, having been so engrossed in contemplating Bai Qingqing that she neglected to pay attention to Xiao Qi. After you and Miss Bai exited the bar, noticing your lively conversation, I felt it was more appropriate for me to remain beneath the car rather than inside it. Xiao Qi emerged from underneath the vehicle, her attire covered in dust. Wang Xiaoxiao remained speechless, unable to adapt to Xiao Qi's peculiar habit, yet she always managed to locate her. Ahem, please provide me with the information regarding that individual in the capital. Certainly, sister. Xiao Qi retrieved a tablet from her pocket and handed it to Wang Xiaoxiao. After a swift glance, a peculiar smile spread across Wang Xiaoxiao's face. Oh, so it is that old coot. This is going to be entertaining. The following day, in the office of the chairman at Sulong Group in the capital, a visibly agitated elderly man sat at his desk, fingers interlaced, elbows resting upon the surface, his quivering goatee betraying his inner turmoil. The man was Huang Su, the chairman of Sulong Group, who, despite being in his 70s, still wielded significant power, ruling the organization with an iron fist. At that moment, around a dozen individuals stood in the office, all with troubled expressions, trembling in silence. Everyone except Xiao Zhang, Xiao Zhao and Xiao Li out. In an instant, the office was vacated, leaving only the 3 named individuals. Useless. Worthless. All of you are worthless. The 3 individuals across the desk quivered, and only Xiao Zhang dared to speak timidly. Chairman, the old master and the young master have already been dealt with. There is no way to absolve ourselves past the blame. With so many people at Tiandu Hotel, is there not one who can take the fall? However, the testimonies from others at Tiandu were entirely consistent. Those who needed to confess did so, and those who required protection were safeguarded, as someone had paved a way for them. For heaven's sake, it's obvious that this was the doing of the Tianzi. Is this how you conduct your affairs? Suddenly, an untimely ringtone interrupted the tension. Huang Su pulled out his phone, glanced at it, and shifted his tone, dismissing them. Leave. All of you. Get out. Once the 3 remaining individuals exited, Huang Su answered the call. On the other end was a sultry female voice. The supplies from Long Wei have been secured. Long Su, ensure that the path is clear for him. Do not let the authorities catch wind of this. I was already prepared. No need for reminders. Huang Su replied with disdain. Long Lin, you are merely my peer and do not hold the authority to give me orders. Haha, let us hope it remains as you say. However, I have heard that your son and grandson have encountered significant trouble. Do you require assistance? Mentioning that particular subject caused Huang Su's expression to darken instantly. You need not concern yourself with that, you little flea. Tend to your own territory, as the first phase of the plan unfolds there. Do not mess it up. With that, Huang Su abruptly hung up, removed his reading glasses, and rubbed his temples, enveloping the office in silence. Bring tea. As soon as the words left his mouth, a petite employee clad in business attire entered, bearing a tray of tea. Chairman, here is your usual Westlake Longjing. After scolding others, he thought to himself, it seems he hasn't even reprimanded them for long. However, Huang Su did not dwell on it for long. After all, given his age, fluctuations in health were to be expected. He took a large sip from the teacup and glanced at the petite female employee still standing by the desk. Why are you still here? Huh? I don't recall seeing you before. Huang Su's throat felt constricted, and he could not utter the remainder of his thoughts, only managing to choke out a single word, you. His entire body became numb, leaving him devoid of the ability to resist. Before him, the female employee removed her facial mask, revealing an exceptionally charming visage, yet a sinister grin crept upon her lips. The white-faced owl has come to claim your life. Your entire Huang family must be neatly arranged. After finishing her chilling proclamation, her expression shifted to one of triumph as she addressed an empty corner. So, how did I perform, blue-haired senior? In that vacant corner, Wang Xiaoxiao unveiled her hidden presence, clad in a stylish trench coat, exuding an air of flair. This won't do. Little by, there are still flaws. As she spoke, she pulled out a white satchel, retrieving 4 or 5 vials from within. Twisting the caps off, she began pouring the contents down the throat of the incapacitated Huang Su. With a glimmer of awareness still present in his aged eyes, fear overwhelmed him as he could only watch helplessly as Wang Xiaoxiao administered the poison. Firstly, you administered too little poison. What if this old man has built up a resistance over the years? His entire family is steeped in venom. Who knows if they possess immunity? She remarked, delivering a swift kick to Huang Su, causing his expression to contort with pain. Secondly, he has merely lost the ability to resist. We must ensure he is dead. Wang Xiaoxiao then produced a red satchel, extracting a dagger which she handed to Bai Qingcheng. Here, this blade has been poisoned. Give him a few more stabs. All right. Bai Qingcheng accepted the dagger and plunged it into Huang Su several times, prompting him to writhe in agony. 2 demons. Just grant me a swift end. Lastly, and most importantly, Wang Xiaoxiao raised her finger, her demeanor serious. Huang Su muttered, for heaven's sake, is this ever going to end? Yes, yes, blue-haired senior, you speak. Wang Xiaoxiao continued, when it comes to executing a target, do not waste words on one who is about to perish. There is a saying, villains perish from excessive talk. You could be countered while you babble. This time is merely a lesson. In future operations, ensure to eliminate the target before reciting your lines. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingcheng nodded vigorously, her stabbing motion unceasing. All right, enough with the stabbing. Let's tidy up and withdraw. Wang Xiaoxiao noted the achievement prompt indicating that the matter concerning her was resolved, deeming it unnecessary to unleash chaos and harm innocents. Okay. Bai Qingcheng was left in stunned silence, witnessing Wang Xiaoxiao's entire sequence of actions. This sequence of actions felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of something I had once heard from someone, although it was my first time witnessing such practical execution. As my mind raced, my hands moved with unwavering precision. I produced a small canister of spray and directed 2 bursts towards the already disintegrated Huang Su. A miraculous scene unfolded as his body instantaneously transformed into fine ash, which floated for a brief moment before dissipating into the air. Wang Xiaoxiao, taken aback by the spectacle, marveled at the professionalism of the killing system's apparatus. The service of reducing bones to ashes and feeding them to dogs was executed flawlessly with just a couple of sprays. Satisfied, she nodded approvingly, donned her mask once more, and vanished into thin air, leaving behind a playful remark. The wind is strong. Hold on tight. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingcheng paused momentarily, suddenly struck by a bold speculation. With her brows slightly furrowed, she adorned herself with a facial mask, reverting her appearance to its previous unremarkable state. Balancing a tray of tea, she departed from the chairman's office. Chapter 13. The Loss of the Main Idea. Bai Qingcheng checks into the Sky Pavilion. Having stealthily exited the Shulong Group building, the two once again embarked in a Wuling Hongguang to vacate the premises. In the vehicle, Bai Qingcheng's brows knitted tighter with each passing moment, pondering the source of her inexplicable familiarity with the blue-haired girl. Her gaze shifted to Wang Xiaoxiao's profile while driving. The exquisite contours of the young woman's face began to converge with those of someone from her memories. Indeed, it seemed. A brief glance at the girl's striking black leather trench coat sparked an idea within her. Noticing Bai Qingcheng's prolonged silence, a stark contrast to the previous day's excitement, Wang Xiaoxiao seized the moment at a red light to inquire, Xiao Bai, do you have any concerns about today's operation? I have a question that has been on my mind since yesterday. Bai Qingcheng nodded in response. Ask away. I assure you, I hold nothing back. With a confident demeanor, Wang Xiaoxiao patted her ample chest and boldly questioned, Does your attire, blue-haired senior, hold any significance? Without a moment's hesitation, she raised her chin, her face radiating pride as she proclaimed, This is inspired by an ancient legendary figure. When clad in a black leather trench coat and faced with a gun, you can be assured that the weapon is devoid of bullets. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qingcheng was wide-eyed, utterly astonished as she gazed at Wang Xiaoxiao. This girl. Her lines were identical to those from the past. What's wrong? Why do you look at me with such eyes? Wang Xiaoxiao, oblivious to the unfolding realization, continued. Half a second later, an alarming thought struck her. Oh no, I've let the cat out of the bag. This little girl must also be a traveler from another world. It was all due to the overwhelming sense of déjà vu brought by Qingcheng these past few days, leading her to unconsciously revert to the dynamics she once shared with that girl. In an instant, her triumphant smile transformed into a flirtatious smirk. Hee, little sister. You can't possibly believe that, right? I was merely jesting to amuse you. She feigned nonchalance, though her smooth, fair forehead glistened with cold sweat. The laughter that escaped her lips was foreign to her, sending chills down her spine. Surely, Bai Qingcheng wouldn't discern the truth and expose me as a fellow compatriot? It wouldn't be the case of a fellow countryman stabbing me in the back, would it? Am I to lose my life over this? The car was suddenly enveloped in a tense silence, the atmosphere thickening. A minute passed, and as Wang Xiaoxiao sensed the tension had somewhat dissipated, she prepared to lighten the mood with a jest. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingcheng broke the silence with the words, "It's simply because you are too beautiful." At this declaration, Wang Xiaoxiao nearly leapt from her seat in a fit of exuberance, exclaiming, "Baby!" Yet, with remarkable willpower, she bit down on her crimson lip, her empty left hand fiercely pinching her own thigh to suppress the urge to celebrate. Little sister, do you truly find me beautiful?" She laughed awkwardly, wincing as she felt the sting of her own grip. While driving, she dared not turn to look at Bai Qingcheng, unaware that the latter's expression had transitioned from shock to excitement, and ultimately to a sense of grievance, but most importantly to joy. She held back the tears welling in her eyes, yet a sweet smile graced her lips, her small fists clenched tightly, almost piercing her palms with her nails. "Ah! Wang Xiaoxiao! Wang Xiao! So it truly is you." In the driver's seat, Wang Xiaoxiao felt as if she were sitting on pins and needles. This is absurd. The forbidden phrase has been uttered. Indeed, this girl recognizes me as a fellow traveler. How careless of me. Who in Huaxia hasn't watched at least a couple of episodes of Invincible Yan Shuangying? Which little critic could resist the allure of Gni Tai Mei? She yearned to slap herself, yet hesitated, unwilling to mar her exquisite beauty. It's time to lay the cards on the table. After all, we have no conflicting interests. She can pursue her mission while I bask in my achievements. Ahem, odd changes, even constants. Wang Xiaoxiao attempted to reveal the secret code. Oh, blue-haired senior, what are you saying? Chicken? Lotus root? Is that tonight's dinner? Bai Qingcheng reined in the tears that had been brimming in her eyes, her face adorned with an innocent smile, as if she had never uttered that forbidden phrase. Oh? This left Wang Xiaoxiao utterly perplexed. By the way, blue-haired senior, I suppose I am now part of the organization. Does it offer 5 insurances and a housing fund? Are there vehicles provided? Is there a formal structure? Bai Qingcheng reverted to her previously curious and adorable demeanor, her tone more enthusiastic than ever. Ah? Oh, yes, indeed. What is this? No, this can't be. Even if she recognized me as a compatriot, she shouldn't be so completely disarmed, with such a lack of defense. I feel almost reluctant to execute the plush ball plan. And this damn sense of déjà vu.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That girl couldn't have traversed through time as well. With her personality, she would never seek an end to her life. Damn it, the memories I thought were buried have suddenly surged back. Lost in thought, Wang Xiaoxiao completely forgot to take Bai Qingcheng home, instead driving her straight to the Tiangu garage. Stepping out of the car, Bai Qingcheng was filled with excitement and curiosity, glancing left and right. Is this the vehicle provided by the organization? This is absolutely amazing. Yes, indeed. As she pondered absent-mindedly, Wang Xiaoxiao instinctively replied, "Wow, a Ferrari LaFerrari. This will be my ride from now on." Blue-haired sister wouldn't object, would she? Bai Qingcheng leaned closer to Wang Xiaoxiao, her red eyes sparkling, as she placed her index finger on her cherry lips. That is fine. Wang Xiaoxiao instinctively responded again. Wait, LaFerrari? Goodness, that's the LaFerrari I just received yesterday. Just as she was about to turn and say something, she caught sight of Bai Qingqing's dazzling red eyes, almost blinding Wang Xiaoxiao with their brilliance. The words were already out, and with the white-haired, red-eyed girl pleading, how could she refuse? Wang Xiaoxiao chose to follow her heart. Now that the car is ready, blue-haired sister, what about the house? Bai Qingqing showed no signs of reservation. My home is quite spacious. Miss Bai, you may move in. Before Wang Xiaoxiao could speak, the voice of Xiao Qi emerged from beneath the bulletproof Wuling Hongguang. Bai Qingqing. Ahem, do not mind her unconventional entrance. This is my assistant, Xiao Qi. Wang Xiaoxiao awkwardly cleared her throat. Is it true that you have a vacant room at home? Bai Qingqing, slightly taken aback, dismissed Xiao Qi from her thoughts and delved into the matter at hand. There should maybe possibly be one. Then I shall stay at your place. It would be more convenient for future missions. But I should stay at your home. We agreed on accommodation. However, I must stay at your home. Would you have me live in that dilapidated rental? Her expression was a blend of 3 parts anticipation, 3 parts determination, and 4 parts grievance. Wang Xiaoxiao was rendered speechless by Qingqing's assertiveness, ultimately yielding with a reluctant nod. The 2 women ascended to the top floor of the Sky Pavilion, while Xiao Qi went off to gather information from the magical metropolis. Wow, this is the Sky Pavilion. Is the blue-haired sister truly the owner? Bai Qingqing, as if returning home, first reclined on the leather sofa for a moment, then strolled through the aerial garden and meandered around the indoor heated pool. She explored nearly every corner of the Sky Pavilion, finally arriving at the guest room, not far from Wang Xiaoxiao's master bedroom. Henceforth, this will be my room. With a resounding thud, the door closed, and Bai Qingqing dove into the room to tidy up, faint melodies of her cheerful humming drifting from within. Wang Xiaoxiao, snapping out of her daze, wondered, what is happening? So familiar already? Though it is said that one does not deceive their own kind, do you not fear that I might be a wicked woman? Yet, upon reflection, she realized she would be cohabiting with a beautiful girl with white hair and red eyes. Such a stroke of fortune could not be turned down. Moreover, the plush ball training room was nearing completion. Ha ha ha. Bai Qingqing was already in the tiger's den, with no escape in sight. After a bout of self-hypnosis, she relegated thoughts of Bai Qingqing to the background and cheerfully indulged herself in a relaxing bath. Little did she know, due to the plush ball training room, someone would soon face the darkest period of their life. But that, as they say, is a tale for another time. Chapter 14. The Reunion. The swift encounter of the protagonists. In Bai Qingqing's new room, her delicate white silhouette sprawled across the plush bed, enveloped in a sense of unprecedented ease. Embracing a pillow, she rolled back and forth, exclaiming, "Found it! How wonderful! I have finally discovered the truth. So Wang Xiao is indeed the master of the Tian Pavilion. This fellow even donned women's attire? Heh! I had predicted in my previous life that he would look splendid in female garb, and he truly is breathtakingly beautiful. However, it seems that all of this is a fade. How could the genuine article be so grand? This individual had visited my home just a few days ago. Hasn't he been keeping a close watch on me? Coincidentally, it was during the days surrounding Wang Zhao's demise that I was hastily preparing for my own wedding. Wang Xiao must harbor feelings for me. Yet, I shall not reveal myself to him so soon. It's much more entertaining to keep him in suspense for a few more days. After all, he could have sought me out sooner. No, a few days is far too long. I shall confront him tomorrow. But what if he has already recognized me and has cherished feelings for me for quite some time? Might he not be unable to resist visiting my room tonight? Should I acquiesce to his advances, or feign a token resistance instead? And if he does not come, should I seek him out? No. How could I possibly be so unrestrained? If anyone is to seek, it must be him coming to me. Yet I miss him dearly, and my thoughts drift to my past life. Yes, I must not be prideful. Bai Xiaohua, you must be courageous. I shall confront him shortly. Yes, that is the plan. How embarrassing. The thoughts of a young girl are often conflicted and pure, of course. Someone like her could be an exception. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Xiaoxiao, believing she had achieved a significant milestone, was luxuriating in a warm bath, admiring her own reflection. I am truly the epitome of a perfect maiden, she mused, reveling in her self-praise. Just as she was lost in her reverie, the bathroom door swung open, and a petite white figure darted in with astonishing speed, catching Wang Xiaoxiao completely off guard. The figure bore no malice whatsoever. There was no warning at all. By the time she registered what had happened, the white silhouette had leapt into the bathtub, landing in Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace. Xiaoxiao, I have been waiting for you for half an hour. Why have you not come to find me? Do you not like me anymore? The sudden touch startled Wang Xiaoxiao, and she instinctively prepared to push the figure away. But, Xiaoxiao? Seeking her? Liking her? Oh my goodness! As the steam dissipated, a magnificent form came into view before Wang Xiaoxiao, along with an innocent and charming face. At that moment, the girl's red eyes glistened with tears, her cherry lips pouting in a pitiful manner, her white hair soaked and drifting in the bathwater. The warmth and fragrant softness enveloped her, yet Wang Xiaoxiao could not perceive the delicate softness. Instead, she felt a warm, solid surface pressing against her chest, the pressure too tight, leaving her somewhat breathless. It seemed Bai Qingcheng also sensed something amiss, for how could a man's chest feel so soft? What she was seated upon was not a plush seat turned firm, but rather a pair of remarkably elastic, supple thighs. Before her stood a figure not adorned with the short hair she had envisioned, but rather a cascade of genuine, waist-length hair that shimmered in hues of deep blue and black. As they were closely situated, her dark blue locks intertwined with her own white hair, creating a magnificent tapestry reminiscent of three-colored silk woven together. Ah, how can you be a girl? Echoed a youthful scream throughout the bathroom. A moment later, Bai Qingcheng, clad in floral-patterned pajamas, sat awkwardly on the bed, her charming visage a blend of embarrassment, confusion, and a touch of profound melancholy. In contrast, Wang Xiaoxiao, donned in a sleek black nightgown, sat cross-legged on the bed, her heart brimming with delight, unable to contain the surprise and longing within her, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Upon hearing that familiar appellation, Wang Xiaoxiao recognized her. Bai Qingcheng was none other than her former lifeless rival, Bai Xiaohua, whose relationship was on the cusp of blossoming. Had it not been for this unforeseen journey through time, Bai Xiaohua would have already been her girlfriend, perhaps even her fiancée. No wonder there were so many instances of DJVU. It appeared that aside from their hair and eye colors, Xiaohua bore little difference from her past self, seemingly unchanged even in age. Coughing to mask her thoughts, she would not admit to being someone who recognized others solely by their hair and eye colors. I, Wang, hereby declare the plush ball plan officially cancelled. However, since you, Bai Xiaohua, have also traversed here and transformed into my favorite white-haired, red-eyed companion, I shall not hold back. I must make time later to pen a novel titled The Matter of Having My Wife in This Life Be My Almost Fiancée from My Previous Life. Despite her heart leaping with joy, Wang Xiaoxiao adopted a serious tone as she admonished Bai Qingcheng. While it is true I am your fellow traveler from another realm, are you truly this unguarded? What if I harbored ill intentions towards you? I do indeed harbor such intentions. And what of my previous searches on the dark web for assassins? What if I had not discovered you? Were you genuinely prepared to operate a sewing machine? Based on the plush ball plan, your working for me would be of greater merit than that. To assassinate Wang Xiao, what led you to hastily marry him? What if he is an unscrupulous person with ulterior motives? He indeed is unscrupulous, having succumbed to his desires for you. With each word of reprimand, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of shame, as if all the grievances Bai Qingcheng endured during her 10 years of travel were somehow her own fault. Such is the burden of guilt. Listening to Wang Xiaoxiao's admonishments, Bai Qingcheng, oblivious to her internal turmoil, felt her spirits plummet. It seemed she had mistaken her identity. Wang Xiaoxiao was merely an ordinary compatriot from Earth, not Wang Xiao. No matter how twisted he may be, he could never transform into a girl. Where, then, was her little one? Did he still exist in this world? Was he still alive? The sorrow within her became unbearable, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Xiaoxiao ceased to feign seriousness, hurriedly reaching out to wipe away the tears from Bai Qingqing's delicate face. Yet, merely drying the tears felt insufficient. She tenderly embraced the weeping Bai Qingqing in her arms. There, it's all over now. From this moment on, I, Wang Xiaoxiao, shall ensure that little flower never again endures any grievances. Upon hearing these words, Bai Qingqing ceased her sobbing, as if a firework had erupted in her mind, illuminating the desolate chambers of her heart after a decade of solitude. Amidst the mountains and rivers, when hope seems lost, a glimmer of light appears. What did you just call me? Bai Qingqing choked out. Little flower, are you not the cherished Bai Xiaohua of the Wang family? Wang Xiaoxiao's melodious voice resonated like celestial music. Her emotions soared like a roller coaster, and Bai Qingqing could no longer contain herself. She extended her small hands and fervently returned Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace, burying her tear-streaked face into the softness of her companion, weeping openly. Wang Xiaoxiao, too, was moved, tears cascading down her exquisite features. She held her tightly, one hand gently caressing Bai Qingqing's slightly trembling yet silken smooth back, softly reassuring her. It's all right. It's all right. From now on, we shall remain together forever and live well in this world. After a considerable time, both of their emotions settled. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao recalled something, gently moving Bai Qingqing's small head from her soft shoulder. Ahem, my slime might be a bit dangerous. It's best not to bury it for too long. Why? Will it die if buried too long? Indeed, it will die, someone replied with a serious expression. Bai Qingqing suspected this person was making a veiled reference to her, but found no evidence. After a brief silence, Wang Xiaoxiao spoke first. How did you follow me here? At that time, I was not. The mention of their past life and the circumstances of her crossing overcast a shadow over the typically lively and vibrant Wang Xiaoxiao. Do you have any idea how hideous your death was? Bai Qingqing did not directly respond to this inquiry, instinctively diverting the topic. Who could have anticipated that returning to the orphanage to report your college entrance examination results to the headmistress would result in a face full of mud from a truck? Reflecting on her past demise, she recognized that although she had faced death twice in this life, the presence of a system and a favorable fate rendered the experience incomparable to the solitary demise of her previous existence. Who told you to push me away at that time? Bai Qingqing exclaimed, striking Wang Xiaoxiao's slime with a forceful hand, creating a wave that filled her with envy. Ouch! That's why I regretted lying on the ground at that moment. I hadn't even heard your little proud confession. Wang Xiaoxiao, deliberately avoiding the painful memories of her past death, jested. Who confessed to you? She retorted, besides, now you're a girl, Bai Qingqing skillfully seized the opening, refraining from unearthing their shared scars. Isn't it better for girls to be close to one another? Hehehe. In a manner akin to sharing long-held hopes, Wang Xiaoxiao wholeheartedly embraced the idea of closeness. 10 minutes later, as Bai Qingqing struggled in Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace, seemingly gasping for air, Wang Xiaoxiao finally released her. Oh, how excessive of you. This should have happened in a more romantic setting. Bai Qingqing, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed with a sense of grievance. Suddenly, she sensed something and gasped. Oh no, that's not right. Xiaohua, I miss you so much. Xiaoxiao, I miss you dearly as well. The emotions that had been pent up over the decade erupted between them, leading to a sleepless night. Chapter 15. Soul Link, the Body of Truth. The following day, Bai Qingqing nestled blissfully in Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace, resting her head upon the soft cushioning she had long envied. A charming blush lingered on her fair cheeks, a sight that nearly caused a certain LSP to lose composure. At this moment, she was neither the frigid, frenzied assassin on a mission nor the adorably naive girl in solitude, but a playful tsundere when interacting with Wang Xiaoxiao, who was now her companion. Ha! You were transformed into a girl by the system, and upon revival you managed to suffocate yourself. How absurd. Only you could achieve such ridiculousness. This marks the first time in 30 years, before and after my crossing, that I have encountered such an astonishing girl. Though, I suppose she is but a reflection of myself. Winky face. What? Am I not stunning enough? Bai Qingqing retorted instantly, yet as she felt the softness of her pillow, it seemed, indeed, not so remarkable. If you envy me, just admit it. I am quite magnanimous. I embrace all. she proclaimed proudly, adjusting her impressive assets. I am not envious of you at all, Bai Qingqing declared with a haughty expression. Yet, Xiao Xiao, are you not embarrassed to have become a girl? How could I be embarrassed? Have you forgotten who I am? By the heavens above, I, Wang, have always been at odds with gambling and drugs. Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a sense of pride. Bai Qingqing. By the way, little flower, did you change your name to Qingqing because I often mention that characters named Qingqing in novels are usually elegant female CEOs? Huh? You. Humph. Bai Qingqing turned her head away, cheeks puffed in indignation. Little flower, do not be disheartened. Being small is quite adorable, Wang Xiaoxiao teased with a mischievous grin. Ah, you. I shall deal with you. Bai Qingqing's face flushed crimson as she playfully lunged at Wang Xiaoxiao. The two girls once again pressed together, reveling in their splendid camaraderie. After a night filled with deep exchanges and revelations, both had come to understand each other's backgrounds thoroughly, including their systems, panels, destinies, skills, and items. They also shared the secret that Wang Xiao, who had been assassinated by Bai Qingqing for a decade, was indeed her. Bai Qingqing's approach to Wang Xiao was a direct enactment of the storyline dictated by the system. Moreover, Bai Qingqing, like Wang Xiaoxiao, was arrayed in the West. Of course, there were certain unapproved matters that Wang Xiaoxiao had not disclosed to Little Flower. I must instruct Xiao Qi to promptly destroy the evidence. 10 minutes later, Bai Qingqing was once again panting heavily, while Wang Xiaoxiao appeared unfazed. Did you forget? After that incident where you suffocated yourself, I acquired a skill that extends my breath-holding time. Little flower, you have a long way to go before you can turn the tables. Both remained novices, utterly unaware that they could actually breathe. How dare you say that? I shall strike you, she declared, preparing to attack Wang Xiaoxiao. All right, little flower, cease your antics. Let us discuss serious matters. Wang Xiaoxiao swiftly redirected the conversation, averting further harm to the slime. Humph, trying to change the subject again. Very well, I shall listen to your serious discussion. Bai Qingqing pouted as she spoke. Ahem, has your slaughter system ever specified that it can only mark humans? It appears not. So why not attempt to mark a mosquito and see what rewards you might reap? Finally another system has come to serve as a tool for Xiaoxiao's imaginative experiments. Xiaohua, do not heed your Xiaoxiao's reckless commands. Targeting low-rated kills will detract from your attributes. TCH, failed to persuade. Unlike the lethargic system of your Xiaohua, I am quite competent. This system possesses high freedom. Why call it lethargic? Moreover, aren't you currently allowing Xiaoxiao to find her own targets? How dare you criticize me? This is to cultivate Xiaohua's autonomy. Can the matters of the slaughter system be deemed lethargic? All mere sophistry. Come, if you're unconvinced, let us have a go at it. Bring it on. Who is afraid? Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing exchanged astonished glances as they listened to the two systems bickering in their minds. So, it seems your systems can converse with one another? Then last time when we encountered the devoted admirer, his system must have discovered my lethargic one too, right? Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly entertained the thought of taking her wife directly to eliminate the devoted admirer. Not at all, Xiaoxiao. This system can converse with the loquacious one because you two shared an intimate exchange last night, resonating deeply, with a profound connection of fates and a binding of souls. Not only can our two systems converse, but Xiaohua and your husband can also communicate across distances through the soul link. Wouldn't this effectively mean that Xiaoxiao has a dedicated phone line that requires no charging and has infinite signal? Bai Qingqing felt a surge of joy and exclaimed, Is that true? Wonderful. Ahem. Xiaoxiao must be thrilled to chat with me any time. Wang Xiaoxiao sighed. Fine. You're the tsundere, so you call the shots. By the way, system, you mentioned that my Xiaohua's fate is highly aligned with mine? Does that mean that the question mark fate has awakened? Indeed. After the nurturing of the true principal body, Xiaohua's fate has awakened. Name, body of truth category, fate level? Description. A fate comparable to the true principal body, the most beautiful girl of the myriad realms, returning to the true self of the soul, disregarding gender, race, cultivation, or status, becoming the most perfect version of herself in her heart. You are the truth of your own heart. Sealed. Am I also the most beautiful girl of the myriad realms? However, aside from my hair growing significantly longer, it feels like there aren't many other changes. Her snow-white locks had grown from shoulder length to below the waist, yet she looked dejected as she stared at her A. There's no need for Xiao Xiao's wife to feel down. You both represent the pinnacle of your respective realms. Xiao Xiao is the ultimate mature type, while you are the epitome of the lowly type, returning to the true self. Though my face remains the same as before, what about this hair color and eye color? Could it be that white hair and red eyes were truly Xiaohua's most desired appearance? Wang Xiaoxiao's heart swelled with joy. Truly, my wife is in tune with my thoughts. Is there a possibility? Perhaps it is because you, Xiao Xiao, wish for your wife to have white hair and red eyes, that her true self manifests as such. It is not due to your previous life's preference for white-haired, red-eyed beings that I have transformed. Rather, it is my own admiration for such traits that has inspired this change. Although Xiaohua continues to feign stubbornness, her flushed and adorable face betrays her true feelings. Wang Xiaoxiao's heart warms at this revelation, and she gives her companion a hearty bear hug. Ah, they say the rain girl has no involvement in this. Bai Qingcheng, blushing, playfully punches Wang Xiaoxiao's shoulder repeatedly like falling rain. All right, system. Let us first absorb yesterday's life essence. Wang Xiaoxiao feels invigorated, having found her beloved Xiaohua, and her next ambition is to thrive in this world. Let us continue to level up. Sure thing, but I have no life essence. That was an invitation for me, you silly system. Wait, how about we give you both names so you won't bicker anymore? Xiaohua, you go first. As the two systems were about to clash again, Wang Xiaoxiao intervened in time. Let's call the slaughter system Little Deer. It sounds quite cute. Thank you, Xiaohua. Then my lazy little life essence system shall be called Little Fish. Truly, I am a master of names. Well then, Sister Xiaoxiao, you call the shots. Absorbing life essence 5. Absorption successful. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for acquiring life essence feedback. Constitution 5, Speed 5, Life Spirit Transformation Progress 5. Achieving such milestones at this stage, receiving 5 life essences for a minor accomplishment, is truly a windfall. Previously, I garnered 10 life essences from the devoted admirer with 8 trillion, and now there are still 2 individuals left, both residing in Magic City. Perfect for taking Xiaohua out for some fun. Xiaohua, shall we venture to Magic City? Our next 2 targets are conveniently located there. Wang Xiaoxiao said to the still nestled Xiaohua. Yes, are we going on a mission again? Just yesterday, I unlocked a new skill. Upon mentioning the mission, Bai Qingcheng instantly sprang from Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace, excitement propelling her off the bed. However, she seemed to recall something and turned to Wang Xiaoxiao, asking, what about the car and house you just allocated to me? The car can be shipped. As for the house, I also have a place in Magic City. Wang Xiaoxiao replied with an air of mystery. Subsequently, the two quickly got up and freshened up, carrying little luggage since Wang Xiaoxiao could store her clothing, bags, and cosmetics in her truth space. Bai Qingcheng, possessing a comparable truth body, naturally had a similar functional truth space. Overjoyed, she stored all the various garments Wang Xiaoxiao had gifted her into her truth space. However, unlike the attire Wang Xiaoxiao had prepared for herself, Bai Qingcheng's truth space was predominantly filled with Lolita dresses, JK uniforms, and petite skirts. After all, only the most fitting attire is truly the best. It has nothing to do with Wang Xiaoxiao's own preferences. Xiaoxiao, your truth space should function similarly to the truth space, right? Bai Qingcheng suddenly inquired. Indeed, as we share the same caliber of beautiful girl destiny. But how do you manage to store such an array of peculiar items in your truth space? Previously, I observed you extracting a vial of poison, followed by a dagger and even a brick. Oh, you mean this? As she spoke, Wang Xiaoxiao retrieved the red handbag from which she had previously drawn the dagger, displaying it with a mischievous grin. Naturally, it was a bug in the system. The realm of wisdom can accommodate the contents of a women's bag, so I purchased over 3,000 handbags to store all the items I might need within that space. Little fish, this system has suddenly come to comprehend your sentiment. Indeed, Sister Xiaoxiao's imagination is truly remarkable. What a brilliant idea. You never cease to amaze, Xiaoxiao. Bai Qingcheng's large eyes sparkled with excitement. After all, the system space is limited to system items, which is rather inconvenient. I too would like 3,000 handbags. The two systems remarked. Well, another one has been influenced. Hee, once we reach the Magic City, sister will take you shopping. The two young ladies were in perfect harmony, and the room was instantly filled with their cheerful laughter. Chapter 16. Arrival at the Magical City. Tinya Garden. 2 hours later, at the VIP arrival corridor of the Magic City International Airport, typically reserved for special personnel arriving on private jets, today it was bustling with a crowd awaiting arrivals. Have you heard? My dear Ro-Ro is landing at the Magic City Airport tonight. Your Ro-Ro? Ro-Ro belongs to everyone. It is said that Sister Ro-Ro has gone to the Imperial Capital to participate in a major production, a Sino-American collaboration, flourishing in both literature and sports. Oh, my heart aches. Sister Ro-Ro has truly worked so hard. There were reports that she injured her knee while filming, and I am utterly devastated. Ah, I am so excited. I am about to see my beloved Sister Ro-Ro. Little girl, is she a top-tier celebrity? What is a celebrity compared to that? We are here for our sister, the enchanting Ro-Ro, who boasts 30 million followers across the internet as a popular streamer. An internet celebrity? Filming? Can today's internet stars really act? Even if we don't recognize our Ro-Ro, they are unworthy of existing in this world. Leave. Exactly. You colloidal branch. Here she comes, here she comes. Ro-Ro is emerging. Ah, like a celestial beauty. Following the gaze of numerous fans, a woman stepped out of the VIP corridor, clad in a black mask and sunglasses, seemingly attempting to conceal her identity. Yet, she defiantly showcased her alluring figure on this frigid day, donning a high-slit red gown that almost reached her waist, her movements graceful and enchanting. She lifted her sunglasses, pulled down her mask, and waved to the ecstatic crowd, sweetly exclaiming, "Thank you to all my family for waiting so long for Ro-Ro. I appreciate your support." Her voice, slightly husky, went unnoticed by the fervent fans, and the atmosphere escalated even further. Ah, Sister Ro-Ro smiled at me. So cute. I truly want to have children with her. Can you be less dramatic? How am I supposed to tone it down? That is Sister Ro-Ro. Ah, the woman in the red dress was evidently reveling in the adoration, raising her chin like a swan, flamboyantly walking along the red carpet laid out in the VIP corridor, as if strutting down the red carpet. Suddenly, quite unexpectedly, the previously roaring crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on the exit of the VIP corridor. Two breathtakingly beautiful young girls emerged, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. The tall girl wore a pure white long dress paired with black stockings, perfectly showcasing her slender and impressive figure, both innocent and alluring. Her waist-length hair, a gradient of black and blue, flowed naturally, the blue tips gently curling, dancing with her light steps like undulating waves. Her exquisite visage was unobstructed, with sky-blue eyes crescent-shaped, seemingly engaged in a joyful conversation with those beside her, a charming smile gracing her lips. Beside her stood a petite girl adorned in a brown plaid casual dress complemented by white stockings. While she lacked voluptuous curves, her proportions were harmonious, emphasizing her adorable and delicate charm. With her long, straight hair as pure and white as freshly fallen snow, styled into twin ponytails, the cascading ends grazed her slender waist. Adorned with a checkered beret and a pair of understated glasses that slightly obscured her magnificent ruby-like eyes, she engaged in light-hearted conversation with a tall girl beside her, who possessed striking black and blue hair. The two were intimately linked, hands intertwined, sparking admiration from onlookers who couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, the lilies of our hometown have blossomed." These two were none other than Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing, freshly arrived in the bustling metropolis. At first glance, they seemed to be chatting amiably. However, in truth, their dialogue was conveyed through a soul link, silent yet profound. Bai Qingqing remarked, "Wow, there are so many people. Is there an event happening?" Wang Xiaoxiao responded, "Look ahead at that flamboyant rooster. Perhaps it's some kind of celebrity." Bai Qingqing burst into laughter. "Uft, a rooster? That's clearly a flamingo-themed red gown." Wang Xiaoxiao coughed. "Ahem, so artistic. I could never pull that off." Bai Qingqing exclaimed, "Xiaoxiao, look, the flamboyant rooster is looking over here. Is the plot twist about to unfold? Let me take the lead." Wang Xiaoxiao chuckled. We'll see if the flamboyant rooster has the perceptiveness. As the two conversed, they continued walking toward the exit. Xiao Shenro, upon noticing the extraordinary beauty of the duo approaching her, quickly regained her composure, suppressing her awkwardness to offer a polite smile and nod in greeting. Truly, she was a star of considerable stature. Wang Xiaoxiao, mistaking her for a first-tier celebrity, marveled inwardly, while Bai Qingqing's face fell in disappointment. Bai Qingqing sighed. Oh no, it seems the plot twist has been thwarted. Wang Xiaoxiao cautioned. Xiaohua, manage your expressions. Look at the rooster's face. It's as dark as if smeared with a pound of soot. Oh right, got it. Bai Qingqing quickly composed herself, donning a charming professional smile, which was quite endearing. Seeing that Xiao Shenro still wore a gloomy expression, Wang Xiaoxiao offered her a polite smile, grasped Bai Qingqing's hand, and they slipped past her, making their escape. In an instant, the crowd of fans erupted into excitement. It's the goddess, and two of them at that. Ah, Mom, I think I've fallen in love. What do I do if I suddenly find Sister Ruru less appealing? Shut it. Do you even deserve to be a fan of Sister Ruru? You're fickle. Just say those two girls are beautiful. Okay? You're right. But putting facts aside, Sister Ruru is still more beautiful. Xiao Shenro, feeling overwhelmed and disheveled amidst her airport red carpet moment, swiftly departed without lingering. Ugh. I thought the flamboyant rooster would come over to confront me. Why can't I ever encounter a plot twist? Once seated in her Maybach, Bai Qingqing wore a frown, her lips pouting as she muttered incessantly. Perhaps the fans of that celebrity surrounded her, making it unwise to lose her temper. Sighing, she lamented, what a pity. Ever since I heard about Wang Xiaoxiao's amusing encounter, I've been yearning to experience something similar myself. Do not fret. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. Come, let us first explore our abode in the magical city. Half an hour later, in the Jiangdong district of the magical city, a bustling economic hub where every inch is precious, stands a magnificent traditional Chinese garden. The plaque at the entrance boldly displays the name Tainyuan in grand characters. A Maybach is parked at the entrance, and Bai Qingqing gazes in awe at the imposing and elegant garden before her. Xiao, if I recall correctly, the Wang group we donated was valued at a mere trillion, yet the Tian Pavilion belongs to you. How is it that this Tainyuan is also yours? Noticing the astonishment on her delicate face, Wang Xiaoxiao playfully teased her. Oh dear, feels like I've traversed into another realm. I thought it prudent to keep a small reserve, lest I return to find my inheritance squandered by a reckless wife. Who would I turn to for solace then? As she spoke, she reached out to pinch Bai Qingqing's soft cheek, prompting the latter to mumble incoherently, who could possibly be more foolish than you? As the playful banter continued, Bai Qingqing attempted to retaliate against Wang Xiaoxiao's impressive assets, causing the latter to flee in mock terror. The two girls frolicked into Tainyuan, which, while reminiscent of the gardens in Suzhou and Hangzhou, was infused with Wang Xiaoxiao's personal tastes. The garden featured a hot spring pool, an esports room, a home theater, and even rooms dedicated to figurine exhibitions, light novels, and anime, all elegantly integrated into the traditional architectural style of the garden. As they wandered through the garden, Wang Xiaoxiao wore a contented expression, while Bai Qingqing appeared perplexed, with a few dark lines forming on her forehead. How could such a grand traditional garden be transformed into this? She exclaimed. The main reception hall has become a cinema, and the pond has been converted into a hot spring. Do you even wish to soak in it? Come, follow me inside. With that, she tugged at Bai Qingqing, leading her toward the changing room. Ah, do not pull me. Tonight is a night for joyous water play. Chapter 17. Regarding the task of targeting the social media sensation the following morning, the airport incident had already propelled the involved party, Xiao Shenro, to the top of trending searches overnight. Strangely, however, no photographs of the two striking young women who overshadowed her had surfaced online. Only scattered exclamations from netizens claiming to have witnessed the two in person seemed to circulate, marveling at their beauty. Yet, in this age where images often dictate reality, such unsubstantiated claims were quickly drowned out by skeptics and critics. In the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, within a lavish apartment gifted by the affluent Chen Xiao, Xiao Shenro, originally named Xiao Shenro, sat in a professional streaming room, her live broadcast yet to commence, engrossed in her mobile phone with a countenance dark enough to rain. Her visit to the capital was ostensibly to express gratitude to Chun Xiao, the top supporter, but she had fabricated a narrative of attending a film shoot to maintain her sweet persona. To her astonishment, Chun Xiao, in an act of grand generosity, had not only acknowledged her contrived excuse, but also presented her with an astonishing sum of 100 million yuan to join the production, transforming her fiction into reality, and securing her the leading female role in a highly anticipated film. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Xianro felt she had found her true love. During her days in the capital, she exerted every effort to ensure Chun Xiao's utmost comfort, even contemplating the names of their future children. However, upon returning to Shanghai, she had intended to orchestrate a buzz surrounding her airport appearance to pave the way for her film. Instead, she was eclipsed by the two stunning young women who inadvertently sparked a trending topic. Shock. A certain female internet celebrity's airport red carpet promotion was overshadowed by two unadorned passers-by. The headlines questioned the morality of an internet celebrity usurping an actress's role and whether such actions reflected a distortion of human nature or a decay of ethics. As she perused the trending topics, Xiao Xianro's fury surged uncontrollably, her once sweet visage contorted with rage, veins protruding on her forehead. With a trembling hand, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After a prolonged wait, the call connected. Hello? Brother Mo, yeah. I need your assistance with two individuals. Yes. Those two wretches from the airport yesterday. Next time, I'll come straight to your residence, of course. I'll comply with all your requests. As the response from the other end came without hesitation, a sinister smile crept across her distorted face. What use was beauty without connections? Mere playthings beneath the powerful. These two wretches dared to tread upon her head. Once Emoya apprehended them, he would hardly have time for her. By then, she would retreat from the online world to marry Chun Xiao in the capital, reveling in the life of a wealthy matron, who would still aspire to be a mere internet celebrity. Meanwhile, at the Dragon nightclub in Shanghai, the atmosphere was eerily silent, the ground littered with the lifeless bodies of those felled by a swift strike to the throat. In the dimly lit room, only two young maidens and a man, whose limbs lay incapacitated and body drenched in blood, remained alive. The petite girl, clad in a black hoodie, deftly wielded a spray can, methodically cleansing the ground littered with corpses. Astonishingly, with merely a couple of sprays directed at each body, they vanished, leaving no trace of blood behind. Meanwhile, the tall girl in a tight black outfit, with a mocking expression, stowed away a phone she had just hung up. It was not her own, but that of the effeminate man before her. This man, known as Emoya, was the proprietor of the nightclub and the leader of the Dragon Tooth Society that orchestrated its operations. At that moment, his face bore a semblance of obsequiousness and desperation. My dear, whatever you desire, it is yours. Money, or the Dragon Tooth Society. Please. As a formidable figure straddling both the criminal underworld and legitimate society, his plea was far from genuine. Beneath his facade lay malice, resentment, and an insatiable greed directed toward the two maidens before him. 5 minutes prior, the two girls had burst through the front doors of the nightclub. The tall girl with blue-black hair had boisterously proclaimed, "Everyone, look at me. I have an announcement to make. All 162 of you are surrounded." Before the stunned patrons could react, the girl in the black hoodie vanished like a wraith, and within 2 minutes, all 161 individuals present lay prostrate, their fates uncertain, while she had effortlessly incapacitated Emoya's limbs. Was such a feat attainable by mere mortals? Even the most powerful of figures could not accomplish such an outrageous act. This thought lingered in the minds of all before they succumbed. It was only after the last body fell that the blue-black-haired girl cautiously approached, careful to avoid the blood spatter. Just as she was about to deliver a final blow to Emoya, the phone on the table rang, prompting Emoya to regain his bravado. "Ha! You're finished. The dragon scale has been alerted. You can still stop and accept my generous offer to become my woman." The two girls exchanged incredulous glances. The tall girl approached the table, glancing at the caller ID which read Xiao Xianro. A peculiar expression crossed her face. "You certainly have some interesting acquaintances," she remarked. Clearing her throat, she answered the call. "Hello? What is it? Speak." Her tone and inflection mirrored Moya's perfectly, leaving him in stunned silence. Those two women at the airport, right? I can take care of them. Let us discuss compensation. Come to my place? Feel free to make any requests. Very well. Once I deal with those two, I'll reach out. Darling, wait for me, moi. The playful and lascivious tone was strikingly incongruous coming from a young maiden. After hanging up, she cleared her throat once more, reverting to her previous melodious voice. What was it you just said? The blue-black-haired girl teased, her expression one of amusement. His scarred face was instantly adorned with a mask of ingratiation and supplication as he addressed the girl standing 10 paces away. Miss, whatever you desire I shall provide. Money? Or perhaps the Dragon Tooth Society. Can you spare my life? Internally, however, he pondered that this girl appeared unlike the formidable figure in the black hoodie who had attacked him previously. She seemed almost like a delicate maiden. He planned to incapacitate her with a poison needle and then use the antidote to coerce the exceptionally powerful figure in the black hoodie. He had already concealed the poisoned needle in his back molar, preparing to strike as soon as she drew closer. To his astonishment, the girl with blue-black hair conjured a white Gucci handbag from thin air, extracting a silenced pistol, and fired 3 shots in quick succession, leaving 3 bloody holes in his forehead. The expression of extreme unwillingness froze on Moya's face. Damn it, you have no sense of martial ethics.
Moya.
The leader of the Dragon Tooth Society met his demise. After holstering her gun and holding Moya's phone, Wang Xiaoxiao began to speak to herself. This unfortunate big sister truly has the worst luck, even encountering the barrel of a gun while seeking justice. Xiaoxiao, whose call was that? You've utilized your new skill rather swiftly. Bai Qingcheng, having concluded her previous task, approached Wang Xiaoxiao. It was yesterday's unfortunate big sister. Little flower, it appears your desire for a face-slapping scenario may not be in vain. As she spoke, she accessed the call log on Moya's phone, revealing a contact labeled Little Fairy Row. Face-slapping? Why not simply confront this woman directly? Bai Qingcheng remarked, her expression one of disdain upon seeing the contact. For now, let us refrain from confronting her directly. I have devised a rather amusing method to deal with her, she cackled, discarding Moya's phone, and began to whisper conspiratorially to Bai Qingcheng through their soul link. Wow, Xiaoxiao, you are quite wicked. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If Xiaoxiao isn't wicked, little flower 1T love. As she said this, she moved to wrap her arms around Bai Qingcheng's slender waist, unabashedly drawing closer. Ah, you mischievous Xiaoxiao. Why must you? Little flower protested, pushing her away with force. As they exchanged playful banter, the two of them swaggered out of the Dragon Tooth nightclub. Chapter 18. A chance encounter with dragon scales? Of course, she must be sent away. Upon departing from the nightclub, the two did not immediately drive off. Instead, they wandered into a secluded alley. Utilizing the spatial transformation feature, they changed into casual attire, interlocking their arms and leisurely strolling away. Within their soul link, Wang Xiaoxiao inquired, Little Flower, what reward did you receive today? Bai Qingcheng replied, Today, I acquired an attack skill, an A-level skill. It can enhance the damage of my strikes based on my strength. How does that sound? Are you envious? Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, I am utterly envious. My phase achievement bestowed upon me a rather peculiar item, a vial containing a toxin that can incapacitate any mundane creature. Depending on the dosage, it can induce effects such as paralysis, fainting, disability, or even death. Bai Qingcheng inquired, what kind of toxin is it? Wang Xiaoxiao hesitated. It's just a toxin. Bai Qingcheng pressed further, what is its name? Surely it cannot be something unapproved, can it? Why is it that both Little Fish and Xiaoxiao have taken to such unrefined naming? Cough, cough, Xiaoxiao's wife. The name of this toxin is simply toxin. Name, toxin, category, item, level, description. A potent poison capable of incapacitating all mundane creatures. Depending on the dosage, it can induce paralysis, fainting, disability, or death. Can be combined with other toxins to increase potency. Stored in the system space, toxin potency automatically increases. Current toxin potency. 10,99999. Both fell silent. Bai Qingcheng remarked, the names of the skill items we've received lately are rather lackluster. Wang Xiaoxiao added, for instance, the skill to change one's voice is called voice change. The teleportation skill is dubbed teleport, and the bone-crushing spray is referred to as a dragon. Is this naming convention truly the result of your discussions? Cough, cough, Xiaoxiao. The names are meant to be straightforward and clear, aren't they? Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, yet that is hardly impressive. Indeed, look at these powerful effects. Does little flower's husband not feel moved? Wang Xiaoxiao countered, power is fleeting, but elegance is everlasting. The two systems. Bai Qingcheng exclaimed, Xiaoxiao, look across the street. That foreigner looks strikingly familiar. Wang Xiaoxiao gasped, goodness, it's our final target coming straight to us. Little flower, let us go. Let us take her down. Bai Qingcheng questioned, how can we do that in broad daylight? Wang Xiaoxiao proposed we can do it this way. Linda, also known as Dragon Scales, felt that her colleagues had been acting unusually for the past 3 days. As an intelligence operative embedded within the Dragon Kingdom, she possessed exceptional hacking skills and was also responsible for coordinating with 3 other colleagues. Recently, a significant period had approached. The 3-year term of their superior was nearing, and it was imperative for them to remain in constant communication, preparing to welcome their master. However, 2 days prior, Longwei Yongwei suddenly lost contact, and no information had emerged from his bar regarding the recent events. Consequently, Linda hacked into the surveillance of the Dragon Spin bar, only to discover that all cameras, including hidden ones within the bar, had lost signal. The surveillance at Longwei's residence also indicated that he had not returned home since 2 days ago. Although Linda's relationship with Long Su and Yang Wei was rather strained, she maintained a close friendship with Long Yemoya, akin to the bond between Guan Yu and Bao Xian. Without hesitation, she resolved to visit the Longya nightclub to confer with Longya regarding their strategy. Lost in thought, Linda swiftly navigated around a corner in an alley, completely oblivious to the presence of anyone on the other side. Suddenly, a delicate voice exclaimed in surprise, and a petite figure clad in winter JK attire tumbled to the ground, landing awkwardly in a sitting position. Ouch, that hurts. Tears brimmed in the eyes of the JK girl the moment she fell, her small mouth pouting in distress. At that instant, another tall girl in a simple long dress rushed to the side of the JK girl. Oh dear, little sister, how could you bump into someone? Quickly apologize. This lady's attire looks quite expensive, and we cannot afford any damages. The girl in the plain dress appeared timid, even avoiding eye contact with the elegantly dressed Linda. Hearing this, the JK girl turned pale with fright, disregarding her aching legs as she hastily stood up and bowed repeatedly, saying, I'm so sorry. I didn't pay attention to the road. It's all my fault. The girl in the simple dress then pulled out a crumpled 50 yuan note, looking quite forlorn as she offered it to Linda, saying, I'm so sorry, ma'am. We are quite poor and this is all we have. Linda, upon seeing the sister's stunning looks, was taken aback. What a striking pair of young ladies. However, the frequent calls of ma'am stung a bit. Besides her identity as Long Lin, she was also the head of a club, colloquially known as a madam. She immediately began to calculate how much these enchanting sisters might fetch for a night. Yet, it was not appropriate to overtly solicit them in the street. Upon hearing their plight, she smiled warmly and replied, Oh, it's quite all right, little sister. Did you hurt yourself? Would you like me to take you to the hospital? You were so kind, ma'am. But we don't have money for a hospital. It was the JK girl who spoke this time. Is that so? Then I won't pressure you. Linda maintained her professional smile, retrieving a business card from her bag. Here, young ladies, this is my card. You seem to be having a tough time. If you ever find yourselves in need, you can come to the address on the card. I can assist you in finding work. In the depths of their minds, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, This lady is scheming right in front of me. Bai Qingcheng quipped, You call me ma'am, yet wish to address me as little sister. Am I not being aged prematurely? Wang Xiaoxiao pondered. Is that really the crux of the matter? Outwardly, however, their performances were quite natural. A genuine smile illuminated Wang Xiaoxiao's delicate face as she exclaimed, Thank you, ma'am. You are truly kind. Once I settle my sister, I will come to your company right away and work hard to repay you. She then reached out to accept the business card from Linda, and in the process, her fingertips lightly brushed against Linda's palm. Poison 10 has been released. Poison onset time, 5 minutes. Lethal dosage assessed. Bai Qingqing also heard the announcement from the little fish, her face alight with excitement and gratitude as she nodded repeatedly. Indeed, once I have recovered, I too shall work at your esteemed company, just like my sister.
Ah, oh delightful.
Once you both join the company, I am certain our clients will be more than willing to nurture your business. Linda, witnessing this exchange, felt an overwhelming joy. This meant the club's star attraction could be replaced, and a stunning twin package could be launched. Ouch, that hurts. Bai Qingqing suddenly cried out in pain. Auntie, if you have matters to attend to, please feel free to leave. I will take care of my sister. I sincerely apologize for taking up your time. Wang Xiaoxiao chimed in supportively. All right then, I shall await your return at the company. However, Linda paused momentarily before continuing. I have one final request. Auntie, please do tell. We promise to comply. From now on, refer to me as sister, not auntie. Upon uttering this declaration, Linda sashayed away with a captivating grace. Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing exchanged glances of disbelief. 5 minutes later, Linda collapsed within the now empty Longya nightclub, her face a canvas of shock, astonishment, and terror, while her phone screen displayed an incomplete series of dialed numbers. The two women, now clad in long black robes, swiftly followed, with Wang Xiaoxiao disabling the surrounding surveillance, while Bai Qingqing deftly produced a cleaning kit, executing her tasks with practiced efficiency. In less than a minute, the duo changed back and departed seamlessly. Chapter 19. The Jealous Little Flower? The class of Xiaoxiao begins. Upon returning to Tianya Courtyard, the evening had already deepened. After sharing a delightful dinner, the two reclined on the sofa, indulging in leisurely conversation. Indeed, the foremost beauty in the realm, Zhu Tian, was quite capricious. Wang Xiaoxiao summoned her little fish to claim today's achievement rewards. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for collaborating with the host to eliminate the mastermind colluding with foreign forces. You have earned the achievement of Unsuccessful Expedition for 4. Reward, Essence of Life 5. A-Class Skill, Hacker. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for assisting the host in eradicating 4 targets colluding with foreign forces. You have achieved the milestone of Unsuccessful Expedition. Additional reward, Essence of Life 30. Why does this foreign force still display a question mark? Has she yet to encounter a pivotal character? Wang Xiaoxiao pondered. Please explore on your own, Sister Xiaoxiao. I knew that lazy system would respond in such a manner. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain. Nevertheless, wow, what a windfall. Gathering 4 leaders granted her an additional 30 points of Essence of Life. Wang Xiaoxiao leapt from the sofa in the living room, her delight evident as she danced with joy. Humph, Xiaoxiao, flaunting your mere 30 points. Look at the scope of your aspirations. Observe and learn from me. Bai Qingqing smirked disdainfully. The designated targets have been eliminated. Kill assessment completed. Target score, D. Kill score, A. Awarded C-Class reward. Intent to kill 20. A-Class skill, Stealth. Designation 1. Wang Xiaoxiao stood frozen, her expression shifting from shock to envy, then to jealousy. However, Little Flower was her beloved wife, and she dared not provoke her. The top-tier scion redirected her ire toward the easily bullied system. Little fish. Little fish, come forth. Look at that little deer next door. Despite all my scheming, I have only half the essence of life compared to her. This achievement was stumbled upon while attempting to trick Little Flower. Ahem, Sister Xiaoxiao, please do not be upset. We are the life and death system. The balance of life and death is of utmost importance. I refuse to listen. I want the essence of life. You owe me. Jealousy can distort one's visage, and the stunningly beautiful Qingqing began to throw a tantrum. What she failed to notice was that the atmosphere had suddenly turned frosty, the source being Bai Qingqing beside her. With a deceptively sweet smile, Bai Qingqing suddenly leapt from the sofa, employing her instantaneous movement, skill to swiftly appear beside Wang Xiaoxiao. In a flash, she seized Wang Xiaoxiao's delicate ear, twisting it 180 degrees. The living room echoed with the girl's cries of despair. Ouch. That hurts. I was wrong. I won't do it again. Wang Xiaoxiao was at a loss as to what her error had been. But when a girl was angry, the first course of action was to admit fault. How could she regress to such a weakness from her past life? And little Flower, after 10 years, still wielded her skills with such precision. How painful! Did you truly intend to trick me, only to accidentally discover this achievement? Bai Qingqing asked directly, bypassing any pretense of inquiry into her missteps. At that time, I was unaware that you were Bai Xiaohua. Wang Xiaoxiao replied without a moment's hesitation. Despite having transformed into a female, she remained, at heart, a straightforward man. The temperature around us plunged several degrees in an instant. So when did you recognize me as Bai Xiaohua? Bai Qingqing inquired once more, her smile devoid of warmth, colder than the black tears she shed in the hospital that day, 100 times more terrifying. It was that day when you and I were close together. Wang Xiaoxiao involuntarily shuddered, her voice trembling as she answered honestly. Why did you marry Bai Qingqing when you were still Wang Xiao? Bai Qingqing's expression turned frostbitten as she pressed on, seemingly on the brink of eruption. Wang Xiaoxiao had never felt death so imminent, not even during her previous 2 encounters with demise, which had not been as frightening. With the specter of death looming, Wang Xiaoxiao's mind raced. How terrifying! Xiaohua wouldn't want to stab me, would she? No. Xiaohua is my wife. She would never harm me. No. Xiaohua now knows I can resurrect. The chance of her wanting to stab me is significant. And for some reason, I keep resurrecting beside her. Could it be that she has figured out how to refresh my resurrection count while simultaneously stabbing me, creating an endless cycle? No. This could lead to a Yandere bad ending. Please, not like this. Have I not enjoyed a few days of my beautiful girl life before it ends? Wang Xiaoxiao, think quickly, how did I step on a landmine? When did I recognize Bai Xiaohua? Why did Wang Xiao marry Bai Qingqing? I understand. Xiaohua believes that I married Bai Qingqing because I had already recognized her as Bai Xiaohua. However, I had not indeed recognized Bai Qingqing as her. Marrying Bai Qingqing, who is not Bai Xiaohua, essentially means I have betrayed Bai Xiaohua. Goodness, this girl is simply jealous. A solution has emerged. In Wang Xiaoxiao's mind, all these considerations transpired in a flash, within no more than 1/10 of a second. A class session for Xiaoxiao is about to commence. Sigh. A long sigh, laden with nostalgia and regret, shattered the icy atmosphere surrounding Bai Qingqing. In truth, I felt a sense of familiarity and nostalgia upon first encountering Bai Qingqing, and it was precisely this feeling that compelled me to approach you. By contrasting her and you, I underscored the disparity in status between her as your Bai Xiaohua and her as Bai Qingqing. Therefore, I married Bai Qingqing to further investigate her identity. But little did I know that shortly after our marriage, I fell ill due to the unfamiliar environment. I fabricated a ridiculous reason for our marriage and my death, just emphasizing one word: sheer nonsense. After resurrecting, I sought out Bai Qingqing because I discovered her formidable combat prowess and her status as a system-enhanced powerhouse, which led me to consider her as my ally for achieving accomplishments. However, upon witnessing your adorably earnest demeanor, I began to doubt your identity. Subsequently, it would be necessary for you to confront me directly. These 2 segments, rife with half-truths, serve only to enhance the credibility of the narrative. They further delineate the distinction between Bai Xiaohua and Bai Qingqing, deepening the contrast and disparities. Upon our recognition, my intentions in seeking a target transcended mere accomplishments. Rather, I yearned to assist you in becoming stronger. In this otherworldly realm, it is the might that ensures our security. This passage is entirely truthful and encapsulates Wang Xiaoxiao's genuine sentiments, ultimately revealing her decisive statement. I can resurrect, but I cannot bring you back. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao gazed deeply into Bai Qingqing's crimson eyes with her azure orbs, the fervent emotion laced with concern for the individual before her, exuding sincerity. 3, 2, 1. The petite figure, her snowy long hair billowing in the air, dashed into Wang Xiaoxiao's embrace. Her small head nestled in the soft abyss, her voice trembling. Xiaoxiao, thank you. I will become strong and remain with you forever. Feeling a hint of warmth from her embrace, Wang Xiaoxiao reflected with a sigh of relief, a slight smile gracing her lips. I have mastered it. This trial has been overcome. A jealous girl is indeed formidable. Best to avoid provoking her. Fortunately, in this lifetime, I shall have only Xiaohua as my wife, sparing me from the complexities of a harem. Should I attempt to establish one, it would likely shorten my days. Yet, upon further reflection, if Bai Qingcheng were to discover my flirtations were solely driven by desire for her form, if she were to learn that my initial demise was precipitated by urgency, if she were to uncover my plans for bankruptcy. A chill coursed through Wang Xiaoxiao's delicate frame. No, this cannot be. These secrets must be taken to the grave. I must also remind that scoundrel Xiaoyu, now that our souls are bound, she must never betray me to Sister Xiaoxiao. Chapter 20. The intricate tactics of Little Flower, soothing in the hot springs. Half an hour later, having just overcome a challenge, Wang Xiaoxiao hurried to the hot spring pool to reward herself. The realms of truth and ultimate truth are astonishingly magical, allowing one to don attire with a mere click, yet alas, they do not grant the same ease in shedding garments. At this moment in the changing room, Bai Qingcheng was leisurely loosening her clothing, preparing to join Wang Xiaoxiao for a soak in the hot springs. With a delicate gesture, she swept several strands of her cascading white hair behind her, revealing a pure and youthful visage adorned with a smile. The earlier chill of her anger was entirely absent, replaced by a smile that radiated 6 parts gratitude, 3 parts pride, and a single hint of mischief. Humph, dear Xiaoxiao, how effortlessly I can manipulate you. Just moments ago, Wang Xiaoxiao had been so tense and fearful that she completely overlooked the fact that her partner was also a master of performance. Though Bai Qingcheng often appeared somewhat naive and easily deceived, her experiences with Wang Xiao over the years, coupled with a decade of longing in this life, had rendered her quite perceptive. It was no surprise that within merely 2 days of interaction, she had discerned the subtle clues of Wang Xiaoxiao's intentions. In truth, Bai Qingcheng had not been angry at all. She merely wished to tease Wang Xiaoxiao. After all, in her past life she had been Bai Xiaohua, and in this life, she was still Bai Qingcheng. To feel jealousy over herself seemed rather absurd. She was not the fragile and sensitive heroine of a romance novel. Moreover, based on her understanding of Wang Xiaoxiao's character, it was evident that this fellow was undeniably attracted to her. Reflecting on the moment when Wang Xiao had been overwhelmed, she recalled the unmistakable glint in her eyes, which clearly conveyed desire. This realization made Bai Qingcheng feel a touch proud. Who could blame her for embodying Wang Xiaoxiao's ideal? It was as if she had showcased her basketball prowess, danced gracefully, sung a playful tune, and even added a rap for good measure. The version of herself that Wang Xiaoxiao adored was precisely the one she aspired to be. Lost in these thoughts, Bai Qingcheng's adorable face flushed a rosy hue, akin to a ripe apple. Who desires to transform into your favorite version? Bai Qingcheng instinctively adopted a haughty demeanor. Ha! Little flower, you are indeed quite the tsundere. I cannot fathom where you found the courage to barge into your beloved Xiaoxiao's bathtub and lay your cards on the table. Do not laugh. Silence. Ah, little flower, you are adorably stubborn. By the way, you shall no longer refer to me as Little Flower. Little Flower is a title reserved for Xiaoxiao. Do you have any objections, my lady? All right, as the host, your word is law. Shall I call you Qingcheng from now on? Humph, that is more like it. Bai Qingcheng wrapped herself in a towel, arranged her long hair, and reminisced about the look of surprise on Wang Xiaoxiao's face from half an hour ago. Dear novice Xiaoxiao, watch how effortlessly I can navigate you. Hee, little flower, behold as I deftly maneuver you. On the other side, Wang Xiaoxiao luxuriated in the warm embrace of the hot spring, reflecting on her recent audacious maneuvers, feeling a sense of admiration for herself. Little fish, to celebrate my elevated familial status, I have absorbed all the essence of life. Familial status. What is it, little fish? Do you possess unique insights regarding your sister Xiaoxiao's imperial family position? Cough, I wouldn't dare. Essence of life absorption at 35. Absorption successful. Congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for receiving feedback on the essence of life. Constitution 35, Speed 35, Progress of Spirit of Life Transformation 35. A significant influx of attributes accrued. Let me check my panel. A name, Wang Xiaoxiao. Race, human. Gender, female, age, 20. Destiny, supreme body, level. Reincarnation body, S level. Spirit of life, transforming 619999. Strength, 2. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Speed, 64. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Constitution, 65. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Spirit, 10. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Charm, 99. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. 2. Skills, supreme space, level. Danger, S level. Voice change, a level. Hacker, a level. Breath holding for 10 minutes, E level. Items. Resurrection 1. Invisibility mask, a level 1. Poison, a level 1. The self-cultivation of a love-struck fool. Evaluation level. D. A stunningly beautiful young lady, capable of running but not fighting. As for me, Sister Xiao Xiao, I am increasingly excelling in evasion and flight. Alas, I wonder when my attack power will see any improvement. And this average charm on Blue Star, I recall it was 6. 1 just a few days ago. Suddenly struck by an idea, Wang Xiaoxiao adjusted her posture in the water, turning to the side, her delicate arm resting on the stone edge of the hot spring, her graceful hand propping up her cheek, revealing a significant portion of her fair and exquisite body above the surface, a tempting smile curving at the corners of her lips. He, with the supreme body of Sister Xiaoxiao and the truth body of Bai Xiaohua, our beauty has elevated the average attractiveness of Blue Star's inhabitants by 0.2. Truly a celestial beauty. A new book can be penned. My wife and I push through the heavens with our beauty. At that moment, Bai Qingqing arrived at the hot spring's edge, and upon witnessing Wang Xiaoxiao's enchanting figure, her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Xiao Xiao, what is this pose? You are a girl now, you must be modest, be mindful of your influence." Though her words conveyed a sense of admonishment, her ruby-like eyes could not help but glance at Xiao Xiao, whose skin resembled jade, her figure graceful and alluring, evoking a plethora of poetic descriptors in her mind. Noticing Bai Qingqing's arrival, a captivating curve graced Wang Xiaoxiao's exquisite countenance as she extended her delicate hand, pulling Bai Qingqing into her embrace, both of them seated together in the hot spring. "Ah!" Bai Qingqing gasped, her face flushing anew. "Xiaohua, why are you so shy? We are like an old married couple now." Wang Xiaoxiao noticed the tension in the figure nestled in her arms, the ears flushed with a rosy hue, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Who is claiming we are married? Besides, you are a girl now. What nonsense about marriage?" Bai Qingqing immediately retorted. Yet the fleeting glimmer of delight on her delicate face did not escape the keen perception of Wang. "How can we not be considered a couple? Does madam and wife not suffice?" As she spoke, her hand, previously marked as inappropriate, now gently encircled by Qingqing's slender waist. This is sophistry. Do not move." Xiaohua protested with a facade of defiance, yet made no effort to stop Wang Xiaoxiao's wandering hand. Both were indulging in their cherished moments of closeness, basking in the warmth of intimacy. After a while, Wang Xiaoxiao broke the silence. "Xiaohua, how is your data looking? It seems your recent gains surpass mine." Xiaohua. After calling her multiple times with no response, she noticed the other was merely writhing, seemingly searching for the most comfortable position. Clearly, Bai Qingqing was still lost in their shared warmth and had not heard Wang Xiaoxiao's words. Observing the lack of response, Wang Xiaoxiao smirked mischievously and tickled her waist, eliciting a squeal. "Ah, haha, Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? That tickles." Bai Qingqing finally snapped back to reality, chuckling. "I see you are entranced in this gentle embrace. I just wanted to remind you not to lose yourself in it. Who is lost in this gentle embrace? I certainly do not find you soft, warm, and comfortable," Xiaohua declared, though her body shifted into an even more comfortable position, stopping her writhing with satisfaction. "Xiaoxiao, what did you just say to me?" Xiaoxiao, clearing her throat, replied, "I said I wanted to see your panel." "Sure." Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Qingqing summoned her personal panel. Name, Bai Qingqing. Race, human. Gender, female. Age, 19. Fate, body of truth. Level, spirit of slaughter, transforming 85 99 99, strength 97, average for adults on Blue Star, 6, speed 100, average for adults on Blue Star, 6, constitution 10, average for adults on Blue Star, 6, mentality 10, average for adults on Blue Star, 6, charm 99, average for adults on Blue Star, 6, 2, skills, space of truth, level, silence, S level, instantaneous movement, a level, slash, a level, stealth, a level, items, red iron greatsword, D level, X1, dragon, a level X1, designated slaughter X3, flash marriage, the beautiful young wife of the CEO, elementary assassination, 100,000 ways to create accidents, damaged brake pads X12, transparent fishing line X99, spark generator X6, evaluation level, D, a stunningly beautiful young assassin. As long as she strikes swiftly, no one can harm her. Goodness. Xiao Hua's strength and speed are astonishing, truly a testament to the slaughter system. Wang Xiaoxiao gazed at by Qingqing's panel with envy. All of Xiao Hua's skills are combat-oriented. Why is it that the skills and items revealed by the elder are always mediocre? Hee, Sister Xiao Xiao, doesn't this align perfectly with your desires? If it were possible to dominate effortlessly, who would wish to be mediocre? The tone was laden with grievances towards the lackluster system. However, my kill quota has consistently remained at 3. Bai Qingqing suddenly interjected. Is it because the targets marked for elimination have generally been of inferior quality? Merely sufficient to break even? Wang Xiaoxiao twirled a strand of the snow-white hair of the person in her embrace around her finger, articulating her conjecture, then continued, in the future, we should strive to select better targets, as this will at least ensure a return on our efforts. Indeed, we cannot afford to be like you, who, upon resurrection, managed to suffocate oneself, not only incurring a penalty to attribute values but also wasting a chance at revival. Bai Qingqing's eyes sparkled with innocent charm, leaving one to wonder if it was all an act. Are you being polite? Wang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened, as she once again felt the softness of the figure in her arms, privately lamenting. Never mind, considering your cuteness, I shall let this one slide. She then addressed Bai Qingqing. Little flower, as we haven't encountered any suitable targets lately, let's refrain from wasting our kill quotas on trivial foes and instead enjoy ourselves. By the way, Little Seven has brought your car today. Wonderful. Where shall we go tomorrow? I want to drive. Upon hearing that the car had arrived, Little Flower instantly brightened. You can drive if you wish. As for our destination, let us keep it a mystery. I'll surprise you tomorrow. Little did the person know the consequences that such a statement would entail. Chapter 21. The breakfast shop on the Gourmet Street at Zhonghai University, has always been a quintessential dining destination for students, offering a delightful array of culinary delights hailing from all corners of Longwa. It is a veritable paradise for food enthusiasts, where the only limit is one's imagination. Today, as ever, the street bustles with life, friends mingling, couples embracing, and companions enjoying each other's company. The vibrant atmosphere ensures a continuous flow of patrons. At noon, a striking red Ferrari LaFerrari with a Beijing license plate glides into a parking spot along the street, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. As the door swings open, 2 stunning young women emerge. The girl from the driver's seat, with her petite frame and flowing white hair, dons a black long-sleeve jacket over a t-shirt that faintly bears the words I am not. She pairs it with form-fitting white pants and black athletic shoes, topped off with a baseball cap and a low ponytail, exuding an adorable yet effortlessly chic vibe. The passenger, with her striking black and blue hair, sports a blue long-sleeve cropped jacket that barely grazes her elegantly curved waist. Beneath it, she wears a white cropped t-shirt emblazoned with LSP that accentuates her figure, extending only a few centimeters past her alluring curves. Her ensemble is completed with fitted jeans and high-heeled boots, showcasing her long, graceful legs. Her hair is tied into a high ponytail, adding to her spirited appearance. However, despite her striking attire, this young lady's face is pale, her delicate hands occasionally covering her lips as she crouches beside a trash bin on the curb, clearly unwell. The girl who exited the driver's seat bears a mixture of concern, innocence, and a hint of unnoticeable pride as she approaches her friend. They are none other than Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing, out for a day of fun. Bai Qingqing gently strokes Wang Xiaoxiao's back in an attempt to soothe her discomfort. Xiaoxiao, are you alright? It's only a few kilometers from home. Is it really necessary to feel this way? Indeed, just a few kilometers. But you drove at breakneck speed. How can anyone reach over 100 on city roads? I feel like I might. Well, thankfully, I skipped breakfast. Didn't you say you could drive as fast as you wanted and I would handle the rest? I didn't run any red lights, I just drove fast. Am I such a poor driver? You drive splendidly, but please don't do it again next time. Ugh, I can't hold it any longer. After a brief moment of recovery, Wang Xiaoxiao feels her vitality returning at an admirable pace. From now on, as long as we are together, you are not allowed to drive, she declares with utmost seriousness. Why ever not? Bai Qingqing's large red eyes brim with confusion. Because it is too dangerous. If an accident were to occur, I could be revived, but you wouldn't be so fortunate. Her earnestness betrays her underlying fear of fast driving, which Bai Qingqing remains oblivious to. But Bai Qingqing attempts to protest, but Wang Xiaoxiao's resolve is unwavering. No driving, she asserts decisively. Oh, how disheartened Bai Qingqing looks, her charming face dimmed. Wang Xiaoxiao wiped the sweat from her forehead and let out a sigh of relief. When did Xiao Hua acquire such remarkable driving skills? In her previous life, she hadn't even learned to drive. Just a few sharp turns had me fearing for our lives. Yet she deftly maneuvered us to safety, as if she were an experienced driver. This simply cannot continue. No matter how confident she appears, I cannot allow her to drive any longer. While she may be safe, I, as a passenger, am at risk. Come on, Xiao Hua. Let me treat you to some delicious food. Despite my efforts, the gloom on her small face lingered. Within the food street, there existed a quaint breakfast shop, its interior elegantly adorned and impeccably clean. As it was now past noon and breakfast hours had concluded, only a few tables were occupied by patrons. A young couple, both strikingly handsome, began to tidy up the establishment, unlike the typical older owners of most restaurants. The man had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, standing tall, while the woman exuded a gentle grace, possessing a captivating intellectual beauty. Their attractiveness could easily outshine many in the entertainment industry. Rushi, put down that cloth and stop cleaning. I can handle the remaining tables. Come sit and rest for a moment, the man urged, noticing the woman diligently wiping down the tables. He swiftly pulled over a chair with a backrest, gently guiding her to sit down, concern etched across his face. It's only been 2 months. It's not that serious. I merely wanted to help since you've been busy all morning and have no classes today, hoping to lighten your burden. The woman replied with a tender smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons, embodying the essence of happiness. That's simply one do. You are the queen of our home now, and you mustn't tire yourself. Besides, this is for my wife and child. No matter how arduous it may be, it is worth it, he declared, standing tall and patting his chest. Yet you don't even have a wife yet. Perhaps you should first consider how to break the news to your parents. I have a feeling they won't take it lightly, she teased, her cheeks flushing slightly, a smile dancing on her lips. The handsome man immediately donned a mask of agony, realizing that if this news reached his family, a thorough reprimand from both parents was inevitable. Xiaogu, your wife is absolutely right. Your spouse's pregnancy is indeed a wonderful blessing. In a few months, when her belly starts to show, how will you keep it a secret? Moreover, with the thriving business of Gu's delicacies, you certainly have the means to support your wife and child. An elderly gentleman seated at a nearby table, savoring a cup of tea, offered his sage advice. Thank you for your concern, sir, but I'm not in a hurry. The restaurant has only been open for a month. This aspect will depend on Xiao Yun's arrangements. The woman's understanding nature only served to deepen the man's affection. Alas, once Rushi stabilizes, I shall take her home to meet my parents. Keeping this hidden is not a viable option. It reflects a lack of responsibility towards my pregnant wife. Upon hearing the prospect of meeting her parents, the gentle young woman's face flushed with a charming hue, captivating in its brilliance, leaving the handsome man utterly mesmerized. This dashing gentleman named Gu Yun was a senior at Zhonghai University, renowned as one of the campus heartthrobs. 2 months prior, after parting ways with his former girlfriend, he had indulged in a night of revelry with a woman, only to awaken the next day to discover that his companion was none other than the esteemed Professor Mu Ruoshi, the goddess of Zhonghai University. Initially, they both intended to dismiss that fateful night as a mere accident. However, a month later, when Mu Ruoshi revealed her unexpected pregnancy, she approached Gu Yun with trepidation to discuss the implications for their future. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yun resolved to embrace his responsibilities, vowing to raise the child alongside Mu Ruoshi, and thus they established a delightful eatery in the university's bustling food street. Perhaps it was destiny. Despite the absurdity of their initial encounter, their bond deepened over the course of a month, as they grew to understand one another and gradually nestled into each other as hearts. Gu Yun found himself enchanted by Mu Ruoshi's gentle grace and her intellect, while Mu Ruoshi was drawn to Gu Yun's tender attentiveness and diligent spirit. Upon learning of Mu Ruoshi's pregnancy, Gu Yun's instinctive reaction was to reach out to his family for assistance. After all, he had been supporting himself through part-time jobs and scholarships, covering his tuition and living expenses. The thought of being with Mu Ruoshi under such circumstances felt less like a partnership and more like a burden on her. As he pondered how he had managed to establish a thriving business on the precious food street, alongside living a fulfilling life with Mu Ruoshi, he was suddenly interrupted by a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host! Daily revenue of 5,000 yuan achieved. Rewards: Master-level massage technique, revenue doubling card, 1 day, daddy points 5. It appeared that the current offerings of steamed buns, soy milk, tofu pudding, and boiled noodles could continue to flourish. With additional daddy points accrued, he pondered which exquisite dish to select from the national banquet level. Just as Gu Yun was lost in thought, Mu Ruoshi spoke up. Xiaoyun, we have a customer. Gu Yun looked up to see Mu Ruoshi. Chapter 22. The Culinary Master and the Maternal System. The competitive nature of women. As the glass door of Gu's culinary delights swung open, 2 young ladies entered. Despite their contrasting styles, it was evident to all present that their beauty surpassed even that of the proprietress, Mu Ruoshi. The breakfast establishment fell into an immediate hush, with every gaze drawn to the newcomers. However, the two seemed to be embroiled in a spirited debate. Stinky Xiao Xiao, it's all your fault. If you hadn't taken 2 hours to choose your outfit, we wouldn't be missing breakfast. But we can just find a restaurant for lunch now. Absolutely not. You never used to enjoy breakfast properly. This habit must change. Ah, Xiaohua, are you certain this isn't just your desire for soup dumplings? Where would that be? I'm merely ensuring you eat your breakfast. Boss, do you still have soup dumplings? Gu Yun, momentarily taken aback by the extraordinary beauty of the 2 ladies, quickly regained his composure and replied, Yes, ladies, please take a seat. We have only 1 basket of soup dumplings left, but our tofu pudding is freshly prepared. Would you like to try it? Oh, tofu pudding. We'll each have a bowl. Wang Xiaoxiao's interest was piqued, and she turned to the lovely Bai Qingcheng beside her, smiling. Xiaohua, shall we go with the usual? Indeed, the usual. Bai Qingcheng replied with a knowing smile. Boss, we'll each have a bowl of tofu pudding. I want mine sweet, and she wants hers savory. Also, 1 basket of soup dumplings and a bowl of beef noodles with extra meat and noodles, no cilantro, and a bit more green onions. We'll share the noodles. Wang Xiaoxiao expertly placed the order, while Bai Qingcheng rested her delicate arms on the table, her dainty hands supporting her charming face. Her red eyes gleamed with delight as she observed Wang Xiaoxiao's ordering, her heart brimming with sweetness. My goodness! These 2 beautiful ladies share an extraordinary bond. Gu Yun noted the scene with a sense of astonishment but chose not to comment, focusing intently on Wang Xiaoxiao's order and diligently recording it in his notepad. That will be all, then. Thank you, boss. Certainly, ladies. Please hold on for a moment. Your dishes will be ready shortly. After placing the order, Wang Xiaoxiao moved slightly closer to Bai Qingcheng, her charming smile radiating warmth. So, how is it? Is there anything the young lady finds unsatisfactory with my service? Are there any issues with the dishes I've ordered? Humph, you passed this time. Bai Qingcheng felt a surge of joy, reflecting on how, even after a decade in this new life, Wang Xiaoxiao still remembered her preferences so well. Then we. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao's facade slipped, and Bai Qingcheng, noticing the blissful grin upon her exquisite face, wore an amused expression, just as she was about to speak. Cough, pardon the interruption. Sister Xiaoxiao and Sister Xiaoxiao's partner. Little fish, do you know that interrupting a couple can lead to a kick from a horse? Someone threatened playfully. Sister Xiaoxiao. This system guarantees something that piques your interest. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for encountering the culinary master and maternal system host, achieving the milestone of the initial meeting with the culinary master. Reward, Culinary Master-S Cookbook. Stinky little fish, consider yourself lucky this time. Upon hearing the announcement, Wang Xiaoxiao was instantly invigorated, refraining from speaking directly. She discreetly poked her companion, Bai Qingcheng, and began conversing through their soul link. Wang Xiaoxiao, calling Xiaohua, quickly check out this achievement. Bai Qingcheng, oh, a new system host, the food god daddy? What kind of protagonist is this? Wang Xiaoxiao. This is the protagonist from a sweet urban farming story centered on a father. The plot typically involves a character who has just broken up with his ex-girlfriend, engaging in a one-night stand with a stunning goddess, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy and the awakening of the daddy system. Bai Qingcheng, what? SNT that a scumbag? I don't see any stunning goddess here. Could he be one of those who abandon their partners? Bai Qingcheng scanned the establishment, failing to spot any divine beauty. A flicker of anger crossed her innocent, charming face as she silently cursed the owner, thinking all men are just insufferable. Lost in her thoughts, she noticed a graceful woman, dressed casually yet elegantly, emerging from the kitchen with a tray. Approaching their table, the woman spoke in a gentle tone. Ladies, I apologize for the wait. My husband is currently preparing the noodles. Please enjoy the tofu pudding and soup dumplings. This bowl is sweet, and that one is savory. The woman wore a warm smile, her complexion radiant and healthy, suggesting she not only ate well, but also maintained a cheerful disposition. Thank you, sister. Bai Qingcheng replied with a sweet smile, a hint of embarrassment glimmering in her eyes as she accepted the tray, and she and Wang Xiaoxiao began to eat heartily. Within their soul link, Wang Xiaoxiao continued, I hadn't finished my thought. This genre usually features a single female protagonist with a lighthearted narrative, often involving the male lead's ex-girlfriend being cast aside while the other characters are generally quite amiable. Bai Qingcheng, why didn't you say so earlier? I was picturing this sister borrowing money from various relatives for an abortion, getting disowned, and ending up begging in a bridge underpass. But seeing her looking so well, do you know how awkward it was when I took the tray? Wang Xiaoxiao, ahem, thus, in your past life, I wish you had read fewer melodramatic female-centric stories. This proprietress likely sought out her husband upon discovering her pregnancy, and her baby must be around 2 months along, being well cared for. Bai Qingcheng, I sent the owner a good man? Oh dear, I misjudged him. It's all your fault, Xiaoxiao, for speaking so breathlessly. Wang Xiaoxiao, can this really be blamed on me? Never mind, let me share something intriguing. There are some absurd tales in daddy novels, featuring multiple births, 7, 8, or even 10 babies, more prolific than pigs. Plus, the essential food-related segments with internet personalities stirring up trouble. By Qingcheng, I suddenly feel an inexplicable urge to see what these novels are like. It was a grave mistake not to read them with you in my past life. As they discussed through their soul link, their outward demeanor remained remarkably natural. This is delightful, proprietress. Your husband's culinary skills are exceptional. I have never tasted such exquisite tofu pudding. Sweet yet not cloying, with a velvety texture. A rave review, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, finishing off half of her bowl of tofu pudding with a satisfied smile, expressing her genuine appreciation. Thank you for the kind words, miss. If you have any suggestions, please feel free to share. We are always open to improvement. Mu Ruoshi politely responded, yet could not help but compare herself to the girl before her. Women, after all, often possess a sense of rivalry. As for Bai Qingcheng, she was a lowly, and Mu Ruoshi had no intention of measuring herself against her, for they were not even in the same league. Comparing a sniper rifle to a machine gun was futile. Each had its own merits. However, the black and blue-haired girl before her, though exuding a vibrant and lively aura, distinctly different from the conventional mature lady style, still belonged to that category. After some introspection, Mu Ruashi, who had always been immensely confident in her appearance, realized she could not compete at all. The disparity was substantial. Typically, every beautiful girl possesses her own strengths, be it skin as flawless as snow, a graceful figure, exquisite features, or breathtaking beauty. Attractive girls tend to highlight their strengths, selecting the most fitting styles to adorn themselves, thus making their flaws less pronounced or even completely concealed. The girl in front of her was truly a paragon of beauty, often referred to as a hexagonal warrior. Any mature lady style she desired to embody, she could effortlessly master. Whether it be a seductive allure, an aloof elegance, an intellectual charm, or a gentle demeanor, all it took was a slight alteration in her expressions or actions, requiring merely a touch of performance to achieve perfection. If she were to venture into another league, like competing with a lowly, she could indeed be adorably charming, yet she was ultimately not a lowly. Nevertheless, the girl before her possessed a distinctly vibrant personality, always appearing carefree and cheerful. Just moments ago, while chatting with her petite and adorable friend, she had even displayed a playful, flirtatious smile. Although this smile graced her stunning face beautifully, it somehow conveyed a more boyish charm. Beef noodles are served. Please enjoy, ladies. Gu Yun's voice interrupted Mu Ruashi's reverie. We shall not disturb your meal. Feel free to call us if you need anything. Mu Ruashi returned to her senses, smiling warmly as she and Gu Yun retreated to the kitchen. All right. Thank you, brother and sister. Bai Qingqing offered another sweet, professional smile. Within their soul link, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, calling them brother and sister. Ha ha ha. Bai Qingqing responded, Xiaoxiao, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking me? Beware. I might just forbid you from being flirtatious tonight. Wang Xiaoxiao replied, I just suddenly remembered that although our ages on the system panel are 19 and 20, in reality, we are already 29 and 30. We might even be older than this sister by quite a margin.
Bai Qingchen Edgar Lim. Wang Xiaoxia.
How dare you mention age? Don't you know that a beautiful girl is most sensitive about her age? Xiaoxiao, you're done for. You 1T have dinner tonight. I declare. Wang Xiaoxiao protested. Huh? SNT it always me who makes dinner? Besides, I'm also a beautiful girl. I truly do not care about age. Bai Qingqing retorted, you? Just a fake beautiful girl. Humph. I'm upset now. I've decided not to talk to you for 5 minutes. Incensed, Bai Qingqing pinched the soft flesh at Wang Xiaoxiao's waist with her thumb and forefinger, twisting it 180 degrees, causing Wang Xiaoxiao to grimace in pain. Chapter 23. The Store Explorer? Extortion. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, as Gu Yun was tidying up, he noticed Mu Ruashi's troubled expression. Wiping his hands on a cloth, he approached her, took her delicate hand in his and smiled. Who has dared to upset our queen? Xiao Yun, what do you think about the two girls outside? Mu Ruashi's usually gentle eyes were now filled with scrutiny and a hint of melancholy. It was the first time Gu Yun had seen the typically serene mother reveal such a childish expression. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist and teased. Ruashi, would you prefer to hear the truth or a lie? Let us start with a lie so I can feel better for a moment, Mu Ruashi pouted, a touch of despondency evident in her tone. The lie is that those two girls are the most beautiful I have ever seen. Even I can't help but feel a stir. Gu Yun replied with a smirk, clearly aware that Mu Ruashi was affected by the stunning beauty of the girls outside. What? You dare? If you feel a stir, I'll take the child and run. You can cry alone. Mu Ruashi shot him a glare, her lips pursed in indignation. Aha, they say pregnancy makes one foolish for 3 years. Did I not just say that was a lie? Gu Yun chuckled at her adorable reaction. And what about the truth? Mu Ruashi inquired further. The truth is, those two girls are a couple. It's south not even my place to comment on them. Guam Yun pointed playfully at her nose. What? A couple? You mean best friends? Or... Wait, but they are both girls.
Mu Ruashi exclaimed, astonished.
The girl with black hair was ordering, and the one with white hair looked utterly smitten. Did you not notice? They were both wearing matching t-shirts, one saying I am not and the other LSP. It's the first time I've seen such a peculiar couple's outfit, Gu Yun explained, spreading his hands. Moreover, we live in an enlightened society now, It's quite normal for girls to like girls. They seem quite affectionate, and such relationships are often referred to as yuri, he added. Having grown up with traditional family values, Muruashi had never encountered such concepts before, and she felt as if her CPU was about to overheat. Xiaogu. A group of people just arrived at the entrance. Come and take a look, a voice from outside, belonging to the elderly gentleman from earlier, interrupted the couple's conversation. At the entrance of Gu's Gourmet, a dozen individuals clad in eccentric attire and sporting bizarre makeup had gathered. Passers-by avoided them, and even dogs shook their heads in disapproval. They were armed with cameras and selfie sticks, aiming them at the entrance of Gu's Gourmet, murmuring amongst themselves. Family, today our anti-counterfeit squad has come to explore the once popular Gu's Gourmet at the Zhonghai University Food Street. Hit that double tap 666 and get ready to dive in, proclaimed a man with 2 centimeters of foundation on his face and deathly pink lipstick, speaking in a high-pitched voice. Let me introduce the members of our anti-counterfeit team who are here with Tao Tao today. Dear family, I am Miho, a middle-aged female broadcaster of somewhat ample stature and unkempt appearance. Here we have brother Lu Dan who supports our investigation team. Let us get started. This time, we have a bald, diminutive male broadcaster with dark skin. A large crowd behind him sequentially introduces themselves to Tao Tao's camera, with names like Gugu Ho Ho, Zhu Zhu. Those in the know understand this is a collaborative exploration by the broadcasters. Those unaware might think it's a circus performing on the street. After the introductions, the leading figure, Tao Tao, sweetly calls out and guides the group into Gu's cuisine. Welcome to Gu's cuisine. What would you like to eat, dear guests? Gu Yun warmly ushers the customers indoors. Do you have private rooms? Tao Tao inquires, delicately gesturing. I apologize, dear guest, but we do not have private rooms in our establishment. Gu Yun replies, suppressing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. How can a restaurant operate without private rooms? This hall is too noisy. It disrupts our live broadcast, exclaimed one of the accompanying broadcasters. I truly wonder how your restaurant is thriving. It can't possibly be due to bot reviews, can it? The group of broadcasters erupted into a clamor, chattering excitedly and playfully engaging with the audience in the live stream. The already modest space quickly transformed into a cacophonous marketplace as 10 or so individuals animatedly conversed. Other customers, originally intending to relax and chat, found the noise unbearable, including a kind elderly gentleman who had been resting in the shop, who waved goodbye to Gu Yun, shaking his head as he left. Amidst the chaos, Gu Yun diligently took orders from each broadcaster, feeling utterly exhausted as he prepared to retreat to the kitchen to begin meal preparations. Suddenly, Tao Tao called out to Gu Yun just as he was about to leave. Hey you, come here, I need to speak with you. The surrounding broadcasters promptly shifted their cameras away from Tao Tao and Gu Yun to give Tao Tao space to speak. Although Gu Yun's regard for this group of broadcasters had plummeted, he still managed a courteous smile and said, Please, go ahead. We are all broadcasters with hundreds of thousands of followers, specifically invited here to promote your establishment. If we speak well of you, your small restaurant will soon become a sensation. Do you understand my meaning? Tao Tao's voice dropped to a coarse, gravelly tone as he spoke softly to Gu Yun. Gu Yun immediately grasped the implication but maintained his calm demeanor, responding politely, Then we must thank the esteemed big broadcasters for their promotion and support. Tao Tao's expression darkened, privately cursing the owner's lack of insight. He dropped the pretense and directly laid his cards on the table. With so many of us here to help promote your restaurant, shouldn't we receive complimentary meals? Let us discuss the promotional fee as well. Our establishment had no intention of inviting you for a promotional visit, and we operate on a modest budget without extending credit. If you choose not to dine here, then we bid you farewell, Gu Yun replied, his smile remaining, albeit insincere. Peach had evidently anticipated such a situation, a cold smirk appearing on her heavily made-up face. She raised her voice, adopting a flirtatious tone, and exclaimed, Oh dear, boss, why are you suddenly angry? I merely wish to take my family to see your kitchen. The surrounding streamers immediately grasped the implication, directing their cameras toward Gu Yun and Peach, while fanning the flames with their words. Is the boss hiding something? Is there something unsavory in the kitchen? Indeed, this establishment had become remarkably popular just a month after opening. I find it hard to believe there are no secrets behind its success. Allow me to enlighten you. Many businesses nowadays add addictive substances to their food to attract customers. One wonders if this might be the reason for this restaurant's remarkable popularity. The youth of today often compromise their integrity for a meager profit. The streamer's provocations were laden with strong insinuations, practically emblazoning the words "this restaurant has issues" across their faces. Their seasoned demeanor indicated that this was not their first time engaging in such antics. Gu Yun's expression darkened, and upon seeing the effect she had achieved, Peach subtly gestured, prompting the surrounding streamers to shift their cameras away. So, boss, what do you think? Should we receive this investigation fee or not? We aren't asking for much, just 500,000, and we shall instantly turn the tide of public opinion. Peach's voice took on a rougher edge as she displayed a triumphant smile. Surely, you wouldn't want your establishment to face closure, would you? However, before Peach could await Gu Yun's response, a series of crisp applause erupted, silencing the previously boisterous streamers, who turned to the direction from which the applause emanated. Chapter 24. The Threat of Internet Celebrities? Defeating Magic with Magic. Marvelous. Truly marvelous. The audience in the live stream was utterly enthralled. The speaker was a petite, stunning white-haired girl seated at a corner table, her voice laced with a hint of innocence, yet melodious enough to enchant the ears. The applause came from a dark blue-haired girl beside her, who remained silent, merely observing the crowd with a teasing smirk, akin to a spectator in a zoo. Cough, cough, a major streamer with hundreds of thousands of followers. The other streamers present were left astounded, not solely by the breathtaking beauty of the two girls, but also by the professional-grade live-streaming camera prominently positioned beside them. When they entered the shop, they were preoccupied with calculating expenses and interacting with their online audience, completely oblivious to the camera in the corner. Of course, that was not the only reason. While they were still outside, the white-haired girl had discreetly activated her concealment skill on the camera, a skill that allows her to render items invisible. How could the group of streamers have possibly noticed anything amiss? As for the camera's origin, it was, without a doubt, the work of the resourceful Xiao Qi. Hey, why has everyone suddenly fallen silent? Come greet our viewers in the live stream. A bright smile graced the pure and lovely face of the white-haired girl as she continued. You're all internet sensations now. Smile for us. Why so serious? Her enchanting voice, akin to celestial music, resonated in their ears, echoing like a devil's whisper. If what this girl claimed was true, and the camera had indeed been live-streaming all along, then all their extortion attempts and the surrounding streamers' collusion would have been captured and broadcasted. Stay calm. Could these two seemingly young girls possess such cunning? Did they discern their intentions the moment they laid eyes on them? Were they truly waiting with a camera for their arrival?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Furthermore, with their exquisite beauty, they must be hired actors employed by the shop to intimidate them. With this thought in mind, Tao Tao felt reassured, her confidence surging. Little sister, you're not live streaming, are you? I can see through it. How much is the shop owner paying you? Once we secure our expenses, I'll pay you double. From the moment the streamers noticed the professional camera, they began shutting down their live streams, putting away their phones, leaving Tao Tao emboldened to speak candidly, her coarse voice echoing through the room. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the peculiar logic of this individual. How could someone appear so dim-witted? If you claim we're not live streaming, then what on earth is that large camera doing here? A mere decoration? Wang Xiaoxiao, unable to contain her laughter, chimed in. That's just a prop. You must be actors hired by the owner to frighten us. Tao Tao declared confidently. Bai Qingqing burst into laughter. Excuse me, but, are you male or female? Never mind, it's not important. This host, you can casually open any video platform to see if you've become a sensation. The surrounding hosts of Tao Tao immediately widened their eyes in astonishment, as several timid ones shakily took out their phones to open Douyin. The headline on the homepage read, "Shocking. Live stream exposes the chaos of internet celebrity shops. Current popularity, 240 million. Due to a slight delay in the live stream, at that moment the screen displayed Tao Tao, with a rough voice, claiming she had received a shop visit fee and was paying double. The audience in the live stream erupted, with comments flooding the screen. This host is so arrogant. Is extortion now this blatant? This maneuver is something even the Cotton North scam group couldn't replicate. Thank you for the invitation. I just returned from Tao Tao's live stream, which has concluded. Ha ha ha. I never expected your delicate host Gigi to have such a croaky voice in private. I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. 10,086. At this moment, the live stream was filled with a joyous atmosphere, with ha 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 floating across the screen. The on-site hosts were like ants on a hot stove, flustered and chaotic, casting various anxious glances towards the leading Tao Tao. Brother Tao, what should we do? Their live stream has reached 200 million in popularity. The comments are still discussing our shop visit techniques. It shows they've broadcasted every detail clearly. It's not just on Douyin. Slowhand, A Station, Rabbit Tooth, and Douyu are all live streaming. Even official media have released statements. This is really over. Xiao Xiantao, you fool. You had to drag us into this to make a profit. I'll be damned if I profit off you. Friends in the live stream exclaimed. This is all the work of that idiot Xiao Xiantao. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. We are merely conducting normal shop visits. Haha. The hosts present were in a panic, lamenting, shifting blame. The atmosphere once again filled with mirth. Meanwhile, the leading Tao Tao, with a face caked in at least 2 centimeters of makeup, still bore the unmistakable signs of being as dark as coal, her expression grim and shadowy, completely disregarding the ongoing broadcast. She pointed an accusing finger at Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng, threatening them without a second thought. You two wretches, do you know who my sister is? She is the top-tier influencer, Xiao Shenro, with 30 million followers. Dare to provoke me, and you're finished. Clarify this immediately. Just say it was all a script we were asked to film. Otherwise, I'll have my sister deal with you. Upon hearing these words, a profound silence enveloped the scene, with disbelief etched on the faces of everyone present, including the hosts Tao Tao brought along. Brother, this is still live. It's astounding how brainless one can be. After a brief delay, this segment was broadcasted across the internet, and the comments section emptied instantly, with only a few whitewashing comments still rolling, evidently from hired commenters behind these hosts. Moments later, the live stream was inundated with comments, and the popularity surged to 1 billion. In the Gu family's culinary establishment, oh, how impressive. We are so scared. The two women spoke in unison, clearly indicating that Wang Xiaoxiao had thoroughly uncovered every detail about this individual. Shenro, feel free to invite your sister. However, I suggest you ensure she secures a competent lawyer beforehand, as this case will not be easy to navigate, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked provocatively, casting a glance toward the shop's entrance, a smirk playing on her lips. Our ally has arrived, esteemed internet celebrities. There's no need for formalities in your departure. Tao Tao trembled with fury, her face losing the porcelain makeup as it flaked off like snow. However, before she could finish her sentence, a stern voice resounded from the entrance. Freeze! Jiangdong District Police Department. Xiao Xiantao, Guobei, Zhan Yaping. You 12 are suspected of extortion and defamation. Please accompany us to the station. Uniformed officers swiftly apprehended the bewildered influencers, securing them with silver handcuffs as they exited the store. The lead officer even nodded in acknowledgement to Wang Xiaoxiao before they departed. Within mere moments, only Gu Yun, Mu Ruoxi, Wang Xiaoxiao, and Bai Qingcheng remained in the Gu family food shop. Shortly thereafter, the live stream captured the scene of the influencers being taken away, leaving only 4 individuals in the establishment, igniting a fervent discussion among viewers. What a relief! It turns out the host's ally is none other than the police. Commendable! The chaos among online influencers has long needed rectification. This group is merely the tip of the iceberg. In such a vast country, who knows how many store owners are suffering at the hands of these rascals. On a side note, did anyone else notice how attractive the shop's owner and proprietress are? Honestly, with such looks, they could rival even the stars of the entertainment industry. Could a kind soul please share the address of this establishment? I must visit immediately. Speaking of which, the hosts seem to be 2 young ladies. Their voices are delightful, yet they have yet to reveal their faces. Please show yourselves. Oh, I can only hear their voices and not see their faces. It feels as though ants are crawling on me. I implore the hosts to reveal themselves. Seeing the discussion in the live stream veering increasingly off-topic, Wang Xiaoxiao interjected with a furrowed brow. Dear viewers, we sincerely appreciate your support for today's broadcast. We shall conclude the live session here. We will also host irregular live streams in the future, so please stay tuned. Once the broadcast ended, Wang Xiaoxiao noticed the account's follower count skyrocketing to 100,000. Discovering this newfound amusement, she chuckled and renamed the account Xiaoqing Stories Abound. Chapter 25. By Qingqing's embarrassment by Qingqing, exhilarated by her inaugural experience of face-slapping, maintained a serene smile on the surface. Yet within the depths of her soul link, she exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow. So this face-slapping narrative is so entertaining? I want more of this." Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a chuckle, "Hee. This type of plot is rampant in the web novels I pursued in my past life. Those authors delight in using face-slapping scenarios to pad their word counts." Bai Qingqing responded, "Yet, it is genuinely exhilarating. Although I did not experience the interruption of chanting you mentioned last time." Wang Xiaoxiao coughed lightly. To be honest, this face-slapping scene should belong to the host of the daddy system, and we inadvertently hijacked it. Bai Qingqing remarked, "What's wrong with that? Not only did we help him resolve his issues at lightning speed, but we also unwittingly promoted his shop. A win-win. Congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for delivering a heavy blow to the phenomenon of internet celebrities exploiting shops, achieving the title, The Downfall of Shop-Hopping Influencers. Reward, Essence of Life X1. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Woohoo! Xiaohua, you are absolutely right. In the future, whenever we encounter another hostess face-slapping plot, let us hijack it again." Bai Qingqing teased, "Silly Xiaoxiao. You perked up the moment you saw the reward. Thank you both, ladies. Without your assistance, I would have been troubled by this matter for quite some time." Gu Yun expressed her gratitude as she approached Wang Xiaoxiao's table. Wang Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow slightly, noting that it was a matter of being troubled for a while rather than a complete catastrophe. Indeed, those with a system are truly exceptional. Absolutely. I was genuinely worried that little Yun would struggle against that aggressive group of influencers. I am immensely grateful to both of you. Mu Ruoshi, standing beside Gu Yun, slightly bowed to the two young ladies, exuding an air of poise indicative of refined etiquette. "There's no need for such formality, sister. Please take a seat here. You must rest more during your pregnancy. The first 3 months are crucial to avoid overexertion," Bai Qingqing insisted, rising from her seat to offer it to Mu Ruoshi. However, the other three present fell silent, particularly Gu Yun and Mu Ruoshi, who gazed at Bai Qingqing in astonishment. How did this young girl know about Mu Ruoshi's pregnancy? And with such precision regarding the months? Wang Xiaoxiao quickly reacted, poking Bai Qingqing in the side playfully. In the soul link, Bai Qingqing protested, "Ouch, that tickles. What are you poking me for, you silly Xiaoxiao?" Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, "You fool. You've let the cat out of the bag." Wang Xiaoxiao hurriedly smoothed over the situation. "Ha ha ha. Please don't take offense, madam. She hails from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and is adept in the art of diagnosis. Just from your demeanor, she was able to deduce your pregnancy and even pinpoint the month." Upon hearing this, Gu Yun and Mu Ruoshi reigned in their surprise, though their astonishment remained undiminished. This young girl, so tender in age, possessed such remarkable medical skills. Truly a prodigy. Bai Qingqing finally grasped the situation, her face flushing with an awkward hue. In the soul link, Wang Xiaoxiao inquired, "Why did you blurt out the plot from the novel I shared with you? I had thought that, after we became together, you would no longer be so naive." Thankfully, my wits saved the day and allowed me to smooth things over. Bai Qingqing, still, wasn't it you who just mentioned that the plotlines of culinary stories featuring devoted fathers bear little distinction from reality? Even the online influencers seeking out culinary establishments were accurately critiqued by you, which led me to inadvertently let slip a truth. Haha, indeed. My family hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, and we often enjoy wielding knives for surgery. Bai Qingqing, though she was quite adept at acting, struggled to fabricate tales as skillfully as Wang Xiaoxiao. Ahem, what she meant to convey was that she has recently been exploring the integration of Eastern and Western medicine, employing surgical instruments in her procedures. Observing Bai Qingqing's increasingly absurd fabrications, coupled with the astonished expressions of Gu Yun and his spouse, Wang Xiaoxiao stepped in once more to clarify for Bai Qingcheng. Gu Yun and his partner exhaled a sigh of relief. This little white-haired girl truly had a penchant for dramatic revelations. Bai Qingcheng, feeling embarrassed, hid behind Wang Xiaoxiao, resembling a small ostrich burying its head in the sand, too shy to face Gu Yun and his spouse. Mu Ruoshi, witnessing this scene, instantly grasped why Gu Yun stated that many have accepted such relationships. Two lovely young ladies together. How delightful! Unlike herself, who had unwittingly settled for Gu Yun, the rather clumsy fellow, though perhaps he wasn't so bad after all. Ha ha ha, returning to the main topic. It appears we have little to offer in return for your kindness. Gu Yun redirected the conversation. Ha ha ha, Boss Gu, there's no need for any repayment. If you truly feel the need, perhaps you could grant us a discount of 20% on our next dining experience. And do make sure to invite us to sample any new dishes first. Gu Yun's culinary skills, enhanced by the system, are truly exceptional. It is likely that there exists no comparable chef throughout the entire Blue Star. As a devoted foodie, Wang Xiaoxiao could hardly let this opportunity slip by. Absolutely. I shall speak on behalf of Xiao Yun. Thank you both for your assistance and for taking care of our business. Mu Ruoshi interjected. Shall we exchange contact information, so that we can reserve meals for you in advance? Certainly. Thank you, Madam Boss. By the way, how much do we owe for this meal? Let the 20% discount start from this moment. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed as she retrieved her phone to add Mu Ruoshi on WeChat, preparing to scan the QR code on the wall for payment. Today's meal is on the house. Not only as gratitude for resolving a significant issue but also to foster friendship. I am Gu Yun, and when you visit next time, I shall ensure a 20% discount for you both. Gu Yun declared with straightforwardness. Ha ha ha. Then I shall not decline. I am Wang Xiaoxiao and this is Bai Qingcheng. Wang Xiaoxiao indicated the little white ostrich in her arms with a smile. I am Bai Qingcheng. Bai Qingcheng, still feeling awkward, hesitated before stepping out from behind Wang Xiaoxiao to introduce herself to Gu Yun and his spouse. Little sister, possessing good medical skills and a passion for research is commendable. There is no need for shyness. By the way, I am Mu Ruoshi. In truth, I am not much older than you, having just turned 24 this year. If you wish, you may call me Sister Mu. Mu Ruoshi said gently, casting a warm gaze upon Bai Qingcheng, hoping to alleviate her embarrassment. Nu. Perhaps it's best to let it be. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingcheng's fair face flushed even deeper, as she repeatedly waved her hands in protest. This only intensified her embarrassment. In an attempt to conceal her face, she turned once more to hide behind Wang Xiaoxiao. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she playfully bit Wang Xiaoxiao's shoulder, blaming this audacious friend for bringing up the matter of age. Indeed, it was true that she was several years younger, while her actual age had already reached 29, not to mention that Wang Xiaoxiao was a year older than Bai Qingcheng. Wang Xiaoxiao, however, remained unfazed, her face devoid of any blush, boldly stating, Ha ha ha, Brother Gu, Sister Mu, Xiao Bai tends to be quite shy. We still wish to explore the street a bit more, so do come again next time. You are always welcome. The couple exchanged amused glances, watching the two with warm smiles as they departed. Wang Xiaoxiao took Bai Qingcheng's hand and led her away from Gu's food emporium. Bai Qingcheng exclaimed, You shameless girl, you're clearly a 30-year-old. Ahem, mature lady, and yet you dare to call others sister. Wang Xiaoxiao replied, Oh, come now. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. Let us pretend we are 20 and 19. With our current appearances, who could possibly discern that we are in our 30s? Moreover, we are equipped with a system that could lead us to immortality. Henceforth, let our ages be determined by the System S panel. Bai Qingcheng pondered, What you say does seem to hold some merit. No, wait. You are trying to deceive me. Wang Xiaoxiao insisted. I am not. Haven T. Do not speak such nonsense. Let us not focus on these details. Come. Sister Xiaoxiao will take you to continue exploring the food street. As the two quarreled playfully in their soul link, their minds were wholly absorbed in their shopping, completely oblivious to the three pairs of eyes that had fixated on them the moment they left Gu's food emporium. Chapter 26. The bizarre and terrifying abandoned building. Not long after Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng departed from Gu's Gourmet, three miscreants, adorned in the eccentric fashion of the Love for Death family, lingered in a nearby alley. After a prolonged moment of stupor, they finally snapped back to reality, crouching down as instructed by their leader, fixating on the exquisite beauty from Gu's Gourmet. Indeed, she resembled a celestial being descended to earth. The one speaking was the red-haired youth, whose recollection of the two women's stunning visages nearly made him salivate. It was no surprise. A figure as formidable as their leader naturally deserved a woman of equal beauty. The second, with yellow hair, spoke with an expression of admiration, even bordering on fervor. Well, it's no wonder we were so stunned by the allure of our leader's future partner. Those two women have once again slipped into the food street. When shall we act? The third, with green hair, appeared markedly more composed than his red and yellow-haired companions. Given his distinctive hair color, it was evident he had a story to tell. Let us continue to observe. This food street has but one exit, and nighttime operations are far more prudent. The red-haired youth replied, if we execute our leader's plan successfully, surely our status will rise. The yellow-haired youth remained fervently enthusiastic. When their leader's name was mentioned, the trio's expressions varied: envy, zeal, and respect, but a shared emotion of trepidation lingered in their eyes, a palpable fear of the powerful. After all, this was a person capable of driving the former leader's fist into a concrete wall, leaving no trace behind. Was such a feat even conceivable? A shiver coursed through them, and they chorused, let us focus on the task at hand. For hours later, as darkness fell, Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng strolled contentedly, hand in hand, leisurely making their way out of the food street. This gastronomic haven lived up to its reputation as a must-visit for food enthusiasts, and after a long day of indulgence, they had yet to sample everything. They vowed to return. Wang Xiaoxiao, with an insatiable appetite, remained unfazed by her transformation into a beautiful maiden. Her capacity for consumption was as robust as ever. The truth of the matter was that she neither gained weight nor diminished her appetite. Bai Qingcheng, though equally satisfied, couldn't help but feel envy as she watched Wang Xiaoxiao relish her meals. How remarkable it was that Xiaoxiao could still eat so heartily after her transformation, especially when the snacks appeared so delectable. However, Bai Qingcheng had reached her limit and could only stand by, wiping away her saliva. That pancake fruit from earlier tasted just like the one from our high school entrance, she exclaimed. I used to adore that place. Humph. I knew your daily intention of picking me up after school was less than pure. It was all for the pancake fruit at the school gate, Wang Xiaoxiao teased. Winky face, all right, if you wish to beat Sundra, so be it. As they continued their banter, Wang Xiaoxiao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Danger! She sensed a shift. Within their soul link, she communicated with Bai Qingcheng, Xiaohua, we are being watched. Danger! A reaction has occurred. There are likely 3 individuals behind us. Bai Qingcheng inquired, what color are they? Wang Xiaoxiao replied, they are a very pale yellow, reminiscent of the unworthy girlfriend of that persistent suitor. Bai Qingcheng, where did these amateurs come from? Do they dare to target us? Wang Xiaoxiao, for now, let South not drive. We should head to a certain location to lure them out and deal with them. Hee. That place is bound to be quite entertaining. Meanwhile, as Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng walked away from the food street, the 3 brothers of the funeral love gang, lurking nearby, immediately revved up their engine to follow. They emerged. Let us hurry and keep up. Alu, quickly contact the boss. I already did. He will arrive shortly. The boss's charm with women is truly remarkable. I could never devise such techniques. Women are easily swayed by this, especially when it comes to a man as formidable as the boss. Hehehe. These 2 girls are surely trapped. After navigating through several turns, the 2 women finally entered a dilapidated 2-story building. Compared to the surrounding bustling high-rises and streets, this unfinished structure seemed utterly out of place. It had been a decade since construction on this building had commenced. Yet strangely, it remained neither completed nor demolished, simply standing in this prime location. The funeral love brothers followed closely, but they sensed something amiss. Why would 2 girls venture out so late at night to this abandoned building? Could they have discovered something? Why would they run to such a place? Are you foolish? If they had noticed us, they wouldn't come here. They would flee to a more populated area. Is there a possibility that they aren't even human? The first to speak was the blonde. As soon as he finished, the red-haired and green-haired brothers exchanged glances of disbelief. Huang, I've told you repeatedly to stop indulging in urban legends. Your mind has become muddled. You were previously claiming the boss was an alien. In reality, he is merely a stronger individual, not the extraterrestrial you imagine, worshipping him like a deity. Exactly, those tales are concocted by bored individuals, specifically to deceive fools like you. Besides, we have already reported the situation to the boss. Do you dare to abandon your post now? The blonde recalled the terrifying prowess of their boss, who would be arriving shortly. If they failed in their task, he would surely unleash his wrath. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and followed the red-haired and green-haired brothers into the building. As they ascended the stairs to the first and second floors, they found no trace of Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing. The three felt a strange unease, as if they were being watched. Alu, I've heard that this abandoned building is rumored to be haunted. The blonde suddenly panicked, recalling the many terrifying tales associated with this infamous ghost building in the city, his legs trembling slightly. He voiced his concerns, hoping to frighten his companions into fleeing together. Stop with the ridiculous thoughts. Those urban legends are mere fabrications. We must trust in science. The green-haired brother's tone lacked the conviction he had before entering the building, sounding more like a forced attempt to bolster his own courage. It is said that in this abandoned building, as dusk descends each evening, eerie melodies resonate within its walls. Many intrepid live streamers have ventured here, only to flee in terror. I once witnessed a streamer's exploration, where indeed, strange melodies could be heard, along with a faint utterance of a phrase. The trembling Huang cleverly omitted that crucial line, akin to a fragmented narrative, causing beads of cold sweat to surface on the anxious faces of the green-haired and red-haired companions. Good grief! This dilapidated building is already unnerving enough. Must you spin such terrifying urban legends? Cautioned the red-haired one. Huang, cease your chatter. We are currently inside. What if we do summon something? Stop being such a fool and trust in science. It's merely an internet-spread ghost story. What is there to fear? The green-haired one retorted, their anxiety palpable as they felt their clothes dampening. If you weren't my brother, I would have slapped you silly. Just as Huang was on the verge of uttering that ominous phrase, an enchanting melody suddenly emanated from the second floor. The melody, far from terrifying, was rhythmically captivating, compelling one to sway along with its beat. Yet, in stark contrast to the building's sinister ambience, it evoked an indescribable eeriness. The three friends distinctly heard this melody reverberating through the stairwell of the abandoned structure, and they immediately huddled together in fear. Oh my goodness! The strange melody has appeared, cried the Huang. This is all your fault, you fool. Have we triggered some bizarre mechanism? Before they could lament further, a series of muffled thuds echoed from above, the second floor's ceiling, intertwining with the melody. The sound, emanating from directly overhead, was as though something was traversing the upper floor. Oh no, something is right above us. They exclaimed in unison. Mom, I want to go home. I will never engage in ghost hunting again. Clutching each other tighter, their hearts raced in synchrony with the ominous thuds above. As terror reached its zenith, the melody seemed to have reached its finale, the sound gradually diminishing, and the noise of impact fading away. Just as the three believed they had weathered the storm, a sudden, fervent chant echoed from above, accompanied by an even more impassioned melody. Oh, how beautiful G&I is, baby. Oh, how beautiful G&I is, baby. The trio from Zong AI felt their pupils constrict sharply, their faces paling to an extreme, their minds blank, and their bodies weakened. In this state of agitation, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. The forbidden song continued to play, and from the shadows by the staircase, a figure cloaked in a loose black robe, obscuring its features, emerged beside the unconscious trio. Swiftly, this figure bound them and tossed them into a nearby room. After completing this task, the cloaked individual looked up and shouted towards the second floor. Xiao Xiao, it's all done. Hurry and turn off your pigeoness song. A girl's voice from above responded with curses. Damn it. This street-side dance speaker is truly garbage. Why can't I turn it off? Forget it. Another dull thud echoed from above, the chicken song momentarily stuttering as if the speaker had been kicked. A figure in white descended the stairs, noticing a puddle at the bottom, the very spot where Zhang Ai had just been. With a tone of disdain, the white-robed individual remarked, "These three brothers at the traffic light are quite something. They can even wet themselves listening to my Chicken Brothers song. Xiaohong, how could you use your Pigeon-S signature song to frighten people? You must admit my Chicken Brother is impressive." An air of pride enveloped this individual. "Congratulations, Sister Xiao Xiao, for dealing with the street thugs and achieving the accomplishment of thwarting their scheme. Reward, essence of life. Another question mark achievement? Which trickster is plotting against me this time?" The white-robed person was filled with indignation. Even Xiaohua isn't assassinating me anymore. Yet there are still miscreants wanting to harm me. The last time, 3 question mark organizations abroad. I still don't know who was behind that. Forget it, it doesn't affect my joyful life. At that moment, the melody above abruptly ceased, and voices emerged from the dance speaker. "Wow, Xiao Xiao, is this how you use your voice-changing skill? What are you doing? Don't speak to me in that voice. I'm about to vomit. If you keep talking like that, you're not allowed in my bed today." Cough, cough. As a true fan, I just wanted to promote our Chicken Brother a bit on Blue Star. I don't believe you. You clearly want to make a grotesque video. The grotesque videos you made in your past life never had less than 8 million views on Bilibili. Xiaohua, stop being awkward. My sincere admiration for Chicken Brother is well known. The sound system upstairs continued to play, while the 2 individuals clad in black and white robes remained frozen in place, their souls connected in silent communication. Bai Qingcheng remarked, "Xiao Xiao Xiao, it turns out the recording isn't the original soundtrack, but rather a recording from the day we arrived at Tianya Courtyard. Your cover voice, tone, and pitch are all perfectly consistent. You truly are a seasoned fan." Wang Xiaoxiao replied, "Isn't it because there's no Chicken Brother in Blue Star? I wanted to create some comedic content." "Oh wait, that was a slip of the tongue. Ahem, I meant to become the ambassador of Icon for Blue Star. I had to record the material myself."
Bai King Chen Tivet. Ah,
"You little chick, your true colors are showing." Wang Xiaoxiao defended herself. "This is the correct way to use voice modulation. Besides, isn't the home recording studio meant for this purpose? I've always harbored a dream of becoming a popular idol." Bai Qingcheng acknowledged, "Indeed, your home studio is quite professional. Wait, if that recording is from that day, oh no. Xiao Xiao Xiao, quickly turn it off." Wang Xiaoxiao paused, realizing the gravity of the situation, and prepared to head upstairs. However, before either could react, the sound system blared another segment of dialogue, featuring a coarse, lascivious male voice and a delicate female voice. "Heh. The esteemed young lady from a prominent family has unexpectedly fallen into the hands of a mere nobody like me. Tonight will be quite enjoyable. Heh. You rogue, what do you intend to do? Don't come near me. If you dare to kidnap me, my father will not let you go. Heh, little girl. In a place like this, do you truly think your father can find you? Woo woo woo. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, I'll scream. Heh. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you." Indeed. This segment was precisely the opening excerpt of the tragedy of the young lady, which Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng had whimsically recorded that day. Wang Xiaoxiao activated her voice modulation, portraying a small rogue kidnapper, while Bai Qingcheng took on the role of the noble young lady. Hearing this exchange, both women felt an acute embarrassment, as if they could scrape the ceiling with their toes in discomfort. After a brief moment of shock, Bai Qingcheng executed a swift leap to the second floor, unsheathing her katana and slicing the sound system in 2, silencing the noise with an elegant flourish. Yet, her delicate frame and the black robe she wore trembled slightly, revealing her inner turmoil. "Fear not, little flower. The 3 brothers at the traffic light have surely fainted. There is no one nearby to hear us." Wang Xiaoxiao followed her upstairs, patting Bai Qingcheng on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Indeed. How could there be anyone else in this dilapidated building?" However, just as the words left her lips, a loud shout resonated from downstairs. "Beautiful lady, do not be afraid. I am coming to rescue you." The 2 women froze, turning to glance down the staircase. There stood a disheveled man, his hair in disarray, beard unkempt, and wearing a security uniform that was poorly fitted. his shirt unbuttoned and one pant leg rolled up, even sporting a pair of slippers. Yet, his carefree demeanor was rife with confidence, the corner of his mouth curling into a charming smile, his entire expression askew. Congratulations to Sister Xiao Xiao for encountering the leader of the foreign armed force, Long Wang, and achieving the milestone of the initial meeting with the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Reward: facial muscle control technique of the Dragon King. Information related to the achievement of? Regarding the unsuccessful expedition has been unlocked. The achievement is corrected to the unsuccessful expedition of the Dragon King's Hall. Information regarding the achievement of? Concerning the failure of the scheme has been unlocked. The achievement is corrected to the Dragon King's failed scheme. Chapter 27. The Battle with the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Congratulations to Sister Xiao Xiao for encountering the leader of the foreign armed forces, the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King, and achieving the milestone of meeting the Crooked-Mouthed Dragon King. Reward: facial muscle control technique of the Dragon King. Achievement related to the unsuccessful expedition has been unlocked. Milestone corrected to the Dragon King's unsuccessful expedition. Achievement related to the failure of the scheme has been unlocked. Milestone corrected to the dragon's failed scheme. Upon hearing the broadcast from Little Fish, Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing appeared unfazed. Yet within their soul link, a tempest brewed. Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Oh my, it's the crooked-mouthed Dragon King." His attire unmistakably reveals his identity. Bai Qingqing replied, "The crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Even I, who seldom indulges in male-focused narratives, can recognize him." Wang Xiaoxiao continued, "I never imagined that even the crooked-mouthed Dragon King could exist in Blue Star." Bai Qingqing reflected, "The 4 individuals we previously subdued must have been his subordinates. It's no wonder they were all named Dragon." Wang Xiaoxiao speculated, "Those 3 at the traffic light were likely also his underlings, attempting to play the gallant hero to win over a lady, right? This fair maiden shall not be the first to acquiesce." Bai Qingqing inquired, "What shall we do then?" Wang Xiaoxiao observed, "He gazes at us with the ferocity of a jealous husband. Evidently, he does not perceive us as young ladies. If he intends to strike, we shall." As the 2 women conversed, the Dragon King regarded the individuals in black and white robes with evident satisfaction. These brothers from the traffic light were quite astute, even remembering to don robes to conceal their identities, resembling professional kidnappers. However, why did he only see 2 of them? Were they not 3 brothers? Yet, as his gaze shifted to the mottled water stains beneath him, his pupils dilated in shock. By my grandmother, these 3 insects couldn't resist and have already made their move? Combining the lewd dialogue he had just overheard, only the 2 in black and white remained to keep watch. The 3rd one was undoubtedly indulging at this very moment. The Dragon King's imagination conjured 2 hours of an amorous escapade, causing his blood to surge with fury. How dare these 3 insects lay hands on my woman? They have sealed their own doom. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon King stomped his left foot onto the ground, producing a resounding thud, and propelled himself towards Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing with lethal intent, targeting the one clad in white. Danger! A crimson warning appeared above Wang Xiaoxiao's head. What madness is this? Who claims to be my woman? She reacted instinctively, her steps nimble as she sidestepped his punch, hurling the silver handbag she had retrieved from the dimensional space towards the Dragon King's head, then swiftly retreating to take cover behind a wall. Unbeknownst to her, Bai Qingqing had vanished as well. The Dragon King, witnessing the handbag soaring through the air, could no longer contain his wrath. How dare you touch my woman and toss her bag at me in provocation? Very well. I shall ensure that you 3 insects meet a gruesome end today. Can luck allow one to evade a single attack and then a second? The advantage lies with me. As he contemplated this, he swiftly seized the handbag, only to discover within it a hard, cylindrical object that was even vibrating. Which official could endure such a trial? Instinctively, Long Wang opened the handbag and heard the familiar click of a metal clasp, a sound that sent a chill down his spine. He was about to toss the bag away when suddenly, a blinding flash erupted before him, accompanied by a shrill, piercing sound. In an instant, he lost both sight and hearing. This was a specially designed flashbang by Wang Xiaoxiao, with a shortened detonation time intended for use with a woman's purse. Which gentleman could resist the temptation to sneak a glance inside a lady's bag? Even if one could resist, What if the bag housed a constantly vibrating hard object? Surely, most gentlemen would be driven by curiosity, not to mention a character like Long Wang, the quintessential male protagonist. In that fleeting moment of blindness and deafness, Long Wang sensed the formidable nature of the figure in the white robe. Those treacherous brothers of the traffic light, possessing such skills yet feigning incompetence under my command, were they merely scheming to seduce my woman? How insidious! The flames of rage ignited further within Long Wang, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor. Despite his temporary loss of sight and sound, he remained confident. With his extensive combat experience, he could rely on his sense of smell to detect the enemy's position. This advantage was still mine. However, just as he prepared to take his next action, several spherical containers filled with liquid erupted around him, releasing a putrid stench that permeated the air, more pungent than expired herring. These were the foul eggs concocted by Wang Xiaoxiao, crafted from various malodorous extracts and excrement. As for why more potent chemical agents were not utilized, it was simply due to the fear of causing excessive odor that might affect himself or innocent bystanders. Hence the choice of these organically produced foul eggs. The noxious scent invaded Long Wang's nostrils, causing him to furrow his brow and desperately swallow back the remnants of his last meal to avoid vomiting. Yet another foul egg exploded against his face, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the acrid aroma, bending over in violent retching. At that moment, Bai Qingqing, clad in black robes and wielding a great sword, leapt into the air, executing a swift slash, aimed at Long Wang's back. Just as he bent down, a sharp sense of danger surged from behind him. Instinctively, he dropped to the ground, feeling a chilling breeze against his back, clearly a wound inflicted upon him. His spine tingled with fear. Had he not instinctively dodged, he might have been finished. Amid this series of underhanded maneuvers, the arrogant Long Wang finally lost his composure. Damn it! If you have the ability, face me directly without resorting to such insidious tactics. Yet, the familiar villainous banter he expected did not manifest. Instead, his ears, slightly alleviated from the ringing, caught a hoarse voice uttering two words. Fool! Bai Qingqing swung her great sword once more, unleashing a flurry of 5 successive slashes towards him. Relying on his heightened sense of danger, he managed to evade 3 of the slashes. 2 arrows struck him, one in the shoulder and the other in the thigh, inflicting only minor wounds with minimal blood loss. Damn ants, I shall ensure you meet your demise. Before he could finish his menacing proclamation, he felt a sudden paralysis enveloping his body, consciousness slipping away. Damn it, they even resorted to poison. Poison level 100 has erupted. Poison onset time, 0 seconds. Dosage assessment, unconsciousness. Within the soul link, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, truly worthy of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Even in the absence of sight, sound, and smell, he evaded Xiaohua's swift blade, barely succumbing after absorbing 100 points of poison. Bai Qingqing inquired, what should we do now? Is he making a run for it? That Dragon King was ready to kill us without hesitation. Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, how could that be? I am no reincarnated bodhisattva. I shall deliver the final blow. Xiaohua, keep your distance. If he goes berserk, make a hasty retreat. It's an opportune moment to confront a formidable foe for a life-or-death reckoning. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingqing ceased her chatter, handing her katana to Wang Xiaoxiao before silently activating stealth and retreating to a safe distance. Gripping Bai Qingqing's crimson iron katana, Wang Xiaoxiao recognized that the intent here was self-destructive, yet she aimed to draw out the Dragon King's hidden capabilities. Thus, she refrained from immediately delivering the finishing strike, opting instead to draw her firearm and fire several rounds into the Dragon King's limbs, causing blood to flow profusely. Why not aim for a headshot? The fear of an unexpected intervention from a child of fate or a divine protection mechanism that might whisk him away loomed large. After all, having perused numerous villainous narratives in her past life, she was well aware that characters like the Dragon King often had such plot devices shielding them from demise. Cough, cough. Sister Xiaoxiao, just a moment, the Blue Star realm lacks that sort of absurd universal protection mechanism. Xiaoyu interjected, unable to contain her amusement at Xiaoxiao's imaginative musings. Indeed, if such a counteractive mechanism were to manifest, that realm would face immediate obliteration. Xiaolu chimed in supportively. Wang Xiaoxiao pondered briefly and realized, of course. In this world, alongside herself and Xiaohua, there were already 4 individuals with powerful systems present, likely more that they had yet to encounter. The Dragon King was hardly a noteworthy child of fate. Emboldened yet still cautious, she retrieved 3 magazines, swiftly emptying them into the fallen Dragon King, rendering him a bloody mess before cautiously approaching. As she neared, without a moment's hesitation, she raised the katana to strike at his neck. Just as the blade was about to graze his skin, an unexpected transformation occurred. Danger! This time, the warning was colored purple. It was the first time Wang Xiaoxiao had encountered such a hue, and the sense of peril it instilled was unprecedented, sending chills down her spine, her skin prickling with an acute discomfort. She instinctively recoiled, yet the scene that unfolded before her caused her azure pupils to narrow sharply. He's truly gone berserk. The figure, sprawled on the ground and drenched in blood, suddenly rose, moving with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. In an instant, he vanished from his previous location and reappeared before Wang Xiaoxiao. At this moment, the Dragon King's disheveled visage was smeared with blood, his eyes glimmering with a fierce crimson light, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent seemed to solidify in the air. His right fist, swung with incredible speed, produced a sound akin to an explosive shockwave. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xiaoxiao could only raise her blade to defend. The clash of fist and blade resonated like the ringing of metal against metal, and the force of the impact sent Wang Xiaoxiao reeling to the corner of the corridor, her back pressed against the wall. Pain radiated through her arms and back. This was the first time she had experienced such intense discomfort, even with her full defensive capabilities. Yet, swiftly, a warm current flowed within her, alleviating the pain. Truly the essence of life. With no time for contemplation, the Dragon King vanished once more, launching another assault on Wang Xiaoxiao. Unable to keep pace with the visual onslaught, she could only raise her blade in defense. Repeatedly, she found herself on the receiving end of his attacks, while the Dragon King grew increasingly exhilarated. As he prepared for yet another strike, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of defiance. What the hell? Are you addicted to this? She thought. Today, I shall stand against you, you arrogant Dragon King. Suddenly, the world around her slowed. The Dragon King's ecstatic expression, the droplets of blood cascading from his face, the gust of wind generated by his swinging fists, the dust particles stirred by his feet, all of it crystallized in her perception. In the distance, by Qingqing's face, framed by her hood, radiated fury, her long eyelashes trembling, the veins in her clenched fist visible, and the glint of her dagger reflecting the light. She appeared poised to spring forth and assist Wang Xiaoxiao. Seeing this scene filled Wang Xiaoxiao with elation. Am I experiencing a surge of power as well? Or has a new skill manifested in my fate? She ceased to block with her blade. Instead, her right hand gripped the sword as she advanced towards the Dragon King, while her left hand, unbeknownst to her, retrieved a silenced pistol. The Dragon King's next move was all too clear. Just as his fist was about to connect with her, she tilted her head aside, evading the blow, and deftly brushed past him, leaving behind a gaping wound. A slash. The injury struck the Dragon King's abdomen, blood gushing forth, yet the cut was shallow. After all, Wang Xiaoxiao's strength was but 2 points, merely breaking the skin. The tide of battle shifted. They clashed several more times, with Wang Xiaoxiao skillfully dodging the Dragon King's attacks, leaving behind gunshot wounds and slashes. However, she soon noticed that after several of her bullets struck the Dragon King, his skin writhed, expelling the projectiles, and his injuries seemed to mend themselves. Witnessing this, Wang Xiaoxiao could not help but exclaim, "What the hell? Are you Wolverine? Are you the one with the cheat? Or am I?" Ironically, the shallow cuts inflicted by her blade, though not lethal, were irreversible for the Dragon King. After a few more exchanges, the Dragon King finally exhibited signs of fatigue, his once unwavering murderous glare now wavering. The color faded, and a subtle smile graced Wang Xiaoxiao's lips. Is the Dragon King incapable of action? Has he exhausted his power? No longer waiting for the Dragon King to strike, Wang Xiaoxiao advanced boldly, wielding her great sword, having deftly stowed her handgun into her LV bag, which led to a space of wisdom. With a swift thrust, she aimed directly at the Dragon King's heart. It seemed that the second phase of his rampage was nearing its end. The blade plunged straight into the Dragon King's chest, just as the tip was about to pierce his heart. A dark purple, danger, appeared above her head, and Wang Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless. How could this be? There is still a third phase. A tremendous explosion resonated as a formidable wave of energy erupted around the Dragon King, hurling the unprepared Wang Xiaoxiao backwards, crashing through 2 brick walls, leaving her lifeless and unconscious. A barely perceptible flash of purple light flickered, and her fallen form vanished. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Wang Xiaoxiao caught sight of the mesmerizing red eyes beneath the black cloak of Bai Qingqing, which gleamed with an otherworldly light, catching the same red iron great sword that was also sent flying, and in an instant she dashed towards the Dragon King. Having expended that surge of energy, the Dragon King regained his senses, a wave of dread washing over him. Just moments ago, in a state fueled by murderous intent, that person in white had precisely captured his movements, forcing him back from his irrational state. Furthermore, that peculiar greatsword had the ability to suppress his internal power recovery. Fortunately, the person in white lacked strength. Each swing of the sword inflicted only minimal damage. Otherwise, he would have had no chance to activate the backup plan left by his master. A voice laced with wrath echoed, and although she knew Xiao Xiao would soon resurrect, it did not quell her anger. She longed to personally slay this crooked-mouthed Dragon King. The melodious voice caused the Dragon King to momentarily lose focus, yet his body instinctively reacted to the looming threat, leaning back, though the red blade still carved a deep, bone-exposing wound across his chest. Damn it! How could this figure in black be even stronger than the one in white? Were the 3 brothers of the traffic light truly this absurd? Sensing the peril to his life and an overwhelming murderous intent locking onto him, he realized that unless he eliminated the figure in black before him, he would never escape. A fierce determination glinted in the Dragon King's eyes as he resorted to his final trump card. While constantly deflecting the black-cloaked figure's assaults, he felt his own injuries intensify, yet his speed, strength, coordination, and physical resilience surged to new heights. In their final clash, the Dragon King gripped the red blade of the great sword, his palm having toughened to the point where even the blade could not pierce it. A cold smile crept onto his lips as he mockingly remarked, "Aunt, have you had your fill of hacking? Now, let me show you what I can do." However, before he could finish his sentence, a flash of red light swept by, and the great sword he held vanished in an instant, along with the figure in black, who melted into the shadows. Seeing the situation turn dire, Xiao Hua made a hasty retreat. The Dragon King's mind was clouded with confusion. In this scenario, having killed the brother of the white-cloaked figure, the figure in black should have been filled with resentment, allowing him to finish his grandiose speech before being forcefully countered, right? Today, I encountered 2 peculiar individuals who utterly defied all conventions, just as he was poised to seek out the elusive figure cloaked in black and eradicate the threat. A portal emanating a gentle violet glow opened at the site where the figure in white had just been propelled through a wall. From this portal, a silhouette emerged. Chapter 28. The Dragon King's Beating. Xiao Xiao's new form. Emerging from the portal was an enchanting figure, tall and curvaceous. She donned a white hooded long-sleeve jacket, beneath which lay a black bodysuit that accentuated her ample assets, revealing a slender waist that could be grasped with a delicate hand. Her lower half was clad in black hot pants and knee-high boots, showcasing her stunning silhouette in all its glory. A white hood adorned her head, from which cascaded strands of jet black hair, and a black mask obscured her features, leaving only her captivating, deep purple eyes exposed, radiating a chilling aura of terror. Yet, the most peculiar aspect of this woman was not her exquisite purple eyes, but rather the pair of slender black horns, approximately 5 centimeters in length, protruding from her forehead, alongside her black hands, emerging from the sleeves of her jacket, tipped with menacingly sharp claws. In the darkness, her purple eyes glimmered with an ethereal light, and her exposed alabaster waist bore faintly shimmering, otherworldly purple-black tattoos. Upon encountering this sudden apparition, the Dragon King, momentarily stunned by her beauty, felt a surge of desire wash over him, entirely disregarding her otherworldly features. his gaze fixated on the alluring curves of her figure. Indeed, those infamous trio of the red and green traffic light had kidnapped a breathtaking heiress. Though she might be second-hand, her allure was undeniable. The effort he had expended to defeat the black and white-robed figures had proven worthwhile. With a confident smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, he declared, "Fear not, my lady. The kidnappers have been dispatched by me. I shall escort you home immediately. Come, stay close to me, and I shall protect you however." The black-haired woman's purple eyes flickered with disdain as her melodious voice uttered a coarse retort, brain-dead. Upon hearing her words, the Dragon King's smirk deepened, his tongue flicking across his lips. This woman was indeed a spicy pepper. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that in the very moment she finished speaking, her figure vanished from sight, leaving behind only the lingering glow of her eyes and tattoos. Before he could react, a black fist loomed large before him, crashing into his face with a resounding bang. The force of the blow contorted his visage, propelling him backward. Before he could regain his balance, a sense of impending doom surged from behind. With no means to brace himself in the air, another punch struck him in the kidneys, sending him hurtling upwards. As he neared the ceiling, the heel of a knee-high boot collided with his face, sending him careening in yet another direction. Thus, the black-haired woman wielded her terrifying speed and strength, treating him like a ball, kicking him through the air. Pain coursed through his body as if it were on the brink of disintegration. The Dragon King, filled with frustration, thought, "Has this woman lost her mind? I risked my life to save her, and she repays me with this beating?" It was then that he noticed her peculiarities, the sharp horns adorning her forehead, the claws of her black hands, and the pulsating purple tattoos that adorned her body. My God, she is a demon. This woman is not human at all. Fortunately, the Master's strategic maneuver was activated. Otherwise, I would have already met my demise. Now, the Master's internal energy is nearly depleted. I must leave. If I linger any longer, I shall perish here. This is not a retreat but a tactical withdrawal. Summoning the last vestiges of strength, I evaded the woman's ferocious strikes. The Dragon King finally landed, his legs trembling as he stood on the ground. He glanced at the woman with black hair and violet eyes, her face swollen like that of a pig, and managed to squeeze out a sinister grin. "Ah, woman, you have successfully." Before he could finish his sentence, the black-haired woman delivered a punch to his crooked mouth, causing 3 or 4 teeth to fly out. The force of her blow was such that it sent him hurtling backward like a cannonball, piercing through several walls before launching him outside the dilapidated building. "This is disastrous." The black-haired woman cursed under her breath and hurriedly pursued through the hole created by the Dragon King, but he had already fled. "Xiao Xiao, what's the situation? Where is the crooked-mouthed Dragon King?" From the shadows beside her, the figure of Bai Qingcheng emerged, dressed in a black robe. Damn! That last grin of his was utterly repulsive. I couldn't restrain myself, inadvertently providing him with an escape route. The woman with black hair and violet eyes spat. "Xiao Xiao, you look," Bai Qingcheng remarked, removing her hood, her crimson eyes filled with curiosity. The black-haired woman also took off her hood and mask, revealing a beautifully familiar face. Was it not Wang Xiaoxiao? Well, it's a long story. Time rewinds to the moment Wang Xiaoxiao was obliterated by the Dragon King's third-stage energy burst. A flash of purple light appeared in the reincarnation space, and Wang Xiaoxiao's figure materialized. "Hurry and calculate. Send me out quickly. Xiaohua is facing off against the third-stage Dragon King." Her voice was laced with urgency. "Don't worry, Sister Xiaoxiao. You now possess a reincarnation body. Regardless of how long it takes in the reincarnation space, only 5 seconds will pass in the outside world." Wang Xiaoxiao exhaled in relief. "Then I shall not worry. Let the life and death assessment commence." Initiating life and death assessment. Life evaluation. 6,600 points. Life achievements. Trillion assets, 100. Great philanthropist, 100. Redemption of a gambler, 100. Novice in affection, 100 with soul link bonus. Their light, 150. Minotaur Slayer, 100. The downfall of a social media influencer, 100. First encounter with a simp, 150. First encounter with a culinary guardian, 150. First encounter with the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, 150. The Dragon King's unsuccessful expedition, 200. The Dragon King scheme in ruins, 50. Killer of the fleeing, 150. Soulmate of truth, 5,000. Death evaluation, 5,000 points. Cause of death. B-class energy surge impact. Wang Xiaoxiao gazed at her scores, her face alight with joy. What an impressive life and death score. Venturing out to accumulate achievements of life, only to meet an untimely end at the hands of a powerful foe. This strategy has proven to be correct. This time, indeed, Sister Xiaoxiao has led a splendid life. Let us give her a round of applause. He, truly deserving of the title. This will surely delight someone, as she proudly strikes a pose. The soul-binding score with Xiaohua is astonishingly high. Novice in affection. Engaging in such affectionate behavior is indeed a noble pursuit. A sinister grin once again graced that exquisite visage. Ahem, Sister Xiaoxiao, do mind your image? Humph, this expression is my trademark, after all. Upon recalling the cause of her demise, her delicate brows furrowed slightly as her fingertips curled around the ends of her blue locks, deep in thought. Goodness, the Dragon King's trump card possesses B-grade strength? Even with such prowess, Xiaohua has yet to reach C-grade. The Dragon King's domain certainly has its merits. Although those 4 I previously vanquished were mere fodder, might there be more formidable Dragon Kings dispatched to the Dragon Kingdom in the future? She swiftly shook her head. Why contemplate such distant possibilities? With this life and death evaluation yielding such high scores, the rewards must be substantial enough to confront the Dragon King with confidence. Little fish, expend the revival, and let's see what rewards await. Received. Revival consumed. 1. Life and death assessment completed. Life score, 6,600. Death score, 5,000. Critical hit multiplier obtained, 11600. Detected primary cause of death, combat strain, which allowed the enemy to trigger a B-grade ability explosion. Arranging revival plan. Awakening of the Spirit of Death. Rewards obtained. Spirit of Death. Revival 2. Essence of Death. 50. Shall we initiate the revival plan? Woohoo! The revival has finally entered a phase of growth, and I've acquired the Spirit of Death. The essence of death. Is my attacking capability about to manifest? Little fish, initiate the revival. Let us ascertain the extent of the critical hit. Revival plan. Awakening of the Spirit of Death. Commencing. Base multiplier. 11600 has been stacked. This revival yields a significant critical hit. A 10,000-fold critical hit triggered. This reward is the awakening of the Spirit of Death. Enhancement for the awakening of the Demon Clan form. Revival commencing. Countdown. 10, 9, 8. Woohoo! This is truly taking off. Upon exiting, I will activate the Demon Clan form. 3, 2, 1. Wishing Sister Xiaoxiao a pleasant revival. May your next life be even more commendable. Within the cycle of reincarnation, a flash of violet light flickered, and Wang Xiaoxiao vanished from her location. Subsequently, it was the demon form of her that emerged to deliver a resounding defeat to the Dragon King. Resuming her appearance with long black-blue hair, Wang Xiaoxiao recounted the events transpiring in the cycle of reincarnation to Bai Qingcheng, while driving Bai Qingcheng's Lamborghini on the return journey to Tianya Courtyard. Wow! So you now possess a transformation ability. I want one too. Upon hearing that Wang Xiaoxiao could transform, Bai Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Recalling their past, she reminisced about competing with Wang Xiaoxiao for the television in the orphanage, desiring to watch Kamen Rider while Wang Xiaoxiao preferred magical girls. Unsurprisingly, she always emerged victorious in those disputes. Mine isn't precisely a transformation. Transformations typically have time constraints, while I can maintain the demon form indefinitely. Mid-sentence while driving, Wang Xiaoxiao's blue, wavy hair suddenly morphed into sleek black strands, 2 slender horns sprouting from her forehead, her palms turning black with elongated, sharp nails, and purple-black mystical tattoos creeping up her exposed waist. How magnificent! I desire a transformation ability as well. Bai Qingcheng, witnessing Wang Xiaoxiao's seamless transformation, felt her envy nearly overflow from her sparkling eyes. However, this form does come with a drawback. It doesn't consume life force, does it? Generally, Formidable transformation skills come with repercussions. Perhaps you should refrain from transforming in the future. Bai Qingcheng furrowed her delicate brows, suddenly finding this ability less appealing. Ahem, little flower, you're overthinking it. Although Xiao Yu is a rather lackadaisical system, she poses no threat to my sister Xiao Xiao. The only drawback is that while in this form, I can avoid combat, but once engaged, my hunger escalates quite rapidly. Wang Xiao Xiao remarked, gently patting her petite belly, which coincidentally emitted a soft growl. Fortunately, I had consumed a fair amount at the food street today. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to contend with the Dragon King for so long. Still not reassured? Allow me to directly show you the skill information. Name, Body of Death, Category, Fate, Level, Description. A fate derived from the transformation of death spirits, possessing the initial power to govern the demise of living beings. 1. Ability to transform into any species of death, awakened species, ghostly being. Note, transformation requires substantial energy during combat. 2. Capable of absorbing the essence of death to feed back to the host. 3. Absorbing the spirit of death to its zenith will trigger evolution. After carefully perusing the information, Bai Qingcheng exhaled in relief, grateful that there were no adverse effects. However, another thought crossed her mind as she gazed into Wang Xiaoxiao's azure eyes, identical to her usual state. When you battled the Dragon King, your eyes were purple. Why are they blue again now? Oh, you're referring to that? This is a new ability I developed during my fight with the second phase of the Dragon King called the Reincarnation Eye. While waiting for the traffic light to change, Wang Xiaoxiao turned her violet-hued gaze toward Bai Qingcheng. The profound purple almost made Bai Qingcheng lose herself within those depths. This pair of eyes enhances my visual perception. Once activated, everything around me seems to move at a slower pace, akin to 1x speed, which is why I could keep up with the Dragon King during his second phase. Moreover, when I transform into a ghostly being, without the reincarnation eye, I wouldn't dare unleash such rapid speed, as my consciousness would fail to keep up with my actions, resulting in fatal collisions. So overall, it's indeed a highly useful skill. Oh dear, you've become incredibly powerful this time. I feel I've contributed little. Bai Qingcheng suddenly looked despondent, her adorable face drooping. There's no need to feel disheartened, little flower. Look, wasn't he the Dragon King just a big fish this time? Once we take him down, we be showered with gold coins? By the way, did you mark the Dragon King earlier? I did. It was when I struck him twice during our third phase battle. Speaking of which, I had previously warned you not to engage with him after he exploded. And yet, you rushed in right after I took him down? Disobedient girl. You'll receive a proper scolding when we get home, Wang Xiaoxiao said with a stern expression. I was just worried he would escape, and besides, you developed a new ability through combat. Bai Qingcheng muttered. Next time, when we confront the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, you can join in. This time was an ambush. We weren't adequately prepared. Next time, I assure you he won't escape. A mischievous smile danced across Wang Xiaoxiao's exquisite face, particularly alluring in her current ghostly being form. However, little flower, you cannot evade your punishment tonight. Naughty Xiaoxiao, are you plotting something again? Absolutely not. Today, your punishment is set, and there is no escape. 2 hours later, within the Tianya courtyard, a melancholic and yearning melody lingers, echoing softly, as if lamenting. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for absorbing the essence of Truth One, Spirit One. The slender figure with dark blue hair displays a look of surprise. Something new has emerged. Attributes can actually be lost, and it is the spirit attribute, which has never been added before. No, Xiaoxiao, can we please sleep? This is a serious matter. Look, this can enhance your spirit attribute. It is indeed a legitimate endeavor. No, I want to rest. The white-haired girl wraps herself tighter in the quilt, resembling a small rice dumpling. That is not for you to decide. The dark blue-haired girl's slightly curled hair straightens, transforming to pure black, sprouting twin horns on her forehead. Her blue eyes shifting to a deep purple, like a hungry wolf pouncing upon its prey. Ah, no, please, I really don't want this. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for absorbing the essence of Truth 2, Spirit 2. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for absorbing the essence of Truth 3, Spirit 3. Congratulations, Sister Xiao Xiao, for absorbing the essence of truth 4. Spirit 4. Congratulations, Sister Xiao Xiao, for absorbing the essence of truth 5. Spirit 5. The following morning, Bai Qingcheng is curled up in her blanket, refusing to come out no matter what. Wang Xiaoxiao, dressed neatly, comforts her from the side. Xiaohua, come out, don't suffocate yourself. Xiaohua, it's dawn. Let us go play. Xiaohua, don't be so shy. We've been together for ages. The more she comforts, the more absurd it becomes. Finally, Bai Qingcheng's voice emerges from the cocoon-like blanket. Whoa, you wicked Xiao Xiao. Alright, I was wrong. I won T dare again. Really wrong. Really. I won T punish Xiaohua again. Pinky promise, otherwise I won T believe you. Bai Qingcheng stretches out a tiny hand from the blanket. Her little finger raised, adorably cute. Pinky promise. I, Wang Xiaoxiao, assure you I will never punish Xiaohua like this again. Humph. That's more like it. At last, Bai Qingcheng slowly emerges from her blanket. Her red eyes inadvertently glancing at Wang Xiaoxiao, as if recalling something, her fair face flushing. Hurriedly changing clothes and rushing to wash up. A mischievous smile graces a certain beautiful visage. I only promised not to punish you like this. I never said I wouldn't reward you. Chapter 29. The Divine Dragon King in prison returning to the previous evening, after the Dragon King's escape. He found himself in the alley where he had parked his small electric scooter. Utilizing the inner strength bestowed by his master, he tended to his injuries. At that moment, he felt a lingering trepidation. Those 3 lackeys who had kidnapped the woman under the traffic lights were not human at all. With such terrifying power, how did those 3 manage to succeed? The Dragon King never doubted his judgment. Having overheard such suggestive dialogue, that woman had undoubtedly been violated. Given her formidable strength, it was unlikely she would let those 3 scoundrels off lightly. How fortunate for them that they did not fall into my grasp. Reflecting on the recent battle, he recalled that even when unleashing his ultimate trump card, he had possessed peak strength, yet he had still been crushed by that horned woman, treated like a mere ball to be kicked around. This thought inevitably instilled a sense of fear within him, but it lasted less than a second before he shook his head vigorously. No, who am I, the Dragon King? I have roamed the overseas realms for 5 years, undefeated by any adversary. This defeat must have been a result of that woman's sneak attack. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. How could a mere woman, in the face of overwhelming power, not bow down and plead for mercy before me, the Dragon King? It seemed that Longya had planted a pawn in the Jiangdong District Police Station. Resolute, he decided to head to the Jiangdong District Police Station. The Dragon King rose and stretched his body, feeling that he had recovered about 50% of his strength, though the remaining injuries were concentrated on his face, particularly his mouth. Damn it! It seemed that woman bore a grudge against my handsome face. I can't even manage a devilish smile now. Mounting his small electric scooter, he attempted to start it, but it refused to ignite. Looking down, he found the battery compartment entirely empty. Who the hell dared to steal the Dragon King's battery? You have sealed your own fate. 1 hour later, the esteemed Dragon King pushed his scooter to the Jiangdong District Police Station. Upon entering, he wasted no time and headed straight for the inquiry desk, where 2 uniformed officers were seated. The Dragon King approached the inquiry table and took a seat. One of the officers, sporting a buzz cut, stood up, extended his hands, and shook hands with the Dragon King, saying, "Mr. Yi, hello, how can we assist you today?" The Dragon King felt a surge of delight. Indeed, Longya's influence was evident, as the on-duty officer could directly address him by his surname. Recalling the prearranged high-risk code, he spoke without hesitation. "What I am about to share, you must not be afraid." The buzzcut officer responded with a grave expression. "We are police officers. We do not fear. Please go ahead." Seeing the direct acknowledgement of the code relaxed the Dragon King, and he continued, "I was just assaulted by a ghostly figure." The buzzcut officer exchanged glances with his colleague, leaning back slightly, crossing his arms on the table, and revealing a hint of peculiarity in his gaze as he inquired, "Which ghostly figure are you referring to?" The Dragon King raised an eyebrow, impressed by Longya's subordinates who remained unfazed by such bizarre claims. He elaborated, not a singular figure, but rather a being that is half human and half ghost. Beside the crew-cut officer, another individual swiftly sketched a simplistic image of a half-human, half-ghost figure in a notebook, tearing off the page to present it to the Dragon King. It is not left and right, but rather up and down. The Dragon King cast a fleeting glance at the sketch and corrected him. The pencil danced across the paper once more, this time depicting a ghostly tail on the upper half and a man's legs on the lower half, even including the little details quite vividly. And the head? Without a head. She is a female. Upon hearing this, the drawing officer hastily resumed his task, this time creating a composite of a human head and a ghostly visage. The Dragon King was at a loss for words. Why did Longya's subordinates seem somewhat dim-witted? The crew-cut officer raised a hand to halt the words on the tip of the Dragon King's tongue, snatching the drawing from the artist's hands, adding wavy hair atop the bald head, and presenting it to the Dragon King, declaring, "A woman." As the absurdity escalated, the Dragon King could no longer contain himself. Indeed, Longya's subordinate appeared to have a few screws loose. He slapped the simplistic drawing off the table, exclaiming, "It's the ghostly race. Have you not seen the tags? The kind with long hair, splendid figures, and horns atop their heads. Do you comprehend?" "Understood. Please continue," the crew-cut officer replied, noticing the Dragon King's rising agitation. "She was kidnapped by 3 thugs and I, witnessing injustice, went to her rescue, effortlessly incapacitating 2 of her captors to free her. Yet, without hesitation, she transformed into a ghostly being and struck me twice. I let my guard down and didn't evade. That black fist grazed my face. I, being magnanimous, spared her life, as if I were." The Dragon King omitted the less critical details, refraining from mentioning his own misfortunes, becoming increasingly animated. Yet he hadn't finished his account. Suddenly, the drawing officer couldn't hold back, quickly covering his face to mask his unrestrained expression, regaining his composure. "What are you laughing at?" The Dragon King, displeased by the interruption, felt that Longya's subordinates lacked any sense of awareness. "I recalled something joyous." "What joyous thing?" "My wife has given birth." Hee. The crew-cut officer too failed to maintain his composure. "What are you laughing at now?" The Dragon King's displeasure intensified. My wife also gave birth." "Are your wives the same person?" Yes, No, they just had children on the same day." The 2 officers covered their faces, struggling to suppress their laughter as they explained. "I shall reiterate, I am not jesting." The Dragon King's irritation morphed into anger as he pounded on the table. Yes, ha 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 ha." The 2 officers could no longer contain themselves and burst into laughter. "Why?" The Dragon King struck the table once more. "Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. You just mentioned this ghostly being. Is she beautiful?" The crew-cut officer's expression turned serious, his demeanor earnest as he inquired. "It is not merely a question of her beauty. She embodies a rare and singular allure." As the topic arose, the Dragon King found himself reminiscing about a fleeting glimpse in a dilapidated building. Even the Dragon King, who had encountered countless women abroad, was profoundly captivated by her, a look of rapture gracing his countenance as he continued. "Her eyes are a mesmerizing shade of purple, her pointed horns are black, and her delicate hands are also black. The sensation of her striking my face was truly delightful, though it is regrettable that the darkness prevented me from fully seeing her." A stifled laugh escaped the artist officer. "You have pushed me too far. I have endured your antics for too long." The Dragon King yearned to deliver a severe reprimand to the individuals before him, but the setting of the police station restrained his actions. He vowed to have Longya deal with these 2 rascals later. "My wife has given birth," the artist officer explained. "You are clearly mocking me. You haven't ceased your laughter," he exclaimed, struggling to suppress the urge to retaliate. "Mr. Yi, we have undergone rigorous training. Regardless of how amusing a situation may be, we remain composed. Unless we cannot help ourselves," the artist officer stated with utmost seriousness. "How about this, Mr. Yi? You may return home and await news. We shall notify you immediately upon any developments." The crew-cut officer hastily interjected to alleviate the tension. "Very well, you should promptly attend to your duties. It's quite perilous. Ensure you bring additional personnel." After several exchanges, the Dragon King found himself at a loss for words regarding his 2 subordinates. At the very least, they had managed to handle the situation. After speaking, he rose and exited the inquiry room, only to be met with uproarious laughter emanating from the not-quite-closed office door behind him, accompanied by loud stomping. The Dragon King's fury reached its zenith. When had the esteemed Dragon King ever been subjected to such ridicule? Especially from these two little rascals. Enraged, he stormed back to the office, glaring fiercely at the two officers. Surprisingly, the officers stood before the desk, their expressions grave, entirely devoid of any hint of the mirth they had just displayed. The artist officer inquired, "Mr. Yi, do you have anything to add?" It felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. He had intended to find an excuse to discipline the two little rascals, yet they now appeared entirely serious. Had he not just heard their mocking and derisive laughter at the door? The Dragon King sensed something amiss. As his subordinates, they ought to regard him with utmost reverence. Yet, these two had recognized him without an ounce of respect, even harboring a hint of mockery. Deep in thought, he stepped back out of the inquiry room, only to be met again with laughter. His anger surged anew, and he forcefully kicked open the door, exclaiming, "This is intolerable." However, the two officers remained solemn, with the crew-cut officer even expressing concern. "Mr. Yi?" The Dragon King, feeling as if he had struck cotton once more, found his rage without an outlet. Yet he needed clarity. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "How do you know my surname is Yi?" With a chuckle, the officer, no longer pretending, openly laughed and continued, "Mr. Yi, you are indeed the renowned son-in-law of the Luo family in the illustrious city of magic." Ahem, I misspoke. I meant the Luo family's consort. The last public brawl was reported to our station because of you. Surely, Mr. Yifeng, you haven't forgotten your own fame. Have you? Your name is known throughout the entire city. And now you dare to file a report? Ha! A woman from the Ghost Clan. I presume you've found yourself in trouble and are too afraid to inform the Luo family? Do you require our assistance in contacting them? After this tirade, the countenance of Dragon King Yifeng darkened, his expression turning ominously stormy. It was as if a powder keg had been ignited. Driven by a surge of rage, he lunged forward, tackling the buzzcut officer to the ground, delivering 2 swift punches to his face. "Stop! You're assaulting an officer," the officer exclaimed. "Madame Ganlin, he insulted you. Why am I being struck?" He called for help. The Luo family's consort has gone mad, attacking people in the police station. Amidst the chaos, a voice pierced through. "What is that smell? Has this consort soiled himself?" The scene descended into utter disarray. An hour later, in the detention room of the Jiangdong District Police Station, a group of eccentrically dressed individuals surrounded Yifeng, their faces painted with astonishment and disbelief. Did he truly dare to assault an officer? Does he have violent tendencies? Some of the more timid souls quietly stepped back, contemplating their safety. "Ah, have you been intimidated by this Dragon King's aura?" Yifeng could not help but display a charming smirk, but as he attempted to lift the corners of his mouth, the unhealed injuries on his face caused him to draw in a sharp breath. "And how do you explain your attack on the officer?" inquired a man with a thick layer of foundation and strikingly vibrant pink lipstick, his voice croaking like a duck. If Wang Xiaoxiao were present, she would recognize that this motley crew surrounding Yifeng were none other than internet celebrities, including Tao Tao and others. Yifeng, upon hearing the question, displayed a contemptuous expression, rising to his feet with hands clasped behind his back, gazing upward through the iron bars at the sky, and spoke with an enigmatic tone, "In my life, Yifeng need not justify his actions to anyone." At this declaration, even the not-so-bright Tao Tao wore a look of disdain, muttering to herself about this pretentious fool. Yifeng took note of their expressions, a smirk forming within his thoughts, and boldly declared, "Believe it or not, within half an hour, the chief of the police station will personally arrive to respectfully escort me out." "You?" scoffed Tao Tao. "Look at that tattered security uniform you're wearing. Who has the time to send the chief to rescue a mere security guard?" Tao Tao had quickly discerned that this individual was nothing more than an incorrigible show-off, his mind seemingly unbalanced. When he first entered, he appeared calm and mysterious, exuding an air of authority, prompting Tao Tao to initiate conversation, thinking he might be a figure from the underworld. After all, she had encountered genuine underworld figures before, one of whom was her sister Xiao Shenro's patron, known as Emoya. Now, that was a true big shot, always radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. In retrospect, this individual is likely an escaped patient from a mental institution. Tao Tao has also abandoned any intention to continue the conversation. The disdain evident on the faces of those present was fully perceived by Yifeng, whose heart was filled with derision. Ah! A group of frogs at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to the immense power that stands before them. Longya has pawns in this game. Perhaps there is no need for half an hour before someone arrives. And indeed, here they come. At that moment, the door to the monitoring room swung open, revealing a solemn middle-aged man in impeccably tailored police uniform. The insignia on his shoulder denoted him as the chief of police. Tao Tao and the other streamers were left in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief as they gazed at Yifeng, who was forcing a crooked smile despite the pain etched on his face. Could it be? This pretentious security guard truly has someone backing him? The chief has genuinely arrived. Feeling the envious and respectful gazes of his fellow inmates, Yifeng straightened his back a notch, despite the lingering pain in his lower back from Wang Xiaoxiao's earlier assault. After all, he is the Dragon King. A mere injury pales in comparison to the opportunity for glory. However, upon seeing the person accompanying the chief, his facade of bravado swiftly crumbled. It was a sharp-featured middle-aged woman, resplendently dressed, her face heavily made up, adorned with a pearl necklace as thick as a thumb, practically advertising her status as a nouveau riche. This was Zhang Mei, the wife of the fourth master of the Luo family. Under normal circumstances, Yifeng would refer to her as mother-in-law, but Zhang Mei has never acknowledged his status as her son-in-law. You worthless good-for-nothing. Last time you got yourself into trouble by assaulting Gu Xiao's bodyguard. I spared you, and now you dare to attack a police officer? Do you not wish to bring further disgrace to the Luo family? Zhang Mei unleashed a tirade of insults upon Yifeng. After berating him, she turned to the stern man with an apologetic expression, saying, Director Lin, I sincerely apologize. Yifeng has some issues with his mind. He has caused you trouble. Please release him and I will ensure he is properly disciplined. Director Lin nodded, and several officers stepped forward to unlock the iron door, releasing Yifeng. Upon seeing Yifeng approach, Lin did not conceal his disdain, coldly scoffing, Humph, if you don't keep a biting dog on a leash, the next time it bites, it will be the fault of its owner. You, as the Dragon King, Yifeng was not accustomed to such humiliation, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he attempted to break free from the silver bracelet binding his wrists. Yet, before he could make his next move, Zhang Mei delivered a sharp slap that completely deflated his fury. What do you mean you? This is all the fault of you, the disgraceful good-for-nothing. Is Director Lin wrong? Suppressing his murderous intent, the Dragon King tenderly touched his handsome face, which had suffered a second blow, filled with resentment. However, recalling that the 3-year period had not yet elapsed, he gritted his teeth and silently vowed, Endure, Director Lin, I shall take this bothersome good-for-nothing away now. Thank you for your leniency. After dismissing Yifeng, Zhang Mei wore a beaming smile. Humph. Just remember the promises your Luo family made. Director Lin did not return her smile. Certainly, I shall not forget. Let us take our leave then. Begone, you worthless creature. Zhang Mei, akin to a master of transformation, turned with a visage of fury towards Yifeng, hastening him out. Director Lin, upon witnessing the departure, cast a cold glance at the remaining internet celebrities in the monitoring room, his disdain for them surpassing that which he harbored for Yifeng. He exited the monitoring room accompanied by a contingent of officers, leaving the bewildered internet personalities in a state of confusion. Chapter 30. The fatigued Shaoqi. Has the Luo family taken Yifeng away? Did they agree to monitor and strictly supervise his every move, reporting daily? The voice on the other end of the line was cold and detached. The Luo family had readily consented, indicating that Yifeng held little significance within their ranks. Clearly, they had not imposed strict oversight on him previously, allowing him to create such turmoil in a short span of time. On the other end of the line was a middle-aged man, none other than Lin Yang, the chief of the Magic City Police Department. However, his tone was no longer that of the cold authority he had displayed in the monitoring room. It now carried a hint of curiosity and inquiry, even tinged with a trace of respect. He continued to ask, "Is it true that this Yifeng is the leader of an overseas armed faction? I saw his behavior in the monitoring room, and honestly, he seems more like, how should I put it? A pretentious fool?" The icy female voice swiftly echoed his sentiments. "Ahem, Captain Lu, how could you say such a thing?" Lin Yong on the other end coughed awkwardly. "Do not underestimate this Dragon King Yifeng. Despite his apparent flaws, he is someone my lady has emphasized must be taken seriously." Captain Lu's tone grew serious. "Very well. We shall certainly treat this matter with utmost importance." Upon hearing the mention of that lady, Lin Yang's demeanor shifted to one of extreme caution and gravity. "That settles it then. I have other matters to attend to. I leave Yifeng's affairs in your capable hands." Captain Lu responded with evident satisfaction. "We assure you that we will fulfill the task." After hanging up the phone, the woman known as Captain Lu exhaled deeply, her frigid expression softening. She stood up, stretching her limbs. Taller than the 170 centimeters goddess Wang Xiaoxiao, she sported a sleek high ponytail and donned a fitted black outfit, her beauty rivaling that of top-tier female celebrities, though her style leaned more towards that of a valiant warrior. Her well-defined physique, distinct from Wang Xiaoxiao's impeccably delicate form, leaned towards a more athletic build. She possessed visible abs and a toned body that showcased her exceptional skills. Unlike the likes of Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng, who had systematic advantages, she was an ordinary individual where prowess and physique were concerned, yet when compared to others, her physique was still quite formidable. Captain Lu was none other than an old acquaintance, Wang Xiaoxiao's chief assistant, Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, whose full name is Lu Xiaoqi, was the young girl from the assassin organization whom Wang Xiaoxiao, or more accurately Wang Xiao, had rescued 5 years prior. Their meeting was indeed quite dramatic. An orphan from a young age, Lu Xiaoqi was abducted by an assassin organization and raised to be a weapon. She demonstrated remarkable talent, swiftly mastering the skills taught by the organization. At the tender age of 13, she accepted her first assassination mission, one commissioned by the organization at the behest of the rival Yi family against the Wang family, with the target being none other than the chairman of the Wang group, Wang Xiao. Recalling the scene from 5 years ago, Lu Xiaoqi couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. On that fateful day, Wang Xiao was inspecting a newly constructed building while Lu Xiaoqi disguised herself as a flower-selling girl on the street, successfully approaching him. Just as she was poised to act, a middle-aged man suddenly erupted from the crowd, brandishing a cleaver and charging towards them. At that moment, with her limited experience, Lu Xiaoqi, despite her skills, was caught off guard. It was Wang Xiao who swiftly pulled her aside, evading the man's deadly assault. In that instant, a bizarre event unfolded. A glass curtain wall fell from the sky, crashing directly onto the spot where they had just been standing, and it was the middle-aged assailant who remained there. The man was instantly turned to mere fragments by the falling wall. Subsequent investigations revealed that the assailant was a gold-tier assassin dispatched by an organization, with targets not only on Wang Xiao but also on her, an exceptionally gifted young assassin. The reason, Lu Xiaoqi, for reasons unknown, could not be brainwashed by any means. For an assassin organization, a disobedient weapon posed a potential threat, especially one with such immense potential. Upon learning the truth, she renounced the shadows and became Wang Xiao's devoted companion, assisting him in numerous significant undertakings. Gradually, their bond evolved into one akin to that of siblings, sharing everything without reservation. As for why their relationship did not progress further, Wang Xiao humorously claimed that Xiaoqi did not fit into his preferences. Despite her coming of age, she was still just a child back then. After all, this was a 3-year minimum with a death penalty at the ceiling. Furthermore, Lu Xiaoqi regarded Wang Xiao merely as an elder brother and had no such intentions. Moreover, she had often listened to Wang Xiao narrate a plethora of curious tales and imaginative stories. For instance, after hearing him recount the story of Naruto, her dream transformed into that of becoming a distinguished ninja. Henceforth, she delighted in concocting peculiar methods to conceal herself, claiming, in her own words, that she was practicing ninjutsu. Yet, for reasons unknown, Wang Xiaoxiao always seemed to discover her antics at the first opportunity. There were many such anecdotes, but one particular statement from Wang Xiao lingered vividly in her memory. "If one day I suddenly die, it may not be death at all. Be sure to keep an eye on my contingency plan. It won't be long before I return. At the time, it sounded like nonsensical rambling. Later, when Wang Xiao encountered Bai Qingcheng and impulsively married her, Lu Xiaoqi disguised herself as a boy named Xiao Jin to avoid suspicion, continuing her role as Wang Zhao's assistant. Not long after, he indeed met an untimely demise. Just as he had foretold, more accurately, she had truly been reborn. Indeed, Lu Xiaoqi was the only one, aside from Bai Qingcheng, who knew that the current Wang Xiaoxiao was once Wang Xiao himself. However, in the days following Wang Xiaoxiao's rebirth, she has found herself feeling more emotionally exhausted than during the previous 5 years. Although she was already aware of her brother's whimsical nature, it had previously been confined to his private whims, such as secretly constructing a garden filled with his personal interests or engaging in peculiar dance routines requiring a basketball in abandoned buildings, all under the pretext of investigating urban legends, ultimately becoming a legend in his own right. Since her brother transformed into an elder sister, it was as if a switch had been flipped, unleashing her true nature. On her first day back, she demanded that Wang Xiaoxiao gather all the high-end women's fashion available in the market. That day, she felt as though her phone would shatter from incessant calls, and her voice was nearly worn out by the time she fulfilled Wang Xiaoxiao's request. While Wang Xiaoxiao claimed to be taking charge, she merely consolidated her resources, became a hands-off manager, and whimsically named her initiative the Night Organization. Upon hearing this name, Lu Xiaoqi nearly tore apart the entirety of the Tianya garden. The following day, she encountered an oblivious young heir who, in a public display, attempted to show off only to be swiftly reprimanded by her, leading to a report against the Tiandu Hotel, a long-standing nuisance that needed addressing. However, what truly overwhelmed Lu Xiaoqi was that Wang Xiaoxiao had been captured on numerous photos and videos by onlookers that day. Thankfully, Xiaoqi acted quickly to contain the information. Had it been leaked, Wang Xiaoxiao's striking beauty would have surely gone viral online, resulting in an avalanche of troubles. On that day, Wang Xiaoxiao whimsically decided to support the country's poverty alleviation policies, tirelessly reaching out to relevant companies and officials, leaving her frazzled. Fortunately, the financial aspect was alleviated by an unusually generous benefactor who donated 800 billion directly. Subsequently, they investigated the 4 Dragon Kings under the Dragon King Hall, suppressed news of their glamorous presence overshadowing internet celebrities, and arranged for the transportation of luxury cars. These tasks fell within the realm of an assistant's duties, which Lu Xiaoqi could accept. However, the absurdity continued in the last couple of days, as they engaged in reckless driving and whimsically decided to procure a professional-grade camera for live streaming. After the broadcast, they callously insisted that Lu Xiaoqi move out on her own and later had a brawl in an unfinished building, nearly causing its collapse. This left Lu Xiaoqi genuinely fatigued. Both her elder sister and sister-in-law were exceptionally headstrong, now preoccupied with concocting scenarios to outshine others. Sigh, how effortless it seemed to flaunt one's prowess, when in truth, someone else bore the burden of their ambitions. Yet, upon reflection, one could not forget that Wang Xiaoxiao was her sister. Was this not the fulfilling life she had desired? Engaging in a moment of psychological victory, Lu Xiaoqi felt an infusion of hope, her lovely visage gracing a rare smile. Suddenly, the notification sound of her phone interrupted her reverie, and upon checking, the smile vanished in an instant. Who would whimsically decide to enroll in university at this time? It was already the latter half of the semester, far from the enrollment season. Moreover, did these 2 30-something women truly wish to mingle in the youthful excitement? In private, Lu Xiaoqi is indeed like this. Once she begins to complain, her words flow incessantly like a machine gun. Soon after, she swiped to the next message, her face displaying a hint of emotion. You wretched sister, I must commend you for your conscience. Remembering me, you even thought to invite me to university, albeit to Zhonghai University. Alas, this presents quite the dilemma. Lu Xiaoqi instantly felt a headache coming on. Well, it is settled. To express my dissatisfaction, I shall find a place to hide tomorrow and give my sister a fright. Chapter 31. Enrollment at Zhonghai University. Zhonghai University, nestled in the vibrant Jiangdong district of the magical city, stands as a prestigious dual first-class comprehensive institution in the Dragon Kingdom, a coveted academic sanctuary for students from all corners of the nation. On this particular noon, a crimson LaFerrari adorned with a Beijing license plate glided through the southern gate of the university campus, coming to a halt in the parking lot. As the car door swung open, two exquisitely beautiful young women emerged, each possessing a distinct yet equally captivating style. The tall girl with dark blue hair wore her long locks in a braided style cascading down her back, adorned in a white long-sleeve sweater and blue jeans, complemented by black-framed, non-prescription glasses, exuding the charm of a gentle, neighborly sister. The petite girl with flowing white hair donned a black and white ensemble, a delightful little dress paired with knee-high white stockings, radiating the sweetness of a charming junior. Naturally, they were Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng, arriving to register at Zhonghai University on this momentous day. Bai Qingcheng's face glowed with excitement, her cheeks flushed, her beautiful eyes sparkling with exhilaration as she relished the adrenaline rush from their recent escapade. In contrast, Wang Xiaoxiao appeared pale, her gaze unfocused, occasionally covering her mouth in a desperate attempt to suppress the overwhelming urge to retch, an echo of the previous day's culinary adventures. Xiaohua, did you enjoy the exhilarating drive? Are you still angry with me? Wang Xiaoxiao's voice quivered. Humph, not nearly enough. Next time, if you dare to drive like that again, I shall take you for a ride on the legendary Akina Mountain. You'll regret it. Bai Qingqing's red eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief and the thrill of vengeance. I promised not to punish you like that again, and a true beauty keeps her word. To make it up to you, today I allowed you a special exception to drive. Ugh, I feel nauseous again. Wang Xiaoxiao grimaced in discomfort, crouching by the roadside trash bin. Humph, I doubt you'll dare to misbehave again. Bai Qingcheng reminisced about last night, a peculiar sensation that brought a flush to her cheeks. Oh dear, how embarrassing, she exclaimed, her face turning crimson. Crouching beside her, Wang Xiaoxiao stealthily observed her expression. A subtle smirk gracing her lips. I acknowledge my mistakes, but I would dare again. Surely, no one could resist the charming allure of a white-haired, red-eyed beauty. Could they? Speeding is but a trivial matter. As long as I discreetly unleash my ghostly form, it will be an effortless feat. She chuckled, her demeanor playful. Yet, Wang Xiaoxiao maintained a visage of humble supplication, her expression adorably pitiful as she pleaded, Miss Qingcheng, please spare me next time. My life has just been restored, and I wish to live a little longer. Bai Qingcheng giggled, her shyness fading as a proud smile graced her face. She approached Wang Xiaoxiao, gently stroking her back to ease her discomfort, and continued, Xiaoxiao, are you all right? Perhaps we should head back to rest today. How could a true woman say she is unwell? Come, I shall take you to experience the vibrant atmosphere of university life. As she spoke, Wang Xiaoxiao staggered forward unsteadily. Observing this, Bai Qingcheng could not help but chuckle, quickly catching up and linking arms with Wang Xiaoxiao, walking side by side with her. As the two were about to exit the parking lot, Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly halted, calling out to the bushes by the roadside. Xiao Qi, come out quickly. If you hide any longer, I won't take you to college. Ah, sister, how did you find me? A voice filled with frustration emerged from the bushes, followed by the rustling of leaves as a tall girl in athletic wear, adorned with a few fallen leaves, emerged. It was Wang Xiaoxiao's assistant, Xiao Qi. Since it was not work hours, Xiao Qi did not address Wang Xiaoxiao with the formalities of Miss, but rather with the more casual term they used in private. She used to call her old brother, and now naturally referred to her as old sister. This is a unique trick of mine. Xiao Qi, you are still too naive. Wang Xiaoxiao declared proudly. Come walk with us, Xiao Qi. Bai Qingcheng, upon seeing Xiao Qi, tiptoed to brush off the leaves from her head, her face radiating a gentle smile. Ah, all right. Faced with her sister-in-law, Lu Xiaoqi felt somewhat awkward, her expression betraying her embarrassment. Wang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, observed the scene with amusement, noting the visible awkwardness in Lu Xiaoqi, while Bai Qingqing's gentle demeanor also hinted at her own unease. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoxiao couldn't resist teasing her. In their soul link, Wang Xiaoxiao said, Xiaohua, where has your usual arrogance gone? I barely recognize you like this. Bai Qingqing replied, You, don't talk nonsense. I am not usually arrogant. I am just concerned about Xiao Qi, who is always alone. Wang Xiaoxiao. Oh, so it is care for your sister-in-law? I thought you were just nervous and unconsciously acting like a gentle sister-in-law. Bai Qingqing. Who is nervous? I have always been gentle. Ha ha ha. Then let us hurry and go, so we don't keep the staff at the office waiting. Seeing the two stuck in an awkward silence, Wang Xiaoxiao intervened, leading the two women towards the school's administration hall. The sight of two extraordinary beauties walking hand in hand on campus, accompanied by a spirited and handsome woman, was strikingly captivating, drawing the attention of the young people passing by. Are we now students of Zhonghai University? Bai Qingcheng stared blankly at her student ID, seemingly still in disbelief. They had spent less than 10 minutes at the office, and the various enrollment procedures for the three had been completed flawlessly, with their dormitory arrangements already made, although Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng would not be residing on campus, given that Tianyuan was merely a few kilometers from the university. I just remembered that, in your past life, you didn't get the chance to attend university. Even though we are nearing 30, we are still 19. Someone suddenly recalled that age was a sensitive topic and promptly changed her words. Therefore, to make up for your regret, I have already prepared everything. Wang Xiaoxiao boasted unabashedly, completely oblivious to the disdainful look Lu Xiaoqi was giving her while holding her own student ID. Bai Qingqing observed the scene before her, and with her understanding of Wang Xiaoxiao, she was certain that it was once again little Seven who was bustling about, running errands. Ignoring the shameless attempts at garnering praise from the insufferable individual, she turned her gentle gaze toward Lu Xiaoqi and inquired, Little Seven, are you truly not going to stay with us at Tianya Courtyard? There are plenty of vacant rooms available. Don't mind her. Little Seven herself expressed a desire to make more friends and insisted on residing in the dormitory. Wang Xiaoxiao interjected before Lu Xiaoqi could respond. Yes, Sister Qingqing. You needn't worry about me. I can take care of myself. Lu Xiaoqi replied, somewhat flustered, casting a barely noticeable glare at Wang Xiaoxiao. Little Seven certainly understood that Wang Xiaoxiao, that insufferable creature, was displeased by her interruption of the closeness between Bai Qingcheng and herself. Very well. I shall not insist any further. Bai Qingqing's youthful face displayed a tender older sister demeanor. Although it was not entirely out of place, it felt somewhat peculiar. Lu Xiaoqi, perceptive as she was, chose to overlook this fact and merely nodded in agreement. As for Wang Xiaoxiao, she was stifling laughter at the sight of Bai Qingqing's unusual expression. Her delicate cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Ultimately, she was met with a sharp glare from Bai Qingqing, prompting her to clear her throat, compose herself, and speak earnestly. Little Seven, you should hurry to the dormitory and tidy up. If you have too much to carry, don't hesitate to call someone for assistance. Remember to get along well with your roommates. Wang Xiaoxiao resumed her role as the caring older sister, and her attire today, reminiscent of a neighborly sister, drew the attention of passers-by, who secretly mused, what a gentle older sister. However, both Bai Qingcheng and Lu Xiaoqi exchanged looks of disdain, ignoring her. Bai Qingcheng reiterated her reminders to Lu Xiaoqi several times before the latter waved goodbye, parting ways with the two women. Chapter 32 Encountering the Dragon King. System Intrusion? On this day devoid of classes, Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng strolled hand in hand through the campus, leisurely familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. The two young ladies, exuding elegance, captured the attention of passers-by with Bai Qingqing's breathtaking beauty. Are these two stunning sisters from our school? Surely not. With such looks, they would undoubtedly surpass the top 10 goddesses of the institution. Indeed, if they were part of the student body, they would warrant their own exclusive ranking. Could a brave soul please share their contact details? I would be eternally grateful. Fool. Cowardly and overly imaginative, you tell me their contact information, and I shall thank you for generations. Unfazed by the curious glances and whispers from the crowd, the two engaged in a telepathic conversation. Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, Oh, you worry too much. I have plenty of matters that require Xiao Qi's attention. How could she possibly neglect herself? Bai Qingcheng replied, Isn't it because of what you've told me about her past that I feel a pang of sympathy? Moreover, she is your sister, which makes her my sister as well. Shouldn't an elder sister take more care of her? Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, You sound like a false sister. A true sister should encourage her younger sibling to assist with chores, providing ample opportunities for growth. Bai Qingqing huffed. Humph, I am not like someone of your caliber. Besides, the glass curtain wall I carelessly discarded nearly harmed her. I still feel quite guilty about it. Wang Xiaoxiao teased, you feel remorse for nearly causing harm? What about the countless times the little flower assassin has attempted to end my life? Bai Qingqing gasped. Huh? Why did we suddenly shift to that topic? Wasn't the reason for those attempts that she didn't recognize you as Wang Xiao? And didn't you evade all of them? I don't care. You must compensate for the trauma inflicted upon my tender heart. It's decided. Henceforth, 10 truths each day. Bai Qingqing protested. No way. Yesterday, 5 times was already too much. How about 3? Wang Xiaoxiao conceded. Humph. Considering you are my dear sister-in-law, 3 it shall be. I reluctantly accept. Let us consider this matter settled. Suddenly, she inquired, by the way, what major did you choose? Bai Qingqing, startled by the abrupt shift to a verbal exchange, responded eagerly. Oh, I selected clinical medicine. After all, being an assassin will be my primary vocation, so understanding human anatomy is quite essential. Wang Xiaoxiao continued, and you? Did you choose an art-related major? I had a feeling you would, given that there are so many beautiful ladies in that field. Suddenly, a dangerous glint appeared in Bai Qingqing's eyes as she addressed Wang Xiaoxiao. How could that be? I am now a married woman. Those superficial beauties are no match for my unparalleled looks, nor can they compare to my extraordinary wife. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from her, Wang Xiaoxiao's survival instincts kicked in, and she appeared quite earnest in her defense. Strictly speaking, I am not entirely a student of Zhonghai University. Rather, I serve as an adjunct mentor in the finance department. After all, I was once the esteemed chairwoman of the Wang Group. Why would I compete with a bunch of inexperienced youngsters? Furthermore, my role as a mentor grants me ample free time, allowing me to accompany little Hua to and from school each day, while also affording me the opportunity to achieve personal milestones within the university. And most importantly, just as I was about to elaborate, Wang Xiaoxiao abruptly paused. What is the most important thing? Bai Qingqing inquired. Naturally, many protagonists in urban system literature have their backgrounds rooted in universities. I have a feeling I might encounter numerous new system hosts here, Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, a cryptic smile gracing her exquisitely beautiful face. Oh, I see. Bai Qingqing nodded in agreement, but suddenly realized something felt amiss. She scratched her head in contemplation, furrowing her brows as she thought, wait, am I overlooking something? Never mind, it doesn't seem to be of great significance. Wang Xiaoxiao keenly observed little Hua's changing expressions, and upon witnessing her relax, a mischievous smile adorned her stunning visage. Hee, this little ruse plus topic diversion, how will you respond? Little Hua? Daily energy level 3. Steady. Come on, little Hua. Let me take you to see Mentor Sister's office. How wonderful. You actually have an office? Where is it? Of course, it's in the finance building. I just checked on the deceitful map. It's not far from your medical school. Xiao, there's bubble tea over there. Let us grab some before heading to the finance building. I'm all in. At Zhonghai University's finance building, a woman emerged from the entrance, clad in professional attire, a form-fitting skirt and black stockings, her figure gracefully elegant. Her features were exquisite, rivaling those of top-tier actresses. However, unlike a celebrity, she wore an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. She was Luo Bingning, one of the university's 10 goddesses, often referred to as the Iceberg Campus Belle. Not only was she a campus beauty, but she also hailed from one of the 4 prominent families of the magical city, the Luo family, as a collateral relative. Although not a legitimate daughter, her status was deemed sufficiently prestigious in the eyes of onlookers. Moreover, as an exemplary entrepreneurial representative of Zhonghai University, she established a finance company at the tender age of 21 during her freshman year, which has now grown to a valuation exceeding 100 million within 3 years, earning her immense admiration from industry insiders and alumni alike. With such an array of accolades, Luo Bingning was destined to be the pinnacle of beauty at Zhonghai University. However, everything changed because of one individual. Wife, I'm over here. A male voice called from a distance, belonging to a man clad in security attire. his face resembling that of someone who had just been struck in the face, bandages wrapping around his head, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed, as he perched on a small electric scooter by the roadside. In every conceivable aspect, this man appeared utterly comical. The Luo family's useless son-in-law has returned. It is said that for 3 years he has done nothing but loaf around the Luo household, living off their resources, and is notorious for causing trouble. Judging by his current state, it seems he has once again provoked someone and received a beating. The Luo family could no longer tolerate the sight of this wastrel living off others, so they arranged for him to serve as a security guard at Luo School Flower Company. However, he remained neglectful of his duties, wandering about aimlessly. Setting aside the facts, for 3 years he has consistently ridden his little electric scooter to fetch the Luo School flower, which seems quite affectionate. Does it not? Affectionate, my foot. Over those 3 years, he has utterly disgraced the Luo School flower, and now both have become the subjects of ridicule. TSK, it seems he is somewhat unwell. It is baffling to understand why the elder of the Luo family, in his final moments, insisted that the Luo School flower marry this good-for-nothing. The gossip among the onlookers is remarkably detailed. Clearly, all the rumors concerning them have long been public knowledge. As the focal point of conversation, the useless son-in-law Yifeng appeared utterly indifferent, dismissing the chatter of these insignificant creatures. Today marks the final day of the 3-year period, and from this moment forth I, Dragon King Yifeng, shall only allow you insignificant beings to gaze up at me. As usual, he surveyed the surrounding crowd with a disdainful and haughty gaze, his indifference making it seem as though these onlookers were mere specters in his eyes. His attention, however, was soon captured by the sight of 2 enchanting figures within the crowd. His contemptuous expression instantly transformed into one of fervor. One resembled a gentle and graceful elder sister from next door, while the other appeared as charming and sweet as a delightful schoolgirl. Both ladies held cups of milk tea, sipping while observing the unfolding drama. This was the first time he had encountered such extraordinary beauty, and to see 2 at once was a rare treat. Even the girl who had assaulted him last night, masked and unrecognizable, could only be compared in figure to that gentle neighborly sister. At this thought, a smile of wicked charm crept across his face, despite the agony of his wounds. The 2 onlooking girls were none other than Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing. Upon witnessing his devilish grin, they exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar. With his face already disfigured from the previous day's encounter, this twisted smile was simply unbearable. Their beautiful eyes narrowed in disdain. Wang Xiaoxiao huffed. I knocked out his teeth yesterday. Each time he twists his mouth now must be excruciating. Haha, Bai Qingqing, wow. I didn't get a good look at his crooked smile yesterday due to the darkness. It's utterly repulsive. We let this Dragon King slip away yesterday. Otherwise, we could have dealt with him today. Wang Xiaoxiao. No need to rush. Little Seven has discovered that the Dragon King has 3 more Dragon King envoys overseas. We should wait until he gathers them all before we strike. However, just because he cannot die now doesn't mean we can't find ways to make his life miserable. Bai Qingqing. Silly Xiaoxiao. You can now overpower him even in your ghostly form, yet you still wish to play tricks on him. You previously looked down on the old tools little fish sent you. Wang Xiaoxiao. Ahem. Fine. I admit that playing tricks is indeed more entertaining. Meanwhile, Yifeng, observing the 2 young women in the crowd who appeared momentarily dazed but were actually conspiring against him, felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the power of this Dragon King has not waned. A mere smile was enough to win them over. Last night's beating by the ghostly woman was nothing but a fortuitous accident. In his eyes, the 2 women had already succumbed to his wicked charm, rounding up to be his women. Soon he would emerge and take them under his wing. Now, he was poised to showcase his extraordinary prowess. What manner of woman could resist him? Today, he intended to deliver a subtle shock to his nominal wife, Luo Bingning. Wouldn't this be enough to make this icy beauty melt on the spot? Yifeng's gaze burned with intensity as he turned towards the woman who had just exited the financial building, resembling a frozen mountain, while he endured the pain of his wounds and maintained his devilish smile. Come, my wife, let us return home together. This was the first time Luo Bingning had witnessed Yifeng display such an unappealing expression, one that was more pitiable than a cry. Yet, She merely cast him a dispassionate glance, as if he were a stranger. After all, today marked the final day of their 3-year engagement, and her parents had long prepared to dissolve the contract. Once this day passed, she and Yifeng would be akin to strangers, drifting apart in silence. Over the past 3 years, nothing had transpired between them. Rather, Yifeng had continuously tarnished her family's reputation. While she did not harbor hatred for him, she had always resented her great-grandfather for arranging this marriage. With no intention of conversing with Yifeng, she prepared to walk away. Suddenly, the roar of a sports car echoed nearby, prompting the onlookers to part and make way. Before them appeared a strikingly stunning, flamboyantly colored Lamborghini Veneno. As the eye-catching scissor doors swung open, a man emerged, one hand cradling a bouquet of flowers and the other clutching a ring box. Dressed in a meticulously tailored, flamboyant pink suit and sporting a slicked-back hairstyle reminiscent of a celebrity, he gazed at Luo Bingning with deep affection. Neglecting his ostentatious attire, his physique and looks were undeniably impressive. While he may not have swept all men aside, he could certainly win accolades as a leading man solely based on his appearance. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wow, the Lamborghini Veneno, limited to only 6 in the entire world. It is said that only 2 are in the entirety of Long Country, and this young Master Gu is a student at Zhonghai University, a 3rd year and one of the 5 handsome elites. Wow, young Master Gu has arrived. So handsome. I want to bear your children. Young Master Gu was indeed a quintessential tall, rich and handsome figure, reportedly hailing from the Gu family. The Gu family? You mean one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. A colossal entity that the 4 great families of Magic City can only look up to. It was said that this young Master Gu was a direct descendant of the Gu family. Had it not been for his desire to evade an arranged marriage, he would have graduated early to return to the imperial capital and inherit the family business. Nonsense. He is clearly staying at Zhonghai University to pursue our campus belle. Oh, he is so sincere. I could cry. Wang Xiaoxiao displayed excitement, though it was not evident on her face. Instead, she fervently discussed with Bai Qingcheng through their spiritual link. Oh my, he has appeared. The wealthy second-generation cannon fodder antagonist that every urban novel featuring a son-in-law Dragon King must have. And the must-have flashy vehicle, the Veneno. How envious. Bai Qingcheng retorted, Humph, Xiao, why are you barking like a dog? Yesterday, I spotted an identical vehicle in the Tianya courtyard garage, albeit yours is in a striking black and red hue. I had contemplated taking it for a spin. Wang Xiaoxiao, ahem. Isn't this just to create an atmosphere of astonishment among the onlookers? Given the current situation, it seems we are witnessing a scene where the Dragon King confronts a pretentious rich heir. Bai Qingcheng, that can't be right. Knowing your temperament, you should be the one to challenge this Dragon King. What should we do? Should we rush in and slap this rich heir first? Wang Xiaoxiao, oh dear, as a refined young lady, let us not resort to violence. Moreover, I bear no grudge against this esteemed young master, so why would I strike him? Bai Qingcheng, then what shall we do? We can't allow the Dragon King to overshadow us and claim the beauty. Can we? Wang Xiaoxiao, rest assured, I have a clever plan. Ding! A low-tier system intrusion detected. The host's defense firewall has been activated. Successfully shielded. Ding! A low-tier system intrusion detected. The slaughter system firewall has been activated. Successfully shielded. Suddenly, the voices of a young girl and a mature woman interrupted the communication between the 2 ladies. Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng? Wang Xiaoxiao, what is happening? How can there be other systems intruding? Bai Qingcheng. Little dear has also blocked it. What is this strange system? Ahem, Sister Xiaoxiao, do not fret. Take a look at this upcoming achievement, and you shall understand. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao. You have encountered the villain script system host, achieving the milestone of first encountering the script villain. Reward: the actor's self-cultivation. Chapter 33. The villain script system. The nemesis of the prodigal son. Congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for encountering the villain script system host, achieving the accomplishment of meeting the script villain. Reward: an actor prepares. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Wang Xiaoxiao was utterly astonished, her mouth forming a na shape. Beside her, Bai Qingcheng, noticing Wang Xiaoxiao's expression, couldn't resist poking her and curiously inquired through their soul link, Xiaoxiao, what type of protagonist is this one? Don't just stand there in a daze. Speak up, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, holy moly. No wonder I felt that this crooked-mouthed Dragon King, while formidable in battle, seemed to have some serious issues, unlike any typical protagonist in a Dragon King's romantic narrative. It turns out he is merely a minor villain. Bai Qingqing responded, so, if the crooked-mouthed Dragon King is the villain, does that mean this newly appeared rich second-generation character is the protagonist? Wang Xiaoxiao confirmed. Precisely. This is an unconventional narrative told from the villain's perspective. The system is a script system, which requires the host to play the villain and act out the storyline as per the original script.
Bai Qingchen quay rít.
If he follows the original script, wouldn't he still be the cannon fodder villain at the mercy of the Dragon King? Wang Xiaoxiao assured, it certainly won't be that straightforward. As the villain protagonist plays his role, the system will undoubtedly create chaos. In a rebirth narrative, it will resurrect the female leads who have already fallen for the villain, and in a time travel narrative, it will share the villain's thoughts, reviews, diaries, and complaints with the female leads, allowing them to foresee the plot's direction and deviate from the original script. Commonly known as breaking character. Bai Qingqing pondered, this is quite a deep trope. So, what genre does this rich second-generation character belong to? And why is this system intruding upon us? We are traversers, not female leads. Just last night, we nearly defeated the Dragon King. Does that count as being a female lead? Wang Xiaoxiao speculated. Perhaps it's because the Dragon King has taken a liking to us, leading that script system to classify us as female leads. As for the genre of the villain narrative, little fish, Sister Xiaoxiao, little fish is here. Wang Xiaoxiao inquired, could you reveal the content that you have been concealing from us? By the way, releasing the concealed content wouldn't affect your system or us as hosts, would it? No problem. The lower-tier system poses no threat to little fish and little deer, nor can it affect you as the system's hosts. So you both belong to a higher-tier system, do you? Wang Xiaoxiao raised her eyebrows slightly, committing this information to memory, and continued in their soul link. Wang Xiaoxiao stated, then let us see the content you have concealed. Sister Xiaoxiao, please take a look. The absurd plot of this novel is finally commencing. In the first chapter, after 3 years, the Dragon King returns. The 3-year engagement between Luo Bingshan and the Dragon King Yifeng is about to conclude, and the young master is bringing Bingshan's parents to force a marriage, compelling the Dragon King to put on a show, save the damsel, and Luo Bingshan begins to dispel her thoughts of breaking off the engagement. I wonder what Gu Feng sees in this ice mountain? This woman can barely pass as decent-looking, yet she carries a perpetual sour expression as though someone owes her money. She would rather forsake a wealthy and beautiful fiancée, spending 3 years as a love-struck fool. Absurd. It seems she has a touch of both foolishness and mental incapacity. In a rather amusing twist, I, the protagonist, have traversed into this realm only to savor the fleeting experience of a wealthy heir's life. With a delicate and endearing fiancée by my side, I find myself compelled to maintain the facade of a villain while playing the role of a devoted admirer. Who among the respectable would willingly assume the role of a sycophant? Wang Xiaoxiao mused aloud. This is indeed the inner monologue of a villainous narrative. Have the parents of the Dragon King's son-in-law arrived as well? An idea strikes me. A brilliant method to strike at the Dragon King. Let us first observe the unfolding drama. Oh, and little fish, do not forget to livestream his thoughts. It promises to be quite entertaining. No problem. As I listened to the incessant murmurs of the man beside me, my brows furrowed in confusion. How could I hear Gu Feng's voice from such a distance, especially when his lips appeared motionless? Was it merely an illusion? Goodness, what has befallen the Dragon King? Is he a victim of domestic violence? His face is so battered, and now it seems his mouth has been twisted as well. Such details were absent from the original text. Could it be I was privy to Gu Feng's inner thoughts? This was a narrative world. My contemplation was interrupted by another fragment of his musings. Who would have thought that this icy facade concealed a domestic abuser? How frightening! I felt a surge of indignation and wanted to clarify, yet I found myself unable to articulate a sound, merely forming the shape of words. What is this icy figure attempting to convey? Ahem, It is now my turn to speak.
My dearest Ning-er,
Today marks the day you will be liberated from your engagement to this worthless fellow. It is also the 1095th day of my pursuit of you. On this very day, I intend to propose. For this momentous occasion, I have invited your parents to serve as witnesses. As his words hung in the air, a luxurious Rolls-Royce glided to a halt beside Gu Feng's location. The door swung open, revealing a pair of elegantly dressed middle-aged couples, radiating warmth and affability. They approached the frowning Luo Bingning, with the middle-aged woman, Zhang Mei, beaming with a congenial smile, addressing her, Ninger, today is the final day of your engagement to that good-for-nothing Yifeng. Mother knows you have long wished to break free from this burden, and I have successfully persuaded the matriarch to intervene and expel Yifeng from your life. With a playful nudge toward the man beside her, she added, indeed, my dear, you shall soon be single. Moreover, you must have seen through Gu Feng's genuine intentions over these past 3 years. For today's proposal, he even arranged for a special vehicle to bring us here. Your father has also consented to this union. The middle-aged man, Luo Chongshan, grinned broadly in agreement with his wife's sentiments. Truly, what an exemplary display of the snobbish mother-in-law and the submissive father-in-law from the Dragon King's narrative. Now, it is my moment to shine. Ninger, I love you. Will you marry me? Gu Feng's eyes sparkled with affection as he knelt, presenting a bouquet and an engagement ring, embodying the image of a dashing suitor proposing with heartfelt sincerity. Ha! To marry someone like her, one must have endured a lifetime of misfortune, constantly wearing a displeased expression. I wonder which man could tolerate such behavior? If it weren't for the pretense of the storyline, only a fool would act as this cold-hearted woman's devoted admirer for 3 years. Luo Bingning was taken aback, hearing Gu Feng's lamenting thoughts. She was so engrossed in self-doubt that she momentarily overlooked his coercive approach to marriage involving her parents. Was the bouquet and ring he presented today merely a fade? Did he truly harbor feelings for her? Or was that also an illusion? In truth, she had never been fond of Gu Feng. She was repulsed by his tactics today. Had she not heard his innermost thoughts, her aversion might have deepened. Yet, now that she understood his actions were merely for the sake of a narrative, not genuine affection, her disdain inexplicably dissipated, replaced by a fierce sense of unwillingness. Before she could fully process these revelations, another voice broke through her thoughts. What is this Ice Queen doing? Standing there in a daze? Hurry up and showcase your disdain. If you don't express your displeasure, how will the Dragon King react? Oh, look at his expression. The Ice Queen need not even lift a finger. How absurd. To annul the engagement simply to marry my beloved to this pompous heir? You will regret this. Yifeng approached with an air of arrogance, his eyes, visible beyond his bandages, brimming with contempt. Regret? Forcibly expelling you from the Luo family was the wisest decision of my life. You have consumed the resources of the Luo family for 3 years, achieving nothing while causing trouble. What right do you have to call yourself Ninger's husband? What right do you have to insult my family's future son-in-law here? Zhang Mei stepped forward, pointing her finger aggressively at Yifeng, unleashing a torrent of insults. It is often said that a malicious mother-in-law is the eternal nemesis of the suitor in romantic tales, and Zhang Mei's words turned Yifeng's face an array of colors. You! Yifeng glared at Zhang Mei with venomous eyes, thinking that if she were not his mother-in-law, she would already be dead. Did you hear that? You dare to consider yourself Ninger's husband? You are not worthy. What can you possibly offer her that I cannot? Can you provide for her and the Luo family as I can? Gu Feng wore a foolish grin, occasionally glancing at Luo Bingning's figure, while internally grumbling about her lack of engagement in the dialogue. Do you see this foolish grin? I am no longer just a sycophant. I have become a fool. When it's your turn to speak, do not falter. Hearing Gu Feng's thoughts and stealing another glance at his exaggerated expression, even Luo Bingning, typically so composed, could not suppress a smile. Humph! Is it truly the case that the illustrious Luo family, one of the 4 great families of the magic capital, must sacrifice their children's happiness for gain? I, Yifeng, have been Ninger's husband for 3 years. Even if the engagement is to be dissolved, I shall defend her happiness. Yifeng proclaimed with righteous fervor, a charming smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. though the tremors of his bandaged face indicated that the smile only exacerbated his pain. However, his peripheral vision inadvertently captured the fleeting smile on Luo Bingning's face as she was amused by Gu Feng. The typically icy Luo Bingning actually smiled due to my bold intervention. She harbors feelings for me. The curve of her lips instantly transformed from a 90-degree angle to an exuberant 100 degrees. Naturally, the injury on my face, exacerbated by this revelation, caused me excruciating pain, rendering my countenance even more indescribable. This is it, that devilishly charming smile. It absolutely slays me. It seems I am indeed an enigmatic being. In the authoress' original work, the Dragon King captured the hearts of countless female protagonists with this very tactic, claiming it instills a sense of confidence in women that makes them feel invincible. Hilarious. I can't breathe from laughing. Goodness, Luo Bingning, with that seam of face, actually smiled? Truly worthy of being the main consort of her husband. Has she fallen so swiftly? Impressive indeed. Upon hearing this fellow refer to Yi Feng as her husband, Luo Bingning felt an overwhelming sense of displeasure. Gu Feng, are you not supposed to follow the plot? I shall defy it.
Yi Feng.
You are truly shameless. Look at what you have done during your 3 years at my home. While your past mischief could be forgiven, yesterday you even dared to assault an officer, and it was my mother who had to bail you out. What explanation do you have? Can you not preserve a shred of dignity? Luo Bingning suddenly spoke with fervor, even resorting to expletives, her tone rife with dissatisfaction towards Yi Feng. My actions throughout my life require no explanation to anyone. Ah, what are you saying, Ninger? Upon hearing the word explanation, Yi Feng instinctively adopted a pretentious demeanor, like a robot triggered by a keyword. However, the next moment, he realized that it was Luo Bingning who had spoken, and his expression momentarily froze in surprise. Yet, his astute mind quickly deduced her intentions. She was unaware of the Dragon King's true power and was concerned that I might be outmatched by the Gu family's influence, thus trying to shield me while playing the villain. She truly cares for me. Ha, woman! You have no idea how formidable your man is. Fear not, Ninger. Should anyone attempt to sell you to the Gu family, I, Yi Feng, shall be the first to object. The mere Gu family of the imperial capital is, in my eyes, nothing more than a larger-than-usual insect, easily extinguished. After indulging in this self-affirmation, a hint of affection appeared on Yi Feng's twisted smile, radiating confidence. You don't get to decide that. Leave, you must depart immediately. As Yi Feng resumed his pretentious act, coupled with that indescribable crooked smile, Zhang Mei could no longer contain herself, erupting in anger to expel Yi Feng. Auntie, do not mind him, merely a stray dog, insignificant. Let him witness the gap between us and confront reality. Gu Feng cast a disdainful glance at Yi Feng, who had just been boasting, quickly stopping Zhang Mei from chasing him away. What a joke, could we truly let the Dragon King be expelled? Who would then slap my face later? Gu Feng concealed his disdain, swiftly adopting a previously charming grin, and tenderly inquired, Ning what is your response to my proposal? As Gu Feng uttered these words, he thrust the bouquet forward with considerable force, nearly striking Luo Bingning's face. It was precisely due to the proximity of the flowers that she could distinctly detect not the fragrance of blossoms, but rather an overwhelming scent reminiscent of instant noodles. With his other hand, he opened a ring box, revealing a glass ring the size of a marble. What sort of genius would adorn their finger with a mere glass orb? Gu Feng, seemingly fearful of inciting Luo Bingning's aversion, meticulously navigated this emotional minefield, silently mocking her. Luo Bingning, observe my deft maneuvering through this treacherous terrain. I inquire how you shall respond? Quickly dismiss my second-hand flowers and glass ring. Retreat to the refuge of your husband, for I too wish to conclude my day and indulge in some gaming, as the daily tasks remain unfinished. Am I truly so detestable to you? This time, I shall abandon pretense entirely. The resentment within Luo Bingning intensified. Resolute, she prepared to accept the second-hand flowers and glass ring, determined to irritate Gu Feng, for she would relish in the irony of such an act. I am willing. Before she could finish, a hand shot out like lightning, striking Gu Feng's hand and sending the bouquet tumbling to the ground, while the ring box rolled into a nearby drain. A figure stood between Gu Feng and Luo Bingning, their face obscured by bandages, leaving only their eyes and mouth visible, lending them a rather comical appearance. Yet, despite the absurdity, fury blazed in their exposed eyes as they clenched their teeth, threateningly proclaiming, "Dare to touch my woman, and you shall meet your demise." What the hell? Why did Luo Bingning break character? And Dragon King, why have you suddenly become unprofessional? Why are you stealing the spotlight? Never mind, it doesn't matter much. You waste, do you have anything to say? This matter concerns me and Bingning. It is of no relevance to a worthless wretch like you. A discarded dog dares to bark here. Gu Feng, feeling the sting on his hand, persisted in his role as the antagonist, fully embracing the mockery. You, seeking death. Yi Feng had already clenched his fists, poised to unleash his next wave of taunts before taking action. Now it's getting interesting. The Dragon King's first slap is finally upon us. According to the original script, Aunt Zhang would push him in a fit of rage, filling the anger meter, and the Dragon King would strike with lightning speed. However, the target of that strike is undoubtedly me, and I would be sent flying 10 meters, collapsing unconscious, my misfortune serving to highlight the Dragon King's might. Yi Feng, what do you intend to do to young Master Gu? Step aside immediately. Do you not realize that it would be easier for young Master Gu to crush you than to squash an ant? Aunt Zhang, noticing Yi Feng's tightly clenched fists, felt a surge of panic. This mad dog was audacious enough to assault even the police. What if this lunatic truly lunged at young Master Gu and caused him harm? Moreover, yesterday she had promised Director Lin to keep a close watch on him, although she had scarcely taken it to heart. After all, in her eyes, Yi Feng was nothing but a complete wastrel. Today, she intended to cast Yi Feng out, contemplating to simply assign a few individuals to monitor him around the clock, ensuring he would not stir any trouble, thus not contravening Director Lin's request. However, if she allowed Yi Feng to inflict harm once more in such a short span, the repercussions would ultimately fall upon the Luo family. What shall I do? I am determined to obliterate this scoundrel who has usurped another's wife. Yi Feng's fury had surged to 99, nearing the point of eruption, merely awaiting the final impetus. How dare you? Someone, come forth. The Luo family's son-in-law is about to turn against his master. Zhang Mei, perceiving the escalating tension, boldly positioned herself in front of Gu Feng, truly pushing Yi Feng with her hand. An astonishing scene unfolded. Yi Feng's bandaged face suddenly turned ashen, and he staggered back several meters, kneeling on one knee, clutching his chest where Zhang Mei had just pushed him, blood spilling from his mouth. Despicable coward, resorting to a sneak attack. The venomous glare in Yi Feng's eyes was fixated on Gu Feng, who stood bewildered a short distance away. What in the world is happening? Clearly, it was Aunt Zhang Mei who pushed you. Why blame me for your misfortune? How could you have been pushed back so far and ended up spitting blood? Is the Dragon King so feeble? How will this performance continue? Just as Luo Bingning was preparing to intervene in the conflict, her face was marked with confusion, but upon hearing Gu Feng's thoughts, she quickly comprehended. Yi Feng's so-called Dragon King was merely a fade, easily overpowered even by her mother, who was in her 40s. Yi Feng, get out of here quickly. If you dare to return, it won't just be my wife taking action. I shall not be merciful either. Observing that his wife could shove Yi Feng back so effortlessly, the typically taciturn Luo Chongshan found his courage, adopting an air of false bravado.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
It must be you, Gu, who has played foul. You are courting death. Take this punch. Yi Feng paid no heed to Luo Chongshan's words, suddenly springing forth like a cannonball, raising his fist to strike at Gu Feng. His speed was such that no one could capture his movement, leaving the onlookers astounded. A punch of this magnitude, if it indeed landed, could confine someone to the hospital for at least 2 months. Ah, truly deserving of the title of Protagonist. How commendable! This will surely continue to unfold. Aunt Zhang Mei, step aside. Let them all come at me. Stop! Luo Bingning had no time to react. She could only unleash a furious shout in an attempt to halt Yi Feng's reckless actions. Gu Feng, quick on his feet, shoved the stunned Zhang Mei aside and absorbed the blow with his chest. In the very moment Yi Feng's fist was about to make contact with Gu Feng's body, Gu Feng propelled himself backward by pushing off the ground, successfully evading at least 80% of Yi Feng's force. The remaining 20% was absorbed by the bulletproof vest he wore beneath his suit. Such an impressive display of agility resulted in negligible damage. In an effort to render the act of being struck more convincingly, Gu Feng contorted his face into a grimace, biting down on a concealed blood pouch, unleashing a torrent of crimson that arched high into the air. To mitigate the pain of his fall, he intentionally aimed for the fountain pool situated not far behind him. With a splash, Gu Feng plunged into the fountain, losing consciousness. After launching Gu Feng away, Yi Feng adopted an air of superiority, hands clasped behind his back, an arrogant glint in his eyes, as he slowly turned and proclaimed, "Did you witness that? This is the consequence of offending me." However, before he could complete his dramatic display, a piercing scream shattered the atmosphere.
Ah, Ye Feng.
"How dare you strike young Master Gu? I shall fight you." Zheng Mei, with her claws bared, lunged at Yi Feng, raising her right hand to deliver a sweeping arc, effectively slapping him across his bandaged face. What unfolded next left the onlookers utterly astounded. Yi Feng's bandaged head snapped back violently, as if struck by a freight truck, and he flew backwards, landing unceremoniously in a flower bed like a lifeless dog. A peculiar silence enveloped the scene. Whether it was Luo Bingning, Luo Chongshan, or Zhang Mei, who stood in disbelief, staring at her own hand, or Gu Feng, who feigned unconsciousness in the fountain while actually observing the chaos, all were left agape. At that moment, Gu Feng's mind was a blank slate. He glanced sideways at the fallen dragon king in the flower bed, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. System, what is happening? That dragon king clearly sent me flying, and before I could even bask in my glory, he was knocked down by his mother-in-law's slap? Has the plot not collapsed yet? Gu Feng mused silently. Ding. The plot is proceeding normally. There may be slight deviations, but the overarching direction remains intact. Please, host, continue to play your role accordingly. Are you serious? The invincible Dragon King just returned and was half beaten by his mother-in-law, and you call this no error? Ding. Indeed, there is no error. Further details cannot be disclosed by this system. Please focus on your role. The first chapter's plot is nearing its conclusion. After a brief moment of silence, the onlookers erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 34. Swift police response. The Dragon King returns. Alas, the son-in-law of the Luo family has injured someone. Ah, young Master Gu has coughed up blood. Quickly, call for an ambulance. This mad dog is no longer the son-in-law of the Luo family. Haven't you heard that the Luo family has decided to cast him out? How dare he harm my idol? What a heartless scheme from that surname Yi. He actually aimed to incapacitate my idol. Yet thankfully, Mama Luo acted decisively. Goodness, Mama Luo is truly formidable, sending that mad dog flying so far. Suddenly, I feel sympathy for Papa Luo. No wonder he dared not utter a word earlier. Mama Luo is such a force. The scene was chaotic, yet the spectators unanimously condemned the actions of Yi Feng, who, like a rabid dog, had attacked twice. Had it not been for Zhang Mei's courageous intervention, he might have continued his rampage unscathed. At the Jiangdong District Police Station, who is causing trouble on campus? At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from the crowd, imbued with a fiery intensity that silenced the throng, drawing their attention to its source. The speaker was a statuesque officer, her sleek black hair elegantly tied back, adorned in a uniform that accentuated her figure. Her epaulets revealed that her rank surpassed even that of Director Lin. Curiously, however, the cap upon her head was unusually tall, and she donned white gloves and a mask, revealing only her alluring violet eyes, which shimmered with a chilling aura. As her gaze swept across the crowd, all present instinctively bowed their heads, unwilling to meet her frosty stare. While the coldness emanating from Luo Bingning was one of indifference, that of this lady exuded an air of aloofness akin to a high mountain flower, perfectly embodying the essence of an ice queen. The officer approached with several accompanying officers, surveying the scene, and inquired succinctly about the situation from a few bystanders. After gathering the necessary information, she gracefully glided to where Yi Feng lay, sprawled like a dead dog among the flowers. Raising her right hand, her fingers poised tightly, she delivered a precise blow to the nape of his neck, swiftly rendering him unconscious once more. In less than 2 minutes upon her arrival, she had placed silver bracelets on the subdued Yifeng, instructing her fellow officers to escort him away. She also urged the Luo family to promptly call for an ambulance, for Gu Feng still had a chance at salvation. Having concluded her duties, the lady departed, her efficiency leaving no room for delay. As she vanished, the astonished murmurs of the crowd echoed in the air. After watching the police car leave, Wang Xiaoxiao's hair transformed from sleek black to a soft blue with gentle curls at the ends, her violet eyes reverting to blue. In the restroom, she swiftly changed back into her charming neighborhood sister attire. As she strolled back to the financial building, her enchanting face radiated delight, a captivating smile gracing her lips, and her tall figure bounced with a light-hearted ease, overshadowing the vibrant spring atmosphere around her. Ha ha ha! Today has been utterly exhilarating. Wang Xiaoxiao could not help but burst into laughter. Xiaoxiao, just 2 chapters ago, you said that beautiful girls shouldn't be so violent. A delightful and charming lowly voice, laced with a hint of mirth, suddenly emerged from behind a willow tree. Don't slander me. I am a civilized person. I certainly did not resort to violence. The one who acted was the formidable mother-in-law of the Dragon King. As for that gentle tap at the end, it was merely to prevent the perpetrator from resisting and causing harm. Observing Bai Qingqing slowly stepping out from behind the willow tree, Wang Xiaoxiao attempted to mimic its Tsundra pose, pouting her lips, yet failing to grasp the essence, making her appear more like a spoiled child. Are you referring to the one wearing an invisible mask in ghostly form, who took advantage of the mother-in-law's actions to land a couple of heavy blows on His Majesty the Dragon King? Especially the second blow. Clearly, that lady was merely slapping his face, yet you retaliated against her crooked mouth, which certainly suggests a personal grudge. Bai Qingqing, who had witnessed the entire act of aggression, was not swayed by this fellow's dubious claims, her expression reflecting a blend of incredulity and bemusement. Xiaohua, just admit that seeing that face makes you want to tear it apart. Doesn't it? The advertisements from the previous life for beating the Dragon King always stated, "He is about to make a crooked face. Hurry, tear that mouth apart." Wang Xiaoxiao showed no signs of denial. Instead, she proudly declared, "Well, if it were up to me, I'd likely aim for the mouth as well. Especially today, with his face all bandaged up, that crooked mouth truly resembles something unspeakable. Ugh. Now that I think about it, it gives me goosebumps," Bai Qingqing remarked, rubbing her arms as if to ward off an unsettling chill. Oh dear, let us not dwell on the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Those 2 blows just now have completely depleted the breakfast I had this morning. Come on, let us head to the cafeteria. Xiaoxiao, you claim to have merely given the Dragon King a few light taps? If I recall correctly, you devoured 5 large meat buns and 3 bowls of porridge this morning. How much force did you exert to deplete such energy? Let us not focus on these trivial details. Come, let us eat. So what brings you here today? Although not at the same time, they were in the same location, the supervision room of the Jiangdong District Police Station. Upon seeing Yifeng, who had made a second visit to the precinct, the faces of various internet celebrities displayed astonishment, shock, and a touch of mockery. Tao Tao noticed the worsening injuries on Yifeng's face, especially the area around his mouth, and couldn't he help but chuckle? Ha! Have you been causing trouble and got beaten up again? Shut up. Yifeng, fear no calamity. Yifeng shot Tao Tao a disdainful glance, his expression dripping with contempt, though the pain from his injuries rendered his words slightly incoherent. Are you hoping for a miracle? In half an hour. You don't mean to suggest the chief will release you in that time, do you? Tao Tao raised an eyebrow, her sarcasm evident as she continued. A notorious son-in-law of the Luo family, infamous throughout the city. The chief has no time to spare for your rescue. Even the Luo family is unlikely to intervene this time. Humph, how could a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan? Just wait, within half an hour. The chief will respectfully see me out. After being mocked, Yifeng seemed to gain a surge of confidence, speaking with newfound clarity. Last time I was merely outpaced by that old hag Zhang Mei. Upon returning, Director Lin is bound to receive a warning from Longya. This time, he will undoubtedly come with utmost respect to invite me out. Look, here he is. It is none other than the solemn-faced Director Lin Yang. However, this time he is not accompanied by anyone else, which allows Yifeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Upon entering, Lin Yang directly addressed the accompanying officers, saying, "Release Yifeng." After speaking, he cast a peculiar glance at Yifeng, his eyes reflecting a hint of compassion, yet to outsiders it appeared entirely different. In the eyes of Yifeng and a host of internet celebrities, Director Lin's expression seemed more akin to someone compelled by external pressures to release Yifeng. Goodness! Could it be that this useless son-in-law truly possesses a significant background? Ha! A frog at the bottom of the well. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Yifeng's lips, though one could not tell how many times his facial wounds had been torn open today. If his face had a consciousness of its own, it would surely curse. To hell with this face. Whoever wants it can take it. I shall no longer serve. It was only after Yifeng was released and taken away by the officers that the crowd of internet celebrities regained their senses. Tao Tao, the first to voice her discontent, exclaimed, "Why is it that he has only just arrived and is already released? I refuse to accept this." Unexpectedly, Director Lin regarded her with a patronizing expression and slowly replied, "The mental hospital of Magic City. If you wish to go, the Bureau can certainly provide you with a certificate." With that, Director Lin turned and left the detention room. After a moment of stunned silence, Tao Tao let out a quiet sigh, wondering when her sister would manage to extricate herself. Chapter 35. Wang Xiaoxiao's oil-splashed noodles. Miss Yifeng has been sent to the mental hospital in Modu as per your request. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng concluded their leisurely exploration of Zhonghai University, strolling towards the campus parking lot. Accompanying them was Lu Xiaoqi, who had just hung up the phone, her expression icy and serious, prompting Bai Qingcheng to silently commend her. Truly, Xiaoqi transformed into a different person when it came to work. So professional. Having the Dragon King undergo some transformation would be quite a delightful affair. Now I can fully relish the joys of campus life. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction but soon noticed Bai Qingcheng's sudden frown, prompting her to inquire, "Xiaohua, what's wrong? You seem a bit downcast." "Xiaoxiao, I can't shake the feeling that I've overlooked something important today." Bai Qingcheng's innocent and charming face was marred with contemplation, her red eyes slightly squinting, and her cherry lips pursed. "Oh no, could it be that she's realized we're supposed to have our 3 meals a day?" Wang Xiaoxiao felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, her mind racing. "Got it. Xiaohua, have you forgotten? Today is Crazy Thursday, the kitchen waste from Kaifeng Cuisine. Ahem. The spicy chicken wings are only 19 yuan. Oh, so that's what I forgot. How about we have Kaifeng Cuisine for dinner? It feels like ages since I had fried chicken." Seeing Bai Qingcheng's face light up with excitement, Wang Xiaoxiao let out a sigh of relief, wiping away non-existent sweat from her smooth forehead and gently caressing her slime. A wave surged, causing Bai Qingcheng to fixate with wide eyes, her envy and reluctance fleeting. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, a mischievous smile crept onto her lips, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. "Xiaoxiao, you are not allowed to eat Kaifeng Cuisine tonight." "What? Why?" Wang Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn. "Yesterday, I sensed that your slime had softened by 0.2, which surely indicates weight gain. You need to control your diet." "What? But I clearly..."
No eating.
Bai Qingcheng insisted. "But, no. Otherwise, today's 3 meals are off the table." Wang Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned before realizing the implication. Initially thinking her position was secure, she now found Bai Qingcheng had cleverly maneuvered herself into a commanding position. What was supposed to be a mutual exchange of insights had turned into a bargaining situation where Wang Xiaoxiao had inadvertently set a limit. If not for the 3-meal agreement, Bai Qingcheng would undoubtedly have indulged her, perhaps with a hint of playful resistance. However, with this 3-meal stipulation, Bai Qingcheng now held the upper hand over Wang Xiaoxiao. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be such a crafty Xiaohua." Wang Xiaoxiao felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. What if Bai Qingcheng, in a fit of displeasure, decided to reduce the count? How careless of her. That evening, in Tianya Courtyard, the living room, Bai Qingcheng held a spicy chicken wing in one hand and happily munched on a refreshing beverage with the other, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Where has Xiaoxiao gone? Logically, as a foodie, She would find a way to trick me into sharing a few pieces of fried chicken. Why is it so quiet today? She then shifted her gaze towards a window adorned with curtains and called out, Xiao-Qi, do you know where your sister has gone? The curtain trembled ever so slightly. Xiao-Qi? Bai Qingcheng inquired again, tilting her head with a large question mark hovering above her. Ahem, Sister Qingcheng. My sister is currently in the kitchen. Xiao-Qi replied, her voice tinged with embarrassment as she slowly emerged from behind the curtain. All right, I shall seek her out shortly. By the way, Xiao-Qi, didn't you mention you would be staying at school today? Bai Qingcheng continued to probe. I came back to retrieve something I forgot. I will return to school soon. But seeing as you've been hiding behind the curtain for 2 hours, I thought you were planning to stay at Tianya Courtyard as well. Have you gathered everything? You need to hurry back to school. There are curfews at night. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi's expression immediately soured. She hadn't anticipated her sister would discover her, and now even her sister-in-law could easily find her okay. Okay, I will return to school now. Goodbye, Sister Qingcheng. As Lu Xiaoqi departed, Bai Qingcheng stood up and walked towards the kitchen of Tianya Courtyard. At the entrance, she could hear the clinking of pots and spoons and catch a whiff of a delightful aroma. How fragrant, she exclaimed. The scent was even more enticing than what the chef at Tianya Courtyard could produce. Upon pushing open the kitchen door, the sight within left Bai Qingcheng utterly astonished, her mouth agape in an O shape. Wang Xiaoxiao was still dressed in the same attire as during the day, but unlike earlier, she now wore an apron, her alluring curves clearly visible to Bai Qingcheng. Her long braided hair cascaded down to her waist, resting on her left shoulder, and she had removed her black-framed glasses, revealing her stunning face. Her enchanting eyes sparkled like amethyst, and a warm, sweet smile graced her lips. In her previous life, Bai Qingcheng often heard Wang Xiaoxiao speak of the allure of being a wife, but she had never truly understood until now, when she witnessed the embodiment of the wife's temptation right before her eyes. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao was diligently preparing a dish. With her long sleeves rolled up, exposing her delicate, fair arms, she held a ladle in one hand and a small booklet in the other, the cover boldly inscribed with the cookbook of the culinary goddaddy. Glancing quickly at the booklet, Wang Xiaoxiao, possessing the ability of reincarnation, needed only a fleeting glance to memorize its contents. She then swiftly poured the hot oil from the ladle into a bowl on the table. Sizzle. As the scalding oil met the chili flakes, it produced an enticing sound that wafted a tantalizing aroma through the air, causing Bai Qingcheng to swallow hard in anticipation. A bowl of fragrant oil-splashed noodles, freshly made, Wang Xiaoxiao proudly proclaimed. However, it is not merely empty boasts. Wang Xiaoxiao's dexterity with chopsticks is undeniable. She effortlessly lifts the noodles, blowing on them briefly before shoving them into her mouth. The wide noodles are chewy, rich in oil, and the spiciness is intoxicating. Truly delightful. While indulging in her feast, she cannot resist praising the dish, seemingly oblivious to Bai Qingcheng's presence as she smacks her lips in satisfaction. That bowl of oil-splashed noodles is indeed a feast for the senses. Judging by Wang Xiaoxiao's expression, it must be exquisite. Suddenly, the allure of Kaifeng cuisine pales in comparison. Yet today was supposed to be the moment I had the upper hand over her. Alas, the aroma of this dish is simply irresistible. I cast another glance at the gourmet dad's cookbook resting beside Wang Xiaoxiao. This must be from Boss Gu Yun. Is it truly that remarkable? Tomorrow's lunch shall be at Gu's culinary establishment. As for the so-called top-tier Wang Xiaoxiao, I shall not yield to your whims. With that declaration, Bai Qingcheng puffed out her cheeks, pouted her cherry lips, tilted her head to one side, and crossed her arms defiantly, striding towards Wang Xiaoxiao's bedroom with an air of proud arrogance. Upon witnessing this, Wang Xiaoxiao felt a surge of delight. Heh, this little flower girl is no match for me. Quickly tidying up the kitchen, she sauntered towards the master bedroom with a contented gait. Tonight promises to be another vibrant evening. Chapter 36. 2 hospitals the following morning, at the first hospital of the Demon City. In the desolate ward, a man gradually opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the unfamiliar ceiling before him. Have I traversed through the first chapter of the plot? He murmured to himself, speaking in a manner incomprehensible to others, his expression somewhat dazed, clearly indicating that he had yet to fully awaken. After a moment of bewilderment, a sudden jolt coursed through him as he recalled the scenes from the day's narrative, his mind becoming increasingly animated. Goodness! Today's plot is utterly absurd. The illustrious Dragon King of the Dragon King Hall, having dominated the overseas world for 5 years and vanquished all opponents, was actually sent flying by a middle-aged woman's fierce blow? Is this truly the fate of a son-in-law at the hands of his mother-in-law? At that moment, the ward door swung open, and in walked a woman clad in professional attire, none other than the icy beauty of Zhonghai University, Luo Bingning. Gufeng, are you alright? How is your injury? Upon hearing the familiar voice's incessant murmurs, she immediately understood that Gufeng had awakened. I'm fine. You need not worry, Bingning. Gufeng instinctively began to play the role of a devoted admirer. Yet he quickly realized, what on earth is this icy woman doing in my hospital room? Shouldn't she have been captivated by her Dragon King husband while I was sent flying? Though ultimately it was her mother who delivered the final blow. As soon as he awoke, he began to indulge in self-deprecating thoughts, or rather, they flourished in his mind, with repeated references to your husband. Luo Bingning, feeling a surge of irritation, gritted her teeth, her silver incisors clicking, as she steeled herself and managed to muster a faint smile. Speaking gently, didn't you propose to me earlier? I accepted. I am now your fiancée, and it is my duty to care for you. As she spoke, Luo Bingning reached out her hand to grasp Gufeng's. Observing her delicate hand approaching, Gufeng's pupils constricted, and he swiftly evaded her grasp. This icy beauty has such malicious intentions. Not only did today's performance fall flat, but she also daringly attempts to hold my hand. Does she not realize that in this narrative, to avoid toxicity, no one but the protagonist should touch the heroine's hand? Moreover, what was she just saying? That she accepted my proposal? Is this some sort of joke? I must find a way to salvage this. His thoughts raced and he quickly devised a strategy. After evading Luo Bingning's hand, Gufeng activated his acting skills. A bittersweet smile graced his face, a blend of sorrow, remorse, heartache, and a hint of trepidation. Bingning, I know you do not truly harbor feelings for me. Today's proposal, rather accurately described, was more of an ultimatum. I was too hasty. You need not compromise your own happiness. Your well-being is paramount. There exists a love that entails letting go, a love that sacrifices eternity. Gufeng gazed deeply into Luo Bingning's eyes, eloquently expressing his thoughts, before suddenly letting out a self-deprecating chuckle and continuing, moreover, today was hardly a proposal, it was nothing short of a farce. Let us consider today as merely a splendid performance. As he spoke of Yifeng, a shadow of fear flickered in his eyes. He had indeed concealed considerable strength, and perhaps the choice made by the elderly Lord Yi was not without reason. The young master chuckled to himself, reveling in his own brilliance. Not only had he managed to maintain the persona of an infatuated admirer, but he had also deftly lauded her husband, Yifeng. The plot seemed to be unfolding predictably, yet there was still hope. His gaze subtly darted towards Luo Bingning, who was biting her crimson lip, her eyes reflecting an intelligence that suggested she had grasped something profound.
Yifeng?
Possessing a modicum of prowess? Are you referring to someone whom even my elderly mother could easily send flying with a mere push? Gufeng suddenly comprehended Luo Bingning's thoughts. He cleared his throat twice and said, Ahem. In any case, I sincerely hope that you, Ning can discover your own happiness. As for me, I shall wait for you until you willingly accept me. How absurd. If you were truly to accept my proposal, how would the subsequent narrative unfold? Besides, I have a fiancée. I am a man you can never possess. My. A surge of inner turmoil left Luo Bingning gnashing her teeth in frustration, and she was about to voice her thoughts when Gufeng interjected. No need to speak. Ning I understand completely. What exactly do you understand? Just then, the ringing of a mobile phone interrupted Luo Bingning's retort. It was Gufeng's phone, and he promptly answered, intending to divert the conversation. Hello? Biaozi? What's the matter? Speak. What? Yifeng has been admitted to a psychiatric hospital? Before he could end the call, Gufeng's grip slackened, causing the phone to fall to the ground. The blow was overwhelming, and his gaze grew increasingly vacant. Goodness, can this plot be salvaged? The protagonist has been confined to a mental institution. With a resounding thud, Gu Feng's mind went blank, his eyes rolled back, and he truly fainted. Doctor! Doctor! Gu Feng has regained consciousness and then fainted again. Come quickly. Meanwhile, in the desolate confines of a psychiatric hospital in the Magic City, a man gradually opened his eyes, staring blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling above. Am I in the hospital, not the Longya Society? He muttered incomprehensibly to himself, his gaze distant, clearly indicating that he had not fully awakened. After a moment of stupor, a sudden jolt of realization struck him as he recalled the scene outside the financial building earlier that day, causing his pupils to widen in shock. Attempting to rise, he found himself utterly immobilized, bound tightly by a belt as thick as his waist. Despite his usual strength that could easily free him from such restraints, he now felt alarmingly weak, accompanied by an indescribable emptiness, akin to a man overly exerting himself only to feel utterly drained afterward. As he continued to lament his predicament, the door to the room swung open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, his hair resembling a Mediterranean style, accompanied by a throng of interns. Dr. Yang, the patient has awakened. Shall we commence treatment now? One of the interns inquired. Not yet. We must first ensure the patient is fully conscious. And there is one crucial detail we must address. Dr. Yang solemnly declared. We must ensure that every patient brought here is genuinely mentally ill. We cannot afford to repeat the past mistakes of transforming sane individuals into the deranged. The accompanying group of interns nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting their admiration for the esteemed neurologist Yang Yongxin. Such medical ethics truly moved me to tears. What is the meaning of this madness? How dare you bind me? Do you even know who I am? Yifeng articulated clearly from his bed, his emotions running high. Though only his mouth was capable of movement, the display astonished Dr. Yang and his colleagues. My goodness! They had administered a dosage of sedative potent enough to incapacitate a bull. The speed at which he regained consciousness was already remarkable, but for him to articulate so clearly upon awakening was nothing short of miraculous. Not to mention, his mouth had endured multiple lacerations and severe trauma. It was a medical marvel. Were this not a psychiatric hospital, the doctors would have eagerly dragged him to their laboratory to study the extraordinary structure of his mouth. All right, enough of this. Let's proceed with the standard protocol. Dr. Yang interrupted the interns, who were fixated on Yifeng's mouth with inquisitive eyes. Very well, Dr. Yang. A young male doctor stepped forward from the group, professionally equipped with a notepad and a recording device, ready to meticulously document the consultation process. Name? You are not worthy to know. The true name of the Dragon King is not something a mere karami like you can extract with a question. Age? What does that concern you? The age of the Dragon King is not something a petty karami can pry from me. The male doctor felt a wave of frustration, realizing he was asking questions in vain. This individual clearly exhibited signs of mental instability. Was there any point in continuing the procedure? He then turned to Dr. Yang with a pleading gaze. Dr. Yang seemed unfazed by such behavior, his expression remaining unchanged as he locked eyes with Yifeng and slowly inquired, "What would make you willing to answer my questions?" Feeling the intensity of that gaze, Yifeng, with his instincts honed from countless battles, sensed an electrifying thrill coursing down his spine. This Mediterranean man was formidable, not to be underestimated. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. I, the Dragon King, am adaptable. Then I shall not waste time. Here is my first question. If I give you a spoon and a basin and ask you to empty a bathtub, how would you proceed? Ha! A foolish question. I would simply smash the bathtub with one slap, and then, with another slap, I would deal with the one who posed this question. The doctors were left speechless. Dr. Yang, with a gentle smile, turned to his fellow doctors and instructed, "Release his bindings." Yifeng felt a rush of joy. Indeed, only those of strength could comprehend one another. However, the very next statement from Dr. Yang left him in shock. Take him to our electrotherapy room. It appears that only by completely shattering his psyche and reconstructing it may there be a chance for healing. Wait, I believe I can still be salvaged. Please, ask me another question. There is no need for this. You are afflicted with an incurable affliction of pretentiousness. Ah, do not approach me. You have already sealed your fate. When the Dragon King rages, blood will flow like a river. From this day forth, the electrotherapy room of the psychiatric hospital in the Magic City shall echo with the sounds of anguished cries akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Chapter 37. Ancient Warriors. Masters. On this day at Zhonghai University, the roar of supercar engines shattered the tranquility of the morning as they came to a halt beside the teaching building. The commotion instantly roused the drowsy students of the early class, their eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness! Is that not the Lamborghini Veneno, one of only 6 in the entire Blue Star? It is said that only 2 exist in the whole of Long Country. Didn't I hear this yesterday? The audacity of the author to stretch the word count is truly disheartening. Nonsense. Look closely. Is this the same Veneno from yesterday? Indeed. Young Master Gu's Veneno was in a dazzling iridescent hue. What a flamboyant display. This one, however, is in a more subdued black and red color scheme, appearing considerably more understated. Could it be that young Master Gu had his vehicle repainted overnight? Fool! This is evidently a different car. Oh, look! The person inside is emerging. Wow, it's a beautiful young lady. The stunning girl who stepped out of the driver's seat was clad in casual athletic wear, her long black-blue hair cascading gracefully. She glided over to the passenger side, opened the scissor door of the supercar, extending one delicate hand while the other rested elegantly atop the car's roof. "Miss, we have arrived at school," she announced. A somewhat smaller hand reached out, placing it in the grasp of the black-blue-haired girl. A petite and adorable young lady stepped out of the vehicle, dressed in a winter JK uniform, complemented by knee-high white stockings and black leather shoes. Her long, snow-white hair, reminiscent of silk, was tied into a side ponytail. As for what the side ponytail looks like, you'll have to check with the author for that. And don't forget to give a thumbs up. Upon exiting, a peculiar expression flitted across her innocent and charming face as she glanced at the black-blue-haired girl. Noticing the onlookers around them, she could only nod and say, "Well, I shall head to the classroom now. Xiao Wang, you may return for the time being." "Understood, Mississippi. I shall be punctual when it's time to pick you up after school." The black-blue-haired girl placed her right hand on her abdomen, bowing respectfully. To the uninformed observer, it might seem that this exquisitely beautiful girl was merely the chauffeur of the white-haired maiden. Suppressing a twitch at the corners of her mouth, the white-haired girl nodded, clutching a small bag, and turned towards the teaching building. Only after the white-haired girl's figure had vanished from sight did the black-blue-haired girl return to the driver's seat of the Veneno, starting the engine and driving away. In a Soul Link connection, White Qingcheng remarked, "Drama Queen Xiaoxiao, what performance are you putting on today?" Wang Xiaoxiao replied, "Is it not to prevent you from being targeted by those witless fools? By adopting the persona of a wealthy heiress arriving at school in a luxury car, surely fewer will dare to trouble you. Moreover, considering the influence I wield in this world, one could say I am, in a sense, a wealthy magnate." White Qingcheng countered, "I believe you simply wish to flaunt the ostentatious vehicle you encountered yesterday, young Master Gu." Wang Xiaoxiao coughed lightly. "Isn't this a win-win situation? Besides, I do have matters to attend to today while driving my own car." By Qingcheng, "Oh, you go ahead and get busy. It's perfectly fine if you don't come to pick me up in the afternoon. My cherished Lafa is still parked in the school parking lot. He he he." Wang Xiaoxiao, "Little flower, no reckless driving. Otherwise, you'll have to ask Xiao Qi to handle any traffic violations yourself." By Qingcheng, "Huh? Go find Xiao Qi myself? Well, alright, I shall drive slowly then." Wang Xiaoxiao, "Alright, if anything comes up, you can reach me through our Soul Link. Bye." By Qingcheng, "See you tonight. Goodbye." In the old district of Magic City, within a quaint courtyard, 3 elderly gentlemen were seated around a stone table beneath a tree, engaged in animated discussion. Despite their apparent age, these gentlemen exuded vitality and vigor, their demeanor and complexion surpassing that of many young workers in their 20s and 30s. Has this year's Martial Arts Association recruitment set yet another record low? The speaker was a solemn-looking elder, donned in reading glasses, who raised his teacup, took a sip, and sighed. Alas, traditional martial arts have gradually lost their credibility. Many now claim that martial arts and dance are indistinguishable, merely performance arts. Damn it, Lao Lin. Just mentioning that makes me furious. A bald elder interjected, his eyes wide with indignation. abruptly slamming his palm onto the stone table, the sound echoing like thunder as his handprint remained imprinted on the surface. With such a display, he could likely drop the jaws of a group of young men. Just the other day, I saw my daughter-in-law enrolling my grandson in some taekwondo class. Damn it, as a master of ancient martial arts, do I really have to let my grandson learn that Korean nonsense? Where should I put my old face? The bald elder continued, his tone fervent, spittle flying everywhere. Completely oblivious to the long-bearded elder, whose forehead was now veined with tension, the bearded elder seized the steaming teacup from the table and hurled it at the bald elder's shiny head, cursing vehemently. "Old Jiang, you bastard, how many times have you smashed my table? Damn it, you will pay for this one." The flying teacup whistled through the air, seemingly destined to strike the bald elder's forehead. Quick as lightning, the bald elder caught the teacup mid-air. Not a drop of tea spilled, and retorted with the essence of traditional culture. "Holy moly, old Han, are you plotting murder? I was holding back. Otherwise, this table would have more than just a handprint. Damn it, I don't care. This debt is on your head. Holy moly, old Han. How much is this shabby stone table worth? You think I have spare cash for your little whims? You're the same old miser who claimed last time that my broken table was worth hundreds of thousands. Did you line it with gold? I'm laying it out clearly today. No money, no mercy. Damn it, you old scoundrel, still acting like a rogue at your age. Watch your feet. Come on. Have you shown any improvement, old Deng?" A booming voice echoed, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, abruptly interrupting the imminent clash between the two. The speaker was the bespectacled elder, old Lin. "Let us get back to the point. You two have been fighting for decades. Don't you ever tire of it?" Noticing that the bearded elder, old Han, and the bald elder, old Jiang, had calmed down, old Lin continued, "We live in a fast-paced era. No one is willing to spend years honing their foundational skills anymore. Indeed, without a solid foundation, one would hardly dare to impart genuine ancient martial arts. Otherwise, before you could manage to rival others, you might end up injuring yourself in the process," old Jiang concurred. After joining the Martial Arts Association, many young individuals realized that continuous practice of the basics led them to abandon their pursuits midway. Alas, this is the most frustrating aspect of learning martial arts, old Han sighed deeply. However, speaking of young individuals interested in martial arts, Xiao Wang is certainly one of them. Old Jiang suddenly mentioned a name, his face beaming with joy. "Oh, you mean that lad Wang Xiao? His passion for ancient martial arts is rivaled only by our own." However, as old Han spoke, the initial warmth in his tone shifted, and his expression turned peculiar. Despite his ruggedly handsome visage, his practice of ancient martial arts is utterly feeble. We three masters took turns teaching him, and it resulted in naught but silence. Yet, his demeanor remains cheerful. He visits us weekly with a grin. Old Lin reminisced about that face, perpetually smiling despite the misfortunes that seemed to plague him. It cannot be said that Wang Xiao lacked talent altogether. It would be more accurate to say he possessed none whatsoever. Ahem, although young Wang lacks natural aptitude, he has been a tremendous supporter of our work. Without his annual financial contributions, the Dragon Country Martial Arts Association would likely have ceased to exist by now. Old Lin awkwardly cleared his throat, sighed, and continued, "Alas, it is a pity that this good boy, Xiao Wang, succumbed to a mysterious illness. Aside from the Wang Group, which was donated by his wife, much of his remaining enterprises have been taken over by a cousin who just returned from abroad. What will become of our association's financial support?" Old Han sighed in resignation. "Well, Xiao Wang has done more than enough for us. If we cannot sustain it, perhaps we should simply disband. However, didn't T. Wang Xiao's cousin say she would come today?" Old Jiang inquired. "Ah, it is her attitude that troubles me. Since she took over the affairs, she has been acting mysteriously, seemingly engaged in something of great importance." Old Lin pondered the immense industrial forces that Wang Xiao had commanded, knowing full well the strength of the Lin family, one of the 4 great clans from the Magic City, a position he once held as the family head. The mere glimpse of such formidable power had elevated the Wang family behind Wang Xiao to become one of the 4 great families of the imperial capital. It seems that Wang Xiao's fortune has only emerged in the past decade. One wonders how he achieved it. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a supercar's engine approached, ultimately halting not far from the quaint courtyard. The sound of light footsteps followed, discernible to the three masters present, revealing the arrival of a young woman. They listened intently to the footsteps, attempting to glean some insight, but then an inexplicable occurrence transpired. The young woman's footsteps abruptly ceased. Chapter 38. Ancient Warriors of Blue Star. Three Masters. Half an hour ago, Wang Xiaoxiao departed from Zhonghai University, steering her poison-laden vehicle towards the old district of Modu. This journey was intended for a visit to the ancient martial arts masters with whom she had previously forged connections. Indeed, within the urban literary backdrop of the Blue Star dimension exists a clandestine yet formidable group of warriors. After traversing into this realm a decade prior, Wang Xiaoxiao exerted considerable effort to uncover the traces of such a community. Unlike the urban novels of her past life where an entire ancient martial arts world flourished, with warriors aplenty and martial kings deemed insignificant. In contemporary Blue Star, the numbers of this community are quite scarce, comparable to rare species in the animal kingdom. Their prowess, at best, approaches that of the legendary heroes in martial arts literature, capable of shattering boulders, yet unable to move mountains or calm the seas. After all, as the system's little fish had previously mentioned, the spiritual energy of Blue Star has yet to revive, insufficient to sustain more powerful beings. Thus, can be concluded that Blue Star lacks cultivators. Reflecting on this, Wang Xiaoxiao could not help but reminisce about her recent extraordinary adventures. After some contemplation, she mused that the possibility of cultivators emerging is not negligible. Occasionally, a system host appears, and even the crooked-mouthed Dragon King has made his entrance. One cannot discount the potential emergence of the Northern Celestial Sovereign in the future. Shaking her head, she decided not to ponder too far ahead, redirecting her thoughts back to the ancient warriors of Blue Star. The inner strength spoken of by these warriors is a unique energy cultivated through prolonged physical training, harmonizing essence, energy, and spirit. The cultivation of inner strength can be broadly categorized into 5 stages: Ming Jin and Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, and Gang Jin. Among these, Dan Jin and Gang Jin are referred to by Blue Star's ancient warriors as Master and Grandmaster, symbolizing the pinnacle of their power. Dan Jin allows practitioners to temporarily project their cultivated inner strength, inflicting harm, while Gang Jin, as the name implies, generates a protective aura from this inner strength, enabling prolonged offensive capabilities with detached energy, far surpassing the abilities of a Dan Jin master. At this stage, there is a hint of the essence of cultivators wielding spiritual power in fantasy literature. However, within Blue Star, there has never been a Grand Master of this caliber. This realm remains merely a conjecture among the masters regarding the next level of attainment. Wang Xiaoxiao's purpose in visiting these masters was to clarify the distinctions in combat power as defined by the system and to correlate them with the hierarchy of Blue Star's ancient warriors. After all, the B-level energy burst that had nearly claimed her life that day possessed a formidable strength capable of inflicting a death score of 5,000. Should the powerful entity behind the Dragon King be a Grand Master, and should they suddenly confront her for her persistent bullying of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King, she would find herself in dire straits. Even if she could resurrect, she would rather not live under the shadow of another. Wang Xiaoxiao had witnessed the strength of those masters firsthand. With her current abilities, she could not compete, even when activating her demon form. In that state, she could easily overpower the Dragon King, but at that time, the Dragon King did not possess B-level strength, likely hovering around sea level. As for which level her demon form corresponds to, that remains uncertain. Little fish, take a look at my sister's panel. The name, Wang Xiaoxiao. Race, human, demon human. Gender, female. Age, 20. Fate, supreme body. Level, reincarnation body, S level. Death body, A level. Life spirit, transforming, 639999. Strength, 52 demon 1040. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Speed, 66 demon 1320. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Constitution, 67 demon 1340. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Spirit, 18. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. Charm, 99. Average for adult humans on Blue Star. 6. 2. Skills, Supreme Space, Level, Danger. S level. Demon form, a level. Voice change, a level. Hacker, a level. Hold breath for 10 minutes, E level. Items. Resurrection 2. Invisibility mask, a level 1. Poison, a level 1. The self-cultivation of a loyal admirer. The culinary recipes of a food godfather. The facial muscle control technique of the Dragon King. The self-cultivation of an actor. Evaluation level. Demon B, beauty unparalleled on Blue Star. Can transform into a demon, enjoys 5 minutes of true womanhood. Ha ha ha. Every time I see this, I can't help but laugh. 5 minutes of true womanhood. The duration is determined by the system. Wang Xiaoxiao can maintain her demon form in battle for the longest time without affecting her combat ability. During these 5 minutes, her combat power increases 20-fold. Hence the term true womanhood. Sister Xiaoxiao, would you say this description is apt? It is indeed fitting, yet not entirely so. After all, who says that Sister Xiaoxiao only possesses 5 minutes? Hearing the system's jest, Wang Xiaoxiao grinned mischievously. I can easily eat while fighting. If I pack more food in the Supreme Space's bag, wouldn't that make me a perpetual motion machine? Hey. But you must maintain your image as a beautiful girl. Stuffing food in a lady's bag while fighting. No, that is not the demeanor of a beautiful girl. Woe is me. You must not do this. Poor little fish. Finally overwhelmed by her sister Xiaoxiao. Ahem, it was merely a jest. Do not react so strongly, little fish. You possess not an ounce of humor? Humph, despicable Sister Xiaoxiao. Unless there is something important today, do not call me again. Oh dear little fish, has your Sister Xiaoxiao bullied you again? Humph, foolish little dear. This system does not wish to converse with you today. Hee, come now. Let us speak of joyous matters. Pray tell, what new tricks has your Sister Xiaoxiao devised? You, unperturbed by the daily banter of the two systems in her mind, Wang Xiaoxiao pondered the presence of the little deer beside her. Perhaps it was simply because the deer found itself bored while Xiaohua attended class, thus following their soul link to play with the little fish. Satisfied with her resplendent interface, Wang Xiaoxiao nodded approvingly, her thoughts shifting as she closed the panel and focused on driving toward the old city. Her Lamborghini Veneno parked not far from an ancient courtyard. Wang Xiaoxiao disembarked and was suddenly struck by an intriguing idea. With several A-grade skills and items at her disposal, a delightful opportunity for experimentation with the system level presented itself. It had been quite some time since she had visited these old friends. It was time to give them a little surprise, a Xiaoxiao shock. With a thought, 2 horns sprouted from her forehead, her black-blue hair transforming into sleek, straight locks. She reached into the void, and a mask resembling an immovable mystic stone materialized in her left hand. Placing it upon her exquisite visage, she vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the 3 masters in the courtyard were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Did you just hear someone's voice? Old Jiang inquired, stroking his bald head in confusion. Yes, but why did they suddenly disappear? Old Han responded, his expression one of astonishment and perplexity. Goodness gracious, could we have encountered a ghost? Old Jiang exclaimed, shivering in fright. Ghost my foot. How can you be a master and still lack common sense? Old Han scoffed. Old Han, are you trying to avoid a good beating today? Let us have a spar. The loser pays for next month's tea. Old Jiang declared, retracting his fists to his side, his energy coiling inwards. Bring it on. Whoever backs down is a coward. Old Han retorted, also drawing back his fists, brimming with anticipation. Rock, paper, scissors. Ha, I win. Jiang the rogue, you're paying for the tea next month. Goodness, Old Han, you're cheating. I saw you change your hand. Nonsense. If you can't accept losing, then, Old Han, you truly are being dishonest. That's not fair. A playful male voice suddenly echoed from around them, startling the 3 masters. Instantly on high alert, their sharp gazes swept the surroundings. Old Jiang, agitated, shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." To evade the perception of 3 masters and appear in the courtyard undetected spoke volumes of the intruder's prowess. That voice sounds strangely familiar. Wang Xiao, I thought you were dead. Old Han quickly recognized the voice, astonishment flooding his features. Ahem, to be precise, I'm not entirely Wang Xiao. The voice cleared its throat, transforming into a melodious, celestial tone. A graceful figure materialized in the courtyard, clad in athletic wear, tall and curvaceous, with long black hair cascading down her back. Her beauty was striking, and her purple eyes curved into crescent moons, a captivating smile gracing her lips as if she were indulging in a joyful thought. With her hands clasped behind her back, she stood playfully before the three masters. "Greetings, esteemed gentlemen. It has been quite some time since our last encounter." Wang Xiaoxiao offered a playful wink towards the three elders. The trio stood in astonishment, their gazes filled with wonder as they beheld the breathtaking beauty of Wang Xiaoxiao. They refrained from making any immediate moves, sensing no malice emanating from the young maiden. "Who might you be?" The most solemn among them, Lin Song, was the first to regain his composure and posed the question. He swiftly appraised the stunning girl before him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity. Yet he was certain it was his first encounter with this remarkably beautiful young lady. "Ah, Lin grandfather, I am Wang Xiao." After a brief explanation. "Ha ha ha, so it turns out you are a girl, Wang Xiao. I've known you for so many years and never realized it. Your disguise skills are truly remarkable." Bald old Jiang quickly accepted this revelation, laughing heartily. To them, Wang Xiao was like a grandson, and he preferred referring to her as a girl rather than a boy, given that his household was filled with young rascals. "Ah, I apologize for keeping this from you all for so long." Wang Xiaoxiao sheepishly scratched her head. Disguising herself as a boy was the excuse she concocted. After all, being transformed into a girl by the system was rather unfathomable. "No wonder you previously had the visage of a robust man, yet your martial prowess was always somewhat lacking. It turns out you were merely a girl masquerading as a boy," Old Han exclaimed, enlightened as he stroked his goatee. "I wondered how it was possible for three masters to fail to teach a Blue Star individual. The direction was completely wrong. She is simply a young lady, incapable of practicing male martial arts." With this thought, Old Han continued, "Little Wang, or rather, now I should say little Wang girl, would you like me to ask my wife to provide you with a martial art suitable for female warriors?" Old Han's wife was also a formidable martial artist at the pinnacle of her realm. Wang Xiaoxiao understood Old Han's implication, but she had previously inquired with Xiao Yu and learned that she was unable to practice any martial arts from Blue Star, which meant she truly possessed no talent whatsoever. "Haha, thank you, Grandfather Han, but I shall forego the martial arts. In truth, aside from my disguise skills, I also possess my own martial arts, which I am currently practicing too. Well, to be honest, I am uncertain of my current level. It should be perhaps the transformation phase?" "Master!" Lin Song, who had been silent until now, suddenly exclaimed in shock. "What? A master?" Old Jiang and Old Han echoed in unison. "Lin, are you certain you are not mistaken? There can be no error. Based on her aura, although she is merely at the initial stage of the transformation phase, she is indeed a genuine transformation master." Wang Xiaoxiao maintained her ghostly transformation, her smile unwavering, yet she emanated an imposing aura that sent chills down the spine. "Oh, so a transformation master signifies a B-level prowess. No wonder my A-level skills and items went unnoticed by the three gentlemen." As the elders deliberated, Wang Xiaoxiao's thoughts raced, and she suddenly revealed a mischievous grin. He. "Does this mean that the formidable entities behind the Dragon King are merely at the master level? Rest assured, I can continue to tease the crooked-mouthed Dragon King without worry." Sister Xiaoxiao, in the Blue Star realm, the levels of martial arts Ming and Hua, Dan, and Gang correspond to the system's rating of EA. "Oh dear, you little slacker. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Had I known earlier, I could have accompanied Little Flower to school today. You didn't ask Little Fish, did you?" How infuriating. In the courtyard, three venerable gentlemen surrounded Wang Xiaoxiao with fervent gazes, their voices brimming with excitement. "Young Lady Wang, at such a tender age, you have already reached the level of a grandmaster? Does this not mean you have the potential to become a great grandmaster in the future?" "Hehe, approaching 30, Wang Xiaoxiao replied, while secretly thinking, "This beautiful girl is eternally 20. I once thought you were an unparalleled martial arts novice, but it turns out you are a little prodigy? Hehe, too much flattery." Wang Xiaoxiao responded, while inwardly reflecting, "Indeed a novice, albeit one with a little advantage. I was just about to ask, what are those two pencils on your forehead for?" Ah well, this is a trend among the youth nowadays called cosplay, Wang Xiaoxiao replied, while thinking to herself, what the hell, pencils? Ha ha ha, the sixth grandmaster of the Dragon Kingdom, and still so youthful. With you in the Dragon Martial Arts Association, who would dare claim that traditional martial arts are obsolete? Ha ha ha, esteemed gentlemen, it is not so exaggerated. With you around, you could live another 100 or 80 years, and who would dare to challenge the Martial Arts Association? A beautiful young lady and 3 elderly gentlemen joyfully conversed in the courtyard, where a cheerful atmosphere enveloped them. Wang Xiaoxiao's willingness to reveal her true identity to these 3 men spoke volumes of her trust and respect for them. The 3 grandmasters, having surpassed a century in age, were not merely elders of the Martial Arts Association. They were heroes of the Dragon Kingdom, which had once endured the trials of invasion and war. As martial artists, they bravely took on the role of vanguards, establishing remarkable achievements and prestige, akin to the founding fathers of the Dragon Kingdom. Old Lin, once the head of the Lin family from the 4 great families of Magic City, along with Old Jiang and Old Han, who were once marshals in the Dragon Kingdom's military, had long since retired. Their once formidable power had been passed on to the next generation, leaving them with their only remaining roles in the Dragon Martial Arts Association. Beyond that, their daily lives revolved around playing chess, sipping tea, tending to birds, strolling, practicing martial arts, much like any ordinary elderly gentleman. Although Wang Xiaoxiao was not a native of the Blue Star's Dragon Kingdom, her profound respect for these heroic figures who safeguarded their homeland was unwavering. In her previous incarnation as Wang Xiao, she often visited these venerable gentlemen, not solely to foster good relations with the ancient martial arts masters, but to ensure they understood that heroes would not be tarnished, that they had not been forgotten by the times, and that there were still those who would remember them. However, to the 3 gentlemen, it seemed that Wang Zhao's enthusiasm for ancient martial arts and for them was exceedingly intense. No matter how busy she was, she carved out time each week to visit them, undeterred by the knowledge that she was a martial arts novice, unable to learn anything from them. Why was Wang Xiaoxiao so passionate? In this tale, the existence of ancient martial artists is a phenomenon exclusive to novels. For enthusiasts of interdimensional narratives from Earth, how could one not be eager to forge connections? Grandpa Lin, has the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association encountered any issues? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired, having caught the crucial hint in Lin Song's words. Alas, it's nothing of great consequence. It's merely that in recent years, the recruitment has dwindled, becoming increasingly disheartening. Lin Song sighed. The primary concern is that there is a persistent wave of individuals online disparaging traditional martial arts, and us old fellows are unable to counter such slander, especially with that recent online figure. At that moment, the lively discussion abruptly ceased as everyone turned their attention towards the now bustling courtyard outside, filled with an air of anticipation. Chapter 39. The unfathomable Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen. Not far from the small courtyard, a large crowd had gathered outside the entrance of a quaint dwelling. Some individuals held up their smartphones, capturing photographs and videos, seemingly curious passers-by, while others brandished professional cameras and microphones, unmistakably part of a dedicated journalistic team. Wang Xiaoxiao and 3 esteemed masters, drawn by the commotion, arrived at the periphery of the courtyard. The plaque at the gate was adorned with a red curtain, indicating a forthcoming unveiling ceremony. This locale was situated on a street renowned for its martial arts academies in the Old Town. The inauguration of a new martial arts school was a commonplace occurrence. However, such a grand ceremony, attracting a throng of onlookers and a multitude of television reporters, was a sight the 3 retired masters had never witnessed in their many years spent here. Moments later, a black BMW came to a halt before the Martial Arts Academy. Surrounded by a cluster of youthful practitioners clad in martial arts attire, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s, emerged from the rear seat of the BMW. He donned a pristine white training outfit, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of mastery. Yet, a bruise encircled his right eye, momentarily undermining his composure and rendering him somewhat comical. He hastily approached the plaque, facing the throng of journalists, and spoke directly. "Greetings, friends. I am Ma Baogua, the head of Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen. Welcome to our school's unveiling ceremony. Upon his arrival, the crowd erupted in excitement, and the reporters, microphones in hand, sprang into action. Master Ma, after half a year of anticipation, the academy is finally opening. Do you have anything to share? One reporter inquired. Hunyuan Shingi Taejiman welcomes martial arts enthusiasts. Feel free to call our registration hotline at 114514. Our academy is open 24 hours for new disciples. No need for 998 or 648. Just 9,988. Take home a month's worth of Hunyuan Shingi Taejiman courses. At this remark, Master Ma's face lit up with a jovial smile, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. Master Ma, what are your thoughts on the skepticism surrounding your new academy? Another reporter pressed. Hunyuan Shingi Taejiman welcomes all martial artists to come and challenge us. However, if one lacks the prowess of the MMA champion Pitaya from England, I would advise against it, he replied candidly. Recently, Master Ma had issued a challenge to Pitaya, and a rather unorthodox ambush led to a decisive victory for him, garnering significant attention. In this era, where true warriors seldom emerge, how could a mere assembly of ordinary individuals hope to contend with a peak master like myself? Come one, come all. Master Ma, what happened to cause the bruise around your right eye? A keen-eyed reporter suddenly interjected. At this inquiry, Master Ma's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, a smile gracing his lips as he began to recount. It was during an encounter with two young men in their 30s, one weighing over 90 kilograms and the other around 80. They approached me, saying they had strained their cervical spine while training at the gym, and asked if I could teach them Hunyuan techniques to alleviate their ailments. I agreed, but I warned them that relying solely on brute strength at the gym was unwise, which they disputed. My young friend, use your two hands to try and bend one of my fingers, Master Ma said while extending his right hand, raising a single finger to invite the reporter before him to attempt to bend it. The reporter, complying, reached out with both hands to try and bend the outstretched finger, only to discover, to his astonishment, that no matter how much force he exerted, it remained unyielding. Such formidable strength, he thought, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Master Ma, observing the reaction, revealed a knowing smile and continued, he could not bend it, yet he claims it is of no use. I assert that it is indeed useful. This is the essence of Hua Jin. Traditional martial arts emphasize this principle. A mere finger of mine can withstand the weight of over 200 pounds of British marble. The reporter insisted on testing his might against Master Ma, who readily agreed. As soon as I said so, he sprang to his feet with remarkable speed. Then he launched a left front kick, followed by a right whip kick and a left jab. I successfully defended against all of them. Master Ma animatedly recounted the encounter, mimicking punches and kicks, vividly illustrating the scene. After successfully defending himself, adhering to the traditional martial arts principle of restraint, he placed his right fist near the reporter's nose without actually striking him. I smiled and prepared to withdraw my fist, adhering to the principle of restraint. He had already lost. Had I unleashed my punch, I would have struck him squarely on the nose, but I refrained, and he acknowledged that I had already reached his face. However, in the moment I withdrew my fist, he unexpectedly launched a left jab toward my face. I had let my guard down and did not evade. As he reached the climax of his tale, Master Ma's tone grew increasingly animated, captivating the audience. His left fist grazed my right eye, causing tears to spring forth, and I exclaimed, "Stop, stop." After 2 minutes, I regained my composure and remarked, "Young man, you lack martial ethics and understanding." He replied, "Master Ma, I apologize. I do not understand the rules," claiming it was merely a chaotic exchange. Yet, it was evident he was not acting haphazardly. His front kick, whip kick, and jab revealed he was well trained, having practiced Muay Thai for 3 to 4 years, suggesting he came prepared. With a heightened tone, Master Ma paused momentarily before continuing. These two young men disregard the principles of martial ethics, attempting to deceive and launch surprise attacks. And I, a 69-year-old elder, must endure this? Such behavior is unacceptable. I advise this young man to reflect deeply and refrain from such clever tricks in the future. He concluded earnestly, the martial world must value integrity, uphold martial ethics, and refrain from internal strife. Thank you, friends. After a brief moment of silence, several in the crowd began to applaud, and soon the entire venue erupted in applause. Witnessing this, Master Ma's lips curled into a knowing smile once more. Would I dare to tell you all that yesterday I ventured to the gym to impress a lady and encountered a remarkably skilled woman in black? After attempting to flirt, I received a single punch that left my eye swollen, forcing me to retreat in embarrassment? Oh, the classics never fade. To my surprise, the esteemed Master Ma of this world indeed possesses some remarkable skills, albeit in limited quantity. After listening to a comprehensive discourse, Wang Xiaoxiao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. This bore an uncanny resemblance to the internet sensation of my past life, so much so that it could be deemed utterly identical. Yet again, we find another comedic genius whose talents have been overshadowed by traditional martial arts. Master Ma established his persona right from the outset with the proclamation. I am Ma Baogua, the head of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect. This declaration holds significant weight, for the emphasis on his identity and title creates a stark contrast with his injured right eye, encapsulating the essence of comedy. As the narrative unfolded, detailing the experiences of two 30-year-olds, the emotional tugging was exquisitely executed, raising the question of how treating cervical spondylosis could lead to an injury of the right eye. This suspense serves as a prelude to subsequent developments. Following that, with a sudden exclamation, Master Ma hastened his storytelling pace, immersing the audience in the experience and amplifying the sense of involvement. Beginning with his right fist resting against his nose, the second suspense emerged. If he had won, why was he still getting hit? The answer revealed itself as he recounted a sudden attack aimed at his face. He had let his guard down and failed to evade. Every element of the narrative culminated in this ultimate punchline. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Wang Xiaoxiao savored this critique with great enthusiasm, while the three ancient martial arts masters beside her grew increasingly uneasy, their brows furrowed as they focused on Master Ma, who was being surrounded by a throng of admirers. What is this? When did the pinnacle of Ming Jin become a master? Moreover, why does this person appear so familiar? Wait a moment. Isn't this the fraudster who has recently been flaunting himself online, disappearing with tuition fees? Jiang Hai suddenly interjected. Indeed, it is him. The Martial Arts Association had been contemplating reporting him, never expecting him to present himself at our doorstep.
Ang Kwan Zaias Gleamat Kuldli.
This scoundrel has audaciously brought his deception to our very doorstep. How can we tolerate this? Jiang Hai, with his fiery temper, has already begun to roll up his sleeves. Old Jiang, don't act impulsively. Did you not notice all those cameras? If you were to confront him, the reputation of traditional martial arts would plummet further into despair. It was the composed Lin Song who restrained the eager Jiang Hai, yet his grim expression betrayed his profound disdain for the swindler. Wang Xiaoxiao, noticing the grim faces of the elder masters, quickly devised a plan, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Elders, this must be the fraudster tarnishing the reputation of martial arts online, right? I have a strategy, but it requires your cooperation. Little Wang, speak up. As long as you can resolve this fraudster, we elders will certainly assist you. What? The so-called fake avocado? They claim it's fake? Indeed, it is false. The only thing fake is my not having truly hit him, for I had already sealed his movements. There are videos to prove it, and it is well known that videos cannot be fabricated. I find it lamentable that fewer than 10 individuals across the entire Dragon Country can comprehend this footage. What? Paid video? I certainly cannot teach you for free. These are secrets of the sect. However, we strongly recommend that friends check out the videos on our account, which not only showcase my Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect's Lightning 5 whips but also the King Kong Great Hammer, ensuring exceptional value. Oh Master Ma, is it true that you accept challenges from everyone? The essence of traditional martial arts lies profoundly in its moral values. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted. In the midst of an interview with a throng of reporters, Master Ma was suddenly confronted with a rather provocative question, to which he instinctively responded. Turning his gaze, he beheld a young girl, clad in vibrant attire that revealed her midriff, paired with shorts and one leg adorned with fishnet stockings, complemented by athletic shoes. Her smoky eye makeup accentuated her features, while her black hair was styled into playful twin ponytails, topped with a cap that sported a pair of horns. Chewing gum with an air of nonchalance, she casually blew a bubble as she spoke. Sister sees that you all lack real skill and are merely boasting. Come, let us have a friendly spar. This audacious girl was clearly seeking trouble, prompting Master Ma's disciples to stir restlessly. And who might you be? State your name, they challenged. How dare a mere streetwise girl dare to disrupt the sanctity of our Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji men? Yet, I must admit, this girl possesses an alluring charm. How delightful she appears. Surely, one punch would leave her in tears for quite some time. I advise you not to seek unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, do not blame us for lacking martial ethics. Ignoring the threats from the disciples, the young girl popped another bubble, her violet eyes fixed mockingly on Master Ma. Oi. Old man, are you going to fight or not? If you dare not, I shall take my leave and post a video claiming that your Hunyuan Taiji men is nothing but a sham. With that, she brandished her Douyin profile in front of Master Ma, revealing a staggering follower count of 12 million. This certainly qualifies her as a significant internet celebrity. Should she spread rumors upon her return, it could spell disaster. Moreover, with a peak powerhouse like myself anchoring Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji men, we fear no challenge. The advantage is mine. However, dear child, I shall not bully you. Instead, I will send forth a novice disciple for a simple exchange of skills. No sooner had Master Ma finished speaking than a towering figure of a man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, emerged from behind him, a menacing scar adorning his face, clearly capable of overwhelming any adversary. Are you seriously sending a giant to intimidate a young girl? Is this what you call martial ethics? Is this the caliber of today's martial arts community in Longwa? Faced with the spectators' disdainful expressions, Master Ma remained unfazed. After all, it's all about making a profit. No shame in that. As the burly disciple approached the young girl, Master Ma turned to the audience, wholly unconcerned with the outcome of the impending spar, and began to elaborate. The disciples of Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji men are all well-versed in. Before he could finish, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, ultimately settling into disbelief and shock. With a thud, a robust body was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a lifeless creature. Oi, old man, do you have anyone stronger? Is this all Hunyuan Taiji men has to offer? The cheeky voice echoed like a devil's whisper in the ears of the onlookers. Chapter 40. Rapid confrontation at the Hunyuan Xingyi Taijimen. Lao Deng, do you have anyone stronger? Is this all Hunyuan Taijimen has to offer? The mischievous voice echoed in the minds of the onlookers and the disciples of Hunyuan Xingyi Taijimen. The towering figure, a man standing nearly 2 meters tall, lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolled back, resembling a lifeless dog, with distinct red handprints etched on his face. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, that little girl is incredible, exclaimed one bystander. I can't believe it. I didn't even see how she struck, and that giant was sent flying. Another chimed in, I saw it. Her slap was swift, a fierce blow to his face. The sheer strength of the young girl was indeed astonishing. The expressions of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taijimen disciples darkened, while Master Ma feigned a smile, his voice laced with sarcasm. Ah, what a formidable young lady we have here. It appears you possess great strength. However, you acted before the match began. Isn't that a breach of etiquette? All right. If I am to be considered ignorant of the rules, then let us have another contestant, the little girl replied, shrugging her shoulders as she chewed on her bubblegum and blew a bubble. Master Ma gestured for a much heavier disciple to step forward, a figure whose weight seemed to equal that of 3 little girls. Humph, little miss, I want to take advantage of you. My Bao. Will grant you 3 moves before I respond. How does that sound? Are you ready? The little girl asked, popping another bubble. I'm ready, but Ma Erpeo. Lao Deng, aren't you gonna signal the start? She inquired, directing her question at Master Ma. Master Ma raised an eyebrow, pondering how a surprise attack could lead to a victory. Do you really think a little girl like you can defeat a heavyweight like Erpeo? You are dreaming. Begin, he declared. Come on, little miss. I will let you. Before he could finish, she executed a swift side kick to his face, and the mountain-like figure collapsed, succumbing to a sleep reminiscent of an infant. Oi, Lao Deng, next. Make sure to choose someone formidable this time. Your disciples truly are lacking. Master Ma's face twisted in frustration. It seemed he had encountered a formidable opponent today, yet he hesitated to enter the fray himself, opting to let his disciples engage in a rotating challenge. If they triumphed, all the better. If not, he would step in to salvage the situation, ensuring a dramatic climax and optimal publicity. However, things did not unfold as he had hoped. Remember, the one who defeats you is Wang Er. Smack. Next. I am Lu Wu, destined to become. Smack. Next. I am. Smack. Next. 5 minutes later, every disciple from Hunyuan Xingyi Teijimen lay defeated on the ground, while the little girl appeared to be in splendid condition. This was comical. A single slap dispatched each contender effortlessly. She even took the time to spit out her bubblegum and replaced it with a lollipop. Oi, Lao Yang, it's your turn now, I senti it? These inexperienced individuals are utterly inadequate. It's time to raise the stakes. The young girl nonchalantly withdrew the lollipop from her mouth, lifting her chin with a gaze filled with disdain. Master Ma, maintaining an inscrutable demeanor, was internally panicking. Goodness! This girl with the yellow hair possesses remarkable prowess. She has been striking in a relentless barrage for 5 minutes without even breaking a sweat, appearing effortlessly composed. This won't do. It seems I must personally intervene to salvage my reputation. It is time to bring this farce to a close. I am, after all, a formidable master at the pinnacle of my strength. At this moment, Master Ma remained confident in his abilities, believing the advantage still lay with him. Young one, your practice consists solely of brute force, which is ineffective. Traditional martial arts emphasize finesse, using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Today I, your master, shall enlighten you on the essence of traditional martial arts. Oi, Lao Deng, hurry up and take the stage. Stop wasting time, or the readers will complain about the sluggish pace. After toppling over 30 opponents, the young girl, Wang Xiaoxiao, felt somewhat fatigued from the relentless face-slapping. It would be wiser to resolve this issue swiftly, allowing the 3 masters to rest easy. She also wished to return and find her companion, Xiao Hua, for some affectionate moments. Indeed, she was a streetwise wild child, utterly oblivious to the codes of the martial world. Can we begin? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired impatiently, poking her little finger in her ear. Since you are so eager to concede defeat, I, Ma Baogua, shall disregard the principles of martial ethics. Let us commence. Prepare for my pine cone candy bean lightning. Before he could finish his incantation, Wang Xiaoxiao had already vanished from her spot, unleashing an astonishing speed as she landed a punch squarely on Master Ma's nose, breaking it and sending him tumbling to the ground, momentarily unconscious. The force of her strike had been meticulously calculated. With his level of mastery, he would fall but not remain unconscious for long. Half a minute later, Master Ma groggily regained consciousness, slowly rising to survey his surroundings, met with expressions of disdain, shock, and scorn. It dawned on him. This little girl had effortlessly dispatched every single one of his disciples from the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect with a single punch. The unveiling ceremony had yet to commence, and they had already been challenged? You young people, lacking in martial ethics, dare to ambush a 69-year-old elder. State the name of your sect. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the elderly. Master Ma exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Underestimate the elderly? I still value the deceased. Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, taking another sip of her lollipop, her brows arched, and a smirk gracing her lips. My sect is called the Taichu Hongmeng Chaos Wuji sect. The 3 masters had not established their own sects, and in this era most ancient martial artists remained hidden, rarely founding schools. After all, in a time when ancient martial artists were as rare as endangered species, establishing a sect resembled more of a publicity stunt than anything of substance. Given Master Ma's inquiry, it seemed fitting to concoct an extravagant name, simply to amplify their allure. However, the astonishment on the faces of all present, including the disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taiji sect who had just regained consciousness, was palpable. Goodness, what an imposing sect this is. It's no wonder that a mere girl possesses such formidable strength. Is this the genuine martial artist of the Dragon Kingdom? At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed from a distance. You troublesome girl, What have you stirred up now? The voice seemed to belong to an elderly man, yet it resonated with vigor and masculine energy, far exceeding the volume of any public dance gathering. Onlookers turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a solemn-looking elder wearing glasses, his face aflame with anger, wielding a feather duster. As he surveyed the disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi sect, who were sprawled on the ground, wailing and covering their faces, his fury intensified. Suddenly, he darted towards a nearby journalist, glaring fiercely and demanding, "Young man, tell me, did this wretched girl strike someone again and masquerade as a member of a prestigious sect?" The journalist, taken aback by the elder's imposing presence, quickly recounted the events in detail. The elder trembled with rage, tightening his grip on the feather duster, and turned to confront a petite girl attempting to flee. The girl reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping onto the signboard above the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi sect with a speed surpassing even that of the recently vanquished Master Ma. Playfully, she stuck out her tongue at the elder below, taunting, "Come on, old man. If you catch me, I'll admit defeat. Ha ha ha. Try to escape, you insolent girl." The elder bellowed, unleashing a whirlwind of energy that shook the very ground beneath him. With a thunderous crash, the earth fractured beneath his feet. As the dust settled, the crowd gasped in astonishment to find the elder had vanished from his original position, reappearing on the signboard where the girl had just stood. Whether by design or accident, he stood atop the broken sign of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi sect, clutching the girl by the collar as one might a small chick. The feather duster he wielded fell upon the girl's rear encased in hot pants. As the elder scolded, "You wretched girl. Even a simple trip to the market results in trouble for me. 3 days without a beating, and you think you can raise the roof, with no escape route." The girl writhed and cried out, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandfather, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." The onlookers stood in wide-eyed amazement at this peculiar scene. The disciples of the Hunyuan Xingyi Taichi sect could only lament their misfortune, for that small girl could single-handedly challenge their entire group, let alone this elder who appeared even more powerful. Their gazes shifted to the ground where the elder had leapt, for the old street was paved with thick granite. The force of his step had shattered the stone into countless fragments. Could a human truly possess such strength? The most terrified and trembling figure in the arena was undoubtedly the sect leader, Ma Baogua. He recognized that these two, a grandfather and his granddaughter, were undoubtedly true practitioners of ancient martial arts, their prowess far surpassing his own half-baked skills. After several minutes of confrontation, the bespectacled elder arrived before the crowd, accompanied by a young girl who was pouting, rubbing her rear end, and sporting tears at the corners of her eyes. The young girl stood off to the side, massaging her backside, while the elder approached Master Ma, hoisting him off the ground and gently patting his shoulder with a benevolent expression, saying, "I apologize, my dear fellow." "Oh no, that's not right, my esteemed adversary. Never mind, it's irrelevant. Our sect leader's granddaughter has been spoiled since childhood, her temperament rather unruly, and her actions against you were not truly honorable sparring." Master Ma's expression darkened, suppressing the twitch of his lips. Was this meant to be a consolation? There seemed to be some personal grievances entwined in those words. The elder continued, "We are willing to compensate your sect for all losses incurred. I will provide you with a contact number. You may directly seek compensation from them. We are members of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association, and the compensation will be handled directly by them, so you need not worry about us reneging." "No, that won't be necessary. It was merely friendly sparring, and we have only sustained minor injuries, so compensation is unwarranted," Ma Baogua stammered, his eyes darting at the mention of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Association, akin to a mouse encountering a cat. "Oh, but compensation is essential. Look at how roughly my granddaughter has acted. Your nose is still askew. I have some knowledge of medicine. Shall I correct it for you?" The elder adjusted his spectacles and, without waiting for Ma Baogua's consent, firmly gripped his shoulder with one hand while the other seized his crooked nasal bridge and gave it a swift twist. With a sharp crack, the bone was set back in place, prompting Ma Baogua to howl in pain. However, the elder swiftly pinched his throat, silencing his cries in an instant. "There now, Master Ma, just bandage it up and apply some ointment when you return home, and you'll be well in no time." "HM? You seem rather familiar, Master Ma." "Wait, I remember now. Aren't you that infamous con artist, the great Master Ma from the internet? Indeed, Grandpa. I recognized him long ago. I jumped in to confront this old fraud. The young girl interjected eagerly. Quick, apprehend him. He is trying to escape. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd cried out, as the figure dashed toward a less dense area of spectators in an attempt to flee. Yet the young girl was faster, executing a shoulder throw and pinning him to the ground. Call the police. The onlookers sprang into action. 10 minutes later, Master Ma and his entourage of disciples were escorted to the police station, while the young troublemaker Wang Xiaoxiao was also taken away by the police for disturbing the peace. Of course, this was merely a formality, as everything had been meticulously orchestrated in a joint operation. Wang Xiaoxiao had certainly committed no wrongdoing. If anything, her transgression lay in targeting faces during her brawls, which complicated matters for the officers dealing with the injuries of the offenders. Congratulations to Sister Xiaoxiao for capturing the leader of the martial arts fraudsters, winning the traditional martial arts public relations battle, and heralding the dawn of martial arts resurgence. Reward: Essence of Life 10, A-class skill. Hook. Hee. Surreptitiously hacking into the reporters' computers to transform their recordings into live broadcasts was a stroke of genius. As Wang Xiaoxiao emerged from the police station, a sly smile danced upon her lips, but she quickly shook her head. How had she developed the habit of a crooked smile reminiscent of the Dragon King? Was it merely because she had skimmed through the facial muscle control techniques of the Dragon King yesterday? Oh dear, that crooked smile possesses a terrifying allure. She must refrain from using it, lest little fish declare that she has lost her maidenly grace. And what on earth is this skill? Hook? Even with her wild imagination, Wang Xiaoxiao struggled to fathom the nature of this ability. Little fish, please open the skill information and take a look. Name: Hook. Category: Skill. Level: A. Description: Capable of grasping objects within the line of sight. The effective strength relates to the host's power, while the effective range depends on the grabbing device. Current default grabbing device: Hand. Effective radius: 0. 5 Goodness, what a divine skill. Paired with the reincarnation eye, it could serve for both petty theft and formidable control. However, the grabbing device might be a bit tricky. She would need to study what constitutes a grabbing device. The moment she saw the skill description, her mind brimmed with countless applications. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her stunning visage revealed a villainous grin once more. Hehehe. Although my current grasping range is only half a meter, could I stealthily pilfer little flowers? Whoa, that's too perverse. Wang Xiaoxiao, you must maintain your maidenly image. Despite her words, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her true, mischievous thoughts. Little Wang, the matter has been resolved. Just as she stepped outside the police station, 3 elderly gentlemen approached her with cheerful smiles. Chapter 41. Regarding my journey to another world and the pressure of marriage in just a minute, one can discern whether traditional martial arts are mere embellishments. Astonishing. A certain Ma has impersonated a martial arts master, engaging in deceitful practices with potential losses exceeding 8 million. The legendary swift closure of a martial arts school in Longwa. A young girl confronts 30 men in a fierce battle, surprisingly holding her ground. Click to explore further. An elderly gentleman, at an advanced age, pulls out a feather duster in public. His granddaughter sheds tears. Could this be a distortion of human nature, or something else? Returning to her quaint courtyard, Wang Xiaoxiao, dressed in athletic wear and sporting a natural look, gazes oddly at the trending topics of the day, her lips twitching slightly. Meanwhile, the 3 elderly men beside her are engrossed, nodding in appreciation, exclaiming, "Little Wang, your method truly yields immediate results." Just half an hour after this trending topic emerged, the martial arts schools under the Longwa Martial Arts Association have already received numerous new students. Truly, the internet has effortlessly resolved our long-standing concerns. It seems we old-timers ought to pay more attention to these novel trends. Little Wang, we were merely performing for the camera, weren't we? Lin Tsang remarked in astonishment, observing the skyrocketing popularity of the trending topic on his phone. Today was indeed fortunate. Who could have anticipated that the head of that fraud would walk right into the line of fire? As for shifting public perception, It fundamentally hinges on the solid foundation of traditional martial arts. Strength speaks for itself. Wang Xiaoxiao smiled as she explained, noticing the curiosity of the three elderly men. She dedicated considerable time teaching them how to create short videos on Douyin and suggested they film their practice sessions to post on the official account of the Longwa Martial Arts Association, which would undoubtedly yield excellent promotional effects. By the way, little Wang, how did you amass so many followers on your Douyin account? You only have one video. Jiang Hai suddenly remarked, noticing the astounding number of followers on Wang Xiaoxiao's account, Xiaocheng's Tales. Ahem. That video was shot during a chance encounter at a restaurant with a viral influencer who extorted us. Perhaps its positive energy resonated with audiences. Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a nervous laugh, as she certainly could not disclose to the three elderly gentlemen that the influx of fans was largely due to their fascination with her and by Qingqing's melodious voices. Initially, this account did not gain much traction, but later an aging lecher edited a compilation titled Miss Xiaocheng's Unfiltered Rants, which became wildly popular on Douyin, attracting numerous admirers and elevating the follower count to an astonishing 12 million. The current netizens are indeed a peculiar breed. Even I find them odd. Oh, I see.
Ho ho, positivity splendid.
Jiang Hai said, searching for Wang Xiaoxiao's account and clicking to follow. Lin Song and Han Quan also followed suit, and after fiddling with Douyin for a while, they engaged in conversation. Out of the blue, Jiang Hai, beaming with a benevolent expression, turned to Wang Xiaoxiao and asked, Xiaoxiao, do you have a partner? Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao nearly spewed the tea she had just sipped. What on earth? How did the conversation suddenly shift to this topic? Jiang Hai, noticing the astonished expression on Wang Xiaoxiao's face, continued with a jovial demeanor. Seeing you thriving in your career and enjoying a comfortable life, as your elders, we naturally feel compelled to inquire about your lifelong affairs. Indeed, you are nearing 30, or rather, you have already turned 30. Although you are beautiful and have no worries about finding a partner, what do they call it? Yes, a white, rich beauty. The time is ripe for you to contemplate such matters. Han Quan, upon hearing this topic, instantly felt wide awake and began to reason with Wang Xiaoxiao. You two shameless old folks, are you truly throwing your schemes in my face? Is it merely because you have a few younger grandsons that you are now setting your sights on our dear Xiaoxiao? Lin Song also wore a grim expression and bluntly pointed out, let us not beat around the bush. My eldest son's child is quite the handsome young man. It is said he is one of the 5 heartthrobs at Zhonghai University. Looking dapper and charming, what do the youth call it? Yes, a fresh meat. Jiang Hai leaned closer to Wang Xiaoxiao, his excitement palpable. Well, I shall reveal my cards too. They say younger ones are unreliable. My third son, at 35, is a leading figure in the automobile industry of Longwa. Though his enterprise may not be as grand as yours, you are of the same generation. Thus there is no generation gap. Han Quan retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Jiang, that delicate boy of yours hardly qualifies as a man. Would Xiaoxiao be marrying him to become a best friend or a wife?
Han Lao School did.
And your third son, cold as an iceberg, always wearing a long face. For Xiaoxiao to marry him would be sheer misfortune. Blast it, are you looking for a fight? Come at me if you dare. Wang Xiaoxiao felt overwhelmed, her head spinning, until Lin Song interjected. Stop. Is this how you introduce a potential partner? At your age, you should have some shame. Relieved, Wang Xiaoxiao let out a sigh, but Lin Song's next words left her utterly dumbfounded. Each of you should return and prepare a resume. After our review, we shall have Xiaoxiao select from the candidates. Don't you think, Xiaoxiao? Lin, are you choosing a bride here? Indeed, only because you have a daughter are you so composed. Precisely, with Xiaoxiao's qualifications, one could hardly find a second like her in all of Longwa. Nonsense, am I that sort of person? Ahem, may I interject? The beleaguered Wang Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to speak, utterly fatigued, about my crossing into another realm and being pressured to marry. Upon hearing this, the 3 gentlemen fell silent, exhibiting their understanding of the matter. After all, marriage should be a mutual decision, and arranged unions are frowned upon. Moreover, Wang Xiaoxiao was like a granddaughter to them. Should she utter a single refusal, they would undoubtedly be the first to act and escort any suitor out. After a moment of contemplation and struggle, Wang Xiaoxiao ultimately decided to confess. I actually have feelings for girls. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. As the words rendered the three elderly gentlemen momentarily speechless, their minds racing. It was Old Man Lin who first broke the stillness, his shock swiftly morphing into unbridled joy. Ahem, my dear Xiao Xiao, my granddaughter is the top police officer in the Magic City Police Department. You see. The other three men exchanged glances of disdain. Yet Old Man Lin remained undeterred, enthusiastically promoting his granddaughter with increasing fervor. Wang Xiaoxiao, unable to contain herself any longer, interjected, I already have a girlfriend. She is wonderful and adorable, and I truly care for her. We are living together. Another wave of silence enveloped them. But this time the three elderly gentlemen were visibly unsettled. Who is she? What does she do for a living? How many family members does she have? Have you thoroughly investigated her? Is there not a possibility that she is merely after your wealth and influence? Surely not. Good heavens. I just discovered that our family pig is a small cabbage, and now you tell me that our cabbage has been pursued by someone else's cabbage? Calm down, Old Man Jiang. Remain composed. As the situation began to spiral into absurdity, Wang Xiaoxiao prepared to make her discreet exit. She swiftly donned an invisibility mask, causing her to vanish from sight, leaving only her voice behind. Ha, dear gentlemen, do not be too agitated. Please enjoy your tea at your leisure. I have a few matters to attend to, but I shall return to visit you again, and next time I will bring my wife along. Goodbye. Outside, the roar of a supercar engine reverberated, leaving the three excited gentlemen in the courtyard exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 42. Gu Feng and Gu Yun. As Wang Xiaoxiao drove away from the Old Town's martial arts school, she reminisced about the recent scene of being urged into marriage, a warmth blossoming in her heart, accompanied by a gentle curve at the corners of her lips. It is often said that during the new year, one despises being questioned by relatives and friends about grades, salaries, and romantic partners. Yet, isn't this also a manifestation of familial concern? Of course, excluding the exceptionally competitive relatives driven by envy. Wang Xiaoxiao had never truly experienced such a marriage proposal scene in her previous life. After all, during her time in the orphanage, Wang Xiao and Bai Xiaohua were inseparable, bickering daily. Yet the other children and the grandmother director had long regarded them as a couple, never worrying about their prospects in finding partners. In her former life as a man and the chairman of the Wang Group, the three elders had implicitly accepted that Wang Xiao would find a partner, never broaching the subject. Today, it seemed that the striking beauty and remarkable qualities of Wang Xiaoxiao, now appearing as a young lady, compelled them to promote their own offspring. However, upon learning that Wang Xiaoxiao had a fondness for girls and was already in a relationship, their mindset swiftly transformed to that of seeking a granddaughter-in-law, even delving into household registrations. Reflecting on this, a subtle smile graced Wang Xiaoxiao's lips once more, as her stomach began to growl, signaling that it was nearly lunchtime, and it was time to eat. Wang Xiaoxiao immediately connected with Bai Qingqing. Wang Xiaoxiao, Xiaohua, where shall we have lunch? Bai Qingqing, oh, it's Xiaoxiao. I am at Gu's Cuisine. Hurry over, there's juicy gossip. Wang Xiaoxiao. The gossip receiver is on the way. Half an hour later, at the culinary street of Zhonghai University, within Gu's Cuisine, only one table was occupied by a customer, who was none other than Bai Qingqing. She sat at a corner table, silently slurping her noodles, while discreetly eavesdropping on a conversation at a nearby table. Suddenly, a ripple of movement on the chair beside her signaled Wang Xiaoxiao's arrival, unnoticed by others. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao, Bai Qingqing quietly pushed a steaming bowl of noodles toward her. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded silently in acknowledgement and began to enjoy her meal. Through their spiritual connection, Wang Xiaoxiao inquired, Xiaohua, have I missed anything?
Bai Qingsheng replied,
They have just been sitting there for half an hour, and nothing has happened. Wang Xiaoxiao rejoiced, wonderful. We haven't missed a thing. Let us watch the show. Little fish, commence your work. Received. At a nearby table, three individuals were seated, two men and a woman, whom both Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing recognized. The handsome owner of Gu's Cuisine, Gu Yun, donned a chef's apron and a white hat. Beside him, dressed in a loose maternity outfit with her hair elegantly tied up, was his gentle and virtuous wife, Mu Ruoshi. To the astonishment of the two onlookers, Seated across from them was a man in a meticulously tailored pink and white suit, his slicked-back hair complementing a face equally as handsome as Gu Yun's. None other than Gu Feng, the host of the villain script system. Even more intriguingly, a comparison revealed that the two bore a striking resemblance to each other. However, today, Gu Feng's expression lacked the frivolity he had displayed in previous days as a sycophant. Instead, he wore a grave and earnest demeanor as he regarded the man and woman before him. After a brief silence enveloped the atmosphere, Gu Feng took the initiative to address Gu Yun, saying, "Brother, it's been a while. How have you been these past years?" "Oh my. The Dragon King has been sent to the psychiatric hospital and is at a loss. I intended to visit the food street to lift my spirits. Yet I unexpectedly encountered my elder brother, with whom I severed ties since college. And this must be my sister-in-law. What a colossal revelation." Mu Ruashi, initially feeling quite anxious upon seeing Gu Yun's younger brother, was startled when she heard the incessant murmuring in her ear. "What is happening?" Gu Yun's brother only uttered a single sentence. "Yet I seem to hear an entire monologue? I'm doing well. How about you, Xiaofeng?" Gu Yun responded, equally awkward. Although Gu Feng was unaware, Gu Yun had a clear understanding of his younger brother's exploits over the past 3 years in college, which could be succinctly summarized as his sycophantic endeavors. The brothers Gu Feng and Gu Yun were merely 2 years apart and had grown up together. They had only seen little of each other during Gu Yun's 4 years in university. Thus they knew each other quite well. The expression on my brother's face, it seems he is aware of my 3 years of servitude as a sycophant. How embarrassing, right? Among the 5 campus heartthrobs at Zhonghai University, there is one named Gu Yun. If only I had frequented the campus forums more. This time, Gu Feng chose to remain silent, merely scratching his head in embarrassment. Mu Ruashi was taken aback. This was truly unfathomable. This was the inner voice of Xiao Yun's brother. However, she only allowed a fleeting look of astonishment to cross her face before quickly regaining her composure, burying her questions deep within her heart to discuss with Gu Yun later that evening. This scene did not escape the notice of Wang Xiaoxiao, who was keenly observing the unfolding drama. Wang Xiaoxiao remarked, "Wow, look at Sister Mu's expression. It seems she can hear Gu Feng's inner thoughts." Bai Qingchang responded, "Didn't you say that the girl the Dragon King fancies is determined by the script system to be the heroine? Is this crooked-mouthed Dragon King truly so abnormal? Sister Mu is already expecting Gu de Gu's child, yet he still has eyes for her. How infuriating," Wang Xiaoxiao added. So it turns out that the trio at the traffic light had their sights set on Sister Mu all along. But those 3 geniuses mistook their target. Bai Qingcheng questioned. Who would even conceive of a plan to kidnap someone and then play the hero to win them over? Truly absurd. Wang Xiaoxiao dismissed. Let us not focus on the Dragon King. The psychiatric hospital is more than enough for him. I've even arranged for Professor Yang to treat him. Heh. Let us continue to enjoy the spectacle. Haha. It's just like that. Gu Feng awkwardly scratched his head before swiftly diverting the conversation. By the way, this must be my sister-in-law. Hello, Xiaofeng. I am Mu Ruashi. She nodded, introducing herself. I am your brotheress. Ruashi is my wife. Gu Yun interjected eagerly. What? Brother, you're married? But isn't the household registration still at home? Haha, we have yet to obtain the marriage certificate, but your sister-in-law is already expecting. Once her condition stabilizes, we shall return home to meet our parents and formalize our union. Goodness, this is incredible, brother. You are about to marry? And you already have a child? Am I to become an uncle? Gu Feng's face lit up with joy, a stark contrast to the debauched reputation he held at school. Wow, my brother is indeed swift in his endeavors, establishing a family and welcoming a child in one fell swoop. He has successfully opened such a thriving establishment and found a stunning sister-in-law, named Mu Ruashi. Wait a moment. She is one of the top 10 campus beauties. Oh my goodness! Upon hearing Gu Feng's nearly thunderous thoughts, Mu Ruashi was taken aback, and then she heard a name that was exceedingly familiar. Sister-in-law, you are named Mu Ruashi. Do you have a sister named Mu Ruashue? As Gu Feng spoke, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Chapter 43. Do you think this is a fictional world? Indeed. I do have a younger sister named Mu Ruashue. However, she is studying in the capital. Mu Ruashi felt somewhat puzzled. Even if Xiaoyun's brother recognized my sister, it shouldn't elicit such a profound reaction within him. Oh my goodness, Muruashi. Isn't she the goddess professor and protagonist of this novel? It seems she was captured in a heroic rescue scheme orchestrated by Dragon King Yifeng and a gang of ruffians. How did she become my sister-in-law? Moreover, judging by their demeanor, the matter of having a child seems inevitable. What a perplexing situation this is. Gu Feng suddenly froze, questioning the essence of his existence. Muruashi, sensing Gu Feng's thoughts, began to doubt her own reality as well. Dragon King Yifeng? Was I taken by another man? Is this truly a fictional realm? Is our world not authentic? Could such absurd circumstances be genuine? If not, why can I hear Gu Feng's inner voice? 3 months prior, I indeed experienced harassment by ruffians, rescued by a rather repulsive security guard. Could that be the Dragon King? This incident was supposedly known only to me. Could there really be a plot at play? Is my current life a fade? Can I still be with Xiaoyun? Can I protect my baby? Will I be able to seize the happiness of the present amidst this unfolding narrative? Gu Yun noticed his brother and wife suddenly frozen in place, equally bewildered, until the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Detecting that the mother of the host's baby is under invasion by a parallel system. Activating the Food God Daddy system firewall. 50 of the invasion has been blocked. Ding! Please guide the mother promptly to prevent her from falling into a cognitive trap, thereby allowing the parallel system to exploit the situation and harm the host's baby. Once she escapes the cognitive trap, the invasion can be entirely mitigated. Hearing this, Gu Yun felt a surge of urgency, his thoughts racing. So, my system is not the only one in existence. A parallel system? Why is it targeting Ruashi? No, this is not the time for such considerations. I must first help Ruashi escape this cognitive trap. He immediately acted upon the system's guidance. Gu Yun reached out, grasping Ruashi's delicate hand. Concern etched across his face as he gazed at her. Ruashi, feeling the warmth of that gentle hand and the depth of worry in his eyes, remained entranced, her gaze vacantly directed at Gu Yun. This scene intensified Gu Yun's anxiety. At that moment, he could not afford to exchange pleasantries with his brother. He stood up and led Ruashi back to the kitchen. Gu Feng, lost in existential doubt, remained oblivious, sitting vacantly at the table, his eyes filled with confusion. Ruashi, please awaken. Is there anything troubling you that you can share with me? We can face it together. Gu Yun, filled with urgency, gently shook Ruashi's shoulders, cautious not to exert too much force, fearing for the baby within her. Yet, Ruashi remained dazed and bewildered, repeatedly murmuring, Gu's culinary delights? Gu Yun, my baby? Is it all an illusion? For Ruashi, living alongside Gu Yun is the pinnacle of her happiness in this lifetime, and the ever-improving circumstances fill her with anticipation for future joy. However, the sudden emergence of an extraordinary force, armed with compelling evidence, asserts that all she possesses is merely an illusion and that she will be unable to dictate her own fate, ensnared by the so-called narrative. As a pregnant woman, her emotions are already heightened, and the overwhelming shock, compounded by the intervention of a systemic force, renders her unable to escape this cycle of doubt in the short term. No matter how fervently Gu Yun calls out to her, she remains lost, as the system's shielding progress gradually diminishes. 40, 30. The invasion is nearing completion. Faced with the formidable opposition of such a mysterious power, Gu Yun feels a profound sense of helplessness and despair. What can he do? What has Ruashi fallen into? At that moment, a jubilant voice from the system suddenly resonates. Ding! Detection of the co-equal system invasion has ceased. The Food God Daddy system's firewall has been rebooted. Shielding successful. Gu Yun, overjoyed, immediately calls out to Ruashi. Ruashi, how are you? You just scared me to death. Ruashi's dazed expression begins to clear, yet fear and confusion linger in her eyes as she throws herself into Gu Yun's embrace, choking back tears. Darling, do you think we are in a fictional world? If others were to hear this question, they might retort with disbelief. However, Gu Yun is different. Having just experienced a confrontation with such an extraordinary power and realizing that Ruashi is trapped in a cognitive fallacy, He finally comprehends the nature of her confusion. With a gentle smile, Gu Yun articulates his innermost thoughts. I do not know whether this is a fictional world, but I do know that you, I, and our baby are all living in this world. As long as you are here, this world is real to me. Upon hearing these words, Mu Ruashi's tears transform into laughter, and she clings to Gu Yun even tighter, alternating between crying and laughing as she says, Thank you, darling. I understand now. Even if this is a fictional world, regardless of what the future holds, we must live well together with our baby. At last, the weight in Gu Yun's heart is lifted. It seems that the mother of his child has emerged from her cognitive fallacy. Yet, a glint of cold determination flashes in his eyes as he silently vows, which wretched system has invaded us? Is it possible to eradicate it? Ding! It is a co-equal system with unknown capabilities. However, as long as the host's upgrade speed surpasses that of the opposing system, there is a chance to eliminate it. Ding! But, host, perhaps we need not worry about this system's threat any longer. Why? Are they to simply endure? The mother and child were nearly in grave danger this time. Ding! There is no need to endure. A higher-tier system has intervened. Gu Yun is momentarily stunned. Kill order has been initiated. Designated objective. The villain script system. Completing kills will yield rewards. Within the confines of the restaurant, Bai Qingqing wore an expression of icy disdain. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and her ruby-like eyes glimmered with a frigid, murderous intent. Beside her, Wang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, her fists tightly balled, suppressing the fury that surged within her. No, I must go to the kitchen to check on Sister Mu's situation. After Bai Qingqing spoke, she activated Conceal and rose to head towards the kitchen. Wait! Xiaohua, help me activate silence. I wish to converse with Gu Feng. Wang Xiaoxiao called out to Bai Qingqing, gesturing towards Gu Feng, who remained in a dazed state. All right. Bai Qingqing did not hesitate, activating silence. A peculiar wave of energy spread forth, enveloping the entirety of Gu's culinary restaurant. Name: Silence. Category: Skill level, S description. An advanced version of the shielding domain, obtainable after utilizing the shielding domain 10,000 times. Once silence is activated, it can obscure all sensory perceptions below the extraordinary level. The circumstances within the domain remain unknown to outsiders, and specific targets can be drawn into the domain. Current designated targets: Wang Xiaoxiao, Gu Feng. Bai Qingqing's skill silence had previously aided in the assassination of Wang Xiao, as she often drew both herself and Wang Xiao into the shielding domain. Thus, as long as Wang Xiao remained unaware of her presence, no one from outside the domain could detect Bai Qingqing. At that time, it was merely a shielding domain, yet it had such an effect. Now evolved into an S-level skill, its efficacy was unparalleled. Little fish, little deer, check to see if Xiaohua's skill has indeed blocked that damn script system. It has been blocked. Sister Xiaoxiao can converse with Gu Feng without worry. The villain script system will not perceive anything. Indeed, just look at the practicality of the skill I bestowed upon Xiaohua. Unlike certain lazy fish. Ha! You foolish little deer, are you looking for a fight? Ha! You little lazy fish, just admit it. The villain script system has been obscured, yet you two can still bicker within this domain, can you? Enough. You both have been arguing all day. Little fish is ready to stream her thoughts. All right, Sister Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiaoxiao walked directly to Gu Feng's table, wearing a gentle smile, and addressed him. The second young master of the Gu family in the imperial capital, Gu Feng. Let us have a conversation. With a single statement, she pulled the dazed Gu Feng from his self-doubt, and upon seeing the breathtaking beauty before him, his mouth fell agape in shock, forming a perfect Ta-shape. 2 minutes later, the silence domain was lifted. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao and Gu Feng had concluded their discussion, returning to their respective tables, each bearing different expressions. Wang Xiaoxiao wore a faint smile, while Gu Feng appeared visibly anxious. Suddenly, Bai Qingqing's figure materialized beside Wang Xiaoxiao, a remarkable sight that astonished Gu Feng, who had been observing from a distance. These two young ladies are indeed enigmatic. Could it be that they are the protagonists destined to appear in the future? Hearing those words, Wang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened. You truly are the quintessential antagonist of a classic heartwarming narrative, capable of weaving any scenario into your storyline. Perhaps you should simply live your life as if it were dictated by the plot of your novel. Gu Yun and his spouse emerged from the kitchen hand in hand, prompting Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng to rise and greet the couple before settling the bill and departing from Gu's culinary establishment. With the departure of the couple, only 3 remained at the table, their demeanor returning to normal. My apologies, Xiaofeng. I was feeling unwell earlier and needed a moment to recuperate, but I feel much better now, Mu Ruoshi explained. She noticed that she could no longer hear Gu Feng's thoughts, her brows knitting in curiosity. Why can't I hear Gu Feng's thoughts now? Could it have been just a figment of my imagination due to fatigue? It's all right, sister-in-law. Given your current pregnancy, you must prioritize rest to avoid any mishaps. Brother, you must take good care of her, Gu Feng remarked with a smile. Do I need you to remind me? She is my own wife, Gu Yun retorted. By the way, you mentioned knowing Ruoshi's sister. How did you come to know her? Ah well, she was my betrothed, arranged by my parents 4 years ago when you just left home, Gu Feng admitted, scratching his head awkwardly. At that moment, Mu Ruoshi, who had been deep in thought, suddenly furrowed her brow, slamming her hand on the dining table, her eyes no longer reflecting the gentleness she had shown toward her husband's brother, but rather a seething fury. So you are the scoundrel fiancé who has been fawning over my sister. After living together and dating for a year, you inexplicably broke up, only to become someone else's lapdog. It was you all along. Having never paid attention to the gossip surrounding campus life, and even being unaware that she was considered one of the top 10 goddesses in Zhonghai, Mu Ruoshi did not recognize the ostentatiously dressed man as the infamous lapdog of the ice-cold campus beauty. It was only when Gu Feng revealed his identity that she realized he was indeed the scoundrel fiancé her sister often mentioned. The usually demure Mu Ruoshi even resorted to cursing, a testament to her indignation. Darling, do not be upset. If anyone dares to bully my sister, I will help you teach him a lesson. Gu Feng, I cannot believe that after just 4 years away from home, you would stoop to such behavior. Are you even human? Gu Yun exclaimed, initially startled but quickly regaining his composure to side with his wife, fully aware that Gu Feng had indeed spent the past 3 years as the lapdog of that ice-cold beauty. Faced with the united front of his brother and sister-in-law, Gu Feng dared not retort. He could only lower his head, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Bai Qingcheng and Wang Xiaoxiao walked out of Gu's culinary establishment hand in hand, both enveloped in silence. Even the usually lively Wang Xiaoxiao was unusually quiet today. After a moment, within their soul link, Bai Qingcheng asked, Xiaoxiao, do you think this is a world from a novel? Wang Xiaoxiao chuckled. How could you ask such a silly question, little flower? Bai Qingcheng replied. Huh? Stinky Xiaoxiao. You dare call me silly? Today S3. Be serious, little flower. I know you enjoy this, but right now we need to discuss important matters. I indeed find this to be a rather foolish question. Bai Qingcheng, how dare you play the victim? I shall bite you to death. Wait, why did I say that? Wang Xiaoxiao, let me pose a question to you first. If this world were a novel, what would you do? Would you continue living in this manner? Or would you forsake everything here to return to the so-called reality? Bai Qingcheng, certainly, I would choose to carry on with life. I have finally found you. As long as we are together, does it truly matter in which world we reside? Ahem, what I mean to say is, without me, Xiaoxiao, you would surely struggle to survive. Wang Xiaoxiao. Alright, you are the Tsundra, your word is law. Ahem, I digress. Let us discuss a common flaw found in many protagonists of villainous narratives during their early stages. Bai Qingcheng, what flaw? Wang Xiaoxiao. It is their tendency to adhere rigidly to the plot of the original narrative while playing the role of the antagonist, clinging to their preconceived notions derived from reading novels. Wang Xiaoxiao. Regardless of how chaotic the storyline becomes, they will employ various means to hypnotize themselves into believing that the plot is still progressing normally, insisting this is a world of fiction. They then continue to stubbornly follow the original storyline, playing the role of an infatuated fool or a mere tool for slapping faces, the so-called villain. Wang Xiaoxiao. They utterly disregard that in this world, outside the narrative, they too have family, friends, and loved ones. They are children of certain parents, lovers of certain girls, and their myriad relationships constitute their existence in this world. Wang Xiaoxiao. Yet, these protagonists often prefer to doggedly pursue the original narrative, moving through the plot like marionettes. Is this not a reflection of their unwillingness to confront life, solely desiring to escape? Upon saying this, Wang Xiaoxiao looked up at the clear sky above, her arms outstretched, her beautiful eyes crescent-shaped as she skipped to catch the petals drifting down from the roadside. A joyful sound escaped her lips. No matter where I am, the real me is still me. Is not the me in the realm of fiction also me? I shall ensure that every version of myself lives to the fullest. Chapter 44. The Enigmatic Investigation Bureau? A grand deception. In a secluded and unobserved space, the words of Wang Xiaoxiao lingered. What do you think? The host I selected is quite remarkable, Isn Tishi, though she may not always be serious. Suddenly, a luminous orb materialized within the space, radiating a warm yet perilous purple glow. In a playful, youthful voice, it spoke. Your host isn't too shabby either. Just now the antagonist's script system was utterly terrified by a designated act of slaughter. This time, a red orb appeared, exuding a seductive, mature tone. Strangely, its crimson light was not pure. As it flickered, a subtle golden halo seemed to shimmer around it, creating an intriguing spectacle. The name your host bestowed upon you seems rather inappropriate, little dear, little Lou, little Six. You're just an old Six. Oh, don't mind those trivial details. And if we're speaking of old Six, that title truly belongs to you, little fish, for resorting to such measures to awaken yourself. Do not spoil the surprise. Ahem. All right then. However, your sister Xiaoxiao is indeed a talent. Her recent ruse nearly convinced me as well. That's certainly true. It feels as though deceiving others has become Xiaoxiao's innate skill. The two voices conversed within the space, unbeknownst to Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng outside. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qingcheng's eyes sparkled with realization, and a radiant smile illuminated her adorable face as she exclaimed, I understand. This is indeed a rather silly question. I shall refrain from asking it again. Let us live harmoniously together from now on. She trotted over to Wang Xiaoxiao, wrapping her arms tightly around her, their fingers entwined. The affectionate gesture and her whispered musings stirred Wang Xiaoxiao's heart. My goodness, such formidable charm. No wonder she is my beloved. So adorable. Upon entering a milk tea shop, the two girls each ordered a cup of tea. Suddenly, Bai Qingcheng, nestled closely against Wang Xiaoxiao, posed a curious question. By the way, what have you been pondering today? Normally, you would have already pulled me close. Oh, you mean that? I was replaying how I managed to deceive Gu Feng earlier. It was truly a spectacular performance. With her hands cradling the milk tea, Bai Qingcheng feigned a curious expression. 10 minutes prior, at Gu's Gourmet, the second young master of the Gu family in the capital, Gu Feng, was about to engage in conversation. Wang Xiaoxiao had already donned a sleek black suit, adopting an appearance befitting a member of a mysterious organization. Upon seeing the breathtaking beauty before him, Gu Feng was momentarily stunned, his first thought being, wow, what an extraordinarily beautiful young lady. Her looks surpass even that of Luo Bingshan by tenfold. But who is she? System, who is this? His eyes were filled with questions, and he called out to the system, yet for reasons unknown, there was no connection to be found. She brushed a few strands of dark blue gradient hair behind her ears and settled into the seat recently vacated by Mu Ruoshi. Her long legs crossed elegantly beneath the table. Noticing the dazed expression on Gu Feng's face, Wang Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a smile as she boldly extended her hand into the air, summoning a pair of black sunglasses that materialized in her grasp. Once adorned with these shades, she partially concealed her stunning beauty. Do not even attempt to call forth that which has possessed you. I have employed a special technique to block it from your awareness. Her words struck like lightning, leaving Gu Feng agape in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Is the system something that has attached itself to me? Blocked? No wonder I couldn't make contact. But wait. I am a distinguished traveler. How could I be so easily deceived? Just as he was about to voice his concerns, the enchanting woman before him flashed a smile and continued, Are you perhaps thinking that as a traveler you cannot be so easily fooled? Is she capable of reading minds? Indeed, I possess the ability to read minds. At that moment, Gu Feng felt as if his entire worldview had shattered, leaving him utterly speechless. After allowing the initial shock to subside, Wang Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to weave her narrative. She produced a badge, sliding it across the table, revealing the words Mystery Investigation Bureau emblazoned on its cover. Allow me to introduce myself. I am an agent of the Mystery Investigation Bureau, codename Little Fish. How lazy of you, Sister Xiaoxiao, to appropriate my system's name. Little Fish, silence. We are engaged in serious matters here. The exasperated thoughts of the Little Fish system lingered unspoken. Before I disclose my investigative findings, I will permit you to ask 3 questions. A confident smile graced Wang Xiaoxiao's lips as she continued, of course. If you prefer to inquire silently, that is also permissible, for I can read minds. What in the world? The Mystery Investigation Bureau? ISNT that a backdrop from urban fantasy novels? You don't mean to suggest that Blue Star has actually experienced a resurgence of the bizarre, do you? Hearing the ludicrous name elicited a twitch from Gu Feng's lips, his mind awash with skepticism. You are asking quite a lot. Allow me to clarify everything at once. Blue Star has indeed undergone a bizarre resurgence, with strange occurrences manifesting worldwide. The Mystery Investigation Bureau is a unique organization of the Dragon Kingdom dedicated to regulating these anomalies. While she spoke with a calm demeanor, her inner thoughts were rife with sarcasm. It was all Xiao Hua's fault. Just days prior, she insisted that the Dark Knight organization must possess forged documents to conceal their identities, leading to the creation of the Mystery Investigation Bureau. Truth be told, wouldn't such a bureau be more easily identified as counterfeit? Yet, her beloved Xiao Hua adored it. What could she do but indulge her? Were it not for her formidable persuasion skills and the system's innate ability to expose thoughts, how could she possibly deceive a fellow traveler? Well, that accounts for one question. Please proceed with your second. Having been shown several remarkable feats, Gu Feng gradually accepted the notion that the girl before him could indeed read minds. No longer concealing his thoughts, he directly inquired, "Prove that the strange occurrences you speak of are genuine. Words alone are insufficient. Let me witness the reality of the bizarre." "Are you certain?" Wang Xiaoxiao delicately raised her eyebrows, affirming, "I am certain." Gu Feng nodded in agreement. After all, within just a few fleeting minutes, the girl before him had delivered enough shocks to leave him feeling as though nothing could astonish him further. However, the unfolding scene left him utterly speechless. The stunning young woman before him began to sprout 2 slender black horns from her forehead. Her deep blue hair transformed into a pure ebony hue, and her hands resting on the table morphed into a dark shade, with elongated, sharp nails. An aura of chilling terror enveloped her, suffusing the air with an oppressive weight. Goodness, this lad dares to seek the uncanny. Is this not precisely his field of expertise? So what do you think? Have you encountered true strangeness? Wang Xiaoxiao regarded Gu Feng with a mocking glint in her eyes. Yes, I have indeed seen it. What the hell? Is this not a member of the ghostly race? This type of exotic creature was often featured in the yellow comics of my past life, like in the novel Dragon King's son-in-law in the Flower City, which solely revolved around ancient martial artists, devoid of such magical races. What on earth? The uncanny was right before my eyes. I had just thought she was a fraud. Was I nearly ensnared by her? Witnessing the reality before him, Gu Feng felt as though his worldview was being mercilessly ground into the dirt. Calm down. Calm down. All right, you may pose your third question now. Wang Xiaoxiao maintained her charming smile. Gu Feng, however, suddenly furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. The uncanny is indeed real? Could it be that I have not traversed into a fictional world after all? Is my system truly something extraordinary? How absurd. Wait, could it be possible to have one last question? He briefly pondered before clearing his mind. After all, he understood that the enchanting woman before him possessed the ability to read thoughts, and he dared not reveal his musings openly. Stealing a glance at the beautiful member of the ghostly race, he observed her using her sharp black nails to doodle little flowers on the table, seemingly bored as she awaited the next development. Humans tend to vacate their minds when boredom reaches a certain threshold, engaging their fingers in aimless endeavors. Those still in school can certainly relate. At this moment, She appeared to be in a state of mental relaxation. Gu Feng decisively uttered those words. The odd changes while the even remains constant. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoxiao shot him a look of incredulity, as if to say, "Is this all? Is this truly how you discern a fellow traveler? Even a simple flower knew to use chicken. You are too beautiful to test me. I feel outmatched by a mere flower. How tiresome." Wang Xiaoxiao promptly echoed the flower's original words. "Chicken? Lotus? How did you know I desired chicken and lotus today? It appears that not all travelers with systems are here to deceive me. Ha! The Bureau of the Uncanny, the official organization of this world, has taken on a video game name. How hilarious!" Upon hearing Gu Feng's internal musings, an expression of exasperation crossed Wang Xiaoxiao's face. "I must change the name upon my return. Perhaps to Rhodes Island. If that fails, the Fool's League might suffice. Alas, these names seem more likely to expose us. Perhaps we shall remain as the Bureau of the Uncanny." With the 3 questions concluded, "Would you care to hear about our findings regarding you?" Wang Xiaoxiao retracted her smile, her expression suddenly serious. She exited her ghostly form, removed her sunglasses, and fixed her striking blue gaze upon the man before her. Gu Feng, completely captivated, sat up straight, noting her newfound gravity with a solemn nod. The peculiar entity that identified itself as the villain script system had attached itself to him upon his arrival in this world. Since the narrative had not commenced during his childhood, it had remained dormant. However, following his recent experience of the initial plot, the system had reawakened, revealing significant discrepancies between yesterday's events and the original text. Both the Dragon King and the primary female protagonist, Luo Bingming, had undergone considerable character distortions. Am I correct in my assessment? Despite his jaw being sore from shock, Gu Feng listened intently to the woman, astonished, and nodded in agreement. "Our purpose in seeking you out stems from the realization that this strange entity is beginning to enact harm. Did you notice the peculiar expression on your sister-in-law Mu Ruashi's face just now?" Gu Feng recalled the moment. Indeed, it had not been long since he spoke when his sister-in-law suddenly appeared dazed. Her mental state clearly askew. At this thought, his pupils dilated in alarm. What the hell? This so-called system nearly endangered my sister-in-law and nephew? Am I really bound to follow this narrative? By the time I reach its end, will my family be shattered? Do not be afraid. The situation remains manageable. The Dragon King, Yi Feng, is currently under our control, and your system is temporarily unable to advance its plot. The shielding effect is nearing its conclusion, and what you can do now is simply relay the subsequent narrative to me. Think it through in your mind, as that will be more efficient. Oh, it goes like this. The entire process unfolded as such. Wang Xiaoxiao moistened her slightly parched lips and sipped her milk tea. But why did he then claim we are the future protagonists? Bai Qingcheng recalled Gu Feng's final murmurs upon leaving. Ahem, this is a common flaw among protagonists in villainous narratives. They instinctively rationalize everything as part of the plot. Wang Xiaoxiao remarked with a shrug of resignation. But didn't you shatter and reconstruct his worldview? How could he still think this way? Bai Qingcheng inquired. Indeed, what is happening? Only then did Wang Xiaoxiao realize this detail, suddenly slapping her forehead in dismay. Oh no, it's possible that once the shielding ended, that damned system forcibly altered Gu Feng's perceptions. After all, it can even invade and distort the protagonist's cognitions. This is quite troublesome. Wang Xiaoxiao began twirling her fingers around her blue locks, deep in thought. By the way, Xiaohua, what did you do earlier that resolved Sister Mu's invasion? Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something. Oh, I noticed that Sister Mu's condition was increasingly abnormal, and in a moment of urgency, I employed the kill designation. What? You used kill designation on Gu Feng? No, it is intended for the villain script system. Gu Feng is indeed the brother of Boss Gu. How could he harbor any intent to harm him without cause? Huh? No cause? Then why did you pursue me relentlessly for a decade, attempting to assassinate me over 10,000 times? Surely, this is not merely to activate the system? My current favorability rating is insufficient. I refuse to answer. Bai Qingqing averted her gaze, her eyes darting. What? If you are unwilling to speak, so be it. After all, we have plenty of time ahead. However, I am astounded. the assassination designation can actually be directed at the system. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's revelation, Wang Xiaoxiao's expression turned peculiar, and after a moment of contemplation, she thought, "Goodness, this little deer is no ordinary being." Reflecting on it now, the silence that Xiao Hua activated can obscure all perceptions below the extraordinary level. Previously, the domain was solely designated for herself and Gufeng. Logically, all consciousness at the mortal level, ranging from E to S rank, should be incapable of probing or perceiving, meaning the villain script system would have been excluded. My little fish system is rated with 3 question marks, indicating it surpasses the mortal level, thus it is entirely normal for me to converse with her within the domain. However, I recall Xiao Hua mentioning that her little deer system is S rank, yet she can freely converse and perceive within the domain, even engaging in disputes with little fish. Moreover, her assassination designation can even mark the system. This little deer is likely beyond S rank. Unexpectedly, this sly one is so preoccupied with teasing little fish that it has revealed its true colors. Nevertheless, now is not the time for delving into the little deer. The focus must remain on tormenting the Dragon King and dealing with the villain script system. It seems I truly need to devise a method to eliminate Gu Feng's system. Chapter 45. Gu Feng and the villain script system. That night, Gu Feng returned home to his villa in Bijiang No. 1, looking utterly fatigued. After being chastised by his elder brother and sister-in-law for an entire afternoon, he felt mentally and physically drained. He was still reeling from a particular comment made by a customer in his brother's restaurant at noon, which had left him utterly astonished. His mouth had gaped open for far too long, and his jaw still ached slightly. Yet, he was unable to recall the exact words that had shocked him. Nevertheless, one thing remained vivid in his memory. The villain script system had inflicted harm upon his sister-in-law, putting her in a perilous situation. He could still vividly recall her dazed expression and his brother's anxious demeanor from that moment. Thus, he now regarded his system with a sense of vigilance. Reflecting on that day, he remembered that during the first chapter of the plot, both the Dragon King and Luo Bingning had seemed somewhat off. Even more troubling was the sight of the Dragon King's mother-in-law nearly suffocating him with her relentless criticism. Under such outrageous circumstances, the system had claimed the plot was proceeding without significant deviation. Was this not a blatant deception? This system posed serious issues. It was akin to a ticking time bomb in his possession, and for the moment he felt powerless against it. As for the so-called plot, Gu Feng had begun to harbor doubts, feeling as though he could accept even the most outrageous occurrences that might arise in the storyline. Rubbing his aching jaw, he silently vowed, "No matter what I encounter henceforth, I shall not be astonished again." At this moment, he decided to test the dubious system. System. The Dragon King's professor female lead has become my sister-in-law. Can this plot be salvaged? Ding. You actually remember? Ahem. The plot is proceeding normally. Please remain calm. Host? System. The Dragon King has been confined to a mental institution. How can the main character perform in the next segment, which is their wedding anniversary at a hotel? Furthermore, the Dragon King has been cast out by the Luo family. Will Luo Bingning still accept his invitation? And, ding. Please rest assured and continue portraying the villain. The other plot elements are proceeding normally, and there is no need for the host to worry. The male voice of the system emphasized certain words with a hint of frustration, as if it were struggling to contain its exasperation. Gu Feng naturally noticed this, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips as he continued. Oh, then I shall be at ease. By the way, since the plot is unfolding normally, I would like to claim the rewards for completing the first chapter. Ding. The host's character restoration level is too low, resulting in plot collapse. Rewards have been forfeited. The host is requested to focus on playing the villain role. After a brief silence, the system provided this rather disheartening justification for the reward deduction. Gu Feng raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Dog system, do you even comprehend the nonsense you are uttering?" Then, a realization dawned upon him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His sister-in-law had maintained her composure during the reprimand earlier. It appeared she had not been affected by this system. This implied that the system had faltered in its influence over her today, to the extent that it could not even dispense rewards. Upon reflecting on this, Gu Feng felt a surge of amusement rather than anger, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, he refrained from directly clashing with the insufferable system, opting instead to feign ignorance as always, exclaiming, "Huh? Yesterday, I delivered a stellar performance. If the plot has collapsed, I assent that the fault of the Dragon King, the heroine, and her mother-in-law? What does it have to do with me? Ding. The authority to explain belongs solely to this system. In any case, just focus on playing the antagonist. Those who fail often seek excuses for themselves. The host should reflect upon their own shortcomings." It was agitated. Indeed, it was. How could a system engage in such workplace drama? "Hey, you insolent system, since you've brought this up, I am no longer drowsy. Come, let us debate." 10,000 words omitted. 2 hours later, Gu Feng joyfully reclined on his expansive 300-square-meter plush bed, contentedly drifting off to sleep with the indestructible skill bestowed upon him by the system. Sigh, this troublesome host has suddenly become quite a handful today. The final remark faded away as the system's voice vanished. In a secluded space, a gray sphere of light emerged, emanating a flickering gray glow, reminiscent of a malfunctioning incandescent bulb, indicating its poor condition. What troubled it further was the golden sword-shaped mark branded upon its surface, exuding a thread of terrifying murderous intent. Ah, it truly hurts. Damn it, today has been a significant loss. The male voice emanating from the gray sphere was tinged with frustration, resentment, and a hint of fear. The antagonist script system was an B-grade system that evolved by siphoning the will of the heavens, also known as fate. Every world possesses individuals who gather this heavenly will, referred to as the children of luck or the fated ones. In this realm, it is expected that those endowed with great fortune would influence the trajectory of the world's timeline. Simply put, the women they desire would naturally gravitate towards them, and they could effortlessly acquire what they wished for, experiencing rapid growth in power. In this process, their already abundant heavenly will would progressively accumulate. Once it reaches a certain threshold, they might even possess the potential to break through dimensional barriers and traverse to other realms. Long Wang Yifeng was such a fortunate individual. Yet from their first encounter, the heavenly will surrounding him did not seem as potent as anticipated, as if it had been diminished by some unseen force. Contemplating this, the antagonist script system felt disheartened. According to its predictions regarding Long Wang, which were transmitted to Gu Feng as part of the novel's narrative, Long Wang Yifeng was supposed to have 4 powerful dragon kings at his side. Long Wei, Long Su, Long Ya, and Long Lin serving as formidable support in the early stages. However, these 4 dragon kings now seemed to have vanished without a trace. As Long Wang began to make his moves, they remained utterly unresponsive. Moreover, it was perplexing that Long Wang had been confined to a psychiatric hospital, while these 4 seemed as inert as if they were dead, showing no signs of action. Currently, it had no means to extricate Long Wang, nor could it leverage the system's power to contact the 3 Dragon Kings overseas. The villainous script system felt the golden sword-shaped mark upon itself and hesitated. Dare it act? It did not dare. Today was initially intended for a routine invasion targeting a woman under the Dragon King's watch, to convey the host's sentiments and subtly alter her perceptions, steering her away from the Dragon King and into the host's embrace. However, upon initiating the invasion, it discovered that the woman was bound to another system of equal rank, specifically to the child she carried within her womb. The Dragon King's woman, or rather the woman designated for its host, had been preemptively claimed by another. This revelation ignited a flame of fury within the villainous script system. After half an hour of observation, it concluded that the opposing entity was merely a weak, easily intimidated caretaker system. What of a married woman? The host it had chosen would certainly not let even a married woman escape unscathed. Seizing the opportunity presented by the woman's state of inner turmoil, it launched its invasion. Naturally, she fought back valiantly, but due to the emotional instability characteristic of pregnancy, the invasion progressed step by step, leading to the caretaker system's retreat. Just when it believed victory was assured, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The golden sword-shaped mark was abruptly imprinted upon its true form, concealed within Gu Feng's soul, while being targeted by an overwhelming killing intent. Such a tactic was the province of high-ranking systems, and it immediately petrified the villainous script system, compelling it to flee in terror, never daring to provoke the opponent again. Upon returning to Gu Feng's soul space, It was startled to discover an influx of peculiar memories added to the host's recollections. What was this bizarre resurrection? What was the enigmatic investigation bureau? Who were these ghostly human girls? Little fish? A cacophony of strange details flooded in, collapsing its worldview and generating immense repulsion towards the system itself. With no time to ponder, the villainous script system summoned most of its power to forcibly seal away the host's memories from the day. Naturally, all its strength was consumed in sealing these worldview-shattering memories, while not a single other memory was contained. Even its forced incursion into Mu Ruashi's memories remained unsealed. Its propensity for imaginative reasoning led to the immediate realization that this was a warning from the high-ranking system that had marked it. Now, having exhausted so much energy and being locked onto by such a terrifying mark, its power was nearly depleted. To add insult to injury, the host had deceived it into acquiring an ancient martial arts manual. The flickering gray light upon it was dimming to near extinction. Alas, it seems the system is on the verge of slumber. I shall leave behind a custodial AI. The host will likely adhere to the plot. Yet, it suddenly recalled the troublesome nature of Gufeng today. Surely, the host would not engage in petty antics to disrupt the narrative? Today, I even bled profusely to provide him with a resilience technique. He must remember this system's goodwill, aiding me in extracting the Dragon King's heavenly intent. Cursed high-ranking system. Once I drain the Dragon King's heavenly intent and ascend to the destiny of a great villainous system, today's grievances shall be avenged. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate a mere B rank. Having furiously declared this final statement, the confined space fell into silence. Ding! The system's main body has entered slumber. The villainous script system is now under AI custody. Chapter 46. Wang Xiaoxiao versus Bai Qingcheng in the Tianya courtyard. At the open-air martial arts arena, two elegant figures stood facing each other. On the left was a tall maiden, garbed in a sleeveless crop top that accentuated her waist and fitted trousers. Her dark blue hair, styled in a high ponytail, swayed as she stretched her limbs, one hand resting on her hip while the other gracefully arched overhead, showcasing her remarkable physique. To the right stood a petite girl clad in a form-fitting jumpsuit, her waist-length, white hair also tied back in a ponytail. A black scabbard was affixed to her left side. With a swift motion, she summoned a 3-foot-long red blade, performing a flourish before sheathing it once more. These two were none other than Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng, having returned to Tianya courtyard. It was Friday, a day when the school was not in session, and Wang Xiaoxiao had initially intended to take Xiaohua out for a date. However, recent events had been overwhelming, with the antagonistic script system proving elusive and untouchable, leaving them only able to market to intimidate. As for the Dragon King, well, he was likely engaged in electronic music and not a concern for the moment. The more pressing issue was the formidable master behind the Dragon King, a being of equal or even greater strength than Wang Xiaoxiao in her ghostly form. Feeling an urgent sense of competition, Bai Qingcheng proposed a duel with Wang Xiaoxiao, eager to develop new abilities through combat. After all, her spirit of slaughter, while capable of enhancing attack damage and absorbing the intent to kill to boost strength and speed, seemed to lack other functionalities. Wang Xiaoxiao readily accepted, recognizing the necessity of enhancing Xiao Hua's capabilities to face both the Dragon King and the master behind him with greater confidence. Even in her ghostly state, she could easily overpower the Dragon King's master, while Xiao Hua, being only at D rank, was merely at the pinnacle of dark energy and could only contend with the mid-stage Dragon King with the assistance of a few A-rank skills. Xiao, are you really wearing so little? Bai Qingcheng suddenly inquired, her tone laced with disbelief. The less I wear, the greater the damage. Wang Xiaoxiao retorted with a serious expression, her words laced with mischief. Be serious, will you? This is a real fight. With blades. I am being serious. I'm quite resilient, and in my ghostly form, you won't be able to harm me. But my attire might not withstand your strikes. So why wear more? Do you think my figure is appealing? Are you envious? Wang Xiaoxiao taunted, flaunting her impressive figure. Who's envious of you? I told you to be serious. You look like you're asking for a beating, Bai Qingcheng exclaimed, her face slightly flushed, her silver teeth clenched. In an instant, she executed a flash step, appearing before Wang Xiaoxiao, her left hand resting on the scabbard as she drew the blade with her right, executing a swift Iato cut horizontally toward Wang Xiaoxiao. This little flower is still too tender to be provoked. Wang Xiaoxiao teased, noticing the faint red warning above her head. Wang Xiaoxiao did not activate her ghostly form. Instead, her azure eyes transformed into a vivid purple. As she leaned back to evade the strike, she propelled herself backwards, using one hand to support her weight, and elevated her right foot to deliver a kick against the rapidly moving blade of the katana. At this moment, Wang Xiaoxiao was no longer the feeble novice with a mere attack power of 2. Her move nearly forced Bai Qingqing to relinquish her grip on the katana, causing the swing to veer off course. Bai Qingqing, unable to follow up on her attack, could only stabilize her stance and retreat to increase the distance between herself and Wang Xiaoxiao. "Oh dear little flower, how dare you launch a sneak attack? Youngsters these days lack martial ethics, trying to deceive and ambush a 20-year-old beauty such as myself. How disappointing." Bai Qingqing noticed that Wang Xiaoxiao was resorting to verbal distractions to divert her attention, reminiscent of their first encounter in the rental apartment at the Imperial University town. Having learned from her previous experience, Bai Qingqing gently closed her crimson eyes for less than half a second before reopening them, her eyes now shimmering with an otherworldly red glow. Her demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an aura of lethal intent that sent chills down one's spine. "Oh, little flower has finally entered the fray, truly deserving of the title for having attempted to assassinate me for a decade." Wang Xiaoxiao no longer wore a playful expression. Black horns sprouted from her forehead, her hair tips and hands turned ebony, and her nails sharpened to a point. A mystical purple-black tattoo coiled around her waist. Bai Qingqing once again utilized instant movement to appear before Wang Xiaoxiao. Seeing that Wang Xiaoxiao was ready to embrace her ghostly form, Bai Qingqing ceased holding back and executed a decisive strike, declaring, "Slash." The warning signal above her head still glowed a pale red. Yet this alert was intrinsically linked to Wang Xiaoxiao's own capabilities, indicating that Bai Qingqing's strike posed a significant threat to the ghostly form of Wang Xiaoxiao, with considerable lethality. However, this time Wang Xiaoxiao did not dodge. Instead, she faced the blade head-on with her fist, engaging in a direct confrontation with Bai Qingqing's katana. With each clash, Bai Qingqing activated concealment, masking her presence and seizing the next opportunity. This strategy, derived from her study of her own skills, proved remarkably effective in real combat. As for Wang Xiaoxiao, recognizing the disparity in their strengths, she naturally absorbed the blows. Yet at the moment of contact, she analyzed Bai Qingqing's strengths and weaknesses, sharing her insights through their soul link to facilitate Bai Qingqing's continuous improvement. It must be noted that Bai Qingqing possessed exceptional talent in combat. After exchanging 10 strikes, her slashes exhibited no flaws, leaving no room for evasion, only the option to endure. Observing that the combination of instant movement and slash had been practiced sufficiently, Wang Xiaoxiao called for a halt to their sparring. In a moment of inspiration, she suddenly suggested, "Little flower, you have been using instant movement and slash. Sequentially, why not attempt to use both skills simultaneously?" Bai Qingqing paused, contemplating the idea in her mind, and found it to hold merit. "But who should I target?" she mused. "Of course, it should be aimed at me. After all, I am a master, heavily invested in defense and evasion. How could you possibly harm me?" Yet Bai Qingqing hesitated, feeling a twinge of apprehension. "Do not fear. Come on. Just use instant movement and slash." "Very well." As Bai Qingqing's voice faded, she once again entered a state of intense focus. She sheathed her sword, her left hand gripping the scabbard while her right hand held the hilt. Wang Xiaoxiao, brimming with excitement, fixed her gaze on Bai Qingqing's movements through her reincarnation eyes. To her astonishment, she witnessed Bai Qingqing gently draw the sword about an inch before swiftly returning it to its sheath. A crimson warning appeared above Wang Xiaoxiao's head, followed by 10 streaks of sword light manifesting around her, racing towards her. Goodness, is that a dimensional slash? She could only raise her black hands in defense as the 10 sword lights struck her from all directions. Though they did not break the skin, the pain was undeniably real. A warm current coursed through her body, and the pain dissipated in an instant. Wang Xiaoxiao lowered her arms, her expression shifting from shock to ecstatic delight, as she dashed toward the equally astonished Bai Qingqing, enveloping her in a fervent embrace. How impressive! How powerful! How extraordinary! Little flower, what do you intend to name this move? Dimensional slash. Cherry blossom scatter. Linghua's heavy strike. Meanwhile, Bai Qingcheng, still in a daze, stared wide-eyed, her mouth agape. Little flower, I'm asking your name. Clothes? Before Bai Qingcheng could finish her sentence, she was pressed into Wang Xiaoxiao's slime, only able to emit muffled sounds. Cherry blossom scatter? That name is delightful, which brings to mind a certain pink-haired fox with donkey ears. Congratulations, Qingcheng, for developing a new skill. Cherry blossom scatter, S rank. Reward, 10 points of killing intent. To think there's a reward. Truly deserving of the little deer. How impressive. Wang Xiaoxiao embraced Bai Qingcheng with joy. Little flower, don't just stand there. Say something. Clothes. Your clothes are gone. Finally, Bai Qingcheng found an opportunity to extricate herself from Wang Xiaoxiao's suffocating embrace. Recalling the soft and smooth sensation on her face, her cheeks flushed crimson. It was only then that Wang Xiaoxiao realized, although her reincarnation body was impervious to the cold, she felt a chill. What to do? Wang Xiaoxiao suddenly found herself at a loss. Silly Xiaoxiao, the space of truth. The space of truth. Bai Qingcheng reminded her from the side. Oh right. With a flash of holy light, a sheer nightgown adorned Wang Xiaoxiao's form, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh Xiaoxiao, what kind of clothes did you change into? The enticing sight, barely concealed, made little flower cover her face with her hands, yet her red eyes still peeked through her fingers, betraying her curiosity. Wang Xiaoxiao, in a flurry, had unexpectedly donned this outfit. Alas, it's all the fault of the abundance of clothing in the space of truth. Never mind. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for absorbing the essence of Truth 1, Spirit 1. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for absorbing the essence of Truth 2, Spirit 2. Congratulations, Sister Xiaoxiao, for absorbing the essence of Truth 3, Spirit 3. On June 8, 2023, the Earth, Huaxia, witnessed a day of national significance as the highly anticipated college entrance examination took place, embodying the aspirations of countless students and the fervent hopes of parents wishing for their children to excel. Outside Jiangqing No. 1 High School, the English examination had commenced, leaving behind a throng of parents, predominantly middle-aged and elderly, engaged in casual conversation. It was the final subject of the day, and liberation was just around the corner. Indeed, the current generation of children endures immense pressure. My grandchild lost 10 pounds during the latter half of the senior year alone. Such hardship is expected, marking a pivotal juncture in their lives. In these days leading up to the exams, I have refrained from discussing grades or results with my child, fearing it might disrupt their focus. Alas, my child seems carefree, eating and sleeping as usual. As a mother, I find myself more anxious than he is. It is indeed commendable to maintain a positive mindset. Your child must be performing exceptionally well, I presume? I chuckle. If my child merely avoids being at the bottom in the 3 mock exams, I would consider it a blessing. Amidst the conversations of anxious parents, concern for their children was palpable. Sigh, that girl should do quite well. I've been tutoring her daily. I feel like I've lost a fair bit of hair. Among the sea of middle-aged and older parents, a youthful voice stood out distinctly. Following the sound, one could see a handsome young man, standing at 180 centimeters, with a slender build that did not seem much older than the high school examinees themselves. Unlike the others, who exhibited varying degrees of anxiety, he appeared remarkably at ease as he slurped instant noodles, seemingly unfazed by the situation of the examinee he accompanied. A middle-aged woman nearby noticed this relaxed young man, and finding the wait quite dull, approached him for conversation. Young man, are you here to accompany someone for the exam? Is it a brother or sister? More like a sister, he replied, swallowing a mouthful of noodles. How wonderful! Having siblings creates such a lively atmosphere. Indeed, we have quite a few siblings, totaling 32, if I count correctly. 32? That includes cousins, I presume. By the way, where are your parents? It's the day of the exam and they're not here? Cough. Auntie, you've misunderstood. We are from an orphanage. My sister and I have already moved out. I'm a sophomore at Zhangcheng University, renting a place nearby, the young man explained, nearly choking on his noodles. Oh, I truly apologize. I didn't mean to touch upon such sensitive matters. Here, use this tissue, the woman said, realizing she had inadvertently broached a painful topic. Haha, it's perfectly all right. We're not as fragile as you might think. Both my sister and I are managing quite well living independently. He responded with a hearty laugh, seemingly unbothered by the exchange. Oh right, Zhangcheng University is also a double first-class institution, isn't it? The admission scores are quite high. You must have scored impressively in your college entrance examinations, young man. You truly are remarkable. The aunt promptly shifted the conversation to the youth's university, showering him with praise. However, to her surprise, as soon as these words left her lips, a mask of anguish enveloped the young man's handsome face. Yet, he felt it improper to dismiss the aunt's compliment and forced a chuckle. Ha ha. Indeed, it's quite impressive. Ha ha ha. It's laughable. During my senior year, it was that girl who kept her eyes glued to me, supervising my studies daily. Ridiculously, she even resorted to using a feather duster. More motherly than my own mother. Were it not for her, how could a laid-back slacker like me have managed to enter Zhang University? A school filled with overachievers? That girl merely wanted to attend Zhangcheng University herself, so she coerced me to take the entrance exam alongside her. If only she had mentioned it earlier. Must she chase me around for an entire year with that feather duster? Ironically, this stubborn girl only mustered the courage to suggest I apply to Zhang University when I was filling out my application. In the end, I was accepted with a score 30 points above the admission threshold. You have no idea how many beatings I endured that year because of those 30 points. Ah, speaking of it brings tears to my eyes. Noticing the youth's reluctance to discuss the topic further, the aunt swiftly changed the subject. By the way, young man, I noticed you appeared utterly unconcerned just now. Are you so confident in your sister's abilities? With a scholarly brother like you, she surely doesn't need to seek extra tutoring, right? However, the mask of anguish returned to the youth's face, and he forced a laugh once more. Haha, her grades are quite good, but I have indeed helped her with her studies. Haha, it's hilarious. She ranks first in Zhangcheng #1 high school. Forget Zhangcheng University. She could easily handle Tsinghua or Peking University. How could I, a mere underachiever barely scraping by in my college courses, possibly tutor her? Yet, she insists on bringing questions to me, even when she clearly understands the material. She particularly enjoys flaunting her knowledge in classical Chinese. Do you know how psychologically traumatizing it is for a civil engineering student who hasn't studied literature to review 3 classical readings with her every day? And then there's chemistry and biology. After explaining organic chemistry to her, I would go to bed with my mind spinning with benzene rings. After discussing Mendel's laws of inheritance, I would dream of pea plants and their genetic crosses. Ironically, she never asks about physics or mathematics, the very subjects I excel in. This girl does it on purpose, deliberately choosing the subjects that consume my time and challenge me. The most amusing incident occurred when I glanced at her while examining a problem, only to find her grinning at me. She must have found joy in watching me struggle with my thoughts, as she has always been like this. Ah, speaking of it brings tears to my eyes. The aunt, observing the fluctuating expressions of the youth, his face marred by a mask of suffering, even forgetting to savor his instant noodles, couldn't help but silently lament. This child is truly unfortunate, having come from an orphanage to gain admission to a prestigious university like Zhang University. Life is already challenging, and now he has to deal with a sister he struggles to get along with. It is imperative that I speak to his sister when she emerges, urging her to show more understanding towards her brother. Why does this lady regard me with such a benevolent and sympathetic expression? How peculiar. Upon a second glance, I wonder if she has misconstrued something. The young man, having finished his last mouthful of noodles, turned to the lady and said, "Auntie, you are mistaken. No need for words. I understand everything." The kindness on her face deepened. 2 hours later, the bell signaling the end of the examination rang, marking the conclusion of 12 arduous years of study for this group of students and signifying a pivotal moment in their lives. Outside the gates of Zhangcheng #1 high school, the young man stood alongside the lady with whom he had just conversed and a multitude of parents, all eyes directed towards the entrance, eagerly awaiting the familiar figures to emerge. The lady's daughter was the first to appear. However, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she leaned in to whisper a few words to her daughter, lingering nearby with the intention of informing the young man's sister about her brother's hardships when she finally appeared. They ought to get along splendidly. Yes, that is precisely what I shall do. At last, a petite figure emerged from the school gates, standing around 155 centimeters tall, clad in the classic white and blue high school uniform, her long black hair tied into a ponytail, exuding an innocent and charming demeanor. The girl first craned her neck to survey her surroundings. Then her bright eyes seemed to catch sight of something, and a radiant smile spread across her face as she dashed towards the young man. The lady recognized the beautiful girl approaching and was about to speak. "You are." Before she could finish her sentence, the small figure in uniform leaped into the young man's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and hanging on to him. "Little one, why were you standing so far away? I almost couldn't find you." The young man smiled, gently patting her back, though his words were less than flattering. "Xiaohua, how old are you? Still clinging to me like this? Get down. You're so heavy." "What? You little rascal, you dare call me heavy? You're not allowed to have meat for dinner tonight." "What nonsense. Can you honestly say, after all these years, when did you, by Xiaohua, ever cook? Can't I eat what I made myself?" "Humph, I don't care." This scene effectively stifled the lady's words, leaving her with a single thought. Is this brother-sister relationship serious? Noticing the curious glances from those around them, the young man gently set the girl down, took her backpack in one hand, and grasped her small hand with the other, leading her through the crowd. "Let us celebrate the end of your college entrance examination. I shall treat you to soup dumplings. Yes, I also want to have tofu pudding, but I want it salty. Salty tofu pudding is sheer heresy. Sweet tofu pudding reigns supreme. You little rascal, how dare you provoke me? I'll bite you. Ouch, that hurts. Let go. By Xiaohua, you really bit me." On this day, their spirits were evidently high, not only due to the conclusion of the examination but also because a cherished promise was on the verge of being fulfilled. Chapter 47. The Rise of the Infatuated Brother and the Machinations of Fate. Outside the campus of Zhonghai University, within the confines of a rental apartment, a woman of enchanting beauty let out a deep sigh, her gaze fixed vacantly upon the computer screen. The display was cluttered with heartfelt greetings from her lineage, yet her visage bore the marks of exhaustion, a clear indication that she had neglected her well-being for some time, her disheveled hair and sallow complexion telling the tale of her current plight. She was none other than the once illustrious internet celebrity, Xiao Shinro, whose following had dwindled by 30 chapters. In truth, her recent week had been nothing short of surreal. Just a week prior, she had been enjoying a routine livestream, basking in the adulation and financial support of her audience, when suddenly a newcomer, a wealthy gentleman, burst into her stream, unceremoniously showering her with tens of thousands in gifts, thus dethroning the previous top contributor, Brother Ye. Unable to tolerate such a provocation, Brother Ye hastily countered with his own sizable donation. But little did he know that this new benefactor, identified as Chen Xiao, was a recent sensation on the platform, renowned for his extravagant generosity towards attractive female streamers. Chen Xiao's daily gifting amounts were staggering, quickly amassing a total that rivaled the long-established affluent figures of the platform. Naturally, the platform's officials could not overlook such a lucrative patron. They worked overnight to create a gift specifically tailored for Chen Xiao, complete with a design based on his likeness, featuring special effects and extensive promotional announcements. Additionally, they established a leaderboard exclusively for those who gifted this particular item, a testament to its prestige, albeit one that deterred many due to its exorbitant cost. Witnessing Brother Ye's futile attempts to reclaim his position, Chen Xiao made a grand gesture by gifting 200 million in Xiao Shinro's livestream, leaving a comment stating it was a welcoming gift for the beloved host. The chat fell silent, and even Brother Ye, overwhelmed, retreated from the platform entirely. What followed was a swift ascent for Xiao Shinro, as she made her way to the capital to personally thank Chen Xiao, who subsequently invested in her film endeavors, leading her to believe that her fortunes had finally turned. However, upon her return to the metropolis, circumstances took a dramatic downturn. First, her red carpet appearance was overshadowed by sensational media coverage, leading to widespread ridicule and trending hashtags against her. Attempts to connect with Brother Ye for retribution against two women had yielded no results, as if he had vanished entirely. Additionally, her brother, Xiao Xiantao, found himself embroiled in a scandal involving extortion, broadcasted live to billions, ultimately resulting in his own disgrace. This debacle caused Xiao Xianrou's follower count to plummet, leaving her with only a loyal few million who vowed to defend their beloved Ro. Ultimately, the gravest blow came when an unknown benefactor, in a moment of reckless abandon, leaked footage of her engaging in an intimate gathering, which was then circulated among online spectators, returning to her homeland despite its content being deemed inappropriate for public dissemination. However, on various small digital platforms and in numerous social media groups, the matter has long been common knowledge. Ahem, those in the know understand. Allow me to whisper a secret. Your goddess indulges in revelries even more lavishly than you do. The ardent fans of Xiao Xianrou have finally reached their breaking point, unfollowing her en masse and turning from supporters to detractors, joining the ranks of her critics. Such is the nature of internet celebrities. Once their fanbase collapses, even the most skilled healer cannot resurrect their fortunes. Now facing a myriad of breach of contract penalties from her management company, production partners, and advertising collaborators, she finds herself in dire straits. Before she could even settle into her lavish residence, it has been mortgaged, and the savings amassed over her years as a streamer have gone up in smoke. Presently, she can only rely on the meager income from a few uncensored videos circulating on small websites to sustain her existence. As for seeking assistance from Chen Xiao, would Xiao Xianrou dare approach that scion of a hidden aristocratic family? Although she cannot fathom why Chen Xiao has yet to confront her, even if she had tenfold courage, she would not dare to provoke his wrath. Sigh. Just as she exhaled this lament, her phone suddenly rang. Her current phone number is new, and given her notoriety, her previous number had long since met its demise in the toilet. This new number has only been shared with two individuals, one being the ever-reliable Mo Ye, and the other, of course, the affluent Chen Xiao. As the phone rang, she felt a mix of dread and anticipation. The fear stemmed from the thought of Chen Xiao's unbridled fury, while her hope lay in whether Mo Ye would be angered. Surely he would not be, as he is one of the male leads in that infamous video. She now even suspects that the scandalous footage circulating online was leaked by him. Her anticipation also hinges on Mo Ye having resolved the airport situation and a faint glimmer of hope that Chen Xiao might remain steadfastly by her side. Yet, in her view, unless Chen Xiao has lost his senses, it is utterly implausible for him to remain loyal to her. Trembling, she reached for the phone, and to her astonishment, it was indeed Chen Xiao. Her heart skipped a beat, yet Xiao Xianrou dared not hang up. She could only answer cautiously, "Hello? Hello? Chen Xiao?" Meanwhile, in the waiting lounge of the airport in the capital, a man dressed impeccably, briefcase in hand, spoke into the phone. "Is that you, Ro? Thank goodness you're safe. I was terrified, unable to reach you, fearing the worst." Though his tone was laden with urgency and concern, his visage was shadowed, as if smeared with a thick layer of soot, having consumed 2 cans of herring. His gaze was fixed on a screen only he could perceive. Name, Xiao Xianrou, age, 21, height, 163 centimeters, attractiveness, 93, affection level, 50, expenditure, 301 million. Noticing the sudden silence on the other end and the stagnant affection level, Chen Xiao steeled himself and continued with fervor. "Hello? Ro, are you still there? Do not be afraid. Even if the entire world betrays you, I shall remain by your side, standing with you against the world." Upon uttering these words, Chen Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly succumbing to the weight of his own sentiment. Ding! Xiao Xianrou's affinity level increased by 10. Current affinity, 60. Chen Xiao. Came the muffled sobs from the other end of the line, while the system notification chimed in, alleviating some of the gloom on Chen Xiao's face. Such timely support is far more valuable than mere embellishments. Seizing the moment, he continued, Ro, do not cry. I am already at the airport in the capital and will soon board my flight. I will be in Magic City tonight to be with you, so await my arrival. Chen Xiao. Ro will be waiting for you. Ding. Xiao Xianrou's affinity level increased by 5. Current affinity, 65. As the call ended, the sultry voice of Xiao Xianro resonated in his mind, reminiscent of a certain unapproved video. Unable to contain himself, Qian Xiao rushed to the restroom, bent over the sink, and promptly expelled his stomach's contents. Nearby, an elderly gentleman washing his hands shot him a disdainful glare and exclaimed, "Have you no sense of public decency? If you feel nauseous, could you not take a few more steps to the toilet?" Startled by the reprimand, Qian Xiao shuddered, swallowing back the remnants of his dinner that had nearly escaped his throat, casting a fierce glance at the old man. The elderly man, seeing his expression, muttered another curse and exited the restroom. Qian Xiao did not immediately leave. Instead, he gazed at his pale and disheveled reflection in the mirror, which brought to mind the version of himself from a week prior, a lovesick fool, cast aside in public. Indeed, Qian Xiao was none other than Chen Qin, the host of the love-stricken counterattack system, who had awakened this very system a week ago. His experiences since then had been quite surreal. Initially, at the International Business Trade Center in the capital, he encountered the stunning Wang Xiaoxiao. Proud of having spent 8 trillion love tokens on the first day of awakening the system, he returned to his school dormitory only to realize that despite his lavish expenditure, he had not even procured a single means of contact with her. His only reward was a meager 6 increase in affinity. This revelation plunged him into a mental quandary. Should he reserve the remaining 2 trillion tokens for Wang Xiaoxiao, or pursue other targets to recoup his losses? Ultimately, he succumbed to temptation, deciding to use the 2 trillion to pursue other girls and enrich his own life. However, after witnessing Wang Xiaoxiao's unparalleled beauty, he found himself unfulfilled by any other. His standards had been elevated. Those scoring below 90 felt lackluster to him, and such exquisite girls were exceedingly rare, complicating his quest for a new target. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxiao had left an indelible mark on him. Thus, he set his sights on Mu Ruoxue, the radiant first flower of the prestigious university of the capital, who boasted an impressive score of 97. However, she was the second daughter of the esteemed Mu family in the capital, with a fiancé from the Gu family who looked down upon his meager wealth. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to the online realm, spending an entire night in the live streaming rooms of female broadcasters. In the end, he realized it was all merely a facade of technology and ruthless ambition. Once the skin-smoothing filters were applied, every woman appeared to be a stunning beauty, scoring between 80 to 90 points, while in reality, the system revealed that some had scores as low as 20, with the highest only reaching 70. There were even exceptionally attractive individuals whose scores could not be detected, leaving Chen Chen, who seldom frequented Douyin, quite perplexed. It seemed futile to seek out emerging streamers for hidden gems. Ultimately, he set his sights on prominent internet celebrities, naturally zeroing in on Xiao Xianro. With 30 million followers, she undoubtedly possessed genuine allure, boasting an impressive score of 93, nearly on par with top-tier actresses in the Dragon Kingdom. Chen Chen then embarked on his strategy. The previous day, he lavishly showered gifts on other female broadcasters with scores around 80, crafting an image of a wealthy benefactor. Following this, he triumphantly outshone the previous top streamer, causing her favorability rating to soar to 30 with a lavish gift. When Xiao Xianro descended to express her gratitude, he cleverly introduced a small target for her to join his circle, further elevating her favorability to 50, moving her to the point of offering her innocence, and he received a 5-star review for his attentiveness. However, merely days later, he discovered that Xiao Xianro's so-called purity was merely patched together from past relationships. To make matters worse, a video of a group activity featured his ex-girlfriend Lu Qianzhou, which was publicly shared with him, leading to a mortifying spectacle that left him unable to show his face at the prestigious university of the capital, let alone pursue romantic endeavors. His trip to Magic City was now also a quest to transfer to another university, such as Zhonghai University, reputed for its 10 goddesses, all of whom were no less captivating than Mu Ruoxue. With hopeful aspirations, Chen Chen boarded the flight to Magic City. 3 hours later, as dusk settled, he followed the navigation to Xiao Xianro's residence outside Zhonghai University. Upon arriving, he found her already waiting for him, albeit heavily bundled up and fully armed for the encounter. "Oh, Chen Xiao, I missed you so much," she exclaimed. Encased in layers, Xiao Shinro collided into Chun Chen's embrace, nearly overwhelming him as he had yet to conquer a target with a score exceeding 90, and thus had not received any rewards to bolster his strength. He awkwardly patted Xiao Shinro's back, forcing a look of concern and pity as he asked, "Xiao Ro, why do you live in such a place? Come, let me take you to a hotel." "Oh, Chen Xiao, you're so kind." Thus, the two, eager to enjoy a luxurious hotel stay, made their way to the finest establishment in Magic City, the Tianzi Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, the attendant inquired, "Sir, we have two types of presidential suites. Would you prefer a suite or a deluxe room?" Faced with such an inquiry from the receptionist, Chun was momentarily rendered speechless. Before he could make a decision, Xiao Shinro, deeply moved by Chun Xiao's timely assistance, leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Chun Xiao, let us share a king-sized bed. It would make our endeavors much more convenient, wouldn't it?" Her words dripped with a hint of allure, nearly unsettling Chun Chen's resolve. However, the sight of Xiao Shinro, wrapped like a gas canister, fidgeting with her hands, exuded an inexplicable awkwardness. Coupled with her voice, reminiscent of an unapproved video, a chill ran down Chun Chen's spine. As Xiao Shinro noticed Chun Xiao's hesitance, a realization dawned upon her. Perhaps he found her unappealing. This thought left her disheartened, resulting in the notification. Ding! Xiao Shinro's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 60. How could you still lose favor? Chun lamented internally, as he hastily attempted to smooth things over. "Haha. Miss, let us book a presidential suite for the year." Xiao Shinro's face lit up with joy. Ding! Xiao Shinro's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 65. Thank you, Chun Xiao. I am grateful for your company. I assure you, I will repay you well. Repay? Just your willingness is enough. Chun thought to himself, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. He pondered the substantial investment he had made in her favor, caught in a dilemma akin to a convoluted scheme. He was acutely aware that she was akin to a tempting morsel. Only by indulging could he garner favor, while abstaining would result in a decrease in goodwill, rendering his efforts futile. With her favorability now at 65, the target was tantalizingly close. Fear gripped Chun, compelling him to prepare additional blue smurfs from the convenience store for self-protection. Meanwhile, to Xiao Shinro, this was a gesture of Chun Xiao's desire to safeguard her, stirring profound emotions within her. Ding! Xiao Shinro's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability, 70. Goodness, what has she concocted in her mind? Chun mused. Yet, Xiao Shinro's next statement left him utterly flabbergasted. "Oh, Mei Shirta, it's no trouble at all. I don't mind. While you may not mind, I certainly do," he thought, contemplating the system's rewards and Xiao Shinro's exceptional skills. Resolutely, he decided to embrace the role of a brave warrior, telling himself it would be just this once, and surely nothing untoward would occur. As he prepared to face this audacious venture, he suddenly recalled a stunning beauty he had encountered a week prior, which only added to his exasperation. How could he even hope for that 6 favorability? Chun found himself muttering, 6. Chapter 48. The goddess cultivation system. The words of a woman are often but a ruse, who claims to merely wish for friendship. I find that hard to believe, you cunning old rogue. You clearly presume that I, being a male, desire to be your confidant. Within the confines of room 404 in the male dormitory of Zhonghai University, a soft-featured young man clutched a can of Rio, his voice, androgynous, slurred as he muttered drunkenly. "What has come over Sanzi?" inquired his portly roommate. He is simply nursing a crush on an upperclassman from the club with whom he has developed a good rapport. Today, emboldened by their social gathering, he confessed his feelings, replied another lanky roommate. And then what? Was he rejected? Heartbroken? More painful than that. The upperclassman had always perceived him as a girl, viewing him as a close companion. Upon realizing he is male, she was utterly flabbergasted. You can only imagine how awkward that moment was. Winky face. Well, that is indeed quite disheartening. But the chubby roommate suddenly scrutinized the inebriated Jiangku before him. Jiangku stood a little over 160 centimeters, with slender arms and legs, gentle features, exquisite facial contours, and fair skin. His hair, a rare shade of pink, was cut to a length reminiscent of a girl's bob. He truly resembled a young lady. But he does indeed appear feminine. Despite ranking among the top 5 campus heartthrobs, those who do not frequent the school forums would undoubtedly mistake him for a campus belle. Perhaps he should don women's attire and run for the title of one of the top 10 goddesses. He would surely. Cough, cough. Z, cease your chatter. Be wary lest Sanzi refuse to lend you toothpaste, laundry detergent, or facial cleanser. Ah, he is so drunk he wouldn't hear it. I heard that. From this day forth, borrowing from Z is out of the question. Suddenly, Jiang-ku, collapsing onto the table, sat upright, shouting, disregarding the chaos around him, and promptly clambered onto his bed, quickly slipping into a steady slumber. The two roommates exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they returned to their own affairs. In a hazy, ethereal realm, Jiang-ku faintly perceived a distant, celestial voice resonating through his mind. Oh, chosen youth, does your heart harbor a yearning for beautiful maidens? Is that a young lady's voice? How melodious! Am I dreaming? Jiang-ku pinched his thigh, feeling no pain. It seems I truly am in a dream. Might this night grant me a delightful fantasy? He mused, chuckling to himself. Oh, chosen youth, does your heart harbor a yearning for beautiful maidens? The ethereal voice echoed once more, reiterating its prior inquiry. Longing, indeed. Who among young men does not yearn for beauty? Upon hearing his reply, the otherworldly voice appeared to respond, as pink radiance coalesced before him, materializing into a graceful silhouette, her stature akin to his own. The moment Jiang-ku beheld this enchanting figure, his eyes widened in astonishment. A pair of crystalline eyes, akin to sparkling pink diamonds, glimmered with mirth. The corners of her cherry lips curved into an enchanting arc. Her skin, as smooth as congealed fat, and her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, were accentuated by an immaculate white gown that elegantly traced her flawless figure. Cascading pink locks flowed past the delicate arches of her slender feet. Yet, as she floated in the air, her hair did not graze the ground. Jiang-ku raised her hand to wipe away the drool trickling from the corner of her mouth, chuckling. Ah, this springtime dream is truly exhilarating. Do you like my appearance? Would you desire? Yes, I desire. Jiang-ku, unable to contain her eagerness, interrupted the ethereal voice of the girl, opening her arms to embrace the enchanting silhouette. I know you are quite eager, but please do not rush. Are you willing? No, I am in haste. I am willing to do anything. Bring it on. Do not spare me simply because I am a delicate flower. Clearly, Jiang-ku had not learned from past experiences. The last time she had been this hasty, it had led to absurdity. The charming figure before Jiang-ku smiled, transforming into a pink stream of light that surged into her body. A wave of refreshing sensation enveloped her, akin to lounging by a river in summer, caressed by a gentle breeze, accompanied by a warm current coursing through her veins. The following morning, awakening abruptly as if from a near-death experience, Jiang-ku immediately checked if she needed to discreetly wash her undergarments. The delightful sensations from the previous night lingered vividly in her memory, far surpassing any self-reward she had ever experienced. While self-rewards typically left her with an endless void, the previous night's pleasure had filled her with invigorating vitality. As she lifted the covers, Jiang-ku's eyes widened in shock. Something felt amiss with her chest, slightly swollen, and the unfamiliar emptiness between her legs. What on earth? Where is my? Jiang-ku gasped, but quickly covered her mouth. Did I wake up too suddenly? Why am I hearing a girl's voice so early in the morning? Who is this? So eager? Watching a beauty's livestream at dawn? My treasure has been stolen. The voice was ethereal and melodious, strikingly similar to that of the girl from her dream. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, it jolted her 3 friends awake. The 4 of them had once made a pact. Whoever transformed into a beautiful girl first would treat the others to a delightful experience. Now that Jiang-ku had genuinely become a girl, she could only cover her mouth with her hands, too afraid to speak, shivering in her bed. Just as she was at a loss, the voice echoed in her mind. Ding! The goddess cultivation system has awakened. System rating S. The goddess cultivation system is dedicated to nurturing the host into an unparalleled goddess. Ding! Newbie gift pack has been issued. Floral dress, pink, X1, white knee-high socks X1, high heels, pink, X1. Now in the host's wardrobe. What on earth? A system? Is your doing behind my transformation into a girl? Jiangke thought, filled with indignation. How could you take my treasure before I even had the chance to use it? Hey, you wretched system, speak up. If you have the power to turn me into a girl, why can't you respond? The system paid her no mind and continued to announce. Newbie task released. Shop in women's attire at the Zhonghai Shopping Center for 3 hours. Success reward. Male voice simulation. Comfortable chest binder. Failure penalty. Sell the cotton north. Task deadline. 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds. What a bizarre task. What an absurd penalty. Shopping in women's attire? How can this tarnish my illustrious reputation? A sudden announcement echoed in Jiangke's mind, causing her enchanting eyes to glaze over, followed by a roll of her eyes and a tilt of her head as she succumbed to slumber once more. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of Tianya Courtyard, it was the weekend, and 2 young ladies were selecting outfits in preparation for their day out. The foot traffic near Tianya Courtyard was substantial, and creating too much commotion while honing their skills during daylight hours could lead to trouble. Coupled with someone's persuasion, the original date plan continued. The wardrobe was filled with the melodious laughter of the young ladies, imbued with a joyful atmosphere. As for the reason behind their elation, congratulations to Sister Xiao Xiao for shattering Gufeng's worldview. The system, having expended energy to seal memories, fell into slumber, earning the achievement of Worldview Destroyer and receiving a reward of 30 heavenly intent. Congratulations to Qing Cheng for collapsing the antagonist script system's mindset, falling into slumber, and completing the phase objective. Reward, 30 heavenly intent. Last night, Xiaoyu and Xiaolu exhibited remarkable foresight, ensuring they did not disturb the 2 ladies' intimate moments, with the announcement finally made this morning. Heavenly intent is equivalent to attribute points, allowing for the allocation of strength, speed, and physique. Naturally, the 2 ladies sought to compensate for their shortcomings. Xiaohua allocated points to physique, while Xiao Xiao focused on strength. After donning their outfits, Wang Xiaoxiao routinely opened the panel to check for changes, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. Charm, 99, average for Blue Star adults, 6. 21, Chapter 49. The Extraordinary Adventures of Jiang Kuer. Why haven't the 3 big brothers of Jiang Kuer set out yet? It is Saturday, and for a sophomore male student, weekends are typically spent in the dormitory indulging in video games unless there are exceptional circumstances. The other 3 residents of room 404 had no intention of venturing outside either. They were currently immersed in their enjoyable gaming session. After dozing off for half an hour, Jiang Ku woke up feeling overwhelmed. First and foremost was the daunting task of convincing her peers. She would never willingly dress as a girl to go shopping. What if someone recognized her? Furthermore, she was uncertain if she could even pass through the school as security with her current facial recognition system. Ding! Fear not, dear host. All your identification documents, student records, household registration, and even your birth certificate have been altered. You need not even procure a gender reassignment certificate. In the National Archives, you have been a girl from the moment of your birth. What the hell? System, you are so ruthless, leaving me with no escape. Am I destined to live as a girl from now on? Will I have to marry someday? But I only fancy girls. Upon hearing the system's declaration, Jiang Ke's expression morphed into one of despair, her mind waging a fierce internal battle. Ding! However, the system has not altered the perceptions of your family and friends. In their eyes, you still remain a boy. If your identity as a girl were to be exposed in front of your 3 roommates, you surely wouldn't want to be confined to the dormitory, transformed into a plush toy, would you? At these words, Jiang Ke shuddered, chills coursing through her body. After a brief struggle within herself, she let out a long sigh. Regardless of her apprehensions, she had to face reality. Her primary concern was being sold off to a cotton field. According to the system, she was now quite attractive, and if she ended up there, her slender arms and legs would leave her utterly defenseless. The thought of becoming a plush toy was unbearable. She had to lure the three big brothers out first before she could change her clothes and complete her task. But how could she draw them out? Eureka! With a sudden burst of inspiration, Jiangku took out her phone, buried her head under the covers, and muttered something. A faintly melodious voice emerged. Meanwhile, her three roommates were shouting, "Can you even play? The dragon has been stolen. Only the dragon pit remains." Unaware of the commotion from Jiangku's bed, she swiftly composed a message and sent it to the group chat with her three big brothers. Ding! The phones of the three big brothers chimed simultaneously. Jiang Macho Ku. Big brothers, the little sister wants to move some things, but daddy is too hungover to help. This glorious task is entrusted to you, big tall air-fat sea lazy Jiang Macho Ku. The little sister's voice is incredibly enchanting. It's a treat for the ears. Jiang Macho Ku. Voice message, 15. Simultaneously, the three of them opened the voice message, and a celestial, melodious voice resonated. Little brother Ku, I've borrowed too many books from the library and can't carry them all. Could you help me out? I'll treat you to a meal. What the hell? The three individuals simultaneously gasped, their sharp gazes scanning one another, unleashing a velocity unattainable by ordinary beings as they dashed out of dormitory 404, leaving behind the friendly salutations of their two comrades displayed on the computer screen. Upon witnessing their departure, Jiangku couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Three lecherous fools." She swiftly shut the window, locked the door, drew the curtains, and approached the mirror to glimpse her true self. After a brief silence, the room echoed with an exclamation, a crude yet melodious expression of national pride. How outrageous! Half an hour later, at the Zhonghai Shopping Center, the most bustling commercial district near Zhonghai University, a place offering an array of necessities despite its steep prices, remains a favorite haunt for the university's students. After all, being young often entails a certain transparency. Just because one cannot afford it does not mean one should not indulge in window shopping. On this particular weekend, the area was teeming with students from Zhonghai University, and these young souls frequently turned their gazes towards a certain direction. There stood a slender beauty, her pink short hair framing her delicate features, adorned in a light pink floral dress. The craftsmanship of the dress was exquisite, its shade slightly paler than her hair, and it barely grazed her knees, revealing a pair of long, graceful legs clad in white knee-high socks, complemented by dainty pink high heels. Such an all-pink ensemble is notoriously difficult to pull off, yet she wore it with confidence and charm, radiating the essence of youthful exuberance. However, in stark contrast to her captivating appearance, she kept her head bowed, seemingly attempting to conceal her lovely visage. Her pink eyes were filled with apprehension, furtively glancing to the left and right as she cautiously took small, tentative steps, her delicate arms pressed firmly against her skirt to avoid any accidental exposure. "Oh my, what a youthful beauty! So lovely and adorable!" exclaimed a bystander. "She just walked past me, leaving a delightful fragrance in her wake. How can anyone look so stunning in all pink?" When one reaches a certain level of beauty, attire becomes almost secondary. Yet why did she keep her head down? Her gait appeared somewhat peculiar as well. But still, her bashful demeanor is quite endearing. Goodness, is today a day when beauties gather to strut their stuff? Indeed, moments earlier, two even more stunning young ladies had been spotted nearby. They appeared so youthful. Surely they must be from our school. It seems the rankings of the top 10 goddesses might soon be reshuffled. The murmurs of the crowd reached Jiang Ku's ears, intensifying her feelings of self-consciousness and anxiety. What if someone recognized her? Ding! Dear host, there's no need for self-deprecation. Didn't you just admire your own beauty? The system chimed in. The onlookers are singing your praises. Oh dear, it's precisely because I know my face resembles my former self that I fear being recognized by acquaintances. I still seem to be regarded as the school's heartthrob. Jiang Ku wished she could become an ostrich, burying her head in the ground to avoid detection. System, may I don a bag over my head? Ding! Alas, dear host, beauty deserves to be boldly displayed. Look at that confident woman over there. The system's unexpected exclamation startled Jiang Ku, prompting her gaze to shift in the indicated direction. To her astonishment, she couldn't help but exclaim. There stood an enchanting woman with a stunning figure, her hair a mesmerizing gradient of dark blue. Her long hair was styled in a fishtail braid reminiscent of Asuna, the delicate waves cascading down her back, with a few strands delicately resting on her shoulders. She wore a white, form-fitting jumpsuit that accentuated her exquisite curves, complemented by a black jacket that concealed her alluring shoulders and back, yet left a hint of her captivating décolletage visible. One couldn't help but marvel at the profound truth. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. The low-cut hem of her dress swayed gracefully, revealing her elegantly exposed, porcelain calves and exquisite high heels. In stark contrast to her sophisticated attire, she held a strawberry ice cream cone, her blue eyes, faintly glowing with a pink hue, intent on the treat, occasionally darting out her tongue to savor it, embodying an adorable juxtaposition of charm. Did she notice something? Lifting her beautiful gaze towards Jiangku, who had unwittingly approached her. Jiangku initially intended to retreat, but realized that the surrounding onlookers had instinctively stepped back 10 meters, unwilling to disrupt this momentous encounter between two beautiful maidens. This created an awkward situation. Having stared at the girl for so long, any normal girl would surely be offended. "I apologize for being so intrusive. I've been staring at you for quite a while," Jiangku murmured, her voice ethereal and melodious. "Ah, no worries. I know I am quite beautiful," the stunning girl retorted playfully, her voice akin to a celestial chime, contrasting beautifully with Jiangku's. Just as Jiangku sighed in relief, the girl's next words left her utterly dumbfounded. "I know you. You are Jiangku from the Zhonghai family, aren't you?"
No, no.
"You must be mistaken. I am not Jiangku. I am. Ding. Host. You are Jiangku. Ah, yes.
I am Jiang Ker.
Jiangku is my brother. Chapter 50. A conversation without purpose. Congratulations to Sister Xiao Xiao for encountering the host of the Goddess Cultivation System. Achievement unlocked. First encounter with a fellow patient. Reward. Goddess Compendium. Wang Xiaoxiao had long been aware of the shy girl with pink hair fidgeting in the corner. For reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable kinship with this girl, as if they shared a common plight. Upon hearing the system's announcement, several dark lines appeared on her forehead. She had indeed guessed correctly. It was a quintessential protagonist of a transformation narrative. No wonder there was such a peculiar sense of familiarity. Could this be the sixth sense of a woman? Subsequently, she discreetly activated a reincarnation eye, scrutinizing the bashful girl. With pink hair and eyes, standing at 163 centimeters, her charming face, though wrinkled like a bitter melon, would surely shine when she smiled. Ah, how reminiscent! It was just that the slime was a tad small, and her figure was somewhat slender. If she were indeed a beauty, she ought to possess at least the same striking attributes as myself. Wait a moment. Pink hair. Suddenly, she recalled a certain esteemed master who had opted for a bald head due to disdain for his naturally effeminate hair color. During a conversation yesterday, Grandfather Jiang had mentioned his grandson and even shared a photograph. She seemed to have encountered him once at the wedding with Xiaohua. Reflecting on it. Goodness, this unfortunate child undergoing transformation was indeed Grandfather Jiang's grandson. This truly was a matter of lineage. Having discovered an amusing revelation, Wang Xiaoxiao promptly shared it with the second onlooker, Bai Qingcheng, who was still engrossed in playing arcade games nearby. However, it appeared she was too focused to notice. Hee. This delightful tidbit shall be mine to enjoy alone. My name is Jiang Kuer. Jiang is my brother. Oh, Jiang Kuer. What a lovely and adorable name. A playful smile graced the stunning face of Xiao Xiao as she continued. Do you know Wang Xiao from the Wang family of the imperial capital? Of course. My grandfather often mentions him. I am Wang Xiaoxiao. Wang Xiao is my brother. Oh, Wang Zhao's sister, Wang Xiaoxiao. Jiang Kuer pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing that this familiar phrasing seemed to hold a hidden meaning. She quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. It was already peculiar enough that she had been transformed into a girl by the system. There was no way someone as beautiful and elegantly dressed as this girl could be a transformed man. As Jiang Kuer contemplated, she discreetly examined the girl before her. Good heavens, her beauty was akin to a celestial being descending to earth, a visage she had only glimpsed in her dreams the previous night. Noticing her stealing glances, Wang Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. What are you looking at? Beneath our beautiful facade, We are all men. Such intimacy is not permissible. She couldn't allow her to gaze any longer. What if she were captivated by her grandfather's stunning looks? After all, he was a man with a family. A gentle reminder was necessary. But I heard that the Jiang family has no granddaughters? Wang Xiaoxiao inquired. Ah well, I am a distant relative.
Jiang Ker Stammeret.
However, it has been a century since a girl of the Jiang surname was born, Wang Xiaoxiao pressed. I am adopted, yes. I am the adopted daughter of Jiang Qi's parents. Jiang Kur replied. However, the pink hair is indeed unique to the Jiang family. Wang Xiaoxiao inquired. Well, this is... Jiang Kur stammered. Ding. Host, it's dyed. It is quite normal for girls to dye their hair. Oh right, this is dyed. It's to help me look more like a member of the Jiang family. Yes, that's it.
Jiang Kuar rationalized to herself.
Oh, so that's how it is. It seems you truly are Jiang Ku's sister, Wang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her expression suddenly one of realization. Upon seeing this, Jiang Kur wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, clearly startled by the barrage of questions. A certain top-tier individual found amusement in her timid demeanor. The classic transformation story protagonist is reluctant to reveal her true identity as a girl. Huh? Let us see how Sister Xiaoxiao persuades you. Oh, but you truly look just like your brother. Are you sure you're not just Jiang Ku in disguise? This remark left Jiang Ku utterly speechless, her mouth forming an A-shape, and the cold sweat she had just wiped away reappeared. She was momentarily flabbergasted, and even the system that had been assisting her remained silent. It was hardly plausible to drag the girl before her to the women's restroom to check if she was merely a figment of imagination, especially since Jiang Ku was far too timid to enter the ladies' room. The beautiful dress she wore was even borrowed from a nearby hotel. Wang Xiaoxiao, however, did not allow her CPU to overheat and continued, Oh, how could you possibly be a boy? With such cuteness, you must be a girl. Seeing that Wang Xiaoxiao seemed to have dismissed her suspicions, Jiang Ku let out a long sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a potential social disaster. But what if there was a possibility that Jiang Ku had been bound by some unscrupulous system, transformed into the adorable girl Jiang Ku? The moment she relaxed, Wang Xiaoxiao's musings immediately tightened her heartstrings. My goodness, how can your guesses be so accurate? Oh dear, I've been reading too many novels lately. This is reality. How could such bizarre and terrifying things occur? Jiang Ku was at a loss for how many times she had sighed in relief that day. Ha ha ha, I apologize. It's our first meeting, and I've already bombarded you with questions. Wang Xiaoxiao's exquisite face bore a charming smile, her tone warm and inviting, complemented by her refined and elegant attire, embodying the essence of a gentle older sister. Let's introduce ourselves again. It's a pleasure to meet you, Kur. My name is Wang Xiaoxiao, and I am likely a bit older than you. You can call me Sister Xiaoxiao. Hello, Sister Xiaoxiao.
I am Jiang Ker.
The daughter of the Jiang family in the capital. The granddaughter of Jiang Hai. Clearly, Jiang Ku was still not accustomed to her identity as a girl, which is a typical reaction for a protagonist in a transformation narrative. It is not as if, like some peculiar individual, I transformed into a girl and the very next day became enamored with shopping for new attire, indulging in a newfound passion of selecting outfits for 2 hours daily, adorning myself splendidly. I am quite familiar with your grandfather. He had previously entrusted me with the responsibility of looking after you. By the way, Kur, do you have any plans? Perhaps we could venture out shopping together. Jiang Ku harbored no doubts regarding Wang Xiaoxiao's identity. Just yesterday, prior to attending a social gathering, she, at that time still a he, received a phone call from her grandfather, informing her that the Wang family had a stunningly beautiful sister also attending Zhonghai University, encouraging her to engage with her, as she was a formidable figure poised to inherit the Wang family's fortunes. Little did she expect that upon transforming into a girl, she would serendipitously encounter her while undertaking a shopping mission. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful and formidable as well. A few pointed inquiries nearly caused Jiang Ku to suffer a heart attack. How splendid! Let us proceed to shop alongside Sister Xiaoxiao. Naturally, Jiang Ku readily acquiesced. While out shopping on a mission, the foremost consideration was to avoid drawing attention and being recognized by acquaintances. With Wang Xiaoxiao's extraordinary beauty, Walking alongside her would undoubtedly draw the gaze of the crowd, ensuring that no one would notice me. Truly, I am quite clever. Excellent. Here's the plan. I shall select several outfits, bags, and shoes for you, as a token of Sister Xiao Xiao's welcome gift to you. Kur. Upon seeing Jiang Ku's enthusiastic agreement, Wang Xiaoxiao nodded, thus fulfilling Grandfather Jiang's request to look after his granddaughter. Ahem. A slip of the tongue. I meant granddaughter. However, before we set off, we must await another girl. Is she Sister Xiao Xiao's friend? A confidant? She is my wife. Oh, so she is. Ah? Wife. Chapter 51. The Peculiar Accumulation of Knowledge. Wang Xiaoxiao purchased yet another vanilla cone from the ice cream shop, while Jiang Ku, her face adorned with astonishment and confusion, wandered into the nearby claw machine area. A considerable crowd had gathered around, seemingly captivated by someone's attempts at the claw machine. Intriguingly, the onlookers maintained a respectful distance, refraining from loud chatter, and quietly afforded space to the individual at the center of attention. As Wang Xiaoxiao and Jiang Ku approached, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted, allowing the two to proceed unobstructed towards the claw machine being scrutinized by the throng. The one engaged with the claw machine was a petite girl with flowing white hair cascading down her back, tied at the ends with a crimson ribbon. A small floral hairpin adorned one side of her bangs. She wore a white shirt beneath a slightly oversized red sweater, complemented by a dark red plaid skirt, sheer black stockings, and dainty heels. Wrapped in a black scarf that concealed her visage below the nose, only half of her exquisitely pure and adorable face was visible, showcasing an undeniable beauty. With eyes resembling rubies, she was intensely focused on the claw machine, her delicate brows furrowed as if confronting a formidable adversary. Xiaohua, how's the harvest? Have you been at this for 2 hours? A teasing voice chimed in her ear. Stupid Xiaoxiao, do not speak. I shall surely secure a prize with this attempt. Bai Qingqing's charming voice brimmed with resolute determination as she continued. Just watch me maneuver this up and down. I am bound to grasp that little minion. Xiaohua, are you playing King of Fighters here? As expected, the claw failed to grasp the minion, barely grazing its vicinity. Bai Qingqing, in an instant, stomped her petite feet in frustration, which instantly endeared her to the onlookers, prompting them to offer words of comfort. Oh dear, you were so close. Yes, yes, little sister. Do not be disheartened. You will surely succeed next time. You've already invested so many coins. You cannot give up now. They resembled a group encouraging someone to draw cards in a game. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua, you are both inexperienced and playful. Unlike the sympathetic crowd, one individual unabashedly laughed aloud. Stupid Xiaoxiao, how dare you mock me? Envisioning the multitude of spectators, Xiaohua hesitated to resort to her usual threats, instead surreptitiously extending her mischievous hand to pinch Xiaoxiao's waist. Cough, cough. I am not laughing. Not at all. I have undergone professional training. No matter how amusing, I shall remain composed. Upon sighting the mischievous hand, Wang Xiaoxiao's survival instincts surged, and she continued, allow me to demonstrate. Then go ahead. Aim for that little minion. All right. Here. Xiaohua. Take a break with this ice cream. Wang Xiaoxiao thrust the cone into Xiaohua's hand, suddenly grinning mischievously, biting off the tip of the cone, and swiftly turning to flee. You, wicked Xiaoxiao, how dare you eat my ice cream? Then Bai Qingqing gazed at the sweet cone in her hand, which bore a bite and retained a faint hue of lipstick. Her delicate face flushed slightly as she loosened her scarf, parted her cherry-red lips, and daintily took a bite of the cone. The vanilla flavor was her favorite from her past life. Humph. I suppose this exquisite indulgence passes muster. Noticing that Xiaoxiao had dashed off to help her win a prize, Bai Qingqing turned her attention to the somewhat awkward girl with pink hair trailing behind Wang Xiaoxiao. After listening to Wang Xiaoxiao's introduction through their soul link, Bai Qingqing displayed a hint of a bystander's smile, though on the surface, she wore the professional smile she reserved for outsiders. Nodding towards Jiang Ku, she introduced herself. Hello, I am Bai Qingqing, Xiao Zhao's girlfriend. Jiang Ku, who had been observing the interaction between Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingqing, was now utterly astonished. Goodness, is it truly this straightforward? Such an open acknowledgement. The dynamic between Sister Xiao and her girlfriend is far more intimate than mere friendship. Is it now commonplace for girls to be attracted to other girls? How peculiar. Hello, I am Jiangku's sister, she stammered, her worldview shaken. I know you are the child of the Jianghai family, right? Bai Qingcheng remarked with a playful smile, reminiscent of Wang Xiaoxiao's mischievous grin. After recognizing Wang Xiaoxiao, she found herself reminiscing about her past interactions with Wang Xiao, and after sharing so many experiences, the once dim little flower had absorbed some of someone's essence. Actually, we met once at Wang Zhao's wedding.
Bai Qingsheng whispered quietly to Jiang Ku'er.
This revelation was overwhelming. Jiang Ku'er was momentarily at a loss for words. What does this mean? Does she know I am Jiang Ku? Wait, Wang Zhao's wedding? Is Wang Zhao's wife named Bai Qingcheng? Same name? Oh my goodness! Could this Bai Qingcheng be Wang Zhao's wife? She merely appears more beautiful and charming now, with red eyes and longer hair. Oh my goodness! So Wang Xiaoxiao has been unfaithful to her brother Wang Xiao, and after his death, his sister was unfaithful to him too? What a bizarre turn of events. Actually, to be precise, I am not Wang Xiaoxiao's girlfriend. Bai Qingcheng suddenly interjected, breaking Jiang Ku'er's train of thought. Jiang Ku'er was taken aback by her words, then sighed in relief. I knew it. With Sister Zhao's beauty and all the praise from Grandpa, how could she betray her brother? I am Xiao Zhao's legal wife, Bai Qingcheng declared, her words shocking enough to drop Jiang Ku'er's jaw. Having had her fun, Bai Qingcheng continued, Xiao Xiao must have mentioned that she is Wang Zhao's sister, right? Jiang Ku'er, still stunned, could only nod in response. That was just a jest. She is indeed Wang Xiao. When we married, she was still a boy. Oh my goodness! Jiang Ku'er could no longer contain her astonishment, and her mind raced with questions for the system. System? Is there not just one goddess cultivation system in this world? Ding! Responding to the host, is it the goddess cultivation system? This indeed is but a singular occurrence. I cannot quite fathom why the system's voice seems to echo with trepidation. Hihi. Kiki. Do not be so astonished. She has actually been masquerading as a boy for the past decade. I have always been aware of her true identity as a girl. Bai Qingcheng's enchanting smile graced her delicate visage, so adorable that one couldn't help but wish to embrace her. Jiang Qi's demeanor turned listless. Must you two speak in such a breathless manner? Yes, a husband and wife indeed. It is rather startling, one might fear for their sanity. It is said that there exists a terrifying Dr. Yang in the psychiatric hospital of the magical city. Quite alarming indeed. Aha. So it appears that Sister Xiao and Qingcheng share such a relationship. My apologies for my excessive astonishment. I never realized that such bonds could exist between girls. Observing Sister Xiao and her companion, they seemed delightfully sweet together. How lovely for two girls to be so close. My repository of peculiar knowledge has once again expanded. It seems that transforming into a beautiful girl might not be such a bad notion after all. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Qi felt a tremor in her pupils. What on earth, how could I entertain such thoughts? No, not a descent into femininity. Bai Qingcheng watched the youthful girl before her, whose expression shifted like the weather, with an amused gaze. Within their spiritual connection, Bai Qingcheng remarked, Hee. I cannot contain my laughter. Is this truly how a protagonist in a transformation narrative behaves upon becoming a girl? Wang Xiaoxiao retorted, what do you mean by that? Am I not a protagonist in a transformation narrative as well? Bai Qingcheng replied, you are indeed an oddity. I shan't waste my breath on you. Yet, your perspective has undoubtedly been altered considerably. It is you, the cunning Xiao Xiao, who has orchestrated this. Wang Xiaoxiao countered, what do you mean by cunning? In any case, protagonists in transformation tales eventually embrace their beautiful girl identities. I merely expedited that process by 100 chapters, allowing Jiang Qi to embrace the splendid life of a beautiful girl sooner.
Bai Qingchen exclaimed, Ah,
Xiao Xiao, you are actually using the reincarnation gaze to seize dolls. And you've collected so many. Wang Xiaoxiao coughed. I was too preoccupied with secretly enjoying the spectacle, and inadvertently revealed my prowess with the reincarnation gaze. Both Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng exchanged glances at the pile of little yellow figures at their feet, feeling somewhat at a loss. They could not store them in the realm of wisdom truth. What were they to do now? At that moment, her peripheral vision caught sight of something. Xiao Qi, come forth and assist your sister. No sooner had she spoken than a tall woman emerged from the narrow gap between the two claw machines, clad in a black hoodie and jeans, exuding a strikingly elegant demeanor. It was Lu Xiaoqi. She seemed accustomed to her sister's knack for discovering her whereabouts, yet she remained perpetually indignant each time she was unearthed. What could be the underlying principle? Is there some sort of search radar? Sister, how am I to carry all these little yellow figures you have collected? And today is my day off. Must you still press me into service? Lu Xiaoqi pouted. Oh, it was merely an inadvertent oversight. Xiaoqi, do take some. I shall assist you as well. Xiaoqi? As Wang Xiaoxiao spoke, she, along with Xiaohua and Xiaoqi, busily tidied up the scattered minions on the ground. Suddenly, she noticed that Lu Xiaoqi had ceased her movements, seemingly lost in thought. Looking up, she saw Lu Xiaoqi locking eyes with Zhang Kuer, who was not far away. It's you, the imposing sister in black from the gym. Chapter 52. Little Chi and Coco, it's you, the sister in black from the gym. Zhang Kuer exclaimed as she spotted Lu Xiaoqi tidying up the scattered little yellow figures. Lu Xiaoqi, too, recognized Zhang Kuer. More specifically, she recognized Zhang Ku. Goodness! Wasn't this the little boy she had rescued from the harassment of that old man just the other night at the gym? Yet, the figure before her, clad in a charming pink dress, appeared to be, well, presumably a boy. They bore a striking resemblance, and since Zhang Kuer had identified her, it was undoubtedly the same person. This particular inclination was certainly rather unique. Although her older sister had her quirks, she had never donned women's clothing prior to her transformation. Nonetheless, Lu Xiaoqi maintained her professional demeanor as an assistant. While her mind was filled with silent critiques, she refrained from voicing them aloud, especially since this young man was closely associated with her sister. As a sister and assistant, she ought to treat him with respect. Lu Xiaoqi politely bowed to Zhang Kuer and introduced herself. Hello, young Master Zhang. I am Lu Xiaoqi, the assistant to Miss Zhang. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as her words left her lips, the atmosphere around them fell into an eerie silence. The expressions of the onlookers varied significantly, particularly Zhang Kuer, whose delicate foot began to nervously pick at the ground. Wang Xiaoxiao, quick to react, intervened to prevent the crowd from murmuring, "Haha. Xiaoqi, you must be mistaken. This is Miss Zhang Kuer, not young Master Zhang." The straightforward Lu Xiaoqi was filled with confusion. Why would a perfectly fine young master be referred to as a miss? Realizing the attention of so many was upon them, she leaned closer to Wang Xiaoxiao and whispered, in a tone only the four girls could hear, "But the Zhang family does not have any girls named Zhang, right? And don't forget, during your wedding with Sister Qingcheng, young Master Zhang was present. Moreover, just the other night, an old man mistook him for a girl and harassed him, and I was the one who intervened. At that time, he was still a boy." Wang Xiaoxiao, quick-witted, swiftly moved in front of Lu Xiaoqi and covered her mouth, knowing that if she continued, Zhang Kuer would be mortified beyond measure. A glance at Zhang Kuer's feet revealed a hole nearly excavated into the floor. Ahem, Xiaoqi. This young man is indeed not the Zhang Ku we encountered at our wedding, as he and his brother bear no resemblance whatsoever, Bai Qingqing added, attempting to defuse the situation, though her words came across as somewhat transparent. At this point, Zhang Kuer appeared dazed and lost, her foot having unearthed an entire pit of terracotta warriors. Hadn't the truth already been exposed? She felt exhausted, overwhelmed. Perhaps it was time for everything to come to an end. After a brief moment, dispelling the misunderstandings of the onlookers, the four emerged from the arcade. Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng carried 2 large bags filled with minions, their destination unknown, merely stating they were going to take care of something and would be back shortly. One could only wonder how they planned to manage such a considerable number of minions. Now, only Lu Xiaoqi and Zhang Kuer remained at the arcade's entrance, their striking beauty drawing the attention of passers-by. Standing by the bustling sidewalk, they felt the curious glances directed their way, amplifying the awkwardness from the earlier social faux pas. Zhang Kuer felt as if ants were crawling on her skin. The sudden exposure of her identity was already embarrassing enough. To add to the discomfort, she had rambled on with Sister Xiaoxiao and Sister Qingcheng, who, while aware, chose to remain silent about it. Ultimately, she had to come clean, declaring herself as Jiang Ku, a girl since childhood, to bring the matter to a close. Her gaze shifted to the forthright and dashing figure of the black-clad older sister who had saved her 2 days prior. Recalling past events, she remembered that when she, still identifying as a boy, realized her feelings for a senior, she resolved to improve her physique. While she did not aim to become a muscular man, she certainly did not want to appear frail and delicate like a woman. It is often said that moderate exercise attracts the opposite sex, while excessive training attracts the same. Jiang Ku, however, was an exception. Regardless of her workout regimen, she attracted the same sex, and despite her efforts, her strength remained unchanged while her figure grew increasingly slender and toned. The more she exercised, the more elastic her muscles became, and her skin grew fairer, creating an unintended beauty effect. Coupled with her pastel pink hair, she appeared undeniably adorable. 2 days prior, as Jiang Ku prepared for the moment she had planned to confess her feelings, she visited the gym to make a last-minute effort. That evening, she encountered the notorious Master Ma, who insisted on teaching her some peculiar techniques. After being rebuffed, he changed his tactic, claiming her cervical spine was damaged and required his unique healing methods. Jiang Ku remained steadfast in her refusal, prompting Master Ma to attempt forceful persuasion, gripping her hand with surprising strength. Just then, she landed a punch squarely on his right eye, sending him flying, and he scrambled away in disarray. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqi, clad in a sleek black athletic outfit that showcased her toned physique, was still glistening with sweat from her boxing session. Her striking appearance left Jiang Ku momentarily speechless. Without waiting for gratitude, Lu Xiaoqi quipped, "Little young master, don't forget to bring a bodyguard next time you step out." Before departing, now transformed into Jiang Ku, she felt the need to express her gratitude. Thus, she called out, "Sister Xiaoqi." This exclamation startled the somewhat awkward Lu Xiaoqi, who had nearly caused Jiang Ku, or rather Jiang Ku, to suffer another social blunder. "I am here. What can I do for you, Miss Ku?" In a moment of instinct, Xiaoqi unconsciously assumed the role of an assistant, stammering as she spoke. Turning her head, she caught sight of Jiang Ku, whose delicate pink eyes were fixed upon her with a serious expression. "You need not call me Miss. If you prefer, you may simply refer to me as Ku." Jiang Ku still felt unaccustomed to her identity as a girl, including her new name. How amusing it was to realize that adding an to her name transformed it into something adorably feminine. What kind of name had her grandfather bestowed upon her? "Very well. Miss Kiki," Xiaoqi readily agreed. "Ah no, it's just Kiki." "Okay, let us go with Kiki then." The repetition of the word felt somewhat nauseating and even more embarrassing. Would a protagonist in a transformation narrative truly adopt such a playful name? "Are you being polite?" Jiang Ku interjected. "Sister Xiaoqi, there is no need for the honorifics. Just call me Kiki. I wish to express my gratitude for your assistance at the gym the other day." With that, Jiang Ku bowed slightly. "Miss Kiki, there is no need to be so formal. It was merely my duty," Xiaoqi responded, waving her hands dismissively. No, this thanks must be conveyed. No. You are the young lady of the Jiang family, and I am but an assistant. Such decorum is unwarranted." After a series of polite refusals,
Xiao Kuei ultimately conceded to Jiang Ku's gratitude.
Once the topic concluded, an awkward silence enveloped them. "By the way, Sister Xiaoqi, are you also a student at Zhonghai University?" Jiang Ku broke the silence, seeking a new topic. "Indeed, I just transferred here a couple of days ago, majoring in economic management. I should be in the first year, class 1. "Ah, what a coincidence. I am also in economic management, class 1, however, I haven't seen you around." At this, Xiaoqi's lips twitched slightly. It was hardly surprising, given that her illustrious sister had been assigning her tasks over the past few days. Just last night, she had requested Xiaoqi to investigate the remaining 3 Dragon Kings of the Long Wangdian and the formidable master behind Yifeng. Moreover, it seemed that every time her sister finished her affectionate exchanges with Qing Cheng, her thoughts became extraordinarily clear. Although Wang Xiaoxiao was usually quite sharp, Xiaoqi could at least keep pace with her reasoning. Recently, however, it was as if her sister had become even more astute, and Xiaoqi found it increasingly difficult to keep up. Thus, Xiaoqi's most significant achievement since enrolling at Zhonghai University had been acquiring her student ID, while her textbooks remained unopened in the shared dormitory allocated by the school. I've been occupied with enrollment procedures these past 2 days and haven't yet attended class. But I should be attending normally by next Monday. Xiao Qi fabricated an excuse, determined to preserve her sister's illustrious reputation. If Bai Qingcheng were to hear this, she would undoubtedly question illustrious reputation. Does that scoundrel Xiao Xiao possess such a thing? From now on, we shall be classmates. I look forward to your guidance. Jiang Kur harbors a certain fondness for Lu Xiaoqi. Although it is not the typical tale of falling head over heels after being rescued, the charm of the hero rescuing the damsel inevitably breeds affection, particularly when the hero is a strikingly elegant older sister, which only amplifies her admiration. It is I who should be asking Miss Kiki for her kind assistance. Regardless of the intent to foster goodwill with the Jiang family or to express remorse towards Jiang Kur, Xiaoqi reciprocated with a friendly gesture. After a round of polite refusals, the two found themselves awkwardly standing still, sharing a forced laugh. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoxiao's voice shattered the tension. There are so many little yellow figures. You've been hiding them for so long. Ha ha ha. Jiang Kur and Lu Xiaoqi turned in unison to see Wang Xiaoxiao approaching alongside Bai Qingcheng, the latter entwining her arm with Wang Xiaoxiao's, their fingers interlaced in a display of intimacy, as if to ensure that onlookers recognized them as a pair. Come on, let me take you both shopping. Young ladies ought to indulge in shopping for clothes, Wang Xiaoxiao declared with a flourish of her hand. Ah, do I get to go too? Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kur exclaimed simultaneously, momentarily taken aback. Of course. Xiaoqi, you've worn nothing but black all day. Sister Qingcheng will help you pick out new outfits. Bai Qingcheng replied. And Kur, you've always dressed as a boy. Wang Xiaoxiao, who just promised to give you a welcome gift, chimed in. With no choice left, Jiang Kur and Lu Xiaoqi reluctantly followed the two spirited girls, entirely oblivious to the giggling antics of the other two young ladies ahead of them. Chapter 53. The struggle of unrequited love. A few moments ago, Wang Xiaoxiao and Bai Qingcheng hurriedly arrived at an isolated corner, each grasping 2 large bags filled with minions. Xiaohua, quickly, move faster, pack all the minions into the bags and conceal them. After ensuring the vicinity was devoid of onlookers and surveillance, Wang Xiaoxiao waved her hand, conjuring 10 elegant handbags out of thin air. Hurry up, what's the urgency? Bai Qingcheng, noticing Xiaoxiao's sudden anxiety, inquired with confusion. Hee, it's all about shipping CPs. Wang Xiaoxiao replied with a mischievous grin. Shipping CP? Who's involved? Bai Qingcheng asked, puzzled. Oh, silly Xiaohua. Naturally, it's our dear Xiaoqi and Kur from the Jiang family. Bai Qingcheng's mind was overwhelmed with questions, but she quickly regained her composure. Xiao, don't frivolously matchmake. Just because Kur was once a boy doesn't mean she's attracted to girls. How can you be so certain Xiaoqi is interested in girls as well? Wake up. Shipping anything indiscriminately will only bring you trouble. I actually do know. Xiaoqi is fond of girls like Kur. What makes you so sure? Because I once shared the story of the land of past joys with her. She laughed so heartily at it. Well then, you little matchmaker, are you trying to stir trouble? Let us get back on track. Xiaohua, do you know which character she adores the most? Which one? The one everyone loves. Just think of how Kur looks after her transformation. Bai Qingcheng scratched her head, suddenly enlightened. Well, that could indeed work. Quickly gather the minions. I will wear a mask. And you activate concealment. We can ship them freely. Fast forward to the present. Bai Qingcheng linked her arm with Wang Xiaoxiao as they walked ahead, with Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kur trailing behind. Wang Xiaoxiao noted that although the two behind them were walking side by side, they maintained a distance of at least 50 centimeters, creating an awkward atmosphere. Through their soul link, Bai Qingcheng remarked, why haven't I seen any signs of them becoming familiar with each other? Just now, watching them converse, I felt embarrassed for them. Wang Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. I've just realized I overlooked something significant. What is it? Xiaoqi has only just turned 18 and has spent most of her time with me, developing a somewhat straight demeanor. More accurately, a straight girl perspective. She may not have even considered this aspect. Ah, straight girl? What do you mean by that? Didn't you notice her awkward revelation about Kur's identity and that cringeworthy small talk? Bai Qingcheng replied. That indeed was a tad too straightforward. Wang Xiaoxiao continued, in any case, let us allow their relationship to develop naturally. Forcing a bond yields no sweetness. Let us focus on picking out clothes for them. Agreed. A moment later, within the women's clothing store, this white dress is beautiful. With the weather warming up, it can be worn frequently. Let us buy it. The short skirt is quite appealing, and the youthful style of Kur undoubtedly suits her perfectly. Purchased. Xiaoqi looks fantastic in red as well. Hence, it is often advised to avoid wearing black all day long. Bought. And what about the black and white stockings? Buy. 3 hours later, Lu Xiaoqi and Zhang Kur, fatigued, dragged their weary bodies, their arms laden with shopping bags filled with the garments chosen by Wang Xiaoxiao and by Qing Cheng. They had everything one could need for both home and outings, yet their haul was so exhaustive that there was no room left to carry more. Zhang Kur pondered. For trying on clothes with Xiaoqi took them at least 3 to 4 minutes per outfit. In stark contrast, Xiao Xiao and Qing Cheng entered the fitting room with armfuls of clothes and emerged within 10 seconds, impeccably dressed, occasionally even altering their hairstyles. Faster than models changing outfits. How was this possible? Moreover, they had acquired a plethora of clothing, yet their hands were consistently occupied with only 2 bags. How was this achieved? Xiaoqi paid no heed to these illogical aspects. After all, she had witnessed her elder sister perish, only to miraculously return as a girl after the coffin explosion. She accepted that her sister and sister-in-law possessed some mysterious powers. Furthermore, even she, Zhang Kur, attributed it to the conventional practices of mature shopping beauties. After all, today was her inaugural day as a girl, and she was utterly oblivious to how normal girls shopped. Seeing them on the verge of exhaustion, Wang Xiaoxiao suggested they rest on a bench in the shopping center while she and Bai Qing Cheng went to procure some sweet treats from Mishuai City. It turns out that shopping can be quite arduous for girls. Indeed, it was my first time accompanying them. Isn't Xiaoqi the personal assistant of Sister Xiao? Doesn't she usually take you shopping? Yes, but I prefer to find a place to conceal myself while working, emerging only when the young lady calls for me. Why hide away? Can't you follow Sister Xiao openly? One reason is that when the young lady claps her hands and I suddenly appear, it makes her seem enigmatic. Another reason is that I am practicing ninjutsu. Ninjutsu? This inevitably leads us to a tale about a fox with 9 tails. Suddenly sharing a common topic, the 2 young women engaged in cheerful conversation. In the Zhonghai shopping center, at the luxurious store of Ai Ma Shi, a woman, wrapped tightly like a gas canister, was selecting handbags. Despite her restrictive attire, her lively demeanor revealed her delight as she picked up a bag worth 1.2 million. With a sweet yet slightly husky voice, she addressed a man seated nearby on a sofa, engrossed in Douyin. "Ah-chan, what do you think of this bag?" At this moment, the man appeared somewhat pallid, his gaze slightly unfocused. Upon rising, his steps were unsteady, clearly a result of last night's indulgence. He first cast a glance at the price, a flicker of discomfort crossing his lips, yet he nodded graciously, saying, "Ruru, if you like it, purchase whatever you desire. Do not concern yourself with saving money for me. Wrap it up, please." "Really? Aiken, you are truly too kind to me," the woman exclaimed, throwing herself into the embrace of the man, removing her mask to plant a kiss on his face. Their relationship appeared exceedingly intimate. Ding. Xiao Shenrou's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 75. These two were, of course, Chan Chen and Xiao Shenrou after a night of revelry. As for Xiao Shenrou's affection level, this topic stirred a wave of frustration within Chen Qin. The previous day, Xiao Shenrou had been moved by a series of gestures that elevated her affection to 70. However, after their nocturnal encounter, her lingering demeanor and the faint trace of disdain hidden in her eyes cut deeply. The situation was exacerbated by the notification. Ding! Xiao Shenrou's affection level, 10. Current affection level, 60. Evidently, with her wealth of experience, Xiao Shenrou was dissatisfied with Chun Chen's performance. At that moment, Chun Chen felt as though he had consumed an excessive amount of disappointment, caught between humiliation and anger. Yet, mindful of the affection level, he refrained from expressing his ire, opting instead to exert himself fully, exhausting all his resources, which only managed to garner a meager 5 increase in her affection. At this juncture, Chun Chun was utterly fatigued, his affection for the woman before him having plummeted to rock bottom. His paramount objective was to elevate her affection to 90 so that he could swiftly rid himself of her presence. He was even reluctant to spend on her, finding her utterly distasteful. Xiao Xianro picked up the shopping bag prepared by the attendant, casting a glance at her, raising her chin with an air of superiority as she linked her arm with Chun Chen's, leaving the luxury store behind, leaving several attendants in a state of bewilderment. Upon stepping outside, his gaze fell upon the bench at the entrance of the store, and in an instant, Chun Chen's previously unfocused eyes sharpened with intent. Chapter 54. Encountering the infatuated brother again, his techniques in wooing women. Beep. Detected a woman of suitable beauty. Name, Lu Xiaoqi. Age, 18. Height, 172 centimeters. Beauty, 99. Favorability, 50. Beep. Detected a woman of suitable beauty. Name, Jiang Kuer. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Beauty, favorability, 0. As Chun Chun listened to a series of system notifications in his mind, he felt as though he were a drowning person grasping a life buoy. At long last, he had found two potential targets of interest. He couldn't help but scrutinize the two young women not far away. The tall girl was undoubtedly Lu Xiaoqi, clad in a fitted black sweatshirt and sleek jeans that accentuated her remarkably athletic figure. With her shoulder-length straight black hair and strikingly beautiful features, she exuded an aura of confidence that could easily be described as handsome. Her beauty, rated a perfect 99, was indeed worthy of comparison with top-tier celebrities. At that moment, Lu Xiaoqi was animatedly sharing an amusing story with the girl beside her, gesticulating enthusiastically while her dark eyes sparkled with excitement. The youthful girl beside her must be Jiang Kuer. This girl was truly stunning, sporting a chic bob of pastel pink hair, her eyes shimmering like pink diamonds. With a hint of a smile gracing her cherry lips and pearly white teeth, she seemed to overshadow the already arriving spring with her brilliance. Dressed in a fitted light pink floral dress and knee-high white stockings paired with pink heels, she effortlessly mastered the pastel ensemble, enhancing her beauty even further. Indeed, she deserved the title of a beauty of extraordinary caliber. Among those Chun Chun had encountered, aside from Wang Xiaoxiao, Jiang Kuer was the only one who could compete at such a level. If Wang Xiaoxiao could overshadow 100 of Xiao Xianro, then Jiang Kuer was surely worth at least 10. At that moment, Jiang Kuer was listening intently to Lu Xiaoqi, occasionally asking questions and letting out melodious laughter, clearly captivated by the tale being told. Such enchanting beauties are a rare find, and here they were near Zhonghai University. Perhaps these two could even be among the top 10 goddesses. Ro, I just spotted the young master of the Lin family from the magical city. I must go greet him and cannot continue accompanying you. Please head back first. Chun Chen fabricated an excuse to dismiss Xiao Xianro. It was a jest. How could he possibly let such extraordinary girls slip away? He needed to shake off Xiao Xianro, the burden, to fully seize this opportunity. All right, Aiken, you go ahead. Ro will be waiting for you at the hotel. Xiao Xianro, ever understanding, agreed and departed. However, due to her heavy attire, Chun Chun could not discern her expression. Once Xiao Xianro left, Chun Chun adjusted his own attire, which was no less expensive, amounting to a total of 100,000. As for where the money came from, naturally, he returned the short horse handbag that had not been delivered last time, incurring the disdain of the shop assistant from that occasion. After receiving the refund, he did not immediately repay the loan he had misappropriated, but instead invested in a wardrobe that befitted his persona as the scion of a reclusive family, spending a staggering 100,000 or so, which left him feeling quite pained for several days. Indeed, spending one's own money is always a source of heartache. Yet, for the sake of his image, Chun Chun gritted his teeth and made the purchase, viewing it as a necessary investment in his strategy to win over the ladies. Previously, during the grand arrival of Xiao Xianro in the capital, this very attire had proven remarkably effective. After a brief arrangement, Chun Chun discreetly observed the two ladies who were engaged in cheerful conversation for a few minutes. Through this observation, he noted that while many were approaching them for WeChat details, the majority were directed towards Jiang Kuer, while for some unknown reason, Lu Xiaoqi attracted no attention whatsoever. It was true that Zhang Kuo possessed slightly higher beauty, yet Lu Xiaoqi was certainly not lacking in appeal. Was there an underlying story here? Chun Chun rapidly concocted an elaborate narrative of plastic sisterhood and intrigue, formulating a plan as he strode confidently forward. Why is the descendant of a village-saving hero so vilified in this community? Zhang Kuo exclaimed, her small mouth pouting in indignation as she immersed herself in the tale. Indeed, when I first heard this story, I thought the villagers must be quite foolish. But wait until you hear what comes next. It becomes even more absurd. Lu Xiaoqi relished sharing stories, momentarily forgetting her role as an assistant, speaking to Zhang Kuo as though they were friends. Just then, a voice interrupted them. Excuse me, could I get to know you? May I add you on WeChat? The two ladies were suddenly interrupted, looking up simultaneously to find a man clad in a black suit, polished shoes, a briefcase, a Rolex watch and frameless glasses, his entire demeanor exuding opulence. I'm sorry, we don't know the way, nor do we know you, and we aren't into swimming or fitness, so there's no need to add you on WeChat, Zhang Kuo replied, arching her brow in outright refusal. Ah, my dear classmate, you misunderstand. I am neither asking for directions nor mistaking you for someone else, nor am I here for swimming or fitness, Chun Chun replied with a smile. Then what is your purpose? Of course, it is to pursue this young lady. Indeed, the man was none other than the dogged suitor Chen Chen, whose forthright approach to flirting was a part of his strategy. The previous attempts at flirting had been roundabout and convoluted, involving questions about directions, mistaken identities, and even a rather baseless claim of being involved in swimming and fitness. Little did they know, such coyness was precisely what turned women off. It was far better to be as direct as he was, getting straight to the point, thereby garnering a more favorable impression from the ladies. Of course, the above merely reflected the personal opinion of the dogged suitor. Zhang Kuo, with a furrowed brow, considered the irony of her situation. Having transformed into a beautiful girl, she had anticipated that suitors would come forth. However, it was peculiar that when her friends Xiao Jie and Qing Chang Jie were present, no one had approached them, as if a certain aura had deterred any advances. She and Xiao Qi engaged in a brief conversation when a group of brazen suitors approached them, followed by yet another bold gentleman professing his affection. At this thought, Zhang Kuo displayed a hint of exasperation on her delicate visage as she exchanged a glance with Lu Xiaoqi and addressed Chen Chen, stating, I harbor no interest in you, and you are disturbing us. Upon hearing this, a smirk of mischievous charm graced Chen Chen's lips. As anticipated, Ah, my dear classmate, you misunderstand. I am not pursuing you. Rather, it is this young lady beside you who has captured my attention. Ignoring Zhang Kuo's astonished expression, Chen Chen shifted his gaze towards the indifferent Lu Xiaoqi, his eyes gleaming with admiration, affection, and a touch of sympathy. Simultaneously, he subtly rolled up his sleeve to reveal a luxurious Rolex worth 200,000, a tactic employed by the ardent admirer. In his eyes, these two were evidently mere acquaintances, seemingly enjoying a pleasant chat, yet secretly assessing each other's allure through the lens of the onlooker's advances. Much like his ex-girlfriend Lu Qian, who appeared close with her 3 roommates while in reality maintaining an absurd number of group chats. From his recent observations, it was apparent that Lu Xiaoqi, though somewhat less attractive, had attracted no suitors, whereas Zhang Kuo, possessing a slightly higher allure, was evidently more sought after. Furthermore, during their conversation, Lu Xiaoqi was predominantly the one speaking, while Zhang Kuo merely offered perfunctory responses, indicating a long-standing disparity in their relationship dynamics. Chen Chen's remark aimed to disrupt this imbalance, allowing the less favored Lu Xiaoqi to feel the admiration from a man of quality, thereby thawing the ice of her solitude and piquing her interest in a man who did not judge based on appearances. Conversely, he intended for the more esteemed Zhang Kuo to feel a sense of contrast, stirring within her a curiosity towards a man who was not swayed by her looks. Such curiosity from a woman towards a man signifies the initial steps towards her capitulation. Of course, this perspective solely reflects Chen Chen's personal opinion. Just as he awaited Lu Xiaoqi's response and the system's report of his charm level, a chilling gaze pierced through him, sending shivers down his spine. The owner of this gaze was none other than Ding. Lu Xiaoqi's favorability level, 50. Current favorability. 100 Chun Chen's mind was filled with question marks. Lu Xiaoqi's dark eyes radiated disdain and coldness. The last time Xiaoqi appeared with sunglasses, accompanied by the more attention-grabbing Wang Xiaoxiao, Chun had failed to recognize Lu Xiaoqi. However, Xiaoqi recognized this unfortunate fellow who had been swindled out of 8 billion by her sister, or more precisely, this ardent admirer who had willingly gifted her sister. While grateful for his generosity, it was clear to everyone what his intentions were. Having failed to win over her sister, had he now set his sights on her? Observing him as he seemingly focused on her while covertly surveying Jiang Kuer, it seemed he intended to charm them both simultaneously, and with his guise of a high-quality male. Ding! Lu Xiaoqi's affinity level stands at 50, while the current affinity has reached an astonishing 150. Chun remarked, "What a hellish beginning this is." Chapter 55. The Super Borrowing System. Ding! Lu Xiaoqi's favorability level is at 50, current favorability, 150 at this moment. Chun was utterly perplexed, his face adorned with question marks. What on earth was happening? All he did was request a WeChat contact, expressing his intent to pursue her, yet suddenly his favorability took a significant hit. What was the underlying principle? He had uttered no offensive words. Wait a minute. This enchanting lady seemed to possess a negative initial favorability towards him. Could it be that she recognized him? Chun rapidly searched his memory, but no matter how hard he pondered, he could not recall this stunning beauty, who was rated a perfect 99, in the slightest. While he stood there, lost in contemplation, Jiang Kuer leaned closer to Lu Xiaoqi and whispered, "Sister Chi-Chi, this man harbors ill intentions. He aims to pursue both of us simultaneously, and while he professes his feelings for you, he is secretly eyeing me. Just look at how he sways as he walks. His pallid complexion reveals he overindulged last night. Cough, cough, his lifestyle choices are questionable, and with his ostentatious attire, it's evident that this is not his first attempt at flirting. Just a day prior, Jiang Kuer, who had been a boy, possessed keen insight into the psychology behind a man's advances, articulating her suspicions in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoqi nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is nothing but a scoundrel. I have encountered him before. He was dumped by his girlfriend and, in her presence, attempted to flirt with my sister. Fortunately, it was unsuccessful. This scoundrel, having overindulged the previous night, appeared utterly deflated, yet he still dared to approach? Both women felt a palpable disdain for the slightly greasy Chun before them. Ding! Jiang Kuer's favorability level is at 20, current favorability, 20. What in the world? How had both ladies begun to harbor negative feelings? Just as Chun was about to speak in an attempt to salvage the situation, he raised his gaze only to be met with Lu Xiaoqi's icy, penetrating stare, causing a chill to run down his spine. He swallowed his words and, simultaneously, his saliva. It dawned on him why the passers-by had refrained from approaching Lu Xiaoqi. To try would be tantamount to courting disaster. Who would dare? Yet how could he simply concede? It was a rare opportunity to encounter such a stunning woman. In a moment of frantic thought, he scratched his head and forced a laugh, saying, "Haha, miss, I was merely jesting. In truth, my friends wagered 500,000 yuan that I could obtain your WeChat. Would you be so kind as to oblige? I promise to give it all to you as compensation for my unwarranted intrusion." With this statement, Chun sought to underscore his wealth and connections. What kind of person would wager 500,000 yuan? It was an audacious move to alleviate the awkwardness of his unsolicited approach. Brilliant, truly brilliant. However, seeing that this persistent suitor was unwilling to take his leave, the taciturn yet formidable Lu Xiaoqi clenched her fists, preparing to take action. After all, she could always make her sister compensate him 1,000,000. Did he think 500,000 was a substantial amount? She could easily throw 1,000,000 his way just to have the pleasure of giving him a beating. Jiang Kuer noticed Lu Xiaoqi's tightened fists and quickly grasped her hands, subtly shaking her head. After all, this is the street. It is rather inappropriate to engage in violence in public. To think that one would desire my dear sister's contact information for a mere 500,000. Does that not reflect a certain disdain for her? A petulant yet melodious voice suddenly rang out from a short distance away, exuding a hint of youthful innocence. It was unmistakably that of a young girl. Chan Chan turned to look, and indeed it was. A petite figure clad in a white shirt, a red sweater adorned with a long scarf, a dark red skirt, and sheer black stockings. Most notably, she possessed striking white hair and crimson eyes. Beep! Detected a female of significant beauty. Name: Bai Qingqing, age: 19, height: 155 centimeters. Beauty rating: favorability: 6. As the system's announcement concluded, Chun Chun was left utterly dumbfounded. Holy moly! A lawful lowly, comparable to Wang Xiaoxiao, indicated by 3 question marks, and most importantly, she too possessed a favorability rating of 6. Wait a moment. Why did I say 2? Chun Chun felt elated. Having an initial favorability rating was akin to starting with a royal flush. Dazed by the allure of the white-haired, red-eyed girl, Chun Chun completely overlooked the fact that this was the same name Wang Xiaoxiao had mentioned previously. As for why Bai Qingqing had a favorability rating, it was quite simple. Wasn't she the one who was being lavished with 8 billion from the devoted son? Your father is still in line for bubble tea. Let this devoted daughter embrace the offerings of the adored son. Bai Qingqing had long been eager to meet this financial benefactor, along with his extraordinary lending system, the devoted son's comeback system. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Why are you just standing there like a fool? This was the character Bai Qingqing had crafted for herself, a willful and spoiled young lady, and she played her part exceedingly well. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing directly at Chen Chen, her feet planted shoulder-width apart, her mouth forming a perfect shape, she flawlessly mirrored a certain haughty character from her past encounters with Wang Xiaoxiao. This display left Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kuo nearby utterly bewildered, their wide eyes filled with questions. Was this truly the persona of Sister Qingqing? At that moment, Chun Chun snapped out of her shock and quickly assessed the girl before her. She appeared to be an innocent, capricious young lady, seemingly easy to deceive. Ahem, little sister, I heard you. Little sister? You should call me sister. Ahem, very well, little sister. What you just said, about wanting my sister's contact information for a mere 500,000. Do you not think that's a bit unrealistic? Humph. As she delivered this line, Bai Qingqing placed her hands on her hips, her haughty humph so expressive it nearly knocked the breath out of Chun Chun. A smile involuntarily crept across Chun Chun's lips. Ah, a willful and spoiled young lady, is it? Such a character must be challenged. That is how one leaves a lasting impression. Let us see how I can maneuver this. I do not seek your contact information. Why are you so eager? Surely, you cannot dictate the terms regarding this lady's information. Oh, Bai Qingqing raised an eyebrow, pondering the peculiar logic of this young man. Nevertheless, she maintained her persona and continued, why not inquire with them? It is not my concern. We shall all follow Sister Qingqing's arrangements. Before Chun Chun could utter a word, Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kuo swiftly interjected, nodding obediently. Chun Chen's expression darkened. So, they were acquainted? Moreover, why were these two beauties so indecisive? This was a sum of 500,000. Did they comprehend how many new garments and handbags that could procure? Very well. How can I obtain your friend's contact information? He inquired. That will require additional funds. Bai Qingqing raised a finger, smiling. This took Chun Chen aback. Is that all? I thought it would involve something more significant. All right then, an additional 100,000? Bai Qingqing merely smiled in response. How about an extra million? She continued to smile silently, yet her mindset subtly shifted. Why was this young man so miserly? He could part with 8 billion for his father without batting an eye, yet was so frugal when it came to his mother? Ding! Bai Qingqing's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability: 5. Goodness. Have you begun to lose favor as well? 2 stocks have already plummeted. This cannot go green. Add 100 million. Chun Chun clenched his teeth and shouted a hefty sum. Bai Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a sum of 10 million would suffice, yet this devoted admirer was so concerned about his favorability. A smile curved on her lips as she addressed Chen Chen. Now we are talking. You possess some discernment. As your generous benefactor, I shall not only provide you with WeChat but also a phone number. How benevolent of me. Upon hearing this, Chun Chen's expression turned sour. 100 million for a WeChat and a phone number? Goodness, what a bargain. But upon reflection, the last time he had been unable to secure a contact for 8 billion. This time, for 100 million, he would receive both WeChat and a phone number. This was a substantial profit. Come on, sister, let us exchange WeChat. I will transfer the funds directly. Wait, I know you are eager, but hold on. Bai Qingqing suddenly interrupted Chun Chen's attempt to retrieve his phone and continued. Are you satisfied with just my little sister Xiao Qi's contact? I could also provide you with Sister Ku Er's information. Bai Qingqing's words dripped like honeyed temptation, stirring Chun Chen's excitement. Oh, I never expected this charming little girl would include Jiang Ku Er's contact as well. However, do not rejoice too soon. To acquire Ku Er's contact, more funds are required. Bai Qingqing raised another finger, a smile gracing her lips. Indeed, Chun Chen's expression soured once more. This cunning little girl was utterly shrewd, yet he found himself incapable of declining her offer. For reasons unknown, Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Ku's favorability had already plummeted into the negatives. Obtaining their contact information would be akin to climbing the highest peaks. Miss this opportunity, and it would be lost forever. Thus, the devoted admirer clenched his teeth and resolved to purchase the information. All right, let us exchange WeChat and proceed with the transfer. Wait, Bai Qingqing once again interrupted his attempt to retrieve his phone, her laughter ringing out as she playfully addressed him. Young man, do you think you can deceive me into giving you my contact information for a money transfer? I see that you are rather unattractive yet harbor grand illusions. Are you perhaps seeking to increase the sum? I shall comply. 300 million it is. Ahem. Dear young man, you seem to have misunderstood. What I meant to convey is that there is a promotional package I wish to inform you about. What sort of event is it? Speak swiftly. I am Bai Qingqing, in case you are unfamiliar with the name. Bai Qingqing is indeed a splendid name. Wait a moment. That's right. Has someone mentioned the name Bai Qingqing to you before? Chun suddenly recalled the long-lost Wang Xiaoxiao, his expression shifting through a tempest of emotions, when he heard Bai Qingqing's devilish whisper. I have a friend named Wang Xiaoxiao, and in terms of appearance, she is quite comparable to me. Would you like her contact information? Chun Chen, gritting his teeth as he seemingly recalled some unpleasant memories, retorted fiercely, Speak up. How much do you want? With a mischievous tone, she replied, Oh, I shan't demand too much. I shall bundle the contact information of the four of us for you, and with a discount, let us say 100 small goals. What? Chun Chen's pupils dilated in shock. Chapter 56. The generous subsidy. What? 100 billion. Chun was rendered speechless, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The carefully crafted facade of composure he had maintained shattered in an instant. You want me to pay 100 billion for the contact information of 4 individuals? Surely, even if it were encrusted with diamonds, it could not be so exorbitantly priced. As Chen grappled with the absurdity of the situation, Bai Qingqing flashed a mischievous smile, leaning closer to whisper devilishly, Do you know the true identity of Wang Xiaoxiao? Chun was jolted back to reality. Indeed, he was utterly unaware of Wang Xiaoxiao's background. Having never mingled with her social circle, all he knew was that she hailed from immense wealth, presumably a daughter of a prominent family. I know she is the daughter of a distinguished family in the capital. After all, I too come from a prestigious lineage, he thought to himself, unwilling to reveal the truth and risk tarnishing his own carefully maintained image as the young master of the reclusive Qin family. Oh, it seems you are quite oblivious, aren't you? Allow me, out of the kindness of my heart, to enlighten you, Bai Qingqing declared, fully embracing her role as the headstrong and capricious young lady, showing no regard for Chun Chen's dignity as she bluntly exposed the truth. Her words struck Chun Chen like a blow, leaving him momentarily speechless as he suppressed the grimace on his face, straining to listen intently. However, after a prolonged silence, he turned his gaze back to Bai Qingqing, only to find her grinning, seemingly relishing his discomfort. A bead of sweat formed on Chun Chen's forehead as he felt the urge to explode, but Bai Qingqing abruptly broke the silence. Wang Xiaoxiao is the esteemed daughter and head of the Wang family, one of the 4 great families of the capital. Now, ponder carefully whether her contact information is truly worth 100 billion. You must understand, Countless young masters in the capital would pay any sum for a mere chance to obtain the contact of the Wang family's daughter. To charge you just 100 billion is, in fact, a bargain. Perhaps you should consider adding a bit more? Chun Chen's expression shifted to a myriad of colors, clearly pained by the thought of parting with such a sum. After all, his current funds were dwindling, barely exceeding 1,000 billion. Had it still been in the trillions, he would not have hesitated. Oh dear, it seems parting with such a fortune poses quite the challenge for you. Alas, it appears our paths must diverge for now. Xiao Qi, Kur, let us depart for dinner. Xiao Xiao awaits us. Just then, Bai Qingqing's phone chimed from her small bag, the timing impeccable. She showed no intention of concealing the call from Chen Chen, effortlessly answering and switching to speaker mode. Tingcheng, I will be arriving in the magical city tonight. You promised to treat me to dinner, so don't you dare back out, came a melodious voice from the other end, filled with a charming playfulness that left Chun Chun utterly astonished. The voice belonged to Wang Xiaoxiao herself, yet the content was a concoction of their shared imagination. Xiaoxiao, I promise I won't go back on my word. Oh, by the way, remember our discussion about that 800 billion poverty alleviation project when I visited the capital? Didn't you mention that it was a generous donation from a young master of a hidden aristocratic family? Indeed, he is quite a remarkable individual, his family's wealth astonishing even to me. However, I cannot help but feel that there is something. Bai Qingcheng paused mid-sentence, glancing at Chun Chun, who stood dazed nearby. She extended a delicate hand, rubbing her thumb and forefinger together, a playful smile gracing her lips, implying, you understand my meaning, right? More money. What? Is there something wrong with him? Could he possibly be a swindler, seeking to defraud? Wondering aloud, Wang Xiaoxiao immediately activated her suspicions, unleashing a torrent of negative assumptions about Chen Chen, her tone laced with disdain, accompanied by, ding! Wang Xiaoxiao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 1. What a shocking revelation. This seemingly innocent yet cunning little demoness possesses such abilities? Goodness, if you had this talent, you should have mentioned it earlier. You ought to have informed me about your good rapport with Wang Xiaoxiao. Chun Chun hesitated to speak, only managing a clenched teeth nod, preparing to pay a fee for protection. No, rather, to secure a means of contact. Upon seeing Chun Chen's nod, Bai Qingqing retracted her mischievous smile and continued, Ahem, Xiaoxiao, you're overthinking it. What I intended to convey is that he indeed appears to hail from an illustrious hidden lineage. After all, the funding channels he provided are entirely legitimate. Oh, is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Ding! Wang Xiaoxiao's affection level increased by 5, current affection level, 6. On the other end of the line, Wang Xiaoxiao exhaled a long sigh, while Chun Chun simultaneously felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wang Xiaoxiao possesses an astounding credit limit of 800 billion. It is imperative not to offend her. Moreover, Bai Qingcheng clearly holds a position of influence as a close confidant of Wang Xiaoxiao, wielding considerable authority. Investing a bit of money to curry favor with a friend of the one he aspires to win over is hardly a waste. On the contrary, it could prove advantageous in the future, especially considering this friend is a remarkable individual of the highest caliber. Not to mention, she has 2 sisters, one scoring a near-perfect 99, and the other a single question mark. An enticing prospect indeed. As visions of a promising future danced in his mind, Chun Chun could not help but drool slightly, eliciting disdainful expressions from the 3 women, resulting in a precipitous drop in affection levels. Lu Xiaoqi fell to 200, Jiang Kuer to 50, and Bai Qingqing to 2. Alas, I was careless, failing to manage my expressions. I must quickly secure the contact information. If I wish to enhance my rapport, it is essential to rely on financial capabilities. Miss Qingcheng, let us connect on WeChat, and I shall transfer the funds. Chun Chun swiftly composed himself, donning a gentlemanly smile as he produced his phone. To his surprise, Bai Qingcheng retrieved a POS machine and handed it to him, provoking a sense of déjà vu. My WeChat does not possess the capacity to accept such a substantial sum. You should directly transfer it to our company's account. Chun Chun found himself at a loss for words. What if this cunning little devil absconded with his funds and refused to provide her contact information? However, he dared not reveal his emotions, only a flicker of hesitation passing through the depths of his eyes. Bai Qingqing, noticing this, understood his intent and reassured, saying, "Rest assured, once I receive the payment, I shall provide you with my contact details, and we can record it as proof." Xiaohua felt this statement insufficient and decided to press the matter further, her thoughts shifting rapidly. What a disobedient son who knows nothing of filial piety. If this ungrateful child refuses to acknowledge his mother, so be it. Ding! Bai Qingqing's favorability increased by 2, current favorability 0. Alas, I cannot hesitate any longer. What if this little ancestor complains to Wang Xiaoxiao if I let this opportunity slip? Time to swipe the card. Chun Chun once again retrieved that black gold card, swiping it on the same POS machine for 100 small targets. Oh, how splendid! You are indeed generous. Big brother. Oh, how splendid! You are truly filial. Good son. Ding! Bai Qingqing's favorability increased by 6, current favorability 6. The fair maiden spoke with unwavering conviction, presenting you with every telephone number. You may try each one, assured there will be no errors. However, it is best not to call us on weekdays. Chatting via WeChat is acceptable, though we may not always have the time to respond. Bai Qingqing said this as she pulled out a piece of paper from her bag, the contact details printed neatly, a testament to her professionalism. No need to try. I trust you, dear lady. It is getting late. Perhaps I should invite a few ladies to dinner, to get to know one another. Chun Chun dared not provoke the temperamental and willful young lady. Even if he had doubts, he could only feign belief and promptly extended an invitation for a meal. I apologize, but as you heard on the phone, tonight is a welcome banquet for the 4 of us sisters, and it would be inappropriate to bring others along. Surely you can understand, right? Very well, then goodbye. Chun Chun had heard clearly on the phone. Following them would only exacerbate his already dwindling favorability. Farewell. I shall seek you out next time for the 100 billion subsidy. Cough, that was a slip of the tongue. May fate bring us together again. Bai Qingqing, along with Lu Xiaoqi and Zhang Kuo, made their swift exit. Watching the 3 women depart, reflecting on all that had transpired during the encounter, Chun Chun finally fell silent, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, his pale face etched with despair. He cursed inwardly. I finally felt a spark of affection, yet you all made me lose so thoroughly. What a shame! Chapter 57. Layers of Deception, the Beginning of Cohabitation. After Bai Qingqing departed with her 2 companions, Chun Chun, who had deemed himself unnecessary, left in a huff. Unbeknownst to them, a fully armed figure lurked in the shadows not far away, cloaked in layers resembling a gas canister. Yet, her trembling form and the incessant grinding of her teeth betrayed her simmering fury. How despicable! How utterly contemptible! Just because she possesses a hint of beauty, she dares to entice another's man. Xiao Xianro longed to confront those 3 women and vent her resentment, but she quickly realized that now was not the time for rash actions. Chun Chun had become her lifeline. Behaving like a shrew would only serve to provoke his dissatisfaction. She hesitated to contact Emoya for assistance, fearing that should Chun Chun discover her lingering ties to her former brother, she would be left with no opportunities whatsoever. Thus, she swallowed her rage, retreating inwardly, only to find that the more she pondered, the more her anger intensified. After contemplating her course of action, she resolved to keep Chun Chun close, ensuring he had no energy left to pursue other women. Recalling the events of the previous night, a chilling smile crept across Xiao Xianro's face, one that would send shivers down Chun Chun's spine. With her plan in mind, she made her way directly to the Tianzi Hotel in the Magic City. Meanwhile, in a place unnoticed by Xiao Xianro, a graceful silhouette emerged, holding a mask in one hand and a cup of milk tea in the other, a cold smile gracing her lips. As she swept her dark blue hair back, her voice, reminiscent of celestial silver bells, echoed with an icy undertone. Oh, so you wish to target my family? It seems the last lesson was not sufficiently learned. A flash of purple light glimmered in the girl's hand as the mask vanished, and she set off in another direction. Sister Qingqing, did you truly give him your contact information after receiving 100 billion? Zhang Kuo inquired, observing Bai Qingqing striding ahead with an air of pride. Indeed, she had received 100 billion, but as for the contact details, I merely mentioned that I would provide him with a contact, without clarifying whose it was. Bai Qingqing's lips curled into a mischievous smile akin to Wang Xiaoxiao's as she continued. To be precise, the 3 numbers I gave him were, one claiming to be Chun Oxy asking for 300, another stating that his grandfather was gravely ill and selling tea, and the last one demanding 50 every Thursday. Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kuo were utterly dumbfounded by this scheme, staring at Bai Qingqing in shock, unable to reconcile her seemingly innocent appearance with such cunning. This was all orchestrated by Xiao Xiao. I bear no responsibility for it. The deviousness is entirely her doing. Bai Qingqing, sensing the peculiar glances from the 2 women, promptly shifted the blame. In truth, while Wang Xiaoxiao had indeed provided her with ideas through their soul link, aside from fabricating falsehoods, the rest was entirely of Xiao Hua's own design. The strangeness in the expressions of the 2 women did not dissipate. After all, aside from that phone number, Wang Xiaoxiao had been conspicuously absent throughout, leaving them unaware of the soul link, and it appeared as though Bai Qingqing had acted entirely on her own. Oh dear, it appears that I have not entirely deceived him. Xiao Zhao's contact information is indeed genuine. Observing the 2 girls' skepticism, Bai Qingqing deftly shifted the conversation, pouting her lips to blow a silent whistle. Was it not her elder sister who wished to personally deal with him? Lu Xiaoqi suddenly interjected, and given her understanding of Wang Xiaoxiao, it was undoubtedly an idea suggested by her elder sister. After all, one must bait the fish to catch it, right? Little 7. Do not disparage your sister in public. I merely feel that deceiving the love-struck brother is rather unkind. Not that I am coveting his wealth. At that moment, Wang Xiaoxiao joined them, holding milk tea, distributing it among the 3 girls and taking a sip herself. Jiang Kuo was instantly astonished, her pretty face alight with realization. Indeed, beautiful women possess countless cunning thoughts. How terrifying. Ahem, let us not dwell on these trivialities. Now, little 7 and Kuo, each set a modest goal for yourselves. In the future, should you desire anything, feel free to spend. Girls deserve to be pampered. After exchanging a glance with Wang Xiaoxiao, Bai Qingqing turned to Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kuo. Little 7 readily accepted this notion, considering it as a form of startup capital for her entrepreneurial aspirations. However, Jiang Kuo shook her head vigorously, refusing the offer despite their close ties, deeming the goal too extravagant. How about this? Sister Xiao Xiao intends to purchase a property near the school, though neither Bai Qingqing nor I will reside there. Would you consider renting it? Wang Xiaoxiao proposed suddenly, leaning closer to Jiang Kuo and whispering, Kuo, if I am not mistaken, you are currently living in the boys' dormitory, which must be quite inconvenient for you as a girl, correct? Initially inclined to decline, Jiang Kuo trembled at this suggestion. Indeed, although she presented as feminine, she was still residing among boys. Now, she had transformed entirely into a girl, and remaining in the male dormitory could lead to significant complications. The prospect of becoming a plush toy was no jest. The system had previously stated that only her identity records were altered. The recognition by family and friends remained unchanged. She had yet to devise a way to explain this to her family, and without their support, her meager living allowance was insufficient for renting a place. Quality housing near Zhonghai University was rather expensive, and she dared not occupy cheaper accommodations for fear of being abducted by some strange uncle. Merely booking a room at the Tianzi Hotel today had caused her considerable distress. However, there was no other option. She was too afraid to enter the women's restroom and equally apprehensive of the men's. The Zhonghai shopping center only had this one hotel available. Surely, she could not simply stroll out of the boys' dormitory in her little skirt. Wang Xiaoxiao watched Jiang Kuo, who was clearly torn, with amusement. It seemed she needed a little more persuasion. Kuo, surely you do not wish for grandfather Jiang Hai to discover your transformation into a girl so swiftly? Jiang Kuo shuddered at the mention, fully aware of the implications. If that grandfather, who has yearned for a granddaughter for decades, were to discover that his grandchild is actually a girl, he would likely cling to her incessantly, even watching her closely during class with an intense gaze that could be quite intimidating. Well, resigned to her fate, Jiang Kuo could only accept the situation. 2 hours later, at the Binjiang No. 1 Villa district, standing at the entrance of the No. 1 Villa with a few simple belongings, Jiang Kuo wore an expression of bewilderment, her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this truly what Sister Xiao Xiao meant by purchasing a house? And only charging her a monthly rent of 500 yuan? Am I surprised? Indeed. I am quite taken aback. Haha. A rather fatigued voice broke the silence beside her. Jiang Kuo turned to see Lu Xiaoqi, dragging along a large box of books. Sister Chi-Chi, what brings you here? She exclaimed. Ha. My sister expressed concern for your safety and sent me as your bodyguard, came the cheerful reply. Chapter 58. The Transformation of Sister. So you have sent our little Chi to live with Kuo? As night descended upon Tianya Garden Restaurant, Bai Qingcheng slurped on the spicy noodles freshly prepared by Wang Xiaoxiao, her voice muffled as she inquired. Indeed, since the school has assigned her a dormitory meant solely for her, it is better for her to keep Kuo company. Ah, how delightful. Truly a testament to Boss Gu's culinary prowess. Wang Xiaoxiao was also enjoying her noodles. Today's dish was a new addition from the Gourmet Dad's cookbook, presumably learned by Boss Gu from the system. Wang Xiaoxiao had followed the recipe to create 2 servings. Although her skills did not match those of Boss Gu, the flavor was still commendable. On a serious note, Kuo was once a boy. What if she harbors ill intentions towards our little Chi? That is impossible. Kuo is a good child who would never act recklessly. Besides, given our little Chi's combat prowess, do you think Kuo, with her delicate arms and legs, would dare to have any malicious thoughts? Furthermore, Wang Xiaoxiao paused mid-sentence, took another slurp of noodles, and continued. Xiaohua, you simply do not understand. When protagonists in transformation stories become girls, they often possess a lecherous heart, but lack the courage to act on it. They tend to feel shy even at the sight of themselves. They prefer to be passive, which is why transformation narratives predominantly feature weak, lowly characters. This is the law of transformation literature. Bai Qingcheng did not respond but scrutinized her with a look of skepticism and slight disdain. Xiaohua, what is that reaction? If those words did not come from your lips, I would have believed it. Ah, Xiaohua, you are insinuating something about me. Shall we place a bet? Kuo is undoubtedly grappling with whether to step into the bathroom right now. All right, I believe you. Now hurry and finish your noodles. Aren't you planning to stir up some trouble soon? Humph. Wait, why does it feel like our roles have reversed? Oh dear, Wang Xiaoxiao. Do not dwell on such trifles. No matter how you eat your noodles, it won't silence your chatter. Meanwhile, at the Binhai No. 1 Villa District, in Villa No. 1, Lu Xiaoqi and Jiang Kuo had finished packing their luggage and tidying their respective rooms. The disciplined Xiaoqi was diligently exercising in the villa's gym, while Jiang Kuo stood at the bathroom door, torn between the decision to shower, pacing back and forth, occasionally sitting in contemplation on the small sofa in her room. Ding! Dear host, reality must be faced. Even if you close your eyes while changing your underwear today, the fact that you have transformed into a girl is an objective truth. Turning a blind eye only deceives oneself. It's all your fault, you wretched system, Jiang Kuo exclaimed in frustration, clad in a light sleep dress, too timid to change her undergarments. Ding! Dear host, wasn't it completely natural for you to try on clothes while shopping today? You have grown accustomed to wearing skirts. Why the sudden shyness now? As she reflected on the situation, she couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Initially reluctant when coerced into trying on clothes, she gradually became accustomed to wearing feminine attire after several pushes from Wang Xiaoxiao. To her surprise, she even began to find joy in it. Who wouldn't revel in adorning a beautiful girl with exquisite garments? Moreover, this enchanting maiden was entirely at her disposal, and she looked delightful in her frilly dresses. Each glance in the mirror surely brought her a sense of happiness. Nonetheless, Jiang Kuo resolutely declared, even if I were to leap from this place, I would never acclimate to becoming a girl. Suddenly, the system interrupted Jiang Kuo's internal turmoil. Ding! You ought to take a shower, host. After a day of shopping, you wouldn't want to sleep in a pool of perspiration, would you? You must be joking. As a beautiful girl, I smell delightful. There is no foul odor here. Jiang Kuo retorted in a fit of rage. The system remained silent. After a moment of peculiar stillness, Jiang Kuo pouted, her pink eyes brimming with tears, and collapsed to the ground, wailing, I have started calling myself a beautiful girl, not a clip of May. What is going on? Little 7. hearing Jiang Kuer's cries from downstairs due to the improperly closed door, rushed in, fearing a calamity. Upon entering, she found Jiang Kuer sprawled on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh no, how could Kuer fall ill so soon after moving in? What if my sister finds out I haven't taken care of her and sends me back to work? Fortunately, I possess a bit of medical knowledge. I should perform some basic treatment before taking her to the hospital. Little Seven swiftly lifted the collapsed Jiang Kuer and laid her on the bed, taking her pulse while inquiring, Kuer, do you feel unwell anywhere? Wow, your face is all smeared with tears. This must be an internal injury. Hurry, let me take a look. Wait. Little Seven, don't take off my clothes. After a flurry of activity. What? You are afraid to shower? Why? The straightforward Little Seven was completely baffled. Well, I just can't.
Jiang Kai stammeret.
How can you be afraid of taking a shower? Did you watch a horror movie? Are you psychologically scarred? Little Seven scratched her head in confusion.
No.
It's just. Jiang Kuer continued to hesitate. Oh, what is there to be afraid of? I haven't showered after exercising, so we can shower together, and you won't be scared. Before Jiang Kuer could protest any further, the blunt Little Seven scooped her up and carried her directly into the bathroom. Wait, Little Seven. Hold on. An hour later, Jiang Kuer sat before the vanity mirror, wearing a look of utter disarray, while Little Seven stood behind her, blowing her pink hair dry with a hairdryer. How could this happen? Did you used to get nosebleeds when bathing yourself? Little Seven asked with a strange expression, recalling the moment she washed Jiang Kuer's back. Woo! This is too intense. Jiang Kuer murmured softly, avoiding Little Seven's question. Kuer, are you unclean? But you just took a shower. Are you not thinking clearly? Let's go to the hospital. Seeing Jiang Kuer remaining silent, Lu Xiaoqi suddenly became anxious and grasped her small hand, intent on changing her clothes and heading out. No, I'm fine. It was just a bit too warm in the bathroom. I just need a moment to rest. Feeling Lu Xiaoqi beginning to tug at her clothing, Jiang Kuer quickly regained her composure, tightly embraced her bathrobe, and shook her head vigorously. Don't worry, Sister Xiaoqi, it's getting late. You should rest as well. Is that so? Well, all right then. But if you need anything, be sure to call me. I live just next door. After Lu Xiaoqi finished speaking, she put away the hairdryer and turned to leave Jiang Kuer's room. As she turned, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, enveloping Jiang Kuer's senses. Simultaneously, Lu Xiaoqi's figure, also clad in a bathrobe, caught Jiang Kuer's eye. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson, nearly dripping with color. The scent of Sister Xiaoqi and her figure. Oh dear, it seems I shall likely be sleepless tonight. A night of insomnia.